Chapter 1, Apprenticeship. If you agree to take me as your personal disciple, I'll save your life. How about that? Are you even speaking human language? Su Cheng was hanging on the cliff, one hand gripping the rock wall, looking at Yi Meng, who was squatting above with a cheeky smile. Don't want to? Then Chen Meng can't do anything about it. We're not related, so why should I save you? Miss, listen to me, that I only want to establish a sect to get some sect subsidies to get by. I never thought about taking in disciples. I don't even have any cultivation. Su Cheng was at a loss for words. He had just crossed over a few days ago. How did he attract this big Buddha? Grandma, you are a child of destiny, the future empress of the demon race. You should join the protagonist team, eat and drink with him during the day, and have fun at night. Why are you tormenting me? Miss, I really can't hold on any longer. How about I recommend a sect to you? You know Cheng Liang, right? The laws of heaven can't do anything to him. If you join his sect, you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Yi Meng wasn't fooled. She wasn't an idiot. All of Su Cheng's inner thoughts were heard by her, and she had been listening to such words for several days. She knew that Su Cheng had many treasures, all top-tier magical artifacts, and even innate treasures that only existed in legends. But Su Cheng had no cultivation and couldn't use them. Knowing this, how could Yi Meng let him go? Just a little scheme turned Su Cheng into his current predicament. Su Cheng had no disciples, no children. As long as she joined his sect, wouldn't all those treasures belong to her? I don't want any bullshit, Cheng Liang. I want to take you as my master and be the top disciple of Lingxian Hall. Yi Meng was completely unruffled. She knew Su Cheng would eventually relent. Is this grandma on drugs? Does she want to kill me? If you join my sect, it'll look like I'm coercing you. Wouldn't the whole world come after me then? I just want to get a sect subsidy. Why is it so hard? Although both sides were doomed, at least he couldn't die now. When under someone's roof, one must endure. Grandma, can I agree to you? Can you pull me up first? Really? Yi Meng's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy as she grabbed Su Cheng's wrist and effortlessly pulled him up like a chick. Hey, you think I'm stupid? If I don't nod tomorrow during the disciple recruitment ceremony, let's see what you do. Su Cheng nodded and smiled, waving at Yi Meng. All right, master. See you tomorrow. Yi Meng's fox-like eyes narrowed, already determined in her heart. The next day, the disciple recruitment ceremony. Various sects were recruiting new disciples at Ling Mountain, and Su Cheng was no exception. Since he wanted to mix in for sect subsidies, he had to participate in collective activities that Su Cheng didn't want to slack off like this. But having crossed over as the villain in a cultivation world, what could he do? To survive, he could only avoid the male lead and do good deeds like lay foam. He couldn't give the male lead and his harem any chance to kill him. After all, this was a cultivation world, and the male lead's harem was basically made up of children of destiny, which Su Cheng couldn't afford to provoke. The execution platform was filled with countless proud youths, all with their heads held high, fantasizing about joining a powerful sect, practicing immortal techniques, and gaining longevity. Cheng Liang descended on his sword, landing precisely in front of his designated grandmaster chair. Su Cheng, you're also here to recruit disciples? Cheng Liang's eyes were filled with mockery, his words dripping with sarcasm. How could anyone want to take a disciple from someone with no cultivation like Su Cheng? Just looking around to see if there are any good seeds that, as Yu Cheng feigned a proud expression, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at the countless proud youths on the execution platform. There are quite a few good seeds this year. I wonder which one Su brother has his eye on. Cheng Liang seemed to be enjoying the show. He knew that Su Cheng wouldn't recruit a single disciple today, just like every year. Let me take another look. With a wandering gaze, pretending to be guilty, Su Cheng gave enough emotional value to the male lead, feeling that he understood men too well. The male lead's little thoughts were firmly grasped by Su Cheng. Did you see that girl in the white dress? Her name is Yi Meng. She's the blood of the Fox Demon King, born with a seductive bone. If guided properly, she will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yi Meng was standing in the front row, easy to spot. Cheng Liang leaned on Su Cheng's shoulder, speaking with a lecherous expression. I can tell what you're getting at just by looking at your posture. Brother Cheng is right. If this girl meets Brother Cheng, she will naturally be like a good bird finding a tree, a wise minister finding a lord. Her future is limitless. Cheng Liang laughed heartily. Su Cheng's words were pleasant to the ear, and he was very satisfied. Is that so? You don't like her? How could I dare to like her? If I did, wouldn't you just kill me? Who wouldn't like such a treasure? I don't like her. I still want to take a male disciple. Female disciples are too delicate and not in my consideration. Su Cheng sat in the Grandmaster chair, speaking earnestly, unaware that all his thoughts were clearly heard by Yi Chenming. Yi Chenming's lips curved slightly. Did he like her? She had expected that. Soon, the disciple recruitment ceremony began. Almost all the sect were packed with people. Cheng Liang's side had to be careful to prevent a stampede, while Su Cheng's side was empty, like a lonely old man, desolate. Compared to the 2-meter-high platforms of other sects, Su Cheng only had a small wooden table, even less spacious than a street food stall. He sat there lazily, looking like a fortune teller. He even couldn't be bothered to hang a banner. A piece of white paper with the words Lingxian Hall was placed on the table, and he laid his head down to take a nap. At this moment, Su Cheng was extremely tired. He had spent the whole night studying the Ling Shuang sword technique. Although he had no cultivation, he was unwilling to give up. Why does this innate treasure-enhanced version of the Ling Shuang sword feel like a firewood stick in my hand? The technique is fine. The sword technique is also fine. The Ling Shuang sword is really authentic, but why can't I see the sword energy? Why can't I feel the intention of the Ling Shuang sword? Yi Chenming was eavesdropping from a distance. An innate treasure? An enhanced version? Is it the sword on him? Su Cheng wore a gray rough long shirt, looking more like a college teacher than other sect leaders with their ethereal demeanor. He hung a 3-foot-long sword at his waist, dark and unremarkable, with a rough scabbard. The white binding on the sword hilt had even turned yellow, but the jade pendant hanging from it looked valuable. This piece of junk is still kept for the master. It's probably just for show. Yi Chenming had observed Su Cheng for a few days and had a certain understanding of him. She felt that Su Cheng was the type to hide any treasures he had. That Ling Shuang sword was probably hidden away by him to prevent others from getting any ideas. An innate treasure-enhanced version? The master even called it a great treasure. He wouldn't be reluctant to part with a sword. Would he? Miss, the disciple recruitment ceremony has already begun. Are you hesitating about which sect to join? An elder with an ethereal demeanor approached, the second elder of Cheng Liang's Tiandao Pavilion. With extraordinary strength, it was already quite fortunate for ordinary disciples to speak with him. Since it was about taking disciples, Cheng Liang naturally wouldn't come in person, but the second elder personally came to invite her, giving her enough face. However, Yi Chenming's qualifications absolutely deserved such treatment. Even without anything else, just her natural seductive bone, which could bring disaster, Cheng Liang would never let her go. Thank you for your kindness, elder. Chenming already has someone in mind. I wonder which sect master it is. The second elder was not in a hurry to introduce himself, knowing that as long as this woman wasn't foolish, she would definitely choose Tiandao Pavilion. Yi Chenming ignored him and walked straight to Su Cheng's small table, kneeling down properly without saying a word. The second elder was stunned by this scene. From a distance, Cheng Liang saw this scene, and his face darkened while talking to a female disciple. Miss, do you wish to become a disciple of Lingxian Hall? The second elder's face was filled with disbelief. Even if Yi Chenming was proud and unwilling to join Tiandao Pavilion, there were so many other options. Why did she have to choose this useless Su Cheng? Yi Chenming ignored him and simply knelt quietly. She knew Su Cheng was not asleep. She also knew that she had to take Su Cheng as her master. Once she knelt down, there was no turning back. If she backed out now, she would be looked down upon everywhere. Second elder, please say something. Elder, look at her. Cheng Liang, come quickly. Your harem wants to take me as her master. Hurry and take her away. Miss, the master of Lingxian Hall is so rude. In my opinion, it would be better to join another sect and not waste your talent. This moment, Yi Chenming could not care less. Although Su Cheng was not impressive, at least he had no annoying people around him, allowing her to cultivate in peace. I am from the Fox Demon royal bloodline. How can I degrade myself to be part of someone's harem or plaything? That guy's gaze at himself is disgusting. Yi Chenming remained silent, waiting for Su Cheng to speak, kneeling properly. Unknowingly, a crowd gathered around, all trying to persuade Yi Chenming to return to the right path. At this time, the crowd slowly parted to make way for Cheng Liang, the master of Tiandao Pavilion. Cheng Liang no longer had the playful demeanor he had when chatting with Su Cheng. He appeared entirely serious. Cheng Liang stepped beside Yi Chenming and said, Miss, don't waste your efforts. A person pretending to be asleep cannot be awakened. This Su master has no cultivation and naturally cannot take you as a disciple. Finally, you're here, brother. My arm is about to go numb. I've been lying here like I'm dead, not even daring to change my position. Well said. Wake her up. Shatter her unrealistic dreams with reality. Tell her that it's impossible for me and her. The onlookers echoed in a chorus, each chiming in. Yes, yes, everyone knows that the master of Lingxian Hall is just a useless person without cultivation. Return to the right path, wayward son. Cheng master is being so kind he's already giving you a huge favor. Seeing that Yi Chunming remained unmoved, Cheng Liang decided to pull out the big guns. I don't wish for your talent to go to waste. I want to take you as my disciple and teach you heavenly level techniques. How about it? Yes, yes. You shouldn't be so proud. That's the right way to say it. A person like you, a true dragon among men, should have a beauty like her by your side. Hurry and take her away. I'm not done living yet. Yi Chunming felt somewhat annoyed at this point, but fearing that Su Chang would find a way to reject her. How could she dare to disturb his sleep? Chunming is determined to take Su master as her teacher and serve him for life. I appreciate Cheng master's good intentions, but I must decline. Chapter 2. Bestow a name. Su Chang was dumbfounded. Is this Yi Chunming crazy? No, my lady. Are you trying to get me killed? Cheng master is giving you such good advice. Why won't you listen? Serving me. If you join my sect, that guy will not let us off. Darling, he may not want to kill you, but he will definitely kill me. No, we can't show any weakness, that guy is. Cold-hearted. He might even kill you. Su Chang was determined not to get up, so naturally, no one could wake him. Yi Chunming was taken aback. This guy actually worried about her for a moment. Cheng Liang was also confused. He couldn't maintain his composure. He extended an invitation, yet it was rejected. Where would that leave the face of the master of Tiandao Pavilion? Look at him. Cheng Liang tugged at Su Cheng's clothes and shook him desperately. But Su Cheng lay there like a dead dog, pretending to be asleep. Can't you see? He doesn't want to take you. Can't you tell? Do you think this is some sort of test? Cheng Liang looked at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him and couldn't understand how she could be so foolish. He kicked Su Cheng's chair, causing Su Cheng, who was resting on the table, to topple over along with the chair. And Su Cheng, like a bullied child afraid to fight back, timidly propped the table and chair back up, continuing to pretend to sleep. Yi Chunming gritted her teeth, feeling a wave of sorrow in her heart that was hard to express. Chunming, as you can see, I am a waste. I cannot protect you. If I were alone, I could endure all this. But if I take you as my disciple, how can I, as a teacher, hold my head high? If you don't like him, just switch to another sect. There are so many sects you will surely find one you like. Yi Chunming wanted to stand up and tell him to stay away from her master. But she hadn't even been acknowledged, yet such behavior would only cause trouble for Su Cheng. If that happened, he would surely be even less inclined to take her as his disciple. Stubborn and unyielding, rotten wood is hard to carve. Seeing that Yi Chunming remained unmoved, Cheng Liang thought it best to let her hit the wall. Su Cheng had no cultivation and could provide no guidance, and sooner or later she would belong to him. With that thought, Cheng Liang turned to leave, and the surrounding crowd began to jeer. Cheng master's good advice is truly a case of giving face, but not getting any in return. Exactly, do they really think that just because they have some talent, they can act high and mighty? I say they're just as worthless as that Su Cheng indeed. Birds of feather flock together. The surrounding area gradually quieted down, and Su Cheng, who had not slept all night, truly fell asleep at some point. When he woke up again, the sun was almost setting. Su Cheng groggily lifted his head to look at the person in front of him. What should I do now? Continuing to pretend to sleep is definitely not an option. Su Cheng straightened up and took a good look at Yi Chunming for the first time. Yi Chunming appeared somewhat dazed, but when she heard Su Cheng's thoughts, she suddenly came to her senses. Her master was awake. She slowly straightened her body. Although her legs had lost feeling, she still knelt very properly. What is your name? Yi Chunming. Only then did Su Cheng examine Yi Chunming carefully. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Because she was part of Cheng Liang's harem, Su Cheng had never looked at her properly. Born with a bewitching bone, a fox demon royal blood, taking her as a disciple is no different from inviting disaster. Get up, you've been kneeling all day. Yes. Yi Chunming slowly stood up, feeling that her legs couldn't straighten. Standing was even harder than kneeling. Hearing Su Cheng's thoughts, she felt even more grieved. Is being born with a bewitching bone her fault? Why is she always treated as a femme fatale? There are so many sects here, why do you wish to take me as your master? This was something Cheng could never understand why. Any normal person would never choose him. Yi Chunming's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of cunning she wouldn't lie. But when it came to dealing with Cheng, she felt it came naturally, because Chunming feels that Lingxian Hall is suitable for me. I need a master who cares about Chunming. In Lingxian Hall, I am the only one in my master's eyes. There will only be me, and I need not worry about others, allowing me to cultivate in peace. Choosing to avoid heavy topics, Yi Chunming did not lie. Lies would eventually have flaws, but by not speaking, there was still room for maneuver. However, this point was equally important. She did not want to compete for favor with other disciples, nor did she want to worry about the rare herbs and treasures needed for cultivation. In Lingxian Hall, she was the only disciple. What belonged to her master was hers, making Lingxian Hall undoubtedly the best choice. You saw what happened during the day. If you follow me, that will be the norm. At this moment, Cheng also came to understand that Yi Chunming was not just acting on a whim to take him as her master. Moreover, she had knelt all day. Her intentions were clear. Taking a deep breath, Cheng said seriously, "I'll give you a chance. Do you want to try?" Chunming is willing to give it a try. Why? Yi Chunming nodded her little head, looking excited, while the people around her stared blankly, not understanding what was so thrilling about joining such a sect. However, Yi Chunming had already learned through her reading that the so-called opportunity mentioned by Cheng was an innate treasure. This is my sword, named Ling Shuang. If you can wield it, how about I take you as my disciple? Let everything be left to fate. If she can wield the Ling Shuang sword, then it's fate that wants me to take her as a disciple. It wasn't until Cheng handed the Ling Shuang sword in front of her that Yi Chunming realized that this dark sword was indeed the Ling Shuang sword. But upon hearing Cheng's inner voice, she felt a bit flustered. No one lies in their heart. The Ling Shuang sword looked like a burial artifact from some tomb, as if it had been buried in the ground for thousands of years, with the scabbard rusted. Yi Chunming, with a cute yet cautious expression, took the Ling Shuang sword. At this moment, the people around her also gathered around. Listening to advice is the way to fill your belly. You don't understand such a simple principle? To take a disciple, you give such a broken thing? It's lucky if it can even be pulled out. Fortunately, I joined the Tiandao Pavilion. Even as an ordinary disciple, I could get a mid-grade, Earth-level flying sword. Yi Chunming couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind, and Cheng was even less concerned about why Yi Chunming. Chunming, this name matches this fate. She's a pitiful child. Yi Chunming glanced at the sword in her hand, and then at Cheng, shook her head, and stopped thinking about anything else. The long sword slowly came out of its scabbard. Although it looked battered on the outside, the blade hidden beneath the scabbard shimmered with a cold light, as if an invisible sword energy was protecting it from the ravages of time. Sure enough, she guessed right. He didn't lie to her. This was indeed an immortal sword. And just holding it, she could feel it. However, Yi Chunming had never used an immortal sword before and felt that even if it wasn't an innate treasure, it was definitely a top-grade immortal weapon. But whether she could wield it was still an unknown at this moment. Yi Chunming was extremely certain that being able to stand in front of the man and receive this opportunity was already a tremendous fortune. Now, it all depended on whether she could seize it. This Ling Shuang sword has a stubborn personality. You must be careful. I suppose only I can wield it. Even if you can't handle it, don't push yourself or you might get hurt. Yi Chunming thought to herself that even if it meant risking her life today, she had to tame this sword. But what she said was okay. With a gentle shake of her sleeves, Yi Chunming threw the long sword high into the air. In an instant, she cast a spell to control the sword, and the Ling Shuang sword hovered in midair. This frightened Yi Chunming greatly, and she couldn't help but think, this is the innate treasure, an upgraded version. It wasn't Yi Chunming who was wielding the Ling Shuang sword. The sword was very obedient. It seemed almost tailor-made for her, actively cooperating with her. The Ling Shuang sword gradually shed its layer of dust, revealing its originally pure essence, with the snow-white scabbard embossed in gold with the words Ling Shuang. It was as if it had been hidden in the snow for 10,000 years, finally seeing the sunlight, like a lost traveler reborn. This was the sword of her dreams. As a sword cultivator, Yi Chunming had always dreamed of owning an immortal sword. Yi Chunming was now incredibly excited, nearly in tears. This was not just any ordinary immortal weapon. This was a genuine, innate treasure. It was a divine weapon that only existed in legends. What sect could offer her such treatment? Which sect leader would be willing to? Only Su Cheng. Only her great master. Huh, so that's how it works. No wonder I couldn't wield it. I have to try it myself when I go back. While Yi Chunming was feeling moved, the Ling Shuang sword was still floating in midair, and she heard Su Cheng's inner voice. Gifted and intelligent, you indeed have the qualifications to be. Su Cheng wanted to praise Yi Chunming, but was interrupted by her. Seeing that she had already wielded the Ling Shuang sword, Yi Chunming quickly sheathed it, hugged it to her chest, and knelt down properly. Thank you, master, for the sword. Su Cheng was stunned, his outstretched hand grasping at air in front of so many people, then retracting. Damn, this is my sword. What did I say I would give it to you? You're taking it so openly in front of so many people. Great, I've been schemed against by this girl. Well, having it in my hand is just a fire stick. The Ling Shuang sword can also suppress her natural charm. From this moment on, you are my direct disciple, the first disciple of the Lingxian Hall. At this moment, the onlookers also saw through the situation. This Yi Chunming wanted Su Cheng's sword and thus joined the Lingxian Hall. With her qualifications, plus that sword which looked at least heavenly grade, does it matter if she has her master's guidance? The onlookers even felt a bit regretful, wondering why it wasn't them. Joining the Tiandao Pavilion was just becoming an unimportant ordinary disciple, but joining the Lingxian Hall meant being uniquely favored by the sect. Chunming, I will not disgrace the name of the Lingxian Hall and my master. Seeing Yi Chunming kneeling in front of him, Su Cheng finally understood what it meant to take on a disciple. Yi Chunming was not like ordinary people, although she appeared obedient and gentle on the surface. Su Cheng knew that in her eyes, the human race was no different from livestock. Having been alone since childhood, she only harbored deep-seated enmity, and if he wasn't careful, this girl could cause great trouble. Poor girl, Su Cheng's cruelty to himself was evident, but he still accepted her. Su Cheng didn't know, but he wanted to try. He had long had enough of such days. Returning to meet Yi Qinghan's fox-like eyes, now that she had become his disciple, Yi Chunming was indeed his disciple. I need to change this poor girl's name, otherwise, with her fate, even if she doesn't go to save that Cheng Liang, she won't live to become the demon emperor. I don't like the name Chunming. Based on your fate, I bestow you the name Qinghan. Do you like it? Even if I am your master for a day, I will not let you down. Although fate is predetermined, everything will be borne by the master. Thank you, master, for the name. She heard everything clearly, but since Su Cheng didn't say anything, Yi Chunming didn't ask why Yi Qinghan. This was the name bestowed by her master, rewriting her future against the will of heaven. In the distance, Cheng Liang watched this scene and understood that Yi Qinghan was only submitting to Su Cheng for that sword. He made up his mind that he would definitely save her. He couldn't let such a good girl fall into Su Cheng's hands. He only had a few heavenly-grade treasures himself, and although he didn't have a top-grade heavenly-level immortal sword, now that Yi Qinghan had obtained the Ling Shuang sword, he thought there was no reason for her to refuse him anymore. Chapter 3. The 6 gifts. Following Su Cheng up the mountain, Yi Qinghan was genuinely unable to contain her disbelief upon seeing her master's Lingxian Hall. Is this Lingxian Hall? Is this a sect? Yi Qinghan pointed at the dilapidated house in front of her, her expression one of incredulity. That's right. Cultivating immortality requires a clear heart and minimal desires. I do not favor excessive luxury, Su Cheng replied. But it doesn't have to be this shabby, right? Yi Qinghan couldn't help but internally complain as she looked at the small courtyard. Is there really fraud in the world of cultivation? Congratulations, host. You have accepted a disciple. And the villain system grants you the following rewards. Lingxian Hall, 1 innate supreme spiritual root seed, 999 miscellaneous spiritual items, 10 sets of cultivation assistance materials. Yi Qinghan. Su Cheng was taken aback by the system's voice in his mind. Ever since he crossed over, the villain system had disappeared after introducing the world. No matter how much he called for it, it wouldn't show up. If it hadn't suddenly popped up now, Su Cheng would have almost forgotten about the existence of this system. What was most frustrating was that this damn system, were the cultivation materials specifically bound to him? Was it afraid he wouldn't give them to his disciple and would keep them for himself? System shop permissions have been activated. Go wait in the house for your master, Su Cheng instructed. Yi Qinghan didn't think much of it. She knew her master wouldn't harm her. And even if he did, she wasn't afraid. Just after being called shabby by his disciple, Su Cheng thought to give Yi Qinghan a bit of visual shock. The immortal hall ignored the terrain and required no specific site, as long as it was on the ground. The surrounding trees and rocks would be cleared away in an instant. In just a moment, the Lingxian Hall rose from the ground, complete with all necessary facilities. Now, this looks like a villain. What kind of miserable life was that before? Was he reduced to begging? Moreover, if the villain doesn't have some strength, how can it highlight the greatness of young Master Cheng? Come out. Yi Qinghan could hear Su Cheng's thoughts even while in the room. But the moment she truly saw it, she felt a mix of emotions. Her master was indeed wise. Yi Qinghan felt a bit guilty. Had she really judged him too harshly? It was my oversight as your master. I didn't realize your needs. There are many rooms here. Choose whichever one you like to stay in. After Su Cheng finished speaking, he led Yi Qinghan inside. The magnificent and grand halls resembled a heavenly palace, filled with rich spiritual energy. Su Cheng naturally chose the main hall, and Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say anything against it. Her master should indeed stay in the largest room. Yi Qinghan chose the room next to her master's, wanting to stay close to him as a disciple. After tidying up her room, Yi Qinghan went to the Lingxian Hall to perform the apprenticeship ceremony. She was already the eldest disciple. She just needed to go through the motions. However, she didn't expect to be startled by a reprimand as soon as she knelt down. "Qinghan, where's your Ling Shuang sword?" Su Cheng's tone was icy, and his eyes became frightening. Yi Qinghan froze, looking at her master's expression, feeling somewhat afraid. Perhaps it was because she had been kneeling for too long. Her legs began to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Yi Qinghan like this, Su Cheng's heart softened. "I'm not angry. But Qinghan, remember this. The Ling Shuang sword must never leave your side, nor can it be placed in a storage ring. If an innate treasure is lost, this world." Yi Qinghan quickly admitted her mistake, expressing, "The disciple will remember the master's teachings." She understood that this sword was more important than her own life. If the world knew about the existence of an innate treasure, one could imagine what would happen. The three realms would probably go crazy over it. She hurriedly got up and ran back to her room to retrieve the Ling Shuang sword, secretly vowing that from now on, she would never part with it. Fortunately, her master did not pursue the matter further. Yi Qinghan tied the Ling Shuang sword to her waist and then served tea to her master, performing the apprenticeship ceremony. There was no one to preside over the ceremony, nor anyone to witness it, but Yi Qinghan didn't care. She knelt down properly to pay her respects. Although it seemed a bit shabby, Yi Qinghan still felt it was an indispensable part of the process. Paying homage to the master should be done this way. It was the rule. Regardless of whether her master cared, as a disciple, she should not act out of line. The apprenticeship was just the first step. If she wanted to avenge her mother, she could not do without this master. "I can't even protect myself, yet I shamelessly take on a disciple." Gently taking the teacup, Su Cheng sipped a little and patted Yi Qinghan's head. "I have prepared an initiation gift for you, including 6 gifts, the Ling Shuang sword included." Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the gifts on the table, momentarily stunned. "Master, the 6 gifts should be prepared by the disciple for you. The kindness you have shown me is beyond repayment. How can I? This is the rule of my Lingxian Hall." "Qinghan, just accept it," Su Cheng said, shrugging his shoulders and introducing each item to her one by one. Yi Qinghan obediently nodded. Her master's words were like a decree, and she would just obey. "This is a water-sleeve glass skirt, representing the jade pendant of Lingxian Hall, along with your Ling Shuang sword. These 3 correspond to binding the body, binding the heart, and binding emotions. Her fate is special. Although the Ling Shuang sword suppresses her innate charm, she still needs to store some vital means of saving her life in the jade pendant for critical moments. The one against the wall is a sword box I prepared for you. Don't you want to become a sword immortal? You'll need this sooner or later. Take it back and study it slowly." Yi Qinghan looked at the distant sword box with an incredulous expression. This sword box was exquisitely crafted, surrounded by the rhythm of the Tao and spiritual energy, making it a treasure starting at the immortal level. Yi Qinghan felt that with ease. She was just a step away from establishing her own sect, only needing a defensive formation to protect it. What sect could produce so many immortal-level treasures? Now, Looking at the jade pendant and the water sleeve glass skirt, she suspected they were probably not ordinary items either. And here are the bracelets I prepared for you. As for how to use them, take them back and study them yourself. Finally, this is a precious spiritual herb I obtained by chance. Even if you're left with just a breath, consuming this will restore you to your prime. Cheng packed the 999 miscellaneous spiritual items given by the system into a small bottle and handed it to Han. It's getting late. Rest well tomorrow. I will teach you the Ling Shuang sword technique and cultivation methods. At this moment, Han wore a dazed expression. To be honest, no one had ever treated her so well. Even when others were nice to her, it was merely for her body or talent. But Cheng asked for nothing from her, yet cared for her in every way. He clearly wanted to keep a low profile, avoiding worldly affairs, yet because of her, he had to provoke Cheng Liang. He clearly liked a life of simplicity, yet because of her careless words, he ended up creating an immortal palace. It should have been she who presented the 6 gifts to her master, yet her master instead gave her 6 gifts as initiation gifts. What is wrong? Why are you crying? Do you need something else? Hearing Cheng's words, Han realized tears were slipping down her cheeks. No one has ever treated this disciple so well. This little pitiful thing is nothing but a 16-year-old child. Cheng gently rubbed Han's head with a look of indulgence, wiping away her tears. Go rest now. Han nodded, accepting the 6 gifts before returning to her room, which was really just next door. How could Han sleep? She took out all 6 gifts and laid them on the bed. If only she had a phone, she would definitely take a picture and post it online. Her delicate hands gently rested on the water sleeve glass skirt, feeling its exquisite texture and sighing in her heart that it was indeed a gift from her master. She was reluctant to wear this skirt. After changing into the new skirt and looking in the mirror, she found it quite loose when she wore it. Yet surprisingly figure-hugging once on, it felt tailor-made for her. Fit couldn't even begin to describe it. How exquisitely crafted. What is an immortal grade item? At this moment, it couldn't even catch Han's eye. Wearing the new skirt, Han began to fiddle with the jade pendant and discovered that it had the same function as a storage ring, containing the heavenly materials and earthly treasures her master had prepared for her cultivation. Next was the sword box, which was quite large. Han sat on the bed and clamped it with her legs. Despite her efforts, she couldn't open it. After a long time, she finally figured out that this sword box was activated by immortal magic, just like the Ling Shuang sword, and could not be opened by external force. The sword box slowly opened, revealing 10 or so immortal swords, the kind Han had once dreamed of, now quietly lying inside, merely as gifts. With Han's current cultivation level at the 9th level of Qi training, she could at most activate 4 flying swords simultaneously, and if they were immortal swords, 2 would likely be the limit. In addition, Han noticed that neither the Ling Shuang sword nor the sword box could be placed in her storage space. It wasn't that her master forbade it, but rather that they simply couldn't fit, not even the jade pendant gifted by her master. Thinking that she wouldn't need it for a while, she decided to leave it at home, as carrying such a large sword box would be troublesome. Unexpectedly, the sword box seemed to sense Han's thoughts and instantly shrank to the size of a matchbox. Han squinted her fox-like eyes, surprised that this thing was quite considerate, and simply tugged at her collar to tuck the sword box into her chest. Although her master hadn't specifically instructed her about the sword box, Han felt that it was likely a treasure that couldn't be separated from her. Why does it feel like raising a daughter? Even sleeping requires reminders. Go to sleep. Just as Cheng was about to take a bath, he noticed that the light in Han's room was still on and gently knocked twice on the window. Han was startled. She hadn't heard her master's voice for a while and thought her master had fallen asleep. Yes, Han will sleep now. Han quickly turned off the light and lay in bed, feeling very excited. Not at all reassuring. I might end up dying at her hands one day. Listening to her master's words about raising a daughter and being a source of worry, Han felt inexplicably warm inside. Among the people she had known before, few had treated her poorly, but it was different with Cheng. Han couldn't quite express it, but felt that this feeling brought her great peace of mind. Initially, she had thought about deceiving the lonely elderly for treasures and leaving after that, but now she felt she truly deserved to die. Meeting her master was the greatest opportunity of her life, and she was fortunate not to have given up halfway and to have chosen her master. Speaking of which, what was her master doing out so late? Her master had slept the whole day. Surely she wouldn't be tired now. So what could she be doing at this hour? Curious, Yi Qinghan wanted to sneak a peek. By the time she thought this, her hand was already on the door. Stealthily exiting her room, she noticed that her master's room was still lit, indicating she hadn't gone far. After searching the courtyard for a while, she heard her master's voice outside another grand hall. Ah, so refreshing. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. What? Refreshing? Afraid of being discovered, she didn't dare to get too close. Although her master had no cultivation, there was no telling what treasures or means she might have to discover her presence. Who cares about the noble class and their affairs? Yi Qinghan was stunned. Was her master singing? With such lofty ambitions, her master truly was extraordinary. But why was her master so happy? What was so refreshing and delightful? Yi Qinghan tiptoed inside, feeling that the air was somewhat humid, but she could clearly sense that the spiritual energy here was denser than in other parts of the Lingxian Hall. The vastness of the world, love knows no bounds, only for her to hold the world in her hands. Huh? For whom? For me? Master. There was no need to go to such lengths for Qinghan. Chapter 4. Bestowing immortal arts through the mist on the window, Yi Qinghan saw something incredible. Incredible. At that moment, Su Cheng was sitting by the pool, his body submerged in the water, with his back to the door, revealing his sturdy arms. Just from that silhouette, Yi Qinghan felt her head was about to smoke. Her face turned red to the roots of her neck, her earlobes felt hot, and her heart raced wildly. Her master was bathing. Hee, should I prepare some clean clothes for Qinghan? Although there are some spiritual fruits behind the Lingxian Hall, one still needs to eat. And I wonder if she likes my cooking. This seed of innate supreme spiritual root, I might as well give it to her. Without cultivation, it won't grow anyway. I wonder if she would be willing to trade the Ling Shuang sword for the Shattering God Spear or the Chaos Bell. I don't want to. I want the Ling Shuang sword. She certainly knew that the treasures her master offered in exchange were extraordinary, but she just liked the Ling Shuang sword. For Yi Qinghan, who dreamed of becoming a sword immortal, the Ling Shuang sword was the best gift, bar none. Yi Qinghan peered through the crack in the door, secretly looking inside. Her master's back was so handsome. She felt that besides wanting her master's treasures, she also wanted her master at this moment. Wow, her master's figure was too unfair. I stole the woman that Cheng Liang had his eyes on. He definitely won't let me off easily. I just hope that he can let Qinghan go when the time comes. Yi Qinghan had long felt something was off. Why was her master so afraid of that Cheng Liang? Wasn't Cheng Liang from the same sect as her master? By seniority, her master was actually Cheng Liang's senior brother. After listening for a while, Yi Qinghan decided to go back. Otherwise, if her master found out, such behavior could easily get her expelled from the sect. The next day, Yi Qinghan couldn't sleep well and got up late, only waking up around noon. Oh no! Her master said she would teach her the Ling Shuang sword technique. And yet she had slept until noon. Yi Qinghan hurriedly got dressed, took the Ling Shuang sword, and went out, searching all over the Ling Shuang hall, but couldn't find her master. Oh no! She had already upset her master on the first day. Yi Qinghan was anxious. If her master was displeased and thought she was slacking off, would she be unwilling to teach her the techniques and sword arts? It was better to admit her mistake early. After searching for a while without finding her, she just went to the main hall to kneel, hoping her master would forgive her after seeing her sincere attitude. Just as she knelt for a short while, she heard her master calling from outside. Qinghan, get up. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to respond and just knelt there obediently. Qinghan? Hey, get up quickly and help your master. As Yi Qinghan pondered, she heard her master knocking on her door. Thud, thud, thud. Hey, did I take too long buying groceries and my eldest disciple got lost? Su Cheng scratched his head, looking for Yi Qinghan near her room. Soon, he found Yi Qinghan, who was tearfully kneeling on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Master woo woo woo. Yi Qinghan suddenly threw herself into Su Cheng's arms. To be honest, Yi Qinghan was genuinely scared this time. She had never been so afraid of losing someone before. This was the first time. With her fox-like head buried in Su Cheng's embrace, she rubbed against him, wishing she could burrow into his belly. Su Cheng, watching this scene, was also puzzled. Who bullied you? Tell your master. Is it Cheng Liang? That doesn't seem likely. Besides myself and Qing Han, who has the jade pendant, anyone else wanting to enter the Lingxian Hall would definitely have to exert some effort. So what happened? Did you have a nightmare? No. Was it Cheng Liang who brought people here? Yi Qing Han, nestled in Su Cheng's arms, shook her little head like a rattle. Then what is it? Su Cheng was confused. Why was his precious baby crying after waking up? Qing Han woke up late and thought Master didn't want her anymore. Woo woo woo. Yi Qing Han didn't even know why she felt this way. But in the current situation, it seemed she should act like this, purely instinctive. Yi Qing Han didn't understand. She had always been alone, never relying on anyone. Ever since escaping the northern region, she vowed to wash the northern territories in blood, making those human and demon races pay the price, and had never had friends or companions, always on her own. But today, she acted like a little fox, whining to her newly accepted master. It seemed she wanted to vent all the grievances she had accumulated over the years on Su Cheng, holding on to him tightly for a long time. Perhaps it was the first time in a long while that she had her own room again. Or perhaps it was the first time in a long while that she met someone she could trust. Her tears were uncontrollable, and Yi Qing Han seemed to understand why. Because she could hear the voice of Su Cheng, this tenderness and kindness was no longer difficult to understand. Granting Yi Qing Han someone she could trust, and a place she could consider returning to. Before this, all Yi Qing Han had were the ruins of her home and her mother, who was long gone. Su Cheng did not understand this sentiment, and even doubted if he had somehow given her the wrong impression. Look, how come my Qing Han, who is feeling wronged, not want you? This precious darling, who wouldn't like her? Good, come help your master, and I will cook for you. Like a groundhog peeking out, Yi Qing Han poked her fox head out from her master's embrace, looking adorably silly. Master can cook? Su Cheng had always been alone and could only prepare simple meals. He went to buy groceries early in the morning when he saw that you were still asleep, and the fresh produce would be picked over if you went late. Su Cheng pointed to the basket of vegetables at the door, which contained some vegetables and meat. Following her master into the kitchen, Yi Qing Han was surprised to find there was actually a kitchen in this celestial palace. Can you wash vegetables? Su Cheng looked at Yi Qing Han, who was standing at the door with a silly expression, and sighed. Forget it. You can wait outside for a bit. I can. Yi Qing Han, seeing her master treat her like a fool, hurriedly ran up to help, as this little task was not difficult for her. Helping to wash the vegetables and cutting them according to her master's instructions, Yi Qing Han found it quite simple and not challenging at all. However, when it came to stir-frying, only her master could do that. Yi Qing Han had never done such a thing and naturally didn't know how. Watching her master busily moving around the stove, she felt completely out of place and had no opportunity to show off. Her master's serious demeanor was very handsome. Since last night, the image of her master leaning by the pool had lingered in her mind, and whenever she closed her eyes, her master would appear in her thoughts. If it weren't for that, Yi Qing Han wouldn't have slept until noon. At this moment, she felt that her master was more like the natural charmer. Qing Han, take this out carefully, it's hot. Su Cheng placed the stir-fried dishes on the nearby table, and then returned to continue his work. Okay, in no time, there were 4 dishes and a soup, and Su Cheng also steamed some rice. Yi Qing Han had already prepared the bowls and chopsticks, standing by the table waiting for her master. Although there were only 2 people, the proper etiquette still had to be observed. Sit down and choose what you like to eat. Yi Qing Han was not a picky person. She didn't have a habit of eating lavishly during her usual training, and her diet was quite light. However, her master's cooking was really good. While it wasn't extraordinarily delicious, it was quite nice. After devouring 2 bowls of rice like a whirlwind, Yi Qing Han finally started to savor her food slowly. Master, I heard that a secret realm will open in a month. For ordinary people or sects, this secret realm was a tremendous opportunity, rumored to contain heavenly-level techniques and treasures. However, correspondingly, the degree of danger was also extraordinary. And this time, the secret realm would only allow cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and below to enter. Do you want to go? Su Cheng had no particular interest in such matters and had never paid attention to them. Yi Qing Han nodded. It wasn't just for the techniques or treasures. After cultivating for so long, she also needed to test her strength. They often said he was a genius, but how strong could a genius really be? This is the Ling Frost sword technique, and cultivation method. Take it and study it yourself. As Su Cheng spoke, he tossed two tattered-looking items onto the table and then began to clean up the bowls and chopsticks before leaving. Yi Qinghan picked up the cultivation technique her master had given her in a daze, intending to take a look, but unexpectedly, the technique transformed into flowing light in an instant, shooting into her forehead like a bullet. In an instant, all the techniques were in her mind, and Yi Qinghan was stunned. Is there such a miraculous cultivation technique? Yi Qinghan put down her bowls and chopsticks and sat under a tree, circulating the technique for a full cycle. Wonderful. So wonderful. What nonsense heavenly level techniques. If heavenly level techniques could be half as powerful as this, I would eat the Ling Frost Sword. Just after circulating it for one cycle, although her realm did not change, she could feel her strength had more than doubled. If she were to use this technique as a standard for foundation establishment, Yi Qinghan felt she could take on 10 opponents of a higher level. However, Yi Qinghan also realized a problem. Since her master had such a good technique, why didn't he cultivate it himself? Su Cheng, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, was equally speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate. This technique was bound to Yi Qinghan, and Su Cheng simply couldn't use it. Yi Qinghan slowly stood up, feeling refreshed, and prepared to look at the sword technique, but before she could even touch it, the sword technique also transformed into flowing light and dissipated. Wonderful. So wonderful. I have nothing to repay you with. And, at this moment, I just want to offer myself. Yi Qinghan was becoming more and more curious about her seemingly timid master. Just how many treasures did he hide? On the other side, Su Cheng looked at the system prompt and felt quite pleased. System prompt. The eldest disciple Yi Qinghan comprehends the Ling Frost Sword technique. The host is rewarded with the Ling Frost Sword technique perfected. In an instant, Su Cheng felt invincible. However, he still couldn't cultivate. He was still an ordinary person, just with a few more skills. Yi Qinghan was no longer in a hurry to cultivate. She finished cleaning the bowls and quickly rushed into the kitchen. Master, master, let me wash. Yi Qinghan snatched the plate from Su Cheng's hands, eager to help. How could she endure such a good technique? Is there something you don't understand? Or is there something you want? No, this is what a disciple should do. I was just immersed in the technique you gave me and couldn't come to my senses for a long time, which was disrespectful. Silly child. There is no such thing as disrespect. Where do all these rules come from? For some reason, Su Cheng felt that Yi Qinghan was not as the system described. Instead, she was understanding enough to make one feel a pang of pity. All right, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me. But master, don't you have no cultivation? How can you guide Qinghan? It's just the Ling Frost Sword technique. I can still give you some pointers. Haha, although I have no cultivation, I fear that now I could split the heavens with a single sword. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up at that moment, realizing that her master was just pretending. She understood. This was called playing the pig to eat the tiger. This was how it should be. Her master should be like this. In the following week, Yi Qinghan was in closed-door cultivation, circulating the technique to consolidate her foundation. When she finally emerged, even her demeanor was greatly different. Disciple pays respects to master. Go soak in the spirit pool. It can remove impurities from your body and consolidate your foundation. Come back to find me after you're done. Can I too? Yi Qinghan asked in confusion, tilting her head as if she had heard something unbelievable. Yi Qinghan thought that it was exclusive to her master. Although she hadn't reached the state of being free from worldly dust, as a fox demon, she was naturally clean and knew how to use purification techniques. Huh? What do you mean? Su Cheng was also taken aback. What was this question? Isn't it exclusive to the master? The disciple has seen the master. Never mind. You are my direct disciple. There's no place in the Lingxian palace that you cannot go. Am I being too stern with her? That shouldn't be the case. Why does she have such an idea? Thank you, master. Hurry up and go. Later, I need to test your studies. Chapter 5. Transmitting the sword technique in the Ling Pool Hall. Yi Qinghan was changing clothes in the partition when she suddenly discovered many new skirts. Were these prepared for her by her master? It seemed that in the Lingxian palace, there was no one else who could wear skirts. Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry to try them on. She planned to listen to her master and soak first. She didn't know if it was really as enjoyable as her master said. But when she stood by the pool, Yi Qinghan became quite anxious. This pool was not filled with water. It was spirit liquid. No wonder the entire Ling Pool Hall was so rich in spiritual energy. In other sects, this spirit liquid would require significant contributions to the sect to be rewarded with a small bottle. But here with her master, it was not meant for drinking at all. As a royal fox demon, Yi Qinghan felt she had seen the world, but in front of her master, she felt like a country bumpkin. Using spiritual liquid for a bath, Yi Qinghan didn't know what posture would allow her to have such a dream. No wonder her master said it could remove impurities from the body. She was curious at the time, thinking it was just a bath. How could it be so magical? But now, Yi Qinghan believed it and even wanted to cultivate while soaking in it. With her long legs, which were longer than Su Cheng's life, she lightly touched the pool water to test the temperature, which was just right. Then, Yi Qinghan sank into the water, unable to help but let out a fox-like cry. Ah, so refreshing. She could feel her body wrapped in the spiritual liquid, impurities being stripped away from her skin, as if both her body and mind were purified. Yi Qinghan thought that even a true immortal would not enjoy such treatment. Somehow, perhaps it was too comfortable. Yi Qinghan fell asleep shortly after. In the afternoon, Qinghan, are you in there? Su Cheng gently knocked on the door, waking the sleeping Yi Qinghan. Su Cheng stood in front of the spirit pool hall, pacing back and forth, feeling anxious. Qinghan hasn't built her foundation yet. Could it be that she can adapt to the spiritual liquid and has fainted? Su Cheng shook his head, thinking it shouldn't be the case. It's been a whole day. Why hasn't she come out yet? But I can't go in to check. I would definitely be seen as a beast by the master. Right? Yi Qinghan listened dazedly and finally reacted. Hey, master, I'm fine. Yi Qinghan smirked, thinking her master didn't expect to be so timid. Daring to change the fated destiny, but not daring to look at her? It's good that you're fine. I was worried sick seeing you soak for a whole day and afraid something might happen to you. After changing into a new dress, Yi Qinghan ran to the main hall to see her master. When she reached the main hall entrance, she noticed a wooden dummy under the tree in the courtyard. In no time, Yi Qinghan stood in front of the main hall, smoothing her dress, arranging her long hair, adjusting her expression, and tidying up her appearance before entering the hall. Su Cheng watched Yi Qinghan enter with a cheerful smile and naturally noticed she was wearing a new dress, thinking she was happy because of it. In reality, Yi Qinghan was pleased because she felt she had become several times stronger. These clothes are almost emptying the small treasury. But fortunately, Qinghan seems to like them very much. Yi Qinghan had been curious for quite some time. Was her master really short on money? They were using spiritual liquid for a bath. How could there be a shortage of money? Selling a bit of spiritual liquid would be worth a lot, right? Qinghan, how's your cultivation going? The sword techniques and methods taught by her master were very profound, and the disciple was dull, only able to try her best to comprehend. There's no need to rush for results. Just take it step by step. I have made a dummy for you to train and challenge yourself. At these words, Yi Qinghan felt a bit flustered, secretly cursing herself for being so careless. Is the one under the tree what the master meant? Yi Qinghan asked awkwardly, scratching her fox head and fidgeting with her hands. That's right, this dummy has the strength of the golden core stage, balanced in offense and defense, specially made for you. Seeing Yi Qinghan appeared somewhat unfazed, Su Cheng found it strange. Normally, Yi Qinghan should be very focused on cultivation. After all, she was single-mindedly seeking revenge for her mother, willing to use any means to become stronger. Could it be that she was afraid the dummy was too strong? But for your safety, I will make some adjustments to that dummy later. You can treat it as an opponent without worrying about getting hurt. Only then did Yi Qinghan realize that it was originally for training. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, feeling regretful. Master, I seem to have broken it. Huh? Su Cheng thought that thing had the strength of the golden core stage. It should be very sturdy. Yi Qinghan spoke truthfully. I just came out of the spirit pool hall and saw that dummy. It looked quite solid, so. Su Cheng followed Yi Qinghan to the courtyard, only to find there was no trace of the dummy under the tree. It had been completely smashed to pieces. Su Cheng looked at the pieces of the dummy he had exchanged for with 400 system points, and then at the aggrieved Yi Qinghan beside him. Unable to utter a word for a long time. He had originally thought, since Qinghan only had Qi refining stage cultivation, It would be more appropriate to adjust the golden core stage dummy strength to the foundation establishment stage. Who knew Yi Qinghan was so outrageous, casually breaking the 400 system point treasure just by taking a bath? Master, please don't be angry. I really didn't mean to. I didn't expect that dummy to be so fragile, like it was made of paper, and it shattered with one strike. Yi Qinghan clung to Su Cheng's arm, feeling wronged. If she had known it was specially made by her master, she would have cherished it more. No worries. Next time, I will make a celestial realm one for you to play with. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. There was such an operation? Really? She blinked her enchanting fox eyes, looking at Su Cheng as if she were acting cute. Don't look at me like that. Who can resist? I will do my best. Hee. Yi Qinghan also started to become bold. As long as she acted cute, she didn't even need to read his mind. Her master's thoughts were all written on his face. Master, during these days of comprehending the sword techniques, I have encountered many problems. If you're not busy, could you guide me a bit? Yi Qinghan leaned in Su Cheng's embrace, tilting her little head as if she were begging. Su Cheng couldn't resist her beautiful eyes and couldn't say no. Let me take a look. Thank you, Master, Yi Qinghan said, leading her master to sit down beside her before standing in the center of the courtyard. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's aura changed dramatically, her gaze sharp and resembling a sword. This was the frost sword intent. Frost, come out. In an instant, the sword hanging at her waist seemed to be summoned. As the white jade blade was drawn from its sheath, the temperature in the air plummeted. Su Cheng felt extremely frustrated. This was completely different from the sword techniques he had seen before. The techniques he had seen were all downward slashes and upward thrusts, or deflecting and counterattacking. Why was it that when it came to Yi Qinghan, it was a big move right from the start? However, fortunately, the system had given Su Cheng a reward for accepting disciples, and as Yi Qinghan comprehended the frost sword technique, Su Cheng also learned it in an instant. After watching for a while, Su Cheng noticed that Yi Qinghan was comprehending it quite well, much better than himself. Isn't this good? Other than being a bit unpolished in the movements, there's no problem at all. Why do I need to point anything out? Where's the problem? If you can't even see this, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What do you think the problem is? Su Cheng feigned seriousness, trying to pry for information. But Yi Qinghan had heard through his little scheme and mischievously wanted to tease her master further. Qinghan is foolish. I hope master can point out one or two things. Huh, you are much smarter than me. I spent a month studying the sword technique just to learn the thrust and downward slash. Got it. Do it again. Su Cheng took a stance, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Yi Qinghan performed the frost sword technique again, although the moves were fierce. They consumed a lot of her energy. Even with her outstanding talent, Yi Qinghan was slightly out of breath. Now do you understand? Yi Qinghan was taken aback. Had her master discovered a problem? Hadn't he just said she was comprehending it well? Great, wasn't this like digging her own grave? Seeing Yi Qinghan speechless, Su Cheng began to explain. Look at how you're panting. If your enemy isn't dead yet, can you do another set? Yi Qinghan suddenly understood and looked surprised. Master, you set me up. How clever I am. Your master will always be your master. The disciple understands. Thank you, master. Su Cheng slowly stood up. After all, she was his disciple, and he couldn't keep holding on. Qinghan, let me demonstrate it for you again. Watch closely. As he spoke, Su Cheng picked up a branch nearby, held in his hand, and took a deep breath. Frost sword formation. With a loud shout, the world changed color. Golden light transformed into a sword formation enveloping the heavens while sealing the space, and even time seemed to be pressed on the pause button. Part the clouds. The branch in his hand became like a sharp sword, splitting the heavens with one strike, directly reaching the sky. In an instant, the sky was split in two, leaving Yi Qinghan utterly dumbfounded. I will pass on a unique skill to you, which is not the frost sword technique. This move will only be demonstrated once. So pay close attention. Observe the refined man, standing with his hands behind his back, as a single sword can turn the heavens and the earth upside down. With such strength, how could one not avenge their mother? If it was a guess back then, she is now certain that encountering her master has likely exhausted her fortune for the next life. Holding a branch can reverse the heavens. If equipped with a congenital treasure, there would be no rivals in the world. With such a powerful master, Yi Qinghan no longer worries about avenging her shame. Yi Qinghan's opinion of her master has also changed. With her master's affection and immense strength, the day of revenge is not far off. Thank you, master. The frost sword formation was already difficult to comprehend, and now her master is going to personally pass on a unique skill. Yi Qinghan feels that if she can learn even 1/10 or 1/12 of it, avenging her would be easy. Yi Qinghan no longer dares to sit. She kneels and watches with her eyes wide open. This is something only a personal disciple can enjoy. The meaning from her master is clear. Demonstrating it just once is a test of how much she can comprehend. As Su Cheng, the sword intent disappears. The sword techniques provided by the system are merely additional skills for Su Cheng, who lacks cultivation. Only this move is Su Cheng's unique skill, capable of slaying immortals and gods, and it is not impossible. Su Cheng stands lightly, slowly stabilizing, like a sharp sword with a branch at his side. Watch closely. Yi Qinghan rubs her eyes and concentrates. Okay. To be honest, Yi Qinghan didn't see clearly at all. As soon as Su Cheng finished speaking, he had completed the demonstration. Is that it? Yi Qinghan is stunned. Apart from her master suddenly moving from the left to the right, she didn't understand anything else. That's right. This move was also learned secretly by her master, called plucking snow. If she can seize the opportunity, even a mortal can use this move to slay gods. So powerful? Yi Qinghan doesn't understand at all. She clearly didn't blink. Can master slow down a bit? The disciple didn't see clearly. Yi Qinghan is a bit unwilling. What is this? She was watching very seriously. She was even kneeling to watch. The previous frost sword formation and the cloud dispelling technique were understandable. Yi Qinghan knows her master is not teasing her, but she really didn't understand. If you catch this branch, I will demonstrate it for you again. How about that? Yi Qinghan nods, and then Su Cheng throws the branch to her. Silly girl. Yi Qinghan rushes to catch it, while Su Cheng turns back to the main hall, changing clothes to prepare dinner. Yi Qinghan catches the branch and just wants to speak when the branch turns to sand and dust and dissipates. Great. I got played by the master again. If I had known, I shouldn't have caught the branch. I should have gone to cling to my master. He would definitely soften his heart. Yi Qinghan feels that she is getting better at understanding her master's thoughts, but she is still not very skilled in operation. However, the disciple will work hard. When the time comes, master's mine. The immortal hall is mine. All of master's treasures are mine. Qinghan, come help. Coming, master. Qinghan wants to eat meat. Yi Qinghan puts away her mischievous smile and hops joyfully to the kitchen hall. Okay, master will make it for you. At this time, in the heavenly Tao pavilion, Cheng Liang is reprimanding the elder's sent to find Yi Qinghan. What? Didn't find her? The elder looks helpless. There is simply no one in that house. Chapter 6. The senior disciple outside the immortal hall. It's impossible. His sect is right there. If he lost his sect, would he take Yi Chunming to beg for food? The elder looks puzzled. Cheng Liang's words make sense. That broken house. I searched 3 times with my people. That Su Cheng took everything away. Even the pots and pans he must have moved. Cheng Liang slams the table heavily, angrily scolding. A bunch of useless people. So many of you can't keep an eye on a worthless person without cultivation. This time, bring more people and search the surrounding area for me. Yes. The next day, Su Cheng goes out to buy groceries as usual, but this time, Yi Qinghan follows him. Compared to the cool attire of the Lingxian Hall, Yi Qinghan changed into a slightly more conservative dress, supposedly to fit her master's low-key setting. In reality, Yi Qinghan just didn't want outsiders to benefit. That was her master's special treatment. Master Su, is this your daughter? So beautiful. The aunt selling vegetables nearby couldn't help but speak up upon seeing Su Cheng. Aunt, am I that old? This is my disciple. Su Cheng answers while glancing back at Yi Qinghan, seemingly asking if she also thinks he is old. Yi Qinghan giggles on the side, not speaking or arguing. She actually quite likes this interesting master. I haven't been able to pick vegetable leaves lately. I've been willing to buy meat. The butcher Old Wang even said you got married. That old fool, spreading nonsense. I won't buy meat from his place anymore. Qinghan, how about next time I come myself? Such places are filled with foul language. It's not beneficial for your cultivation. Yi Qinghan didn't expect her master's previous poverty was truly begging. But upon hearing the words about marriage, her little face turned red. Would master be willing to marry her? Master, it's fine. If I remain under your protection, how can I grow? I wish you could be this clever elsewhere. You clearly just want to see me make a fool of myself. What is the girl's name? She's really pretty. Who would have thought this kid, Cheng, is so lucky? The aunt rests her chin on her hand, looking very satisfied, as if she were observing a daughter-in-law about to come home. Aunt, my name is Yi Qinghan. Encountering Master is the greatest blessing of my life. Yi Qinghan responds casually. Cheng, what did you threaten her with? Or did you deceive her? No. Can I take a disciple? What do you teach her? If you had any ability, would you still come here every day to pick vegetable leaves? Cheng is left speechless. He really is that kind of person. It was Yi Qinghan who ruined his image. Originally, he was harmless. Although he had no dignity, at least he preserved his life, right? Aunt, you misunderstood. Qinghan was not threatened or deceived. It was Qinghan who knelt for a day on Ling Mountain before Master agreed to accept her as a disciple. Upon hearing this, the aunt becomes even angrier. Such a beautiful child. You made her kneel for a day. Don't you have any shame? Not Qinghan. You should say less. My dear Qinghan, please don't cause more trouble. Yi Qinghan, upon hearing this, becomes even more energetic. Hey aunt, Master is really good to Qinghan. He even feeds me from time to time. The aunt has already reached for the stick behind her. He mistreats you, right? He only feeds you occasionally? Come on, Qinghan. Aunt will take you to report this. Qinghan, I will eventually die at your hands. Yi Qinghan laughs, so much her flower-like branches shake. Aunt, ordinary officials and soldiers can't catch Master. They can catch him. Cheng hurriedly explains from the side. Ah, why catch me? Aunt, anyway, Master is actually very powerful. Otherwise, how could Qinghan have become his disciple? How powerful? Very powerful. Qinghan admires Master greatly. Yi Qinghan blinks her big eyes, speaking as if it were true. The aunt squints her eyes and sizes up Cheng. He is not small in stature, but it's hard to see what abilities he has. Qinghan, let us go eat at a restaurant. Let's not chat with her anymore, okay? Really? Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkle. She seems very interested in going to a restaurant. Aunt, Qinghan will chat with you next time. Master wants to take Qinghan to a restaurant. The aunt smiles and waves her hand. But when her gaze sweeps to Cheng, her expression changes. The two-haven tea walked far before someone calls out to Yi Qinghan. Chenming girl? Yi Qinghan hears it and pretends not to hear, thinking it's just a dog barking. Master named her Qinghan. How could you call her Chenming? Are you looking for trouble? Cheng, on the other hand, turns back to size up the person. Master Su, nice to meet you. The visitor was none other than the second elder of the Tiandao Pavilion, Lu Cheng. Elder Lu, are you looking for my disciple for something? Yes. The sect leader has important matters for me to convey to Miss Chenming. Lu Cheng cupped his hands in greeting. If it weren't for the crowd, he wouldn't have bothered to give this waste of space any face. Cheng curled his lips. Qinghan, he's looking for you. My master isn't looking for me. He's looking for Miss Chenming. I don't know any young lady with the surname Chen. Miss, are you joking? Yi Qinghan also realized that this second elder didn't understand plain speech, so she had to communicate with him in a more straightforward manner. I'm not joking with you. My name is Yi Qinghan. This is the name given to me by my master. Do you understand? If you want to find Miss Chen, then go aside and look for her. I don't know her. Cheng was also startled by Yi Qinghan's little outburst, feeling that her tiger teeth were about to show. Suddenly, he recalled that this girl was Yi Yanwang, and before taking revenge and letting go of her hatred. The only difference between her and the villain was that she was still somewhat polite to her master. Qinghan, doesn't the second elder know this? Calm down. What second elder? I've given him too much face. Master, don't stop me. If I don't hit him today, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Similarly, this outburst left Lu Cheng speechless. No matter how he thought about it, how could this Miss Chenming, who had only been with Cheng for a few days, seem like a completely different person? But Lu Cheng had no choice. This was the woman favored by the sect leader. What could he do? Miss Qinghan, I was rude. Yi Qinghan completely ignored him, carefully listening to her master's thoughts, fearing that her master would be unhappy if others called her Chenming. Do you have something to say to Qinghan? Just say it now. The second elder was also confused. Could this really be said in front of Cheng? It's just that the thief's heart is still alive. I guessed it long ago. If Qinghan wants to leave, the 6 gifts can be considered as a parting gift. with the 6 gifts, even beside Cheng Liang. She should be able to have a different ending, right? To be honest, Yi Qinghan was starting to find it hard to listen, although she originally thought this way. Now, plans had changed, and she wanted this master too. Avoiding? Su Cheng was about to turn around when Yi Qinghan grabbed him. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan thought, "Are you trying to sow discord between us? Kid, you're pretty dark. Master doesn't need to avoid. Lu Cheng, right? Go back and tell Cheng Liang that Miss Chun is dead, and let him give up on that. Since Qinghan has chosen her master, even if her master dies, Qinghan will accompany him in death." This guy just looked at me. How does this sound like he is talking to me? Su Cheng turned his head, surprised by Yi Qinghan's determination. According to reason, she should have already gotten what she wanted, right? Qinghan, I truly did not misjudge you, don't worry. Entering the Lingxian Hall. Although I embarrass myself a bit, I guarantee that once you enter the Lingxian Hall, I won't let you lose to anyone. Even if I have to use heavenly materials and earth treasures, I will raise you to become an emperor who can't lose to anyone. Yi Qinghan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If her master really got led astray by this guy, it would be bad. Luckily, she reacted quickly and was resolute. While others are tamers of beasts, I tame my master. Before she could celebrate too soon, Cheng Liang's eldest disciple arrived, with a villainous entrance that even Su Cheng didn't want to comment on. She had long heard that the sect leader was fond of the fox spirit outside. Unexpectedly, it really was a fox spirit. A tall woman pushed past the second elder, looking like a master, and just stared at Yi Qinghan. Miss Chunming. Slap. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Qinghan stepped forward and slapped her. I just said it. Are you deaf? My name is Yi Qinghan. You. The girl seemed a bit unable to believe that Yi Qinghan dared to hit her. Slap. Another slap. I'll say it again. My name is Yi Qinghan. Not whatever you think. Hey. Qinghan, this is the sect leader's eldest disciple. Shengguanrou. Su Cheng hurriedly pulled Yi Qinghan behind him, fearing that this girl would get into a fight with the sect leader's eldest disciple. Su Cheng, your disciple actually dared to hit me? Damn. Although Yi Qinghan was being pulled by Su Cheng, she wasn't held back by her legs. Su Cheng missed his grip, and the eldest disciple kicked her. You dare to call my master's name? Did I give you face? Cheng Liang's eldest disciple was experiencing this for the first time. She didn't even have time to dodge before being kicked down to the ground. Yi Qinghan didn't care about that anymore. She broke free from Su Cheng's grasp and was ready to fight. I'm Yi Qinghan, the eldest disciple of the Ling Shuang Hall. You still have the nerve to say anything? How dare you hit me? Let me tell you, I may be bad at reasoning, but I particularly like to hit people. What now? Yi Qinghan was fierce, while the second elder, with his nascent soul cultivation, stood by like a child, not daring to breathe. Well, this debt Cheng Liang will definitely count on me sooner or later. Good thing I have a lot of debts. He won't let me off anyway. Qinghan, use some strength. Otherwise, your master will die for nothing. Hey, Su Cheng thought Yi Qinghan wouldn't hear it, but he spoke the very words she wanted to hear. Right now, she was filled not with spiritual energy, but with a strong desire to fight. Yi Qinghan was afraid that this Shengguanrou would run away. She had always remembered that last time, Cheng Liang even dared to kick her master. This debt, Yi Qinghan would settle sooner or later. Yi Qinghan was still pondering. I haven't found you yet. You came first, huh? Why don't you keep pretending? Let us see if I one hit you. I'll kill you. Shengguanrou was furious and was about to draw her sword, but Su Cheng remained calm. As long as he didn't make a move, and as long as no one died, it was just a spar between disciples. Yi Qinghan thought, oh, you're quite arrogant. You're just a pet serving a man. Fighting? Master, is this person an idiot? Qinghan, since Miss Shengguan wants to spar, then you can accompany her. We're all sisters. Why be like this? Su Cheng smiled, and of course, he didn't think Yi Qinghan would lose. That dummy-ass corpse was still in the Lingxian Hall. Chapter 7. Is the big treasure hidden within the big treasure? Yi Qinghan thought, Master, you really don't see her as a person at all. This Shengguanrou was also someone with no self-awareness, after suffering a little loss. She felt her face couldn't hold up, clutching her sword and ready to fight. Don't you see the situation? Are you on the same level as me? Your foundation establishment and my chi refining are worlds apart. I'm using a congenital supreme treasure, an enhanced version. I practiced the Ling Shuang sword technique. Immortal grade techniques are trash in front of me. I bathe in spiritual liquid. What do you have to compare with me? With that little body, I'm afraid I'll crush you. Yi Qinghan didn't care much. It was just the right time to test the immortal sword in her sword box. Wait a minute. Let me find where I put it. Saying this, Yi Qinghan pulled open her collar, turned her back, and dove into Su Cheng's embrace, starting to rummage around. What a big treasure. How come you're still hiding a big treasure within a big treasure? Where did I put it? Yi Qinghan had a dazed expression. She clearly remembered putting it in her arms, and the jade pendant and immortal pill were there. But where was the sword box? Yi Qinghan leaned into Su Cheng's arms, right under his nose, one hand tugging at her collar and the other searching. Fox spirit, you're looking for death. As she spoke, Shengwan Ro charged with her sword. In an instant, the long sword was behind Yi Qinghan, who was already annoyed. Can't you see that I'm busy showing my treasures to my master? Her master was so captivated by what Yi Qinghan was showing that now she was causing trouble. Without even looking, Yi Qinghan sidestepped and kicked, forgetting to hold back, directly sending Shengwan Ro flying. Shengwan Ro flew back and was caught by Lu Cheng, finally catching her breath. Hey, don't act like I hit you. I didn't use any force. As Yi Qinghan spoke, she decided not to search any longer and stomped her foot on the ground. Dead sword box. Get out here. Yi Qinghan was just trying her luck, but unexpectedly, the sword box actually responded. With a whoosh, it transformed into a streak of light and flew out from Yi Qinghan's collar, enlarging in midair and crashing heavily at her feet, shattering the pavement. Yi Qinghan felt that there was no need to use a fairy sword. Wielding the sword box alone could probably crush this Shengwan Ro to death. Since the master allowed it, Qinghan would play with you for a while, but not for too long. She still had to go out to eat with the master. Just consider it a performance for the master before the meal. Yi Qinghan stomped her foot, unleashing her spiritual power, and with slightly parted lips, she chanted, "Sword, come." Why do I feel a bit handsome as I step out? With two loud bangs, it sounded like the locks were popping open from inside the sword box, which instantly unfolded, revealing a dozen different fairy swords lying inside. After all, they were fairy swords, and Yi Qinghan could only control a limited number. She saw 4 fairy swords fly out in an instant, heading straight for Shengwan Ro. At this moment, Shengwan Ro was already feeling exhilarated. She thought about breaking the flying swords and directly taking the life of this madman. But the reality proved that she was indeed overthinking it. Trying to break the fairy swords? The moment the sword in her hand touched the fairy sword, she was forced back by the overwhelming power of the fairy sword. In just an instant, Shengwan Ro regained her senses. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Yi Qinghan sitting on the sword box, tying her shoelaces, and she thought Yi Qinghan was a monster. She was at the foundation establishment stage, but this Yi Qinghan was only at the qi refining stage, and only at the 9th layer. Yet she had to use all her strength just to fend off that vixen's attack. Thinking aside, the continuously attacking flying swords didn't give her much time. While Shengwan Ro was defending, she shouted loudly, "Second Elder, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill her." The Second Elder was no fool. This was a woman favored by the sect leader. How could he kill her himself? But what do you mean, bud? Everything is up to me. Just go ahead and act. Shengwan Ro was getting anxious. After all, she was also a genius and the eldest disciple of the Tiandao Pavilion. Is the Second Elder's head filled with nonsense? Are you just watching your own people getting beaten up? Yi Qinghan glanced at Su Cheng, who just smiled and said nothing. With Cheng Liang's affection for Yi Qinghan, the Second Elder probably wouldn't dare to use lethal force. Qinghan should be safe. As long as that guy has target ISNT me. Even if Lu Cheng dares to kill, I can take him down in an instant. Su Cheng was quite confident in his skills, below the transformation stage. He should be able to take them out easily. However, the premise was that the other party didn't intend to kill him. Otherwise, without cultivation, he could only stand there and take a beating, and, as a mere mortal, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. This wasn't hard to understand. Yi Qinghan felt she was getting to know her master better. Although he was very strong, without cultivation, he was quite vulnerable and needed the protection of his eldest disciple. Yi Qinghan wasn't in a hurry. Shangwan was struggling against just 2 fairy swords. If it weren't for the master not wanting her to kill, Shangwan would have been dead long ago. So she split 2 fairy swords for Lu Cheng, while Yi Qinghan chatted with the master, keeping the 2 of them suppressed. As soon as they engaged, Lu Cheng was stunned. Sect leader? You mean this thing is at the 9th layer of qi refining? If she were at foundation establishment, Tenemi wouldn't be enough for her to kill. But at the same time, he understood why Cheng Liang wanted Yi Qinghan so much. This demoness was so powerful, she must be the target of all major sections. Yet this Yi Qinghan just happened to choose a useless person and treated him like a treasure, calling him master. Lu Cheng held a bamboo stick, a low-grade heavenly treasure. And with his nascent soul cultivation, he could barely resist. But Shangwan was clearly about to collapse. Her arms and thighs had been cut several times. Her clothes were torn, sporting a modern fashionable ripped look. Seeing this, Lu Cheng knew it wouldn't work, so he decided to unleash all his power. Yi Qinghan was also taken aback. What the heck? The master is still watching. Are you trying to make me look bad? Yi Qinghan glanced at her master, who had moved his hands from behind his back to in front of him. Clearly, he hadn't found what should have been hanging at his waist. Competing with me. Yi Qinghan, do you have that kind of strength? As Yi Qinghan spoke, she stomped her foot again. You like to play, right? Don't know how to step down? Huh. In an instant, 2 fairy swords flew straight towards Lu Cheng, and Yi Qinghan began to take the fight seriously. Even with 6 fairy swords, Yi Qinghan couldn't be casual. This was her limit in control. Any more than that, and she wouldn't be able to control them accurately. Lu Cheng was also stunned. What kind of monster is this Yi Qinghan? Yi Qinghan looked around. She initially thought the merchants would scatter, but they were all keeping a safe distance, silently watching the gods fight. Qinghan, stop. Su Cheng squinted his eyes. As an entry ticket, this was already enough. Master, are you hungry? Yi Qinghan actually wanted to use this second elder to test the Ling Shuang sword technique, but her master spoke up. If I don't call a halt now, you might really be tempted to kill, right? Su Cheng said, rubbing her little head with a face full of fondness, showing no signs of blame. Yi Qinghan didn't speak, simply silently retracting the fairy swords and squinting at Shangwan. She put the sword box back in place and stood obediently behind Su Cheng. Miss Shangwan, a hero is indeed a youth. You truly live up to the name of a genius, Su Cheng admired. On behalf of my disciple, I thank Miss Shangwan for showing mercy. I haven't disciplined her well, and she offended you. I will certainly teach her a good lesson when we return. Second elder, if there is nothing else, I will take Qinghan to eat. Lu Cheng and Shangwan were both bewildered, but compared to the hot-headed Shangwan, Lu Cheng was more composed. Sect leader, you are too polite. Miss Qinghan is talented. Given time, she will surely become a dragon among men. Sect leader, I won't take up your time any longer. Please go ahead. Su Cheng smiled and took Yi Qinghan to a restaurant. Qinghan, order whatever you want. You did well today. I'm very happy. Wow. Thank you, master. Yi Qinghan didn't care what to eat. She just wanted her master's praise and head pats. As long as she could receive her master's compliments, she could thrive like a plant with sunlight. However, considering she didn't know if her master still had money, Yi Qinghan didn't sample everything on the menu. She just ordered 2 of her favorite dishes and then some of her master's favorites. This incident has also sounded a warning bell. I need to equip Qinghan with more treasures. These 2 can deal with this time, but what about next time? What if the opponent is strong or outnumbers us? I personally don't care, but Qinghan is my direct disciple. I must be responsible. Yi Qinghan listened quietly. Was this her master's nurturing strategy? Yi Qinghan blinked her big, fox-like eyes, eating while gathering information. Was her master really planning to shower her with rare treasures and magical items? It's settled then. Since we can't compete in skill, we'll compete in items. As for me, I have plenty of treasures and equipment. Push me too far. I'll get Qinghan a Pangu axe, and anyone who bullies my disciple will be cleaved to the ground. Yi Qinghan was stunned. It turns out that innate treasures weren't the most ruthless. Qinghan, I have a treasure here. Do you want it? Yi Qinghan was taken aback at this moment. She wasn't in a hurry. Her master seemed to mean that those treasures would eventually belong to her, so why rush? If she needed them, Her master would definitely arrange them for her. There was no need to ask. Her master had already given her enough. Yi Qinghan didn't ask for more, only hoping to stay by her master's side and serve him. Is it time to switch to the obedient mode? Su Cheng pouted. After all this, he didn't want to be overly high and mighty. You say you want it. Okay, disciple wants it. Ye vinkan simidet. Showing an expression that truly had no way to deal with her master. This is the Star River ruler of my master. If you, Qinghan, can establish a foundation before the secret realm opens, I will give you the Star River ruler. How about that? With Qinghan's temperament, she definitely won't refuse. Qinghan doesn't want it. Oh, does the master understand Qinghan so well? Qinghan wants to show you the saying knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Yi Qinghan is indeed not that interested. She hasn't even figured out the 6 rites yet. There are so many magical treasures, and she doesn't even know how to use them, so having them is useless. Besides, what belongs to her master is hers. If she likes it, she could just act cute to get it any time, so why bother? Isn't that strange? Doesn't this guy like magical treasures? You don't like it? I have other magical treasures. How about the banana fan? Something for girls? The fallen immortal zither? Qinghan doesn't like them. Is this dish poisoned? Something is off. Yi Qinghan smiled wickedly and said, If I can do it, can you agree to a small request from me, master? As long as it's your request. I can agree. After thinking for a while, Su Cheng added cautiously, Not everything can be agreed to. Qinghan, what are you thinking? Yi Qinghan feigned ignorance, as if her master didn't know who had spoken ill of her. Yi Qinghan wanted her master to change his impression of her. To be honest, Yi Qinghan didn't understand why her master accepted her request to be his disciple, even though he knew she had ulterior motives. Perhaps it was as he said. As long as he didn't relent, she really had no way out. Qinghan thought. Her master's expression just now seemed very sad. Is it? Yi Qinghan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Su Cheng, her beautiful eyes sparkling like the starry river, captivating and yet filled with inexplicable sadness. It seemed that Su Cheng's emotions were stirred. Clearly, her master had once thought she was a nuisance, but now he didn't want her to leave. Yi Qinghan didn't understand responsibility. She only knew that Su Cheng was good to her. For this hard-won support, she couldn't give it up and didn't want to disappoint Su Cheng. Is master unhappy? Su Cheng shook his head, showing the usual doting expression. How could I be unhappy dining with my precious baby? Perhaps neither of them realized that at this moment they had already become inseparable, especially for Yi Qinghan, whose feelings had long surpassed the boundaries of master and disciple. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to understand her master's carefulness and passivity. Qinghan wanted to stay by her master's side forever. Is that okay? Yi Qinghan was only 16 years old, had known Su Cheng for less than a month, and had been in his sect for only half a month. But Yi Qinghan understood that she would never meet another man who would care for her like her master did. As for why? Because she had always been watching her master. When the second elder had wanted to exert all his strength just now, her master's hand subconsciously moved toward his waist. The one with murderous intent was clearly her master, not her. However, the thing that should have been hanging there was given to her by her master. Of course, you are my personal disciple. If you run away, I will have to bring you back. Su Cheng smiled kindly, a warm affection that captivated Yi Qinghan. Soon, just while they were having a meal, the pursuers arrived, surrounding the restaurant tightly. After all, Su Cheng and Cheng Liang were nominally brothers, and Cheng Liang was reluctant to take action himself, so he used a bit of trick. Qinghan had beaten the eldest disciple of the Tiandao Pavilion, and Su Cheng never expected that things would turn out this way. Cheng Liang was not that kind of person, and Shangwan Rou was someone who would repay grudges and could not tolerate grievances. Qinghan, let us go back. Yi Qinghan blinked her big eyes, tugging at his arm, and slowly walked out of the not-so-impressive small restaurant. At the Tiandao Pavilion, Shangwan Rou leaned against Cheng Liang, speaking passionately, exaggerating, and calling Yi Qinghan a little wretch. Describing her actions, Master, that little wretch is so ungrateful. In my opinion, it's better to kill both of them. It's fine. As long as Su Cheng is out of the picture, she will eventually be mine. Sect Master, I have something to say. Lu Cheng stepped forward with a salute. Lu Cheng was also furious at Shangwan Rou. Having said so much without any useful information, Cheng Liang sat in the sect master's position, resembling a throne, squinting his eyes while playing with the eldest disciple beside him, only nodding slightly. If he wanted to kill Su Cheng, he would need to send more people. Yi Chiming's strength was already above his, and ordinary people were definitely not her match. When Cheng Bao heard this, that restless little hand was stunned. Are you serious? With your nascent soul cultivation, you can't defeat a chi refining girl? Yes, I now understand the sect master's intentions. If the sect master wants to take her in, it's best to use some methods to separate her from Su Cheng. Cheng Liang was also stunned. Although Yi Chiming was not a human, but a fox spirit, this fox spirit was too ruthless. You say it's okay to fight someone above your level. But even if you fight someone at the golden core stage, I wouldn't say anything. Who made Yi Chiming a prodigy? Everyone knows that. But for the second elder with a nascent soul cultivation to not be able to defeat you is a bit too exaggerated. Isn't it? You smashed a nascent soul with a chi refining cultivation. If you were to establish a foundation, wouldn't you come to the Tiandao Pavilion and beat me? Actually, I have already sent people out. If what you said is true, these people are probably not our match either. At this moment, outside the restaurant, a scene of chaos had already unfolded. Master, this is what I collected, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yi Qinghan held out a small cloth bag with both hands, presenting it to Su Cheng respectfully, eagerly waiting for her master to pat her head and praise her. Inside were storage rings, at least a dozen of them, but their quality was not high, and most of them contained nothing valuable. Silly child, what do I need these broken things for? I can't even cultivate. Why didn't you just collect their wallets? I lack nothing, just a bit of money. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan thought her master made a point. If he had money, he wouldn't have to pick vegetable leaves anymore. He would often take her out to eat. Master, you keep it for now. Let me see what else they have on them. Su Cheng didn't mind, scanning with the system. There weren't any good treasures. So he directly exchanged them for system points, which could at least give his disciple some cultivation materials and new skirts. Yi Qinghan was cleaning up the battlefield, while Su Cheng browsed the system store. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures just now only exchanged for 2,000 system points, which couldn't buy much. The items in the system were quite expensive. For example, the 999-something spirit he had given Yi Qinghan, which cost 25,000 system points in the system store. However, the efficacy was absolutely powerful, as long as a person was still alive. Even if they were missing an arm or a leg, they could be restored to life in an instant. However, Su Cheng saw something useful. Blank jade slip? If I have this, wouldn't I be able to seal my skills and have Qinghan carry it with her? An ordinary jade slip definitely can't hold the frost sword technique, but this mythical jade slip might work. One costs 1,000? What a robbery. Even if it's expensive, I have to buy it. Let us buy 2 first. When I'm rich later, I'll arrange 200 for Qinghan. Who cares about cultivation? Just flaunt it in front of people? Yi Qinghan was busy inspecting the bodies, cleaning up the battlefield, and whenever she encountered someone playing dead, she would stab them a couple of times. It was during this that she overheard Su Cheng's thoughts. Master can do this? An ordinary jade slip could only inscribe some thunder techniques or spells. To think of inscribing her master's powerful frost sword array onto a jade slip. Yi Qinghan didn't even dare to imagine. Is this what Master meant by props competing? Master is amazing. I like Master even more. However, if that is the case, if Qinghan had a jade slip as powerful as her masteress, wouldn't she have to worry about lacking money? Just go and slash the Tiandao Pavilion. Then clean up the battlefield and dig out the treasures from the ancestral grave to sell. It's just that she didn't know if her master would agree. But even if her master disagreed, what could he do to her? The master has his own disciple training strategy, and Qinghan also has her own master training manual. As long as the master doesn't expel her from the sect, any punishment or whatever doesn't matter. Just as Yi Qinghan and Su Cheng were scheming away, the assassin lurking in the shadows had already made all the preparations. As the saying goes, it's easy to block a direct attack, but hard to guard against a hidden one. By the time Yi Qinghan noticed, it was too late. That sword was aimed straight at Su Cheng. The target was Su Cheng, not Yi Qinghan. Master, be careful. Yi Qinghan instantly sprang forward, positioning herself protectively behind Su Cheng. Su Cheng didn't react in time, his gaze still fixed on the system panel. The next moment, he saw Yi Qinghan standing in front of him. Yi Qinghan gazed affectionately at Su Cheng, collapsing into his arms. Master, Qinghan may not be able to stay with you anymore. Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth, tears welling up as she activated her spell, the flowing light transforming into a sword box that fell from the air. It struck the assassin dead on the spot. Qinghan, it's all my fault. Don't say that. I'll find a way. It's useless, Master. It 1T happened at 1T. Damn it. Anyone who dares to hurt my precious Qinghan, I will kill you all sooner or later. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, hurriedly opening the system panel, quickly browsing the system store. Qinghan must live. I will make sure you have a good death. If anything happens to Qinghan, I will make you wish you were dead. Qinghan, where's the elixir I gave you? Su Cheng looked at Yi Qinghan, who was speaking weakly, and was almost frantic. She had just been fine. How did an assassin suddenly appear? Master, it hurts so much. Yi Qinghan's fox-like eyes seemed unable to open, her words coming out in gasps. It's okay. With me here, you won't be in danger. Even if I have to crush reincarnation, I will ensure your safety. Master, in the days when Qinghan isn't around, you must take care of yourself. Nonsense, you want to be gone. Where did you put the elixir I gave you? Why are you talking about dying now? I want to let you die. With that elixir, even if you have 1 foot in the gates of hell, I will pull you back. Su Cheng pried open Yi Qinghan's hands, which were tightly holding her abdomen, only to see smooth skin without a penetrating wound. Thank goodness. It's not a penetrating wound. With proper care, you'll definitely be fine. Healing elixirs, revitalizing pills, blood-boosting pills. No matter if they're useful or not, just let Qinghan take them. Don't talk. Open your mouth. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to speak, Su Cheng stuffed several pills into her mouth. How is it? Su Cheng looked worried, holding Yi Qinghan in his arms, while Yi Qinghan's complexion was pale, showing no signs of improvement. Master, it hurts so much. Could it be poisoned? 100 wounds powder, earth spirit blood recovery powder, detoxification powder. Seeing that Yi Qinghan showed no improvement, Su Cheng stuffed another miraculous medicine into her mouth. Cough, cough. Master, hug Qinghan. Did I give Qinghan the wrong medicine? Why is she bleeding from her nose? Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan was stunned. Oh no. The effect of the Master's medicine was too strong. She was overheating. Master, Qinghan, where's the elixir I gave you? That should definitely cure you. It's in my chest. Su Cheng didn't care much anymore. He wrapped one arm around Qinghan's delicate body while hurriedly pulling open her collar, rummaging through the pocket in her clothes. Yi Qinghan's heart raced. The master was so bold. Master, can't you be a little gentler? But she didn't dislike it either. Master, don't talk. This is to save your life. Su Cheng said sternly, what could be more important than the life of a personal disciple? What is this guy doing, still being shy at a time like this? Doesn't he care about his life? Wait a minute. Wasn't she stabbed by a sword? Why is there no blood except for the nosebleed? Hearing this, Yi Qinghan realized the problem. The master was going to find out. Master, it hurts so much. Su Cheng finally reacted, hurriedly flipping Yi Qinghan's delicate body to check for any wounds from the sword at her back. This is a serious injury. If I had checked a moment later, it would probably have swollen up. Looking at the fist-sized red mark on Yi Qinghan's snow-white back, Su Cheng was speechless. Qinghan, it's okay. I'll go back and apply some safflower oil on you. What do we do now? I can't admit that I purposely tricked the master into hugging me. The master has already rummaged through his own pockets. Admitting it now would be like asking for death. Master, you don't need to comfort Qinghan. Qinghan knows how serious her injury is. Yi Qinghan's eyes were glazed over, as if she couldn't last 2 seconds. You know nothing. You're not giving me any peace of mind for even a second. I was scared to death. There's not even a scratch, just a red mark. Boo-hoo. Master, I'm so scared, so afraid I won't see you again. Yi Qinghan didn't care. She just wanted to be close to the master. All right, get up. Button up your clothes, and don't carry life-saving things in your bosom next time. Yi Qinghan nodded, then stood up to check the assassin's identity. But in her heart, she thought, the disciple knows she's wrong. but she won change. After a thorough check, Yi Qinghan didn't find any valuable clues. After all, the body was smashed into two pieces. Only the tattoo on the wrist could serve as a clue. Yi Qinghan didn't recognize it, but Su Cheng did. The death servants of the Pinyin sect were most likely sent by Cheng Liang to kill me. The Pinyin sect, huh? You really dare to take on any job. What was in the past is in the past. What you said and did then, I don't care. But now, you actually dare to harm my personal disciple? Qinghan, let us go back. I have some things to prepare. Is the master going to take revenge? Yi Qinghan followed behind Su Cheng, blinking her big eyes, looking somewhat tentative. Strike first to avoid 100 retaliatory blows. Su Cheng just walked ahead, his silhouette against the setting sun, his shoulders looking like they could bear the red sun, very reliable. It was wrong for me to keep enduring. I didn't want to harm you. The fault lies with me. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to speak. Her fox-like head was filled with thoughts. Was the master angry? It's a bit scary. Back at the Lingxian Hall, Su Cheng exchanged 2 jade slips and then tried to inscribe the skills given to him by the system onto the jade slips. He thought this process would be very complicated, but unexpectedly, the system could help, and it was completed in an instant. But this is still not enough. To take down the Pinyin sect, we need to be more secure. The Pinyin sect is also a major sect, with a protective grand array and dozens of elders. Everything must be done with caution. If it doesn't work out, I can't let Qinghan be put in danger. Yi Qinghan listened outside the spirit pool hall, her heart racing. The master wants to take down the Pinyin sect. This task must be done by Qinghan. Only I sitting in the Lingxian Hall will be the safest. If Qinghan cannot handle it, I can also rescue her at the first moment. Besides the galaxy ruler, there is also a falling immortal ruler. Use the falling immortal ruler to trap everyone in the Pinyin sect. Then use the sword technique to suppress them. This is the safest method. And there won't be any fish that slip through the net. Su Cheng soaked in the pool. This spiritual liquid didn't have much effect on him. At most, just refreshing his mind. He felt that soaking in the pool water always helped him think clearly. No, this is still not enough. Just the sword technique may not be appropriate. Give her the demon-suppressing monument, too. With the demon-suppressing monument, breaking the protective grand array should be no problem. Still need to be cautious. What if there is a great terror lurking in the Pinyin sect? Let Qinghan bring the chaos bell. Even if she can't win, she won't be in danger of losing her life. Also bring a fallen immortal umbrella and the fallen immortal zither as well. What if she suffers a mental attack? It can also negate the effects of illusions. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. This must be what the master meant by props. Just 30 celestial level attack magical treasures. I wonder if that is enough. After all, it's the Pinyin sect, we can't underestimate them. Yi Qinghan was speechless. With the gear the master gave her, she could conquer the world without a problem. Yi Qinghan saw her master rise, and feeling touched, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She secretly complained in her heart. Master wears a long robe all day, such a good figure wasted. Then she made a silent vow. If one day I gain power, I will let master try something new first. Yi Qinghan tiptoed back to her room, hurriedly turned off the lights, fearing that master would discover her. Just now, while admiring her master, her little hands weren't very clean. She had placed a freshly washed piece of clothing for her master and casually stolen one of her master's clothes, burying her fox head in her master's clothing. Feeling the scent of her master, Yi Qinghan felt as if her head was melting. Did Qinghan prepare a change of clothes for me? This child is really sensible. Yi Qinghan, smelling her master's scent, wriggled on the bed like a caterpillar when she suddenly heard her master's thoughts and was startled, quickly pretending to be asleep. Sure enough, master wouldn't find out. She would even praise me for being sensible. It's obvious that master has no cultivation and rarely uses any celestial techniques. Most of the clothes are washed by master herself. But now that Qinghan is here, master should give her disciple some chances to show off. She wants master to be unable to resist her disciple. She wants master to linger on her disciple. She wants master to be unable to leave her disciple for even a moment. The next day, Yi Qinghan got up early to practice. Building her foundation with the techniques given by master was not difficult, but couldn't be accomplished overnight. However, master asked her to be ready before the secret realm opened. And Yi Qinghan was indeed not in a hurry. With the heavenly materials and treasures and techniques given by Master over the past few days, Yi Qinghan felt that even a pig could be fed to immortality with Master's heavenly materials and treasures. As for herself, as long as she follows Master, becoming an immortal is just a matter of time. Although Master has no cultivation, she is likely not old or dead. Qinghan is a fox demon, barring any accidents. Living for 1,000 years is definitely not a problem. With 1,000 years of time, how could she not become a demon immortal? Yi Qinghan imitated Master's actions and washed her face before practicing. Although it wasn't necessary, she had heard Master say that it was part of the practice. In fact, before this, Yi Qinghan didn't really need to rest. For her, practicing was just a way to adjust her physical condition. But Master must have her reasons. Master wouldn't harm herself, although it appeared that she had always been at the 9th level of Qi refinement. In reality, since practicing Master's techniques, her cultivation had regressed, but her strength had indeed skyrocketed visibly. Just now, Yi Qinghan had finally reached the 9th level of cultivation required by the technique, and she felt that she was ridiculously strong now. From the ambush yesterday, it could be seen that with just her protective Qi, she could withstand blades and swords. Though it hurt a bit, after doing all this, Yi Qinghan slowly got up and went to the main hall to greet her Master. "Good morning, Master. Qinghan, I have some matters to attend to today. Could you go buy some vegetables for me?" Yi Qinghan's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was quite happy because Master rarely asked her to do anything, and she was very willing to run errands for Master. "Okay, I've written down everything that needs to be bought on paper. You just need to go." "Okay, don't worry, Master. Qinghan is not a child." Su Cheng scratched his head, smiled bitterly, and then waved his hand. After leaving the immortal hall, Yi Qinghan started rummaging in her arms. She had long wanted to ride a celestial sword, but she never had the chance. As for why she wouldn't use the Ling Shuang sword, it was because Yi Qinghan couldn't bear to. The sword given to her by Master, she hugged it every night while sleeping. How could she bear to step on it? Randomly drawing a celestial sword from a sword box, Yi Qinghan flew on her sword and soon arrived at the market outside Nandy City. "Oh, Fairy Qinghan has arrived." "Auntie, you're joking. Qinghan is just a small cultivator. How can she bear the title of fairy?" Yi Qinghan lightly waved her sleeves, half covering her pretty face, revealing a hint of shyness. Like a sheltered girl who knows little of the world. "Is that little brat, Su Cheng, making you run errands?" Auntie looked indignant, as if Su Cheng had committed a heinous crime. "My Master has important matters and cannot go out, so I came to represent Master." Auntie pouted. Didn't he ask what Yi Qinghan needed and picked some items to pack for her? Hey, what could he possibly have to do? He.S. just slacking off and bullying you because you're a little girl? In my opinion, it's a spoiled, rotten behavior. While speaking, Annie packed 2 bundles of fresh celery and small greens for Yi Qinghan, even stuffing in 2 tomatoes and potatoes. Yi Qinghan was also confused. Did she mention what she wanted to buy? Moreover, according to the rules, shouldn't they weigh it first and charge based on weight? Auntie? Qinghan seems to not have said what to buy. Yi Qinghan had a dazed expression. At this moment, the word dazed belonged to her. It was born for her. "Oh, no need to say, just take it." Auntie came around from behind the stall and forcefully shoved the packed vegetables into Yi Qinghan's hands. Not listening to her at all. This won't do. Yi Qinghan panicked. Why was this happening? Was it because she scared the vendors here with her fight yesterday? "You listen to Annie, keep some of this money for yourself, save up a bit. If that guy bullies you, you'll have a fallback, right? If Master found out, wouldn't it be?" Yi Qinghan was encountering such pure kindness for the first time. Although she misunderstood Master, it still made her unable to get angry and instead filled her heart with warmth. "You silly girl, just say you bought it. What does he know?" Yi Qinghan smiled. Annie was right. If Annie were a fox spirit, she would probably have at least 1,000 years of cultivation. Then let Qinghan give some money. "Thank you, Annie." Since Annie said so, if she refused again, it would be ungrateful. Yi Qinghan paid according to Su Cheng's bargaining standards and then left. She didn't feel that Auntie's attitude towards Master was bad. If she couldn't hear Master's thoughts, she would probably be like a fool played with by Master. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall how Master helped her dig out the immortal pills yesterday. Playing with her, Yi Qinghan was only grateful that she could hear Master's thoughts, if Master heard her thoughts. Su family's daughter-in-law. Here, eat to buy vegetables? Hey, I can tell you have good taste. You recognized me as Su family's daughter-in-law at a glance. Uncle Wang, good morning. Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded in response. She even felt a bit excited about that slightly presumptuous title. Come, let me pack some for you, and let Su Chang cook you some ribs when you get back. Just like that, Annie stuffed a bit from this stall and a bit from that stall, and Yi Qinghan was almost unable to carry it all. Standing in front of the main hall door, Yi Qinghan looked dazedly at her master, meeting Su Chang's eyes, who was holding a military book on the opposite side. Qinghan, did you go rob someone? Chapter 11. The financial power of Su family's daughter-in-law. Su Chang looked at the several large bags filled with fruits, vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and meat that Yi Qinghan had stuffed in her hands, even including a watermelon. Disciple didn't they force you to buy? No, they didn't want Qinghan's money at all. They said it was tough for the disciple and such. I don't understand, but I couldn't refuse. Getting such treatment just because you're pretty? It's really enviable. Here, as the leftover money. I've placed it on your table. Yi Qinghan carefully placed the almost untouched money on the table. You keep it. The expenses of Ling Shuang Hall will be managed by you from now on. A financial expert like Qinghan is rare. A day's worth of grocery money in her hands could probably last a month. This one do. This is all Master's. Yi Qinghan was confused. She knew how much Master loved money, although Master's total assets were only a few taels of silver. It wasn't much. Master was actually willing to hand over the financial power of Ling Xian Hall to her. This showed Master's extraordinary trust in her. There's a black box on my desk in my room. You can take everything inside. Ling Xian Hall is now up to you. Yi Qinghan admitted that fox demons do indeed like treasures and such things, including the magical artifacts she initially coveted from her master. However, Yi Qinghan hoped to obtain these through her own cleverness, rather than having them handed to her by her master just because he was in a good mood. That wouldn't give her any sense of accomplishment at all. In the script of a fox demon, shouldn't it be that the other party is completely deceived by her, leading to their ruin and her taking all their treasures for herself? Qinghan hesitated, initially wanting to refuse, but after thinking about it and recalling what Annie said, along with Uncle Wang's mention of the Su family daughter-in-law, Qinghan, do you want me to kneel and beg you for this? You're the one most suited to handle money in Lingxian Hall. No exceptions. There was no question of daring or not, since the master had spoken. She should go ahead and do it. Qinghan decided to give it a try. Yi Qinghan was very respectful. She never thought she could pry money from her money-loving master. But since she was the Su family daughter-in-law, she would just make do with it. There was one more thing. Yi Qinghan already knew what it was, but she quietly waited for Su Chang to speak. Master, please feel free to command. Qinghan will not refuse. Su Chang tilted his head, and in his usual demeanor, there was a hint of murderous intent that only Yi Qinghan could perceive. Tonight, go and destroy the Pinyin sect for me. The disciple would definitely not disgrace the mission. Su Chang was taken aback. Huh? Is that right? Is this guy not surprised at all? Has my persona collapsed in her eyes? The useless persona I carefully crafted for so long is gone, just like that? Yi Qinghan thought to herself as she had known since last night and was no longer surprised. The disciple even knew your plan inside and out. Aren't you surprised? Looking at her master's expression last night, the disciple felt something like this would happen and had already prepared herself. Yi Qinghan had a serious expression, speaking as if it were a real matter. My expression? What was my expression last night? Thinking about it, on the way back last night, my usually clingy eldest disciple was indeed quite quiet. You are my only direct disciple. Anyone who dares to harm you, I will not let them go. Su Chang lightly brushed his sleeve, his gaze revealing an unusual coldness, a true arrogance and disdain for the world. However, Yi Qinghan didn't feel anything about it. Asking a fox demon to have a human sense of good and evil was too difficult for the fox, wasn't it? In fact, Yi Qinghan thought this was great. This was the master she wanted. From now on, Qinghan could act without worrying about anyone else's feelings. Everything would be taken care of by her master, and she need not worry about any consequences. Even if I can't kill Cheng Liang, I will ensure you are unharmed. I don't even regard the human emperor an immortal emperor. Anyone who bullies my disciple, I'll risk my life to exchange one life for another. It must be said that after Su Cheng comprehended the Ling Shuang sword technique, he indeed became more arrogant, but that sword truly had the capital to be arrogant. Yi Qinghan knew this was her master's affection for her, and she would not let this hard-earned emotion go to waste. The disciple will remember it well. After arriving at Lingxian Hall and meeting her master, Yi Qinghan felt her tears had become cheap. But this time, she did not wipe her tears like a little woman. Instead, she smiled calmly at her master. This was the master she wanted, just those 5 short words, everything is taken care of by the master, were Yi Qinghan's greatest comfort. As long as her master was there, she had nothing to worry about, with her master backing her up. What did it matter how great the other party's background was? She had her master. Then Su Cheng handed several magical artifacts to Yi Qinghan, introducing each one in detail. There were 37 offensive magical artifacts, with an endless array of techniques. If she used them all, the death of the Pinyin sect would definitely exceed Yi Qinghan's imagination. There were 20 defensive magical artifacts, divided into 9 different types, including mental defense, barrier defense, passive counterattacks, and 6 types of space-level defensive techniques. For the Pinyin sect's protective array, Su Cheng provided Yi Qinghan with 3 different plans, each equipped with backup plans and emergency measures. For the possible terrifying force that could withstand the Ling Shuang sword array, Su Cheng prepared a special magical artifact capable of suppressing immortals, which was of the passive trigger type. To address the possibility of being discovered by the enemy first, Su Cheng prepared a magical artifact, Wings of the Crimson Flame Dragon, which was a cloak that could conceal one's aura. For the potential appearance of reinforcements, Su Cheng prepared space-level strike methods to completely sever the Pinyin sect's connection to the outside world. In addition, the master also prepared a teleportation formation in the courtyard for her. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, there would be no need to fight. They could immediately retreat and avoid danger, as everything would be handled by the master. Although Yi Qinghan understood Su Cheng's plan, seeing a table full of magical artifacts still left her jaw dropped. Is there anything else you need? Or do you think something is inappropriate? The two looked at each other, and seeing Yi Qinghan somewhat in a daze, Su Cheng also asked. Yi Qinghan said, Master, how about I help you conquer the world while I'm at it? With this firepower configuration, even Pinyin County wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yi Qinghan was speechless. Her master even prepared the extinction of the 6 paths to prevent the enemy from reincarnating and retaliating. Are you kidding? This firepower would obliterate anyone on contact. How could they come back to life? Yi Qinghan felt her master lacked a clear judgment on the enemy's strength. Master, is this firepower a bit much? Su Cheng frowned in contemplation. Does Qinghan's expression mean I underestimated them? Is such equipment a bit excessive? Thinking this, Su Cheng also turned sideways to think of countermeasures, wondering if there was something he had overlooked. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan thought, great, this is pointless. Her master simply could not understand how weak the Pinyin sect was. Master, I just want to say, does the small Pinyin sect really need so many magical artifacts? That's not right. Qinghan, this is your first time going out to eliminate an entire family, so you must be careful and cautious. Never underestimate the enemy. Remembering that her master had previously mentioned something about retreating immediately in case of unforeseen circumstances, Yi Qinghan thought, am I supposed to avoid their sharpness? Yi Qinghan felt the only thing she needed to be cautious about was leaving a survivor to inquire about the mastermind behind it. Yi Qinghan suddenly felt a bit sorry for her master. It seemed she had likely been frightened by the ambush. She had gone too far. This situation might have caused her master to develop a psychological issue. The disciple would find a way to help her master heal after she returned from destroying the Pinyin sect tonight. After explaining everything, Su Cheng went to the kitchen, leaving behind a cute and adorable fox in the main hall. The Pinyin sect was somewhat far from Lingxian Hall, but for Yi Qinghan, who could fly on a sword, it was not far at all. She couldn't imagine any scenes from the great battle her master spoke of, nor did she have any worries about the Knight's extermination operation, so she simply went to help her master. Chapter 12. The dominant eldest disciple is online after having lunch. Yi Qinghan practiced for a while before setting off. Qinghan, Don't be nervous. Don't be afraid. Just follow the plan, and nothing will happen with me here. Su Cheng looked at the tall figure standing on the immortal sword, feeling as if she were a general about to depart or a daughter getting married, unable to express the emotions in his heart. After hesitating several times, he only managed to blurt out one piece of advice. It was like a coldness, a mother's concern that you wouldn't be cold. At this moment, Yi Qinghan thought that it should be the Pingyun sect that needed to be nervous and afraid. Yi Qinghan could understand Su Cheng's feelings. She could hear her master's worries and feel the affection this master had for her. Master, don't worry. I will return soon. You just sit back and watch Qinghan warm the wine and destroy Pingyun. Qinghan, do you know about warming the wine to slay Hua Xiong? Su Cheng looked surprised, thinking to himself, is there also a 3 kingdoms in this world? Huh, who is Hua Xiong? Yi Qinghan did not understand her master's words or the world in her master's heart. However, it was only natural that her master, being so powerful, could wander through different worlds. It's all right. Qianing stepped on the immortal sword, and a golden light streaked across the sky in an instant. Su Cheng watched Qianing leave and felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. He looked towards the horizon, where Qianing had already disappeared, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. Su Cheng mumbled softly, it seems I have no choice but to deal with this villain. On the other side, Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry. After flying for a while, she changed direction. In the extremely cold northern region, beneath the 1,000-mile snowfield, Yi Qinghan returned to her hometown after 2 years. She landed slowly, stepping on the snow with a crunching sound, although she could tread lightly without leaving a trace. Yi Qinghan missed this feeling. She reminisced about when she was just a little fox, unable to transform into human form, and how she could leave small plum blossoms in the snow. Following the path from her memories, Yi Qinghan found her former home, which had long turned into ruins in the northern demon city. Her parents had long since turned to dust, and Yi Qinghan could only sit on the ruins of the city gate tower, watching the land consumed by fierce flames. Even after several years, this place had not been covered by snowflakes and still maintained its high temperature. Mother, I'm back. The daughter had met a very good master, who didn't mind her foolishness and took her as a direct disciple. The master understood her fate, named her Qinghan, and wished to change her destiny. The master did not look down on her status, gifting her with 6 ceremonial gifts and teaching her celestial techniques, treating her as his own. The daughter was doing very well now and was already quite strong. This visit was just to pay respects, and I hope Mother won't worry about her daughter. Next time I come, I will definitely bring the head of my enemy to comfort Mother's spirit in heaven. The blood feud is not forgotten by Qinghan. It's not that Yi Qinghan didn't want to enter the city to take a look, but she didn't dare to. With the blood feud unavenged, she had no face to confront her mother. How could she show her face to her mother while living such a miserable life? The flowers made of solid ice replaced Qianing, as if a girl was guarding an empty city alone, or like a splendid light reflecting off a lonely grave. Yi Qinghan walked away. This was the only thing that could remain on the eternal scorched earth, the only snowflake. With her sword, she cut through the sky. Qinghan was going to work. The immortal sword slowly landed, and the sword box crashed heavily in front of the Pingyun sect, sounding like a bell of death bang. It forced open the gates of the underworld. Who is it? My name is Yi Qinghan. I heard you were looking for me. Yi Qinghan sat on the sword box, swinging her jade legs, completely unhurried. She had already made all preparations as instructed by her master. No one could escape. The worst of her master's treasures were of heavenly tier quality. Even if the sect master of Pingyun sect came, he wouldn't be able to escape. Yi Qinghan was sent by her master to annihilate the entire family. Within the area covered by the falling celestial measuring ruler, she would not spare anyone who was still breathing. Go tell your sect master, Yi Qinghan is here. Have him come out to see me. The domineering eldest disciple has logged in. Today, there is no master accompanying her, and Yi Qinghan was also in high spirits. Is Lord Yi Yin joking with you? What are you? Do you know where this place is? Yi Qinghan pouted, and after sealing a throat with his sword, for celestial swords floated behind her. Can't understand human speech? The little cultivator guarding the door understood and immediately ran inside to call for help. Before long, Yi Qinghan was surrounded. Our Pinyin sect has no grievances with the fairy. Why has she come to cause trouble? An old man squeezed through the crowd and spoke first, his tone full of testing. Is it Cheng Liang who sent you to kill Su Cheng? The old man was taken aback, and only then did he realize this was Yi Chunmeng. That is not true. Our Pingyuan sect's disciples didn't even go out yesterday. Yi Qinghan was amused. You still remember it was yesterday? Slap. A big slap landed. Are you out of your mind? Can you find someone with normal intelligence to talk to me? The old man was stunned. He was at least in the nascent soul stage. When did he ever get slapped like that? What do you mean, girl? Yi Qinghan was a bit helpless. This group of people seemed to have no brains. Tell your sect master to come out, or I will kill you all. As soon as she finished speaking, the 4 celestial swords flew out again, and in the blink of an eye, several corpses lay peacefully on the ground. This time the old man was no longer calm, but he could tell that the other party had come to pick a fight and was not afraid at all. Most likely, the background was not small, so it would be better to call the sect master out first. Slap. Yi Qinghan swung her arm again for another big slap, barely not sending the old man away. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. As she spoke, Yi Qinghan felt that this way of communicating was still too gentle. So she raised her hand, and a demon-suppressing monument floated in the sky. This was used to deal with Pingyun sect's protective array. However, there was no limit to its usage. It could be used against anyone. After all, her master had not specified. No need for you to call. I will call on myself. As her jade hand fell, the demon-suppressing monument smashed down, blocking out the sun. The old man looked up and saw the sky darkening, feeling like the sky was falling. What kind of horror is this? No one had ever mentioned that the sect master knew this fairy. Yi Qinghan rode on the immortal sword in the sky, watching the demon-suppressing monument crush Pingyun sect. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth trembled. The rising smoke was hundreds of feet tall, and the scene looked like the apocalypse had arrived. The elder who had just received 2 slaps was still relieved that he hadn't said anything wrong to anger this fairy, but now he couldn't even find the corpse. Why did my Pingyun sect anger the fairy to such a degree? You are the sect master? Yi Qinghan sat on the immortal sword, looking down at the ants below with disdain. The one who spoke was just a man over 50, not old for a cultivator. I am Xiao Yun, the sect master of Pingyun sect. Xiao Yun had originally intended to escape directly, but he found that barriers had already been set up all around him, and the celestial tools that set up the barriers and formations were visibly floating above him. Do you not think before you act? Sending a few lackeys to kill Su Cheng? He's at least a sect master. Do you think he has made a clay? Xiao Yun then realized that it was because of his incompetence in handling matters. That's why the fairy came to his door. But the one who killed his subordinates was precisely the fairy before him. Fairy, please do not blame me. Sect Master Cheng said that Su Cheng had no cultivation, so I only sent disciples at the foundation establishment stage. Although Xiao Yun had a smile on his face, he had cursed Yi Qinghan 10,000 times in his heart. Vile person, you only became a disciple to get his treasures, and now you want to take the treasures and leave while maintaining a good reputation? If your Su Cheng knew about your behavior, he might just die of anger. Chapter 13. The living king of hell Yi Qinghan thought to herself. As expected, Master was not mistaken. It was that Cheng Liang who was behind this. Her fox eyes slightly squinted. Yi Qinghan put on the strongest villain posture, looking down at everyone. Didn't Cheng Liang say the next arrangements? I don't have that much time to waste with that waste. At this moment, Xiao Yun also didn't want to think anymore. Regardless of Yi Qinghan's strength, those treasures were already beyond his comprehension. He was like a bird in a cage, a fish in a net. Life and death were at Yi Qinghan's command. Yes, Cheng Master said that as long as you kill Su Cheng, you can be with him. What is he? I am the blood of the Fox Demon King, the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. Do you really think I can't see through his little tricks? Yi Qinghan was just talking nonsense. Didn't you all say I had the demeanor of an emperor? I won't pretend anymore. Let us lay it all out. You just want to sleep with me, right? He can't even look at himself in the mirror. Does he think he is worthy? The fairy is right. At this moment, Xiao Yun couldn't tell who was the true boss, but it was clear that this lady was not someone he could provoke. The reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. No wonder with just one move, she nearly annihilated his Pingyun sect, and even he was seriously injured. But what Xiaoyan didn't know was that if Yi Qinghan had wanted to ask a few questions, the demon-suppressing monument just now could have killed them all in an instant. That punk dared to covet the body of this emperor. He would die sooner or later. The fairy is right. So he is still planning to send someone to kill Su Cheng? Yi Qinghan squinted her eyes and simply asked. Xiao Yun replied without hesitation. Since yesterday's plan failed, Cheng Liang has already found someone else and is preparing to take action against Su Cheng again. Yes, that Cheng Liang is quite infatuated with you. He will surely stop at nothing to kill Su Cheng. That's good. Such matters are not something I should handle personally. Killing my master is of no benefit to my cultivation. Yi Qinghan seemed to take pleasure in this, no matter what this guy was thinking. At least he was honest with his words. Of course, a fairy cannot be tainted by the karma of killing a master. Who did Cheng Liang find this time? Are they reliable? If it fails again, I won't mind destroying another sect. Yi Qinghan's pair of eyes actually frightened a late-stage transformation master to shudder. Xiao Yun had no doubt about her words. Pinyin sect was now no different from being destroyed. And such actions were merely a matter of convenience for the fairy before him. The Liu family. This emperor knows. At this moment, Xiao Yun seemed to see hope. If the destruction of Pinyin sect was already a foregone conclusion, how could the fairy before him not be his opportunity? If the fairy is willing to give me another chance, I will personally go this time and will not disappoint you. Yi Qinghan glanced at Xiao Yun and smiled. Hee, this emperor can indeed give you a chance. Thank you, fairy. Be careful in your next life and don't make such mistakes again. Before Xiao Yun could react, Yi Qinghan had already flown away. In an instant, another magic-suppressing monument crashed down, this time more than twice the size of the previous one. Xiao Yun's pupils contracted sharply. This time, it was truly over. 10 minutes later, after the dust settled, Yi Qinghan went to clean the battlefield. She wanted all the valuable things, but she was a bit disappointed at the moment. She should have asked her master if there were gentler spells, as all the valuable treasures had been smashed. All those precious vases, antique calligraphy, and paintings were all crushed by the magic-suppressing monument. However, she did collect quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures and storage rings. But her master didn't like these. The only thing she didn't collect much of was money. It was impossible to go back empty-handed. Her master would definitely not be happy. Yi Qinghan couldn't care about that anymore. The next day, Tiandao Pavilion received news from Pinyin sect. What did you say? Cheng Liang was a bit bewildered. Although Pinyin sect was not a large sect, it wasn't some small sect either, yet it disappeared overnight. The other party's methods were extremely cruel, and Pinyin sect was left with nothing. Lu Cheng said regretfully, his eyes filled with pity. No, what do you mean by saying Pinyin sect has disappeared? It has disappeared. But it's not a small sect. It disappeared? Yes, sect leader. I personally went to see. That area is now completely bare. Not even a corpse is left. Cheng Liang covered his face with his hands, took a deep breath, and pressed his Jingming acupoint, doing a whole set of eye exercises. Cheng Liang was silent for a long time. Are you serious? Yes, only a few pillars and the foundation are left. What do you think happened? I dare not make rash conclusions. If it were a revenge killing, there would be no need to move the house, right? At this time, someone came from outside the hall and whispered something to the second elder. Sect leader, now I think it's mostly a revenge killing. It's probably that Yi Qinghan you've been thinking about. That old guy Xiao Yun has late-stage transformation cultivation. How could Yi Qinghan possibly be his opponent? My people saw the original rockery that was in front of the Pinyin sect main hall in the market. They said it was sold to them at a low price by a very beautiful woman. Cheng Liang felt his head swelling. The wardrobe, the table, even the glazed tiles on the roof are now said to be sold at a low price by a beautiful woman, claiming she needed money urgently. Otherwise, she wouldn't sell them. This vixen is still a bit beyond my expectations. Another set of eye exercises. This Yi Qinghan, that's not even the worst of it. Cheng Liang picked up a teacup, took a sip of tea, and felt that nothing could surprise him anymore. Go ahead. Lu Cheng's face was also dark. He couldn't imagine what Xiao Yun had done to provoke this living king of hell. That Yi Qinghan probably even dug up Xiao Yun's ancestral grave. The burial items she sold include the bracelet worn by his wife at the time of burial, which is now in the market. Cheng Liang spat out all the tea he hadn't swallowed. What has Su Cheng taught Yi Qinghan? Cheng Liang really couldn't hold it in anymore. How desperate was Su Cheng for money? Did he send disciples to loot houses? Looting houses is one thing. Selling rockeries is another. Even the glazed tiles on the roof were looted? Forget all that. Just assume you needed money. You even robbed the dead wife's belongings? You even took the dead person's bracelet? It's one thing if Yi Qinghan isn't human, but you certainly aren't either. On the other side, when Yi Qinghan returned to Lingxian Hall, it was already bright outside. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed her master was practicing with a spear in the courtyard. The spear in her master's hand was the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but marvel. Even without cultivation, her master wielded the spear with great grace. Each move flowed seamlessly, and the actions resembled a beautifully choreographed dance. Even in a long robe, her master exuded the demeanor of a general. Her master was always so handsome, whether on horseback wielding a spear or sitting in the hall. He exuded elegance like a scholar, perfectly embodying any role. Qinghan, you're back. Sensing someone behind him, Su Cheng slowly lowered the spear behind him and forced a smile. Su Cheng had long heard the system announcement that Yi Qinghan had wiped out the entire Qingyan sect, but had only returned after a night of turmoil. These are the heavenly materials and earthly treasures collected from Pingyan sect, and also a lot of money earned by Qinghan. Su Cheng waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over his disciple as if checking her health. Those don't matter. As long as you're fine, seeing you safe, I'll go rest first. Keep any heavenly materials and earthly treasures you like. If you don't want them, just find a room to throw them in. I'll deal with them when I wake up. As for the money earned, you don't need to report to me. The financial power is handed over to you. You have the final say. Chapter 14. Striking it rich. Yi Qinghan watched the tired figure slowly walk towards the sleeping quarters and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Her master was just an ordinary person without cultivation. After a whole day and night without rest, it was natural to feel exhausted, which was why he was practicing with the spear in the courtyard waiting for her. There were many empty rooms in Lingxian Hall. Following her master's words, Yi Qinghan casually found a room to use as a storage room. Dumping a sack of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and storage rings inside. Although her master said to keep what she liked, what did she lack now? She currently possessed dozens of top-grade, fairy-level magical treasures and even equipped 3 innate supreme treasures. With this gear, she could conquer the world. Why would she care for these broken copper and iron? She just didn't want to return empty-handed, solely to make her master happy. Moreover, although she didn't understand why, her master seemed to be able to use these low-tier magical treasures to forge better items for her. It was better to keep them. Her master went to rest, and Yi Qinghan washed and put away the vegetables she had bought on the way back, planning to go to the Lingxi Hall to wash and send her master's clothes. Although the clothes she sent for herself were all fairy grade, her master usually wore ordinary clothes that needed to be hand-washed by him. Seeing her master asleep, Yi Qinghan took the long robe she had stolen from the sleeping quarters and ran to the Lingxi Hall. After washing her master's clothes and putting them in the compartment to scent, she looked around and searched for a long time, but couldn't find what she wanted. At that moment, looking at the clean long robe, she felt a bit reluctant. Why doesn't my master take a bath before sleeping? Change it to a new outfit? While Yi Qinghan was pouting here, little did she know that her title of the living king of hell had already spread throughout the cultivation world. Just as she thought, this kind of gentleness was only for her master to enjoy. What did the common people have to do with her? What relationship did the world have with her? At this moment, most people believe that the gentle fairy of Su City could not possibly commit such brutal acts. However, it won't be long before they realize that without Su City, this king of hell Yi will only become more unrestrained. Only when she is beside her master does she still have some semblance of humanity. Yi Qinghan does not see this as a constraint. Instead, she feels that her master has given her this stability, allowing her to face any formidable enemy without having to worry about basic needs or develop in a cowardly manner. From then on, she no longer needs to avoid others' brilliance. Instead, others must avoid her brilliance. However, next time she visits the Liu family, she must be careful not to use the demon suppression monument again, as it smashed all the valuable treasures. After finishing all of this, Yi Qinghan intended to rest. But now that the bed no longer smelled like her master, she simply couldn't sleep. Tossing and turning, she even thought about sneaking into her master's bed. Her master was asleep, and if she quietly went in, she should not be discovered, right? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble. Although she felt her master without cultivation would not notice her, with so many magical treasures, who knows if there were any traps set in the room? If caught, how could she explain? Yi Qinghan would rather say she was there to assassinate than be seen as a rebellious disciple by her master. Yi Qinghan paced back and forth in the courtyard, but ultimately did not dare to enter her master's room. There were only 2 people in Lingxian Hall, and with her master absent, Yi Qinghan had nothing to do, so she decided to cultivate under the tree. By the time Su City got up, it was already afternoon. Seeing Yi Qinghan was cultivating, he did not disturb her and went to collect the magical treasures. This time, Su City experienced the feeling of a newly rich person. He had earned over 300,000 system points. Su City quickly lay back in a rattan chair, opened the system store, and began to shop. Training dummy for Immortal Realm? Let us arrange 1 for Qinghan. Blank jade slips? Get 10 for Qinghan. Is Qinghan about to establish her foundation? The heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for foundation establishment must be prepared for my dear Qinghan. Low level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, legendary, mythological? Who do you look down on? My dear Qinghan must use mythological grade. With a thought, Su City confirmed the payment. Spent 150,000 system points to purchase a mythological grade foundation establishment material set. Mythological grade foundation establishment set. Yi Qinghan. 1. Su City couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The system had always been so meticulous in this regard. My disciple must use the best for foundation establishment. Yi Qinghan was cultivating nearby, and upon hearing her master's slightly proud thoughts, her heart wavered. Yi Qinghan did not understand foundation establishment sets, but she understood her master. What her master chose for her must be the best. Listening to her master upgrade Lingxian Hall and prepare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even various pills for unexpected needs. Yi Qinghan completed a full cycle of her cultivation and slowly stood up to greet him, her eyes filled with deep affection. Master. Qinghan has done very well this time. You have relieved your master's worries. Yi Qinghan took out her master's magical treasures one by one and neatly placed them on the table in the hall. The magical treasures her master entrusted to her included 37 offensive treasures, 20 defensive treasures, cloaks, soft armor for protection, life-saving pills, and other magical items, totaling 73 items, all of which she returned to her master. You don't need to return them to me. I no longer require external items. Su City had no choice but to play along. He truly did not need these. You return them to me, but I can't use them. Qinghan cherished her master's grace and dared not make any further requests. Carrying such celestial items could lead to accidents. If that's the case, then you can place them in the Wanyu Pavilion. If needed, you can call them using the jade pendant given to you by your master, Su City said, pointing towards the tower behind the main hall that resembled a demon-suppressing tower. Yi Qinghan blinked her fox-like eyes. When did Lingxian Hall get an extra tower? Suddenly remembering her master's earlier thought about upgrading Ling Shuang Hall, it seemed this was it. Does this mean she could use her master's treasures anytime? Yi Qinghan couldn't help but think that if the world knew her master had so many treasures, wouldn't they all want to compete to be his disciple? This treatment probably even made immortals envious of her. Yi Qinghan placed all the magical treasures inside as her master instructed, but the chaos bell could not be placed inside. After trying, she found that the sword box and Ling Shuang's sword also wouldn't fit. Master, I managed to put in all the other treasures, but the chaos bell wouldn't go in. No matter, just place it by my bedside. It seems her master had no intention of informing her about the innate supreme treasure, but her master was likely worried about her. What does it mean that disciples can call upon it any time? The literal meaning, anytime, anywhere, whenever you want to use it, you can summon it with the jade pendant. It can do that? Yi Qinghan pulled out the precious jade pendant from her treasure. She was already wearing very light clothing in Ling Shuang Hall, and this scene nearly struck Su City speechless. Yi Qinghan certainly noticed Su City's gaze, but she found it amusing Her master's expression seemed quite adorable in her eyes. The jade pendant was stuffed into Subsidies' hand, the warm jade pendant still carrying a fragrance. Subsidy felt that his mortal body was truly hard to resist against such natural charm. Master, could you teach me how to summon it? In Yi Qinghan's eyes, this jade pendant was merely proof of entry into Ling Shuang Hall, symbolizing her identity as a direct disciple. Without the jade pendant, others would not even see that the shabby house had a majestic celestial palace named Lingxian Hall beside it. At this moment, Subsidy felt dizzy. The treasure of the treasure was almost in his face. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, kindness. As expected of my eldest disciple, truly cautious of petty people, but not of her master. Chapter 15. Sword Slashing the Thunder Tribulation. Ahem, Qinghan. Could you step back a bit? I can't see the jade pendant. Yi Qinghan's eyes curved into a smile, filled with affection, as she took a small step back. Hee, even if my master has countless magical treasures, what can he use against Qinghan? Yi Qinghan simply sat on the armrest of Subsidy's chair, her tone slightly seductive with a hint of complaint. Master, then please take it slower. I couldn't see clearly when you demonstrated last time. Subsidy straightened up, clearing his throat, and said seriously, all right, this time I will definitely teach you how to use it. In the days that followed, the Liu family remained quiet, and life in Lingxian Hall was very pleasant. Subsidy gradually adapted to life with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied, marking a tick on the preliminary plan in her master's training manual. Her master now knew to set aside his changed clothes before taking a bath for her to collect. This was a great improvement. It showed that the daughter-in-law of the Su family had already entered Subsidy's life. However, Yi Qinghan felt it was not enough. She thought it was unfair that she was always the one peeking at her master bathing. Why didn't her master come to peek at her? Why? Was she not pretty? Joking, when it comes to causing chaos and seducing men. If she claimed second, who would dare claim first? Natural charm is not a joke. The blood of the Fox Demon King is not a joke. Days passed, and although Yi Qinghan did not work very hard, there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Subsidy called Yi Qinghan over and casually handed her the breakthrough materials worth 150,000 system points. These are some heavenly materials and earthly treasures I found for you. I want to elaborate on the specifics. With your talent, you will know at a glance. In fact, this broken thing was sealed in a box in Subsidy. Without cultivation, couldn't he open it? He had no idea what was inside. Thank you, Master. I will diligently cultivate in the future to repay your kindness. Yi Qingtian was taken aback, and in her excitement, she almost said the wrong thing. Just the exquisite wooden box containing foundational cultivation items was at least a celestial-grade item. The things inside might be enough to buy her life. No matter, my master does not have such harsh requirements for you. As long as you can grow up happily and joyfully, that is my master's wish. With me around, whether or not you become an immortal, I will ensure you live a peaceful life. Su Cheng smiled and rubbed Yi Qingtian's serious face, which seemed to be swearing an oath. To Su Cheng, it didn't really matter. As long as this child could live safely and he could watch her bounce around in the yard every day, he would be very happy. Yi Qingtian was speechless. Her master was always so contradictory. She didn't understand her master's worries, but could feel the love hidden in every detail. At this moment, she just wanted to say to her master, Master, I am willing. Yi Qingtian stepped back and slowly opened the box in the yard, revealing foundational pills and other spiritual treasures. Just by opening the box and feeling the spiritual energy contained within, Yi Qingtian felt as if she was about to break through. Yi Qingtian didn't dare to imagine how powerful she would become if she absorbed these treasures. Not wasting any time, Yi Qingtian, who had already reached the 13th level of Qi training, sat down to meditate and slowly operated her cultivation method. The area around her was filled with the foundational items prepared by her master, and as soon as she took the foundational pill, it turned into liquid in her mouth. In an instant, Yi Qingtian could only describe it with one word. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. If ordinary cultivators had to search for foundational items, even if they found them, could they compare to what her master prepared for her? No way. Yi Qingtian felt that when she became an immortal, eating this would make her punch the immortal emperor and kick the heavenly Tao. Dude, this guarantees immortality. What kind of bullshit heavenly Tao rules? My rules are the rules. Tribulation? If a single cloud dares to float in the sky, I'll split it apart. Though she thought this way, Yi Qingtian still slowly absorbed the other foundational items. Let's start with this thing that looked like a rhinoceros horn, one by one, feathers, teeth, dragon bones, turtle shells, and so on. Yi Qingtian didn't understand, but she was greatly shocked. Where did her master find these treasures? In terms of feeling, while others were laying foundations, she felt like she was building a skyscraper. This process lasted for an entire day and night, and even someone as strong as Yin Wang was drenched in sweat. While panting, she could also feel the surging power within her body, like waves crashing against the shore, waiting for the moment to break through. Soon, as the last foundational pill was completely absorbed, Yi Qingtian thought to herself, "It's here." In an instant, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and countless divine beast phantoms appeared, causing the citizens of Dingzhou City to kneel and worship, seeing it as an auspicious omen. The thunder sounded like a ferocious beast roaring, and the howling wind tore and dragged the thunderclouds to gather above the Ling Shuang Palace. The lightning seemed like dragon claws reaching out from the clouds, and sunlight pierced through the gaps in the dark clouds, revealing auspicious signs. The birds in the mountains all flew away, and all beasts scattered in fear. All creatures with some spiritual awareness were now prostrating on the ground towards the Lingxian Palace, praying for the gods to quell their anger or seeking blessings. And this was just what could be seen. The invisible pressure was even more terrifying. If it weren't for the invincible formation protecting the Lingxian Palace, the pressure created by Yi Qingtian herself would likely have suffocated her. Master, I'm scared. Who has such a terrifying foundational cultivation? Noticing Yi Qingtian's slightly furrowed brows, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel a little worried, so he spoke to reassure her. Focus on your breakthrough. With me here, the thunder tribulation won't harm my beloved disciple in the slightest. Yi Qingtian did not open her eyes, although she did not see the anomalies she caused. She could still feel the changes in the surrounding energy field. But it must be said, her master's words were like a strong, heartening pill, wrapping Yi Qingtian gently in a warm hand, making her feel very at ease. Her master was here, so why be afraid? As long as her master said it was fine, then it was definitely fine. With her master's careful strategy, it was likely that the thunderclouds would be caught and taught a lesson later. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes, turned sideways, and with one hand holding the galaxy measuring ruler, treated it like a sharp sword. Come on, if you dare to touch my disciple, let us see if I one T strike you down. The thunder roared, seemingly a bit dissatisfied, and in an instant, a bolt of tribulation lightning struck down directly at Yi Qingtian. Su Cheng did not hold back. The Ling Shuang sword array unfolded in an instant, and this time the celestial anomaly was even more intense. Even the divine beast phantoms in the sky were distorted by the pressure, as if they were startled by this scene, their expressions slightly dazed. In an instant, a sword light was unleashed, let alone the thunderclouds. Even the space showed signs of distortion. This sword felt as if it had severed the heavens, as if the sky was about to fall. This strike cut off the heavenly thunder and shattered the firmament. It must be said, although it was a bit rough, it was indeed effective. The thunder sounded much gentler now, changing from a deafening roar to a soft rumble. About half a stick of incense later, while the tribulation cloud floated in the sky, it was actually too scared to touch Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian slowly opened her eyes, and what she saw was her master standing tall before her, holding the galaxy-measuring ruler and pointing at the sky. So handsome. If this scene were on someone else, she would definitely want to complain, but on her master, it could only be described with one word: handsome. At this moment, not only could the primal power within her body no longer be contained, even her deep love for her master could no longer be contained. With a leap, she threw herself into her master's arms, nearly knocking her untrained master off balance. Her master was truly powerful. Even the thunder tribulation feared her. It's not as exaggerated as you said. It's just that her master cut in half. then isn't her master even more powerful? Our Lingxian palace may not be wealthy, but my master has always taught you to be frugal and humble, mainly because my master is afraid it might damage things in the courtyard. Ye ving tian potud, hu fit. Still pretending? Doesn't her master know what she is thinking? They were just facing off against the thunder tribulation. So cool. Oomph. Do you still want to deceive your disciple at this moment? Do you think Qing Tian is a foolish fox? If you're worried about Qing Tian, just be worried. What is there to be shy about? Chapter 16. National server Daji Qing Tian just established her foundation. Is she feeling unwell? Su Cheng placed a bowl of chicken soup on the table and specially prepared some celestial pills for Yi Qing Tian, fearing that she might overexert herself during the breakthrough process. Yes. How could Yi Qing Tian miss the opportunity to act spoiled? Hurry and tell your master. Su Cheng quickly sat beside Yi Qing Tian, untying his apron with a worried expression. Disciple feels unwell. Yi Qing Tian's delicate hand pressed against her chest, her eyes dull, her alluring neck seeming unable to support her heavy fox head. What do you feel unwell? Yi Qing Tian pulled Su Cheng's hand and pressed it against her chest, leaning against his shoulder. I feel stuffy in my chest, weak in my limbs, dizzy, and bleeding from my 7 orifices. So soft, thug. So serious. Hurry and give Qing Tian 2 speedy rescue fox pills. Yi Qing Tian had eaten the speedy rescue fox pills before, since there were no side effects. She dared to eat whatever her master gave her. Su Cheng quickly withdrew his hand. He couldn't afford to offend this national server Daji. The Ling Shuang sword array was very strong, but Su Cheng was fragile. Once controlled, the consequences would be irreversible. Yi Qing Tian's fox eyes narrowed slightly, a cunning glint flashing by as she leaned closer, resting in her master's embrace. Can Qing Tian rest in her master's arms for a bit? She asked, but she had already done so before asking. This was the first time taking a disciple. How should he handle a disciple in this state? Online waiting, very urgent. Master, I've troubled you. No matter, Qing Tian is my disciple. How could it be considered a trouble? Disciple is so considerate. How could I have that kind of thought? I should really die. Yi Qing Tian was startled in her heart. What kind of thought? You're right, Master. Your thought is the same as my disciples. You thought of the same thing as me. The Master should not die. It is the disciple who seduced the Master that deserves to die. However, it is in the nature of disciples to know their mistakes, yet not change. And we fox demons are just like that. Cultivation is not as interesting as the Master. It's merely a means to gain the Master's favor. This time, Yi Qing Han is internally injured, and Su Cheng, with no cultivation, can't see anything. Yi Qing Han enjoyed herself for a long time, feeling fulfilled, and only then did she let go of the Master and eat with him. By the way, Master, the secret realm is about to open. Well, I have long prepared for you. The secret realm is extremely dangerous, and I have prepared 12 strategies for you, each with backup plans and emergency measures. Yi Qing Han actually didn't take it seriously. She even thought she could go and kill Cheng Liang. Master, if I rely on you for everything, how will I become strong? I just want you to accompany me. To be honest, Su Cheng didn't really plan to go. As he thought before, sitting in a Lingxian hall was the safest option. But with the disciple being so understanding, he really found it hard to refuse. As long as my precious baby speaks up, don't mention the secret realm. Haha, even if it's to go to my death, I wouldn't even blink an eye. Is Qing Han hoping for the Master to be by her side? Yi Qing Han was taken aback. That wasn't her intention. She was afraid that if she wasn't by the Master's side, something might happen to him. The time in the secret realm is different from outside. What if they return late and the Master goes out to buy groceries and gets caught by Cheng Liang or assassins? If the Master is by her side, then she fears nothing. However, if Su Cheng wants to go, they need to set off early. After selecting 2 fast horses, Su Cheng took the Chaos Bell and set off with Yi Qing Han 5 days in advance, traveling along the way, eating delicious food and singing, until they reached the location of the secret realm. As for why Yi Qing Han didn't use her sword to take Su Cheng with her, she thought that a man's little self-esteem would probably not agree to such a thing. Moreover, Yi Qing Han preferred to travel with the Master. Such opportunities were rare for her. The secret realm is located in the eastern region, no longer under the dominion of the human emperor in the southern region. where there are more other races. There are elves with pointed ears, demons with horns on their heads, and of course, there are the demon races transformed from spirit beasts. Here, there are no laws. It's more about trust between people, strength, and background in conversations. However, even in this survival of the fittest environment, they still must abide by the highest rules of heaven. Yet near the secret realm, one rarely sees other races. If they do, they usually have powerful backgrounds. Standing in front of the entrance to the secret realm, everyone appears to be quite refined, but in Yi Qinghan's eyes, they are merely clothed livestock. Demons understand gratitude, but what about humans? Her mother died at the hands of a man she once saved, and even after her death, her skin was stripped, and her fangs were pulled out, used as treasures. In this world, only the master is a good person. Although Yi Qinghan doesn't know much about her masteress identity, it doesn't matter. Surrounding the secret realm, almost a small group occupies a small hill, either sects or families, all figures of some renown. Of course, Cheng Liang is among them. Naturally, Xiao Yin will not be among them. The prominent sect masters or clan leaders are gathered together, chatting about recent events. When the one rumored to be the living king of hell, Yi Qinghan, entered with her master, the surroundings immediately fell silent. Yi Qinghan, 16 years old. Fox Demon royal bloodline, born with charm. Achievements: the top disciple of Tiandao Pavilion, easily repelled in collaboration with the second elder. Moreover, on the night after one day, she slaughtered the entire clan of Pingyun's sect, burning, killing, looting, and desecrating ancestral graves. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a terrifying woman? Su Cheng led Yi Qinghan straight to a group of prominent figures. As for whether they were truly prominent, Su Cheng was unclear. But at least they definitely weren't picking vegetable leaves in the market. Cheng brother. Su Cheng clasped his fists and greeted him, his attitude very easygoing. In front of the clan leaders and heads of families, Cheng Liang also gave Su Cheng face. Su brother. Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't embarrass her master. If they met privately, she definitely wouldn't regard this group of miscreants as people. But at this moment, her role was not that of a female devil, but rather the obedient top disciple. Roles are important. As the top disciple, she cannot bring shame to the master. The junior Yi Qinghan, have met all the clan heads and sect masters. Speaking of which, Yi Qinghan had no intention of bowing to this group. They were not worthy of it. After speaking, she obediently stood beside Su Cheng, having no interest in chatting with this group. Cheng Liang was dumbfounded. Wasn't Yi Qinghan still as obedient as before? He didn't see any changes. Were those rumors really about her? Moreover, seeing Ye Vinkan standing beside Su Cheng, he was genuinely a bit angry. If it weren't for the many people around, he would have wanted to kill Su Cheng on the spot. It's this waste who stole his woman. Otherwise, such a good talent should be his Cheng Liang-s. Master Su is so fortunate. This girl has the potential of a great emperor, and if trained properly, she would be limitless. The one who spoke was the third elder of the Holy Mountain. Shi Mingyi. It said that the saintess of the Holy Mountain would also come to this secret realm. I think you're too idle. With nothing better to do, does my disciple need your guidance? You want to train her? Su Cheng smiled and replied calmly. Elder Shi was joking. I had no intention of interfering in the mortal realm, and if it weren't for her sincere desire to become my disciple, I would never have accepted her. Yi Qinghan thought to herself, the master's mouth is the hardest part of him. Chapter 17. The saintess knows how to make friends. By the way, Cheng brother, last time you asked the second elder to convey something to Qinghan. Coincidentally, Qinghan is here now. Su Cheng was all smiles, as if discussing family matters. But beneath his words, he was also expressing his stance. It would be best if you could cut off your thoughts. If not, it doesn't matter. Qinghan is determined. Hearing the inner voice, Yi Qinghan was very excited. The master is facing destiny for her. Of course, Cheng Liang wouldn't openly poach someone in front of so many people. Wouldn't that make him a laughingstock? Being rejected by Yi Qinghan once was already humiliating enough. He wasn't prepared to be humiliated again. It's not anything important. Thinking of Su brother's first time taking a disciple, lacking experience, if Qinghan is missing anything, given our relationship, I should help. Su Cheng was about to speak when Yi Ching Han pushed him aside. She wasn't mute. She just didn't need to speak as long as the master was present. At this moment, the time for her to speak had come. It was time for her to express her stance. The master treats his disciples as his own, providing food, clothing, and treasures, always abundantly. Moreover, since Ching Han has received the master-esque grace, she should share in his poverty and honor, eating and dressing only to satisfy her hunger. And her garments are merely plain cloth. Ching Han never cared. She appreciated Cheng master-esque goodwill and hoped he would take more care of his disciples. A few days ago, she met Sister Shangwan, and she said that you are quite indifferent to her, very cold. It must be said that Yi Ching Han was very good at this. Her pretty face smiled enticingly, but her pink lips were oddly sarcastic. The whole table was filled with seasoned veterans. Although Yi Ching Han didn't directly slap Cheng Liang in the face, her words had already made the surrounding clan leaders start whispering. Who couldn't understand? Translated, it means, they don't even look up to your Tiandao pavilion. Even if her master is poor, she is willing. Cheng Liang, don't waste your energy. Manage your own affairs well. A few old foxes chuckled at the little fox's words, while Cheng Liang was left speechless. Cheng Liang felt like he was about to grind his back teeth to dust. But what could he do? Kill Yi Ching Han here? Or kill Su Cheng? If this got out, it would be said that the master of Tiandao Pavilion coveted his brother-esque disciple and was willing to go to such extremes to possess the beauty. Did he really want to add to his own humiliation? Ching Han, the secret realm will take some time to open. Let me chat for a while, and you can go play. Yi Ching Han nodded. Since the conversation was over and there was indeed nothing else to do here, she obediently went to play. Elder Shi in Sioux City seemed to enjoy the spectacle. If my wife had half the sense of her disciple, I would be content. Haha, Elder Shi is really good at joking. This disciple is just a fox spirit and knows how to say pretty words. It's been said that the holy mountain saintess is exceptionally gifted and is already qualified to hold the position of saintess at such a young age. Although Su Cheng's words sounded nice, they were actually a mockery. Who here doesn't know that although the saintess is intelligent, she is essentially a fool with the intellect of a child? Comparing my precious disciple to your wife? Haha, attacking me? Then let's hurt each other, shall we? But Su Cheng didn't know that the saintess he was talking about was currently chatting with Yi Ching Han. What's your name? A girl with golden long hair. Ressembling an Enget, Kinet beside Yinkan. Although she looked like a seductive woman, her expression was very innocent. However, the conversation was not going very smoothly. Yi Ching Han didn't like chatting with anyone other than her master. None of your business. Go away. Can I be friends with you? No. I like your master. I want to be friends with you. Yi Ching Han was taken aback, nearly losing her mind upon hearing this. If you say such things again, I'll kill you right now. As her words fell, a massive sword box smashed down right next to the saintess's feet, making a loud noise that drew the attention of Su Cheng and the other heads of families and clan leaders nearby. What's wrong, Ching Han? Nothing. Yi Ching Han didn't turn to look at her master and just stared at the innocent-looking saintess in front of her. Su Cheng pursed his lips. He wasn't planning to hide the matter of the Piyun's sect, so he spoke at a volume everyone could hear. Ching Han, how did I teach you? There are many people here. Don't kill randomly and definitely don't massacre families. If there's an issue, come back to Lingxian Hall, and I'll help you plan it out. Okay. Yi Ching Han almost bit her teeth out while saying this. This brain-dead saintess is guilty of the worst crime. How dare she like my master? Even if Cheng Liang is alive, she must die, cut in half. Lingqi, drawn and quartered. She must die completely. What kind of saintess is this holy mountain? Can't even train your own saintess properly? Just came out and got all hot and bothered? Haha, how many lives do you think you have to compete with me? Yi Ching Han, Miss Saintess. If nothing unexpected happens, just one, but I really like your master. The saintess had a sincere look on her face, as if she believed that as long as she sincerely expressed her feelings, Yi Ching Han would give her master to her. Then if nothing unexpected happens, you're about to die. However, Yi Ching Han's words seemed to be unselectable to the saintess, who didn't listen at all. The saintess blinked her big eyes with a naive little face and sincerely opened her mouth. I won tea. I'm very healthy and can give a master healthy children. I have to say, the saintess understands how to make friends. Yi Qinghan was closing her eyes to adjust her breath when she heard this and nearly jumped up. I'll kill you right now. The sword box that had just been tucked into her arms once again slammed to the ground. Compared to last time, the sword box instantly opened, revealing several immortal swords. Su Cheng hurriedly asked, Qinghan, calm down. What did she do to make you angry? Yi Qinghan was about to grind her back teeth to dust. Her right hand raised the sword finger, but seeing her master slowly put it down again. However, the saintess had no sense of crisis at all. Upon seeing Su Cheng approach, she started to introduce herself. Sect Master Su, nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Li Shiyao. I just wanted to be friends with Sister Qinghan, but it seems I messed up. So this is Li Shiyao? Although this Li Shiyao is exceptionally gifted, unfortunately, she only has the intellect of a child and was bullied by many female disciples after joining the Tiandao Pavilion, willingly becoming a toy for Cheng Liang, thinking he could make her smarter. Another little poor thing. Haha. All women related to Cheng Liang are like this. Should I advise Qinghan not to get too close to her? With Li Shiyao SIQ, she probably can't do anything harmful. As long as Yi Qinghan doesn't provoke her, it'll be fine. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Hey, isn't this a good idea? She glanced at her master, nodded to signal that it was fine, and then continued to look at Li Shiyao. You're the saintess, right? You should go back to being Cheng Liang's toy. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. My master has already gone against the heavens to change Qinghan's fate. Do you want to benefit from it too? Dream on. Haha. Trying to harm my master? I can be friends with you. Yi Qinghan smiled, already formulating a plan in her mind. Great. Can I call you Sister Qinghan? Upon hearing this, Li Shiyao was very happy. As the saintess, she possessed beauty that rivaled Yi Qinghan and had exceptional talent, which should have made her the center of attention. But she only had the intellect of a child, leading to jealousy from girls her age. While boys were better, the Holy Mountain didn't allow male peers to approach the saintess since she was at the age for love. What if she really had a child? This meant Li Shiyao had no friends and had to be accompanied by elders or attendants whenever she went out. However, Yi Qinghan simply hated her. She hated anyone who wanted to harm her master. If it weren't for her joining Lingxian Hall, her master wouldn't have come to the eastern region, and Li Shiyao wouldn't have met her master. Yi Qinghan wasn't a fool. She understood that this was caused by her master going against the heavens to change her fate. If possible, she didn't want her master to bear this consequence. If left unchecked, this Li Shiyao would likely also get involved in this consequence. Yi Qinghan understood her master. He was soft-hearted and could not stand hard pressure. And this girl was a shameless little fool, practically her master's natural enemy. In short, it was very dangerous. This brain-dead saintess was even more dangerous than Cheng Liang. Of course, you just can't like my master. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows slightly raised, her face full of affection, her eyes filled with love for this good little sister. Why? Because my master is actually a big bad guy. My sister can't escape now, and I don't want my little sister to follow in my footsteps. Li Shiyao pondered with her little face. Although she looked quite mature and even had a better figure than Qinghan, her face always revealed a hint of naive foolishness or innocence. Your master is so handsome. He seems really nice, right? You weren't saying that just now. Yi Qinghan hugged Li Shiyao, as if they were real sisters, whispering intimate words. If I don't say that, my master will hit me hard, whipping me until I faint. Yi Qinghan covered her face with her flowing sleeves, as if real tears were about to fall, her voice becoming soft and weak. Like a helpless woman, very pitiful. Chapter 18. A belly full of schemes, so those words from sister, just now? Li Shiyao, a pure saintess, could never imagine such a cruel scene. This celestial sister, who looked like a heavenly fairy, had to suffer torment from a demon every day. It's all my master who wants me to say this. Yi Qinghan had already immersed herself in the role, her demeanor resembling a bird in a cage, a fish in a net, her eyes showing no light, looking up at endless torment and humiliation, quite pitiful. Clearly, it wasn't true, but under Yi Qinghan's vivid description, it became real in Li Shiyao's eyes. Sister is already a mud bodhisattva crossing the river. How can I bear to see you throw yourself into the net? I just got angry because I couldn't bear to see you being so obsessed. I hope my little sister won't blame me. Sister is so kind. How could I blame you? One dared to speak, and the other dared to believe. Only the two of them could manage this. If anyone else were to change places with Yi Qinghan, they wouldn't believe such a thing because Yi Qinghan was definitely not someone who could be wronged. Li Shiyao is the same. She hardly believes what others say about her, but she believes this beautiful, good sister. Yet these two girls, one full of schemes and the other pure to a fault, have come together. How can the younger sister save the elder sister? Li Shiyao is on the verge of tears, anxious and helpless. She wants to save her sister Qinghan, but has no idea how. The younger sister need not worry. The elder sister has her ways to escape, but you must heed my advice. You must not get involved with this Su Cheng. All right, rest assured. Shiyao no longer likes him. Even if he is charming and dashing, I still do not like him. That's right. Yi Qinghan is secretly calculating in her heart. That's good. The elder sister can recommend someone to you. Yi Qinghan thinks that as long as Li Shiyao apprentices at the Tiandao Pavilion, everything will likely return to normal. As for Li Shiyao's fate, that has nothing to do with Yi Qinghan. She certainly won't feel sorry for a brainless saintess whom she barely knows. Let alone let her master bear the burden of fate for her. Who is it? Li Shiyao blinks her eyes, waiting for a long time, and Yi Qinghan remains silent, making her anxious. Sister, please tell me. Sigh. Never mind, younger sister, although you have some talent, this person may not even look at you. Who is it? To be honest with you, sister, I'm actually the saintess of the holy mountain, and the elders say no man in the world would dislike me. Yi Qinghan chuckles. I thought so too at first, but later found out that winning over my master requires more than just innate charm. Do you know the head of the Tiandao Pavilion? This person is charming and powerful, a hero descended to the world. I have heard of him. Isn't he that rather sleazy-looking man over there? I don't like him. His gaze makes my back feel cold. Yi Qinghan is taken aback, although this guy seems foolish. Her taste in men seems to be quite discerning. But one do, my master is mine. So Yi Qinghan starts to fabricate. You don't know. That was Master Cheng observing your qualifications and fate. If that's the case, Master Cheng must also have a good impression of you. Is there such a thing? Li Shiyao looks incredulous. Of course, Master Cheng has already secured his position at a young age. If you follow him, wouldn't you be waiting for your ascension? Moreover, Master Cheng treats his disciples with great care, and everyone in the sect is harmonious. But sister just said he was very indifferent to his eldest disciple. That was what my master told me to say. If I don't follow my master's words, I'll get punished when I go back. As Yi Qinghan speaks, a wave of grievance rises in her heart, making Shiyao want to cry too. Shiyao looks back at Su Cheng, then at the distant Cheng Liang, feeling mixed emotions. But this Cheng Liang is indeed not as handsome as Su Zhangmen. The elder's words were not wrong. Handsome men are never good. He even used a whip on my sister. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan feels a bit regretful for bringing her master along. Such a handsome master should be tied to her bed for her own enjoyment. A tall tree catches the wind. If her master is handsome, it only attracts attention. In any case, do you remember what your sister said? Yes, Shiyao remembers everything. At this moment, although Shiyao still thinks Su Cheng is handsome, she still wants to kick him. But thinking about her sister still being in the hands of this big bad guy, she holds back her impulse. Soon, the secret realm will open, and Yi Qinghan ends the torturous time of coaxing her younger sister. Next, she should explore the secret realm with her master. Yi Qinghan slowly walks to Su Cheng's side, tugs at her master's sleeve, signaling that the secret realm is about to open. Su Cheng smiles, rubs the fox's head, and follows Yi Qinghan away. He doesn't want to chat with these old geezers here. What? Miss Qinghan hasn't weaned yet? Why didn't you bring a wet nurse along? Yi Qinghan smiles, turns her head, and shows a friendly expression. I advise you not to go in. If I catch you, I will definitely chop off your feet and stuff them in your mouth. I look forward to encountering Miss Qinghan inside. Last time, her performance was quite average. I hope you can improve this time. Su Cheng looks at the woman talking to Yi Qinghan. He is startled. Indeed. You should have come. Why are there so many troublesome women? The one just now was the saintess of the holy mountain, and this one is even more impressive. This is the princess of the kingdom, the eldest daughter of the emperor, Dongfangju. This one cannot be killed. That one cannot be touched. Why does every woman have some connection with Cheng Liang? If we let that saintess go, we can let it slide. But Dongfangju is a princess who can influence the world as pattern. For now, she cannot be touched otherwise. Based on your attitude when talking to me and my disciple, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Yi Qinghan is stunned. How does her master know everyone? Although she had already sensed it, her master seems to be able to see into the future. During the apprenticeship ceremony, she indeed wanted to join the Tiandao Pavilion, but her master seemed to already know. That saintess was the same, with just one glance. Her master knew what she would experience in the future. This probably cannot be described simply by fate. If what her master said is true, then Dongfangju will also be one of Cheng Liang's harem? Haha, Cheng Liang is indeed fortunate. Haha, little vixen, let us meet inside. Before Yi Qinghan could figure out how to deal with this princess, the troublesome Shangwan Ro passed by her and unexpectedly said something. Yi Qinghan squints her eyes and smiles lightly, turning to look at her master. In that case, master, you can wait outside for me. I will handle everything cleanly. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finds it amusing. Aren't they all people who change the world as pattern? Who isn't? Haha, hey, wait. Yi Qinghan chuckles. Life and death are unpredictable. What does cleanly mean? It's over. Everything is in chaos. According to the world's development, Dongfangju will encounter danger in the secret realm, and Yi Qinghan will save her. The two will reconcile, and Dongfangju will get to know Cheng Liang. From then on, Dongfangju and Cheng Liang will have eyes for each other and eventually fall in love. But now, Yi Qinghan is her disciple. Looking at this expression, she still wants to kill Dongfangju. What should she do? Yi Qinghan squints her fox eyes. So it's like this. Chapter 19. Unexpected encounter in the secret realm. Yi Qinghan watches Dongfangju slowly walk into the secret realm. Just wanted to say, Master, don't worry. Qinghan has already taken care of a saintess, Li Shiyao, and will now take care of this princess, Dongfangju. Since it's about encountering danger in the secret realm. What danger isn't danger? The existence of the eldest disciple of Lingxian Hall is her greatest danger. When the time comes, just let Cheng Liang save her. At worst, they fight to a draw, and she'll be given to Cheng Liang. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, Dongfangju is even less of a threat than that foolish saintess. As long as she isn't here to compete for her master, everything is negotiable. Qinghan, I'm a bit worried, so I'll accompany you in. Master need not worry. Your disciple will pay attention to safety. I'm not worried about your safety. I'm worried that if you go in, they all be in danger. Master really is insightful. At least that Shangwan Ro. Yi Qinghan has no intention of letting her live. As for that Dongfangju, if she doesn't get her comeuppance, that's her tight luck. However, poor Shiyao. Yi Qinghan doesn't plan to make it difficult for her. After all, this girl will have to be a toy for Cheng Liang in the future. And that's not easy. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan feels she is truly too kind. However, Yi Qinghan's actions are also calculated, not merely out of impulse. Refusing her master's good intentions, Yi Qinghan resolutely walks into the secret realm. Master has already defied the heavens to change my fate. Dongfangju, do you also want to ride on my coattails? What are you worth? Who isn't a princess? I, Yi Qinghan, am also of royal blood. Am I proud? Am I boastful? You should honestly go and be a toy for Cheng Liang. The secret realm is not quite what Yi Qinghan imagined. She originally thought it would be a dark and damp cave, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a dense forest. However, it is still dark and damp, and the twinkling starlight above is likely just an illusion created within the secret realm. Although Yi Qinghan felt terrifyingly strong, she didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, this was a secret realm left by immortals, and even someone as strong as Yi Qinghan had to tread carefully. Soon, the experience-giving mobs appeared, accompanied by the stench of death, as a large group of skeleton soldiers charged out from the depths of the forest. It seemed to be the remains of cultivators who had died in this secret realm, and Yi Qinghan noticed that the skeleton soldiers were adorned with tattered strips of cloth. If they were transformed by immortal arts, they probably wouldn't be wearing clothes. Just as she was about to draw her sword, Yi Qinghan heard a childish voice, and she could guess without thinking that it was the annoying little one. She didn't expect to have to take care of a child after entering the secret realm. Sister, your body is weak, Sure Yao will protect you. Just a bunch of mobs. Don't hurt my sister. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but laugh, looking at the little one standing in front of her about the same height. You're just in time, little sister. Let us team up and take care of these disgusting guys. Yi Qinghan had relatively few prejudices against Li Shuyao. Although she was a bit silly, she seemed to have no bad intentions. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to take down the skeleton soldiers in one strike, but since Li Shuyao was here, she decided to see how much she understood about this secret realm. The two engaged in a fierce battle, though it wasn't too intense. Despite the sheer number of skeleton soldiers, they were mostly just cannon fodder. Even if Yi Qinghan was just going through the motions, she could kill a whole group with one sword strike. Li Shuyao also surprised Yi Qinghan a little. Although she was a bit foolish, she actually had some skills. The golden light danced in the killing formation, and she was only slightly inferior to Yi Qinghan on the other side. The enthusiastic Shuyao occasionally came to help Yi Qinghan, but to Yi Qinghan, it felt like a provocation. The skeleton soldiers were only at the 5th or 6th level of Qi training, even in large numbers. They couldn't stop these two killing gods, and soon they were reduced to an endangered species. Sister is so skilled. No wonder the elders told me to be careful of my sister. It turns out she is so powerful. Yi Qinghan crossed her arms and rolled her eyes inwardly. Then, you should listen to the elders. You too, you surprised me. Li Shuyao seemed to have not heard, as she took out a bun from her backpack and handed it to Yi Qinghan, her clear and bright eyes full of expectation and kindness. Yi Qinghan was speechless. Even if this Li Shuyao were allowed into the Lingxian Hall, she probably wouldn't catch the master's eye and would likely pester her every day. With that kind of mind, even if cured, she'd still drool. Don't make that face, it's not cute, really. Is that so? The elders all say Shuyao is very cute, and men like this type. The elders are lying to you, just to make you happy. Shuyao nodded slightly, then pushed the bun closer, almost pressing it against Yi Qinghan's face. This girl wasn't even listening to what she was saying. Yi Qinghan accepted the bun and immediately tossed it aside. It wasn't that she wasn't hungry. They were in a secret realm, and if this little fool tried to poison her, Yi Qinghan didn't care about the treasures of heaven and earth in the secret realm. The key was that she didn't want to disappoint her master. So even though she felt this little fool probably wouldn't do anything harmful, caution was still necessary. Sister, you eat really fast. Is it good? Delicious. The meat is fresh and tasty. I like it very much. Yi Qinghan glanced at the half-meat bun in Shuyao's hand and casually replied, then turned her gaze to the mechanism in front of them. At this moment, the two had arrived at a cave, and the mechanism in front was likely the test for the second level. But Shuyao gave her a vegetarian filling, and although Yi Qinghan was very nice to Shuyao, she really couldn't bear to part with a meat bun. You little fool, you're quite stingy. Sister didn't eat it, saving it for later. Li Shuyao thought for a moment and realized her sister had a point. That Su Cheng was a big bad guy. Her sister must often go hungry. After much hesitation, she took out another bun and handed it to Yi Qinghan. One is enough for you. Keep the rest for yourself. Yi Qinghan couldn't even be bothered to look, her gaze fixed on the formation mechanism in front of her. This mechanism was indeed mysterious, but not unsolvable. She just needed a quiet environment. When Li Shuyao heard that Yi Qinghan didn't want it, she immediately pulled back her small hand that was holding the bun, as if afraid Yi Qinghan might change her mind. Sister, how about it? Just a small matter. Don't talk for now. Can this formation sense Shuyao talking? How amazing. It can't. This is a barrier formation, and it seems to have a triggering mechanism for enemies. In short, just don't talk. Let me figure it out. So amazing. Maybe Shuyao can help sister. No need, just stand to the side. But Shuyao wants to help sister. Yi Qinghan felt the coldness of the Ling Shuang's sword intent guiding her. That was the nature of slaughter. Right now, she just wanted to kill this brain-dead saintess. But thinking that this girl would soon be turned into a toy by Cheng Liang, she held back. Be good. Shuyao, just wait for sister. I will solve this formation soon. Chapter 20. The elders say, evenly matched. Sister, how about I give it a try? Shuyao looked at Yi Qinghan, who had been trying for a long time without success, and couldn't help but speak up. Yi Qinghan indeed noticed something was off. This barrier formation seemed to be a closed loop. No matter how she tried, it would always return to the starting point. No need, Qinghan already has a way. Really? Shuriao clapped her small hands, her face full of surprise. Do you think sister is anyone? Yi Qinghan pulled open her collar and slammed the sword box down on the ground, startling Shuriao. With two loud bangs, the sword box suddenly opened, and 6 immortal swords shot out, floating around Yi Qinghan. Letting out a long breath, she also drew out the 3-foot white jade sword. The cold light of the Ling Shuang sword reflecting on Shuriao's terrified face. The surrounding spiritual energy in Dao rhyme swirled, and a phantom like a law manifestation appeared behind her. But it was neither a deity nor a beast, but a sword shadow glowing with golden light. Ling Shuang sword formation. With slightly parted lips, her cold and emotionless gaze called upon the nearby immortal swords, which instantly responded. Breaking army sword formation. Yi Qinghan was the type who disliked trouble, but since Shuriao was nearby, she thought she would give it a try to see if it could be solved. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, cracking the code was a last resort. Why be bound by rules? Rules only bind the weak. But Yi Qinghan was strong and had better methods, brutal but effective. With a loud bang, the formation was instantly crushed. Wherever the sword light passed, stones shattered. And it was unstoppable. In Yi Qinghan's view, that was the true meaning of if you can't do it, don't blame the road. Let's go, Shuriao. She put away the sword box. Sister, your expression just now was so scary. Shuriao looked at the road ahead, feeling a chill down her spine. If they were outside, she feared the mountain would have been blasted through. Was it? Sister, didn't you just establish your foundation? How could you be this powerful? Shuriao bounced around, grinning like a little traitor, her vocabulary of compliments exhausted, only managing to say 2 words. Impressive. If it weren't impressive, the master would have killed sister. Yi Qinghan just wanted to end the topic. Although bringing her along wasn't bad and could relieve boredom, this girl's chatter was endless. I heard the elders say that sister joined a Lingxian hall just for this Ling Shuang sword. That's right, but once inside, there's no way to leave. Is this sword really powerful? Is it a heavenly grade spirit sword? No, but I really like this sword. Shuriao looked disappointed. She thought it was a treasure. But it turned out to be not even at the heavenly stage. Why? Why was she talking so much? At this moment, Yi Qinghan wanted to ask her master if there was a magical item that could sew someone's mouth shut. If this guy were mute, he would actually be quite likable. But unfortunately, the biggest flaw was that he had a mouth. Shuriao, how about we play a game? Sure. How do we play, sister? Starting now, we aren't allowed to speak. Yi Qinghan held Shuriao's head with both hands, as if cradling a basketball, her eyes nearly unable to suppress their murderous intent. But Shuriao wanted to talk to her sister. Shuriao felt a bit wronged. She liked this mysterious sister, who was so nice to her. Just now, the skeleton soldier dropped some heavenly materials and treasures and was willing to share them with her. So, did Shuriao still want to play the game? Yes. Then before we clear the next level, we won't speak. Okay? Okay. If you can't hold it in and lose, you'll have to give all the buns in your bag to your sister. Shuriao looked at Yi Qinghan, then at the small cloth bag in her arms. It was made for her by the great elder, and she had been carrying it since she was 8. Okay. After returning, she could still eat the buns, but her sister couldn't. Everyone thought Shuriao was silly, but in fact, she was quite clever. Shuriao knew her sister was good to her. She stopped talking, but it wasn't just because of a few buns. Yi Qinghan was quite pleased with the piece, and, without realizing it, found that this silent Shuriao was actually quite well-behaved. Crushing demonic creatures like waves, Shuriao stayed close by her side, truly like a little sister. Moreover, she indeed had some abilities. Yi Qinghan knew that even without her, Shuriao could reach this point based on her own strength. However, the demonic creature in front of them might not be something she could handle. The shadow before them most likely possessed late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Even the second elder of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion would only be able to flee from it. Not to mention a mid-stage foundation establishment, Li Shuriao. The circular platform, resembling an arena, seemed to be a battleground for the strong. In the center of the platform was a blue shadow, which they had encountered before. It would immediately take action if attacked or if someone entered a certain range. Along the way, Yi Qinghan had seen many corpses, some of fellow cultivators who had entered at the same time as her, and some who were once lost souls. All of them yearned for the heavenly materials and treasures within the secret realm, risking their lives to carve a bloody path through the crowd, all for the chance to become immortal, the so-called rise above the rest, to be recognized by everyone. Boring. With just a glance, she signaled the little fool to step back. Yi Qinghan was ready to unleash her ultimate move. Yi Qinghan didn't know if she could kill this soul-like shadow, but she didn't care. If she couldn't kill it, she would use the jade slip prepared by her master to finish it off. As for why she didn't use the jade slip right away, first, Yi Qinghan wanted to test her own strength. That was also the original purpose of coming to this secret realm. Second, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if this secret realm could withstand her master's supernatural powers. Summoning 10 immortal swords, Yi Qinghan prepared to use all her strength to see if she could take down this shadow in one blow. Frost sword formation, god-slaying sword formation. Frost. Yi Qinghan urged all her spiritual power. In an instant, countless flying swords filled the sky, resembling a scene of 10,000 swords returning to their origin, although most were just the illusory forms of the immortal swords. The sword intent of Frost manifested behind Yi Qinghan once again, the immortal sword screeching, instantly transforming into the god-slaying sword formation. The sound of the swords was like the wails of demonic spirits, the wind like war drums, and the golden, flowing sword shadows changed color as the word frost fell. Looking at the sea of white sword shadows, Shi Yao was stunned. It turned out that was her sister's ultimate move, just now. Am I not as strong as my sister? Is it because I ate too much? Didn't the elders say my sister and I are about the same? This damn elder. Is that what you call about the same? This is called strength being on par? Not even close. How could she have thought her sister was so pitiful? Could it be that she really was the little fool they said? As Yi Qinghan drew the frost sword from her waist, the snow-colored figure rushed forth alongside the myriad flying swords. The powerful sword energy blew Shi Yao's neck around, and she couldn't see what was happening on Yi Qinghan's side at all. She was flipped over and flew out, and at that moment, Shi Yao finally understood how much misleading information there was in the term on par in strength. Is Sister Qinghan really at Foundation Establishment? Until the overwhelming and arrogant sword energy subsided, and she could hold up her head, Shi Yao slowly lifted her head to see Qinghan standing amidst the already chaotic rubble. Chapter 21. Before the saddle and after the horse, please. Spare me. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. I was forced to do it. Shi Yao looked from afar at the man kneeling before Yi Qinghan, and for a moment, she didn't quite react to what was happening. My name is Su Zhanfeng. I am a cultivator and was originally a friend of the master of this secret realm, planning to ascend to the immortal realm together. However, on the eve of our ascension, I was secretly plotted against and imprisoned in this secret realm, becoming this wretched state. If you would spare my life, I am willing to serve you. Yi Qinghan assessed the man before her, who looked like a charred corpse. He hardly resembled a human, although he still had a face. With a nose and eyes, no one would believe he was alive. You're too ugly. I don't like you. Su Zhanfeng was clearly a bit struck by this, but his life was at stake, so he didn't dare to provoke the lady in front of him. It was said that only cultivators below the golden core stage could enter the secret realm, but someone like Yi Qinghan, even he, who had been trapped in the secret realm for thousands of years, had never seen before. However, he also didn't plan to ask Yi Qinghan how she got in or what her purpose was. As for Yi Qinghan's apparent early foundation establishment cultivation, only an idiot would believe that. Who has ever seen a foundation establishment cultivator like this? Although her cultivation was restricted in this secret realm, she could still maintain a strength equivalent to late-stage nascent soul. One strike from a foundation establishment cultivator killing a late-stage nascent soul? Su Zhanfeng certainly wouldn't believe that. Please, if you have any conditions, just state them. As long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything. Oh, quite proactive. Yi Qinghan said with a smile, and Su Zhanfeng gradually relaxed, also smiling along, quickly continuing, of course, your words are like an imperial decree. I will do whatever you ask. Do you understand this secret realm? Upon hearing this, Su Zhanfeng saw a glimmer of hope. He could live. I understand. What does your ladyship wish to find? Su Zhanfeng thought, isn't this right up my alley? Having been trapped here for thousands of years, who knows this secret realm better than him? Is there a treasure vault or something? Preferably money, gold, or the like. Yi Qinghan was indeed unreserved. She didn't have much concept of money, but for her master not to have to go out to pick vegetable leaves, she still needed money. Yes, yes. As far as I know, there are also 2 ferocious beasts guarding some immortal-grade treasures and immortal-grade techniques. Su Zhanfeng was so excited he almost stood up, but quickly realized the situation and knelt back down. If you lie to me, you know what will happen. Yi Qinghan squinted, tapping the blade of her sword on Su Zhanfeng's shoulder. I wouldn't dare. How could I deceive you, my lady? If it's false, you don't need to lift a finger. I'll cut myself. If you perform well, I might consider taking you out. Yi Qinghan squinted her eyes, speaking very calmly. Su Zhanfeng was stunned. This was a secret realm created by immortals, and this girl actually said she could take him out. But who can guarantee that the girl in front of me isn't a celestial being? Although going out will likely still be subject to this girl, it's still much better than being trapped in this secret realm. Thank you, my dear aunt. Zhanfeng will definitely not disappoint your trust. Just wait and see. Yi Qinghan then slowly put away the immortal sword in her hand, flicked her wrist, and the sword box appeared instantly, retracting the immortal sword. In just a moment, Su Zhanfeng was stunned. It doesn't matter that he doesn't know that Shi Yao, but he knows the value. That moment of golden light. The sword in that box was definitely an immortal sword, and, at the very least, it was of high quality at the immortal level. It's one thing for such an immortal sword to be in the hands of a young girl, but what's even more frightening is that she has about 10 of them, and each one is an excellent high-quality sword, in great condition. At this moment, Su Zhanfeng believed that if there was really someone in this world who could save him, it would be the girl in front of him. Annie, this way, please. Yi Qinghan waved her hand, signaling the somewhat dazed Shi Yao to follow. Shi Yao also slowly stood up, nodded, and silently followed. Annie, who is this? Su Zhanfeng didn't dare to overstep and thought it was better to ask clearly, if this was someone close to the aunt. He couldn't afford to offend. A younger sister. Su Zhanfeng didn't understand the roundabout way of speaking, and Yi Qinghan, with her ice-cold eyes, didn't pick up on any information. Hello, second aunt. You can just call me Zhanfeng. Su Zhanfeng quickly knelt down and performed a deep bow. He didn't lack dignity, but he felt that anyone trapped in this secret realm for thousands of years should act this way. There's no need for that, sister. You don't have to be so formal. Li Shiao was also stunned. Is this guy really that afraid of Sister Qinghan? Li Shiao might not be very smart, but her cultivation level was there, and she could feel Su Zhanfeng's strength. He was definitely at the nascent soul stage, and she was definitely not his match. But this Su Zhanfeng is actually afraid of Sister Qinghan. What kind of cultivation level does she have? Lead the way. Yi Qinghan hadn't heard Li Shiao speak for a long time and was originally a bit bored. But as soon as Li Shiao spoke, she started to get annoyed. Yes, this way, great aunt. Be careful of the stones. Oh, it's a bit dark here. I'll go light a lamp for you. Su Zhanfeng indeed had a talent for being a lackey, and Yi Qinghan quite liked this feeling, but she knew very well that if this guy went out, even if his cultivation was reduced, he would at least be above the god transformation stage, and she might not be able to restrain him. Whether to let him go still needed to be considered. His one-sided word could not be taken as evidence. After walking for a while, Yi Qinghan slowly stopped and looked at Su Zhanfeng with a cold expression. Isn't this the way I came? Do you dare to deceive me? I have to say, that sword box has already become a switch. The sword box hit the ground, and Su Zhanfeng didn't have time to explain. His legs knelt down first. Goo, auntie, please let me explain. Su Zhanfeng didn't want this either. His legs reacted much faster than him. The direction is correct. It's this path. The treasure vault has always been behind the entrance. Is that so? Yi Qinghan's gaze swept over, almost scaring this Su Zhanfeng, who had been in a state of fasting for 1,000 years, to wet himself. This was too terrifying. Su Zhanfeng thought he had seen powerful people before, even half-immortals he had fought against, but no one could scare him like this. But his legs, in front of Annie, simply wouldn't listen. Yes, a barrier has been set up there. If you don't investigate carefully, you won't be able to find the small path behind. If I find out you deceived me, or try to play tricks to escape, you know what will happen, right? Yi Qinghan was clearly smiling, but Su Zhanfeng was already so scared that he couldn't speak, only banging his head on the ground. Hard. Chapter 22. Treasure Hall. I have to say. With Su Zhanfeng around, even the demonic beast dared not approach Yi Qinghan. Since Yi Qinghan entered earlier and acted quickly, she hadn't seen any cultivators along the way. If there were, they were already corpses. Yi Qinghan hadn't seen a living person. But this time, on the way back to the treasure hall behind the entrance, things were different. There were corpses of cultivators everywhere. But this was the scene Yi Qinghan expected. Beasts that prided themselves on being human raised their swords and summoned their magic weapons for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Of course, Yi Qinghan was no exception. While the demonic creatures feared Su Zhanfeng's powerful cultivation, humans did not. Humans are creatures with a lot of courage, while demonic creatures do not dare. There are always those who do. But it was clear that they couldn't even pass Su Zhanfeng's test. Yi Qinghan casually accepted the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and storage rings that Su Zhanfeng handed over. She wasn't afraid of having too many of these things. The more the better. However, if it were gold or things that could be sold for money, that would be even better. Her master would definitely be very happy. Compared to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which could only be used by Yi Qinghan herself, she preferred to get something that would please her master. However, Yi Qinghan had indeed never seen her master show interest in anything other than disciples and money. In earlier days, she didn't even have much interest in her disciples. In this maze-like secret realm, with Su Zhanfeng leading the way, Yi Qinghan could indeed avoid a lot of detours. Soon, Yi Qinghan returned to the forest where she started. But she came out from another cave. Under Su Zhanfeng's guidance, they arrived at the seal in front of the treasure hall, and Yi Qinghan smiled. This Su Zhanfeng hadn't lied. Yi Qinghan wasn't proficient in formations and barriers, but with Su Zhanfeng beside her, she didn't even need to stop before Yi Qinghan could. The barrier was already lifted. These two ferocious beasts, to be honest, although their cultivation level wasn't high, they were still ferocious beasts that ordinary cultivators couldn't deal with. You, with your nascent soul cultivation level, can't handle just two ferocious beasts? Yi Qinghan wasn't surprised. She was more skeptical. Most of the danger comes at the moment before victory. Yi Qinghan always remembered her master's teachings. Everything had to be done cautiously. It wasn't that she was afraid of dying, but mainly she couldn't bring shame to her master. If her master saw her in a sorry state, she would surely be heartbroken and unable to sleep at night. The eldest lady may not know, but that guy, although he ascended to immortality, has no children or family, wanting to find a successor. He specifically left behind two ferocious beasts to guard the door and filter suitable successors. These ferocious beasts were also carefully selected. The cultivation level of the person breaking through would match the ferocious beasts. But as everyone knows, with the same cultivation level, how could a person possibly be the opponent of a ferocious beast? If I go in, I would probably find it difficult to defeat two nascent soul ferocious beasts. Su Zhanfeng wanted to live, so he naturally didn't dare to hide anything. This ant was ruthless, and a strike would be lethal, so he couldn't provoke her. Whether he could kill the ferocious beasts, Su Zhanfeng didn't know, but if this ant had even a breath left, it would definitely be no problem to kill him. When Yi Qinghan heard this, she laughed. Isn't this just a perfect match? Even a master without cultivation can slay thunder tribulations. A foundation establishment disciple can kill nascent souls. Although she was at the foundation establishment stage, Yi Qinghan truly didn't think anyone at that level could surpass her. 1 against 2? Do you look down on my frost temple? If the cultivators next door see this, they would think our frost temple can't handle it. I want to fight 10. This is also called a ferocious beast? How is it ferocious? Yi Qinghan stood at the door, looking at the two ferocious beasts huddled in front of the treasure hall. Just like mountain dogs, not that impressive at all. Su Zhanfeng was completely confused. Huh? The eldest lady is really joking. That guy may currently be motionless. But what will happen if he steps into the territory of the treasure hall? Yi Qinghan looked down on him, feeling that this Su Zhanfeng, who had almost ascended to immortality, was so afraid of death. Su Zhanfeng naturally also sensed this. Was he not trying to perform well? Can he be blamed for that? If he were still at his previous great ascension level, facing two nascent soul ferocious beasts, he would certainly not take them seriously. But now he is just a nascent soul. Facing a fierce beast of the same realm would likely require all one's strength. How then to deal with two? Just unawakened livestock, waiting here. As Yi Qinghan's words fell, a figure suddenly flew in. Huh? Is someone actually competing for this job? Miss Chunming, are you hesitating? Are you afraid? If you are scared, go back to find your master. Can your master rest easy with you out here, before you've even been weaned? Dongfang Zhu looked at the door of the treasure hall, sealed by the barrier, and naturally couldn't resist mocking the three standing at the entrance, including Yi Qinghan. Sister Qinghan. This guy actually. Sure Yao clenched her small fists, looking furious, as if someone had stolen her bun. No worries, this is a secret realm. If she has the life to steal from her master, she must also have the life to take it out, right? Su Zhanfeng just listened, muttering under his breath with the remaining half of his mouth. Masteress things? This lady is already so defiant. What kind of great terror is her master behind her? From the looks of this lady, she respects and fears her master. Even in the secret realm, what she speaks of is her master's treasure, with no thought of claiming it for herself. This shows that her master must be unfathomable. Does sister mean we wait here? Yi Qinghan merely chuckled and took out the falling immortal ruler from her jade pendant, gently tossing it into the sky. In an instant, half of the secret realm was enveloped by the falling immortal ruler. Su Zhanfeng, who was almost at the half-step to immortality at the time, sensed it in an instant. Damn! Another top-notch immortal-grade treasure. Within the range of the falling immortal ruler, there are only two ways to leave. One is to kill Yi Qinghan, and the other is to use a treasure of equal spatial attributes to negate it or shatter the falling immortal ruler in the sky. Sister Qinghan, what is this? I don't know what it's called. I stole it from my master, but with this, even if Dongfang Zhu takes my master's treasure, she cannot leave the barrier laid down by this treasure. If your sister's master finds out, she beat you again? My master uses this to hit my butt, that's why I stole it. Su Zhanfeng has also realized that this second lady isn't very bright. But since the eldest lady said she is her younger sister, he naturally doesn't dare to say anything. Even if the second lady is not very bright, she is still the second lady. What if the second lady is as deep as the eldest lady? He can't afford the cost of saying the wrong thing. This ruler looks quite extraordinary, since it's the eldest lady's master's treasure. Could it be a heaven-grade treasure? Su Zhanfeng was dumbfounded. The second lady truly has a discerning eye. What great eyesight! It must not be. If it were a heaven-grade treasure, the master would definitely lock it up in a treasure chest. How could she let her sister touch it? Su Zhanfeng was even more dumbfounded. Could it be that the eldest lady thinks I am also a fool? Or are the two of them just playing a riddle here? Chapter 23. Coming to the door at this moment, Dongfang Zhu was dressed in a red silk robe, with protective soft armor around her chest and a black iron skirt armor below her slender waist. Her hair was tied with a red ribbon. Her lips curled in a smile, and her brows and eyes exuded a heroic spirit. Holding a long spear, her demeanor was bold and unrestrained, akin to a military Mulan. With such beauty, it was no wonder that countless young masters inside and outside the palace were drooling over her. With her supreme talent, she was coveted by many prestigious families and great sections. Yi Qinghan had seen her before. The last time was in the martial arts arena of Ling Mountain, where that person was her opponent. However, Yi Qinghan was also a prodigy. Ever since they fought to a draw last time, Dongfang Zhu seemed very dissatisfied with her. Whether it was admiration for a fellow hero or jealousy, in short, every time she saw Yi Qinghan, she had to throw in a few jabs. Now knowing that Yi Qinghan had joined the broken sect of Lingxian Hall for a broken sword, Dongfang Zhu found it laughable and also felt helpless. Among her peers, only Yi Qinghan could match her. Clearly gifted, yet for the sake of a sword, she joined Lingxian Hall, ruining her bright future. Watching the treasure hall door tightly sealed as soon as she entered, Dongfang Zhu revealed a smile belonging to a victor. But when she turned around, even the exceptionally talented Dongfang Zhu couldn't smile anymore. Those two little dogs had now expanded several times in size, turning into the fierce beasts that Su Zhanfeng spoke of. They had also replicated Dongfang Zhu's cultivation level, both fierce beasts at the late stage of foundation establishment. Damn, that's quite intimidating. Dongfang Zhu spat and waved her spear. Let us see. Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry. She simply took out a chair from her jade pendant and sat outside to watch. Miss Dongfang has great skills. Shi Yao was not modest. and simply sat on Yi Qinghan's lap. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. Huh? This brainless saintess is quite forward. Yes, yes. Shi Yao had long heard that this Dongfang's sister dances with her spear to perfection. Seeing it today truly lives up to its reputation. At this moment, Dongfang Ju was so angry she wanted to curse. So while she was dealing with fierce beasts, these two were just watching from the outside. Watching is one thing, but they wouldn't stop talking. Shut your mouth. Watch me. In a moment of distraction, Dongfang Ju was slapped against the wall by that fierce beast. Ha, oh dear. Miss Dongfang, how careless you are. Yi Qinghan laughed uncontrollably, genuinely pleased. Aren't you the one with a big mouth? Don't you love to shout? Why aren't you shouting now? Huh? Why isn't Miss Dongfang speaking? Is she naturally quiet? You love to show off. You love to steal others' treasures. Go ahead and steal. Yi Qinghan, you just wait. I'll deal with these two fierce beasts first, then come out to deal with you. Yi Qinghan enjoyed the show. If it weren't for the door blocking her, she would have wanted to go in and beat up Dongfang Ju too. Yi Qinghan didn't speak, but the worried look on Shi Yao's face, seeing the fierce beasts coming, made her hurriedly speak. Hey, Miss Dongfang, be careful behind you. Don't let those two little dogs kill you. While Yi Qinghan was chatting and laughing with Shi Yao, she didn't feel bothered by Shi Yao at this moment. Of course, a monotonous life was something Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think about. The person she had been waiting for had arrived. Little brat, I finally caught you. Su Zhanfeng suddenly turned around, wanted to take the life of the newcomer as well, to gain merit in front of the second lady. Turning around and raising his hand to block Su Zhanfeng, Yi Qinghan smiled with her eyes curved. I thought you had run away or died. I didn't expect you to dare come looking for me. Yi Qinghan was quite surprised. It seemed that Shangwan Ro had likely broken through again, thinking she could handle it. Hee, little brat, quite arrogant, but I wonder how strong you really are. As Shangwan Ro spoke, she activated her true energy, with her long sword standing beside her, displaying strength that wasn't inferior to Shi Yao's. Seemingly preparing to show Yi Qinghan her current strength. Yi Qinghan was stunned. She could tell that this person had already reached the golden core stage. In terms of cultivation, not counting Su Zhanfeng, she was undoubtedly the strongest in this secret realm. However, this true energy is Shangwan Ro's golden core watered down? Is this even called true energy? It's not even as strong as her usual protective true energy. Sister Qinghan, be careful. She is very strong. Shi Yao looked at her, most likely having broken through in this secret realm. Now she is at the golden core stage. You don't need to narrate for her. I can see it. Yi Qinghan rolled her eyes. Clearly, she was a little fool, so just play your role well. If you engage with her, won't she successfully show off? Miss Shangwan, may I ask why you harbor such hatred towards me? Yi Qinghan smiled, not in a hurry to slap her face, just hoping for fewer troubles in the future. Hearing this, Shangwan Ro was even more furious. Now that she had reached the golden core stage, there was no need to rush to kill this brat. You still have the face to ask? Oh, what do you mean by that? Pretending to worship a master, using despicable means to deceive treasures. Do you admit it? Is there such a thing as using seductive arts to entice the sect leader of another faction? On the surface, you appear to be obedient, but in reality, you are ruthless and cruel, harming the entire family of the Pinyin sect, digging up ancestral graves to steal valuables. Aren't all these things you've done? Yi Qinghan smiled. Hee. Indeed, they're all things I've done. You are absolutely right. However, there's one point I need to correct. I never seduced any sect leader from another faction. Don't spread false rumors. What if my master finds out and doesn't like me anymore? That would be a huge injustice. Since becoming my master's disciple, Qinghan has been dedicated to cultivation, never harboring any thoughts of betrayal. How could there be any pretense? Hee. As for seducing the sect leader of another faction, I actually wish your Cheng Liang would keep his distance from me. Sometimes I think you're quite foolish, really. How could you like a man like Cheng Liang? I really don't understand what you see in him. Moreover, if I truly wanted to seduce him, do you think you could stop me? Have you even looked in a mirror? What are you? What is your Cheng Liang? You don't even consider whether Qinghan has ever regarded you or your master. As for the rest, you're quite right, but have you ever thought about it? The Pinyin sect is no match for me. What qualifications do you have? Shangwan Ro sneered, completely unaware of the impending danger. Sophistry is useless. Take this. Yi Qinghan didn't care whether the other party had lost their mind or was truly foolish. It didn't matter whether they were at the golden core stage or the nascent soul stage. To Yi Qinghan, there was no difference. Although she thought the other was truly foolish, Yi Qinghan could understand that if she hadn't heard her master's little secret, she wouldn't believe such things either. Yi Qinghan had no doubt that her master had not taken her in merely for her talent, nor was it because of her beauty. It was simply because she had honestly knelt for a day, showing her sincerity. If someone else knelt for a day, her master would likely also present the Ling Shuang sword to test them. However, in Yi Qinghan's eyes, this was what one would call a celestial fate. Chapter 24. Steady flowing water taking out the sword box from her precious treasure, Yi Qinghan drew her sword and engaged Shang Wanro. In the midst of the clash of blades, Yi Qinghan seized the opportunity to turn around and delivered a resounding slap. Do you remember how your Cheng Liang bullied my master on the day he became a disciple? Shang Wanro was furious and immediately retaliated with another sword strike. The long sword sliced through the air with sharpness. Yi Qinghan's movements were agile. Her celestial sword danced like a swimming dragon. Golden light flowing like ribbons around her light and graceful form. Dodging a sword strike, taking advantage of the unsteady stance, Yi Qinghan delivered another slap. Although she didn't use any true energy, she didn't hold back at all. The slap left Shang Wanro dazed, clutching her bloodied mouth, sitting on the ground in a daze. Why aren't you speaking? Is it that you're naturally not fond of talking? How did Yi Qinghan see it? Yi Qinghan looked on with a smile. I single-handedly wiped out a sect. Who gave you the courage to think your strength was enough to kill me? Or do you think the Pinyin sect has no golden core cultivators? Yi Qinghan lifted Shang Wanro's sword, casually tossing it aside. The long sword firmly embedded beside Shang Wanro's hand. Aren't you going to kill me? Stop playing dead. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if she were the villain in a story, but she didn't care. She would return all the humiliation her master endured. None of these people would escape. Killing her would be too easy for her. Shang Wanro gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with rage, and resolutely picked up her sword. I must say, although Cheng Liang is not a good person, Shang Wanro still has some spirit. However, in front of Yi Qinghan, that spirit could only be regarded as reckless. After a loud crash, Yi Qinghan slowly lowered her raised leg, watching Shang Wanro slide down the wall. Do you think everyone in this world is a fool, and only you're smart? In fact, in Qinghan's eyes, you are the dumbest one here. Still talking about seducing the sect leader of another faction. How could you even think of that? In Lingxian Hall, my master dotes on me alone. All the rare treasures and my master belong to me alone. Why would I choose to compete with you for that worthless Cheng Liang when I have the resources of the entire sect and my master's exclusive affection? Shang Wanro seemed a bit deranged. She couldn't understand. Why? As a peerless talent, couldn't she defeat a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Yi Qinghan? Why, as the eldest disciple, did even her own master constantly think about Yi Qinghan? Where did she and this girl fall short? If it were the magic weapon mentioned by her master, Yi Qinghan had just fought her without using any magic weapon. As for looks, was she worse than Yi Qinghan? As long as you die, my master will love only me. You will be a stumbling block on my path to immortality. Yi Qinghan smiled. It was not surprising. Actually, you knew a long time ago, right? You just can't accept it. You can't accept that the disciple of your useless master is more beautiful and stronger than you. You are jealous. You envy that I can receive my master's love, while your master does not love you. You envy that I am prettier than you. Even your master can't take his eyes off me. If that is the case, I want to kill you, just to infuriate you. Yi Qinghan's words were too venomous. This statement nearly drove the secretly recuperating Shang Wanro to madness. If you let me go, I won't let you off either. Shang Wanro pouted. The words 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west practically written on her face. It was as if she were asking for death. Shang Wanro understood that this time she would gain nothing, and her master would likely be disappointed in her. In contrast, Yi Qinghan remained calm and composed from beginning to end. It's fine. You are no different from the skeleton soldier when you first entered the secret realm. You can't stir up much trouble, so don't think too highly of yourself. The humiliation my master endured, I will repay one by one on you in your Tiandao pavilion. You and your precious master will not escape." After saying that, Yi Qinghan turned around, letting Shangwan Ro fend for herself, and simply returned to the entrance of the treasure hall. Sister Qinghan is so powerful. Even Shangwan Ro at the Golden Core stage is no match for her. Li Shuyao followed behind Yi Qinghan, showering her with praise. Following behind Yi Qinghan, she said every four-character phrase she could think of. Once she ran out, she had to make something up. Sister is really clever, like Sima Guang breaking the vat. Truly impressive. All right. I know you haven't studied much. Take a break. Don't tire yourself out. Yi Qinghan rolled her eyes. Why was she so excited about winning? Su Zhanfeng was dumbfounded. The second madam was using his own words. This completely deprived him of the chance to shine. Just now, a good opportunity was about to be taken by the eldest madam, and now even the second madam was trying to steal the spotlight. After a long pause, Su Zhanfeng squeezed out 5 words. "Welcome, eldest madam." Yi Qinghan guessed. "Stop wasting words." She then began to survey the inside of the treasure hall. After a round of observation, Dongfangju was being attacked in turns by 2 ferocious beasts. At this moment, he was already covered in wounds, nearly dead. No way. Is this guy so weak? He can't even defeat 2 ferocious beasts? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. Logically, this guy had fought to a draw with her last time. How could he be this weak? She had planned to wait until Dongfangju took care of the ferocious beasts before going to snatch treasures, but at this rate, it looked like Dongfangju couldn't win against those 2 ferocious beasts at all. Yi Qinghan felt that Dongfangju must have some hidden trump card. This doesn't make sense. Could that trump card be reserved for her? Yi Qinghan also had her own considerations. She believed her strength had its limits. Without the Ling Shuang sword and the Ling Shuang sword technique, while she should be stronger than them, it was still limited. But those 2 ferocious beasts were clearly very weak. 2 Foundation Establishment ferocious beasts were not worthy of her summoning the Ling Shuang sword. Therefore, it was absurd for Dongfangju to be unable to defeat them. Sister, should we help her? At this rate, she is going to die. Why save her? What does her death have to do with you? Yi Qinghan suddenly turned her head, looking at Li Shuyao with a puzzled expression. She felt something was off. This guy's been killing all the way, never showing mercy. Why is it different this time? It's not about whether to save someone or not. Since her master instructed her not to let Dongfangju die, Yi Qinghan would save her, but she wanted to observe a bit longer, at least to see the opponent's ultimate move. However, now that Li Shuyao spoke up, it was another matter. Moreover, she had mentioned liking her master. There shouldn't be another person in this world who can hear her master's inner thoughts, right? But she is very beautiful. Shuyao doesn't want the pretty sister to die. However, if the sister doesn't want to save her, then she must be a bad person. That's hard to judge. With her head, even if she can hear her master's voice, she probably wouldn't be able to do much. Hey sister, look, that sister Dongfang is going to die. She won't die. She hasn't used her ultimate move yet. Sister, how do you know Dongfangju has an ultimate move she hasn't used? I guessed it. I feel that with her strength, she shouldn't be defeated by just 2 ferocious beasts. So, Sister Dongfang is that powerful too? I think her strength should be on par with Shuyao's. She should have no problem dealing with 2 ferocious beasts. Li Shuyao was taken aback. If it were just 1, Shuyao felt she should be fine, but with 2, Shuyao might have to run away. Shuyao scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. Yi Qinghan was confused. This doesn't make sense. Are you saying you can't handle the ferocious beasts either? Shuyao was stunned. Did the sister think she was as strong as her? It's not that I can't handle them. It's that I can't deal with 2. Yi Qinghan found it hard to believe. According to her, the person who built the secret realm originally wanted to find a successor. Yet even Shuyao and Dongfangju were deemed unqualified? Aren't you both at the Foundation establishment stage? How could you not handle them? Yi Qinghan couldn't understand. Why? Sister, although it's a bit frustrating, not every Foundation establishment cultivator is as powerful as you. Li Shuyao was picking at her little hands, looking aggrieved, as if she had been scolded. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but recall Shangwan Ro. When dealing with Shangwan Ro, she used the immortal sword, and winning was expected. When facing Su Zhanfeng, she used the frost sword technique. Winning him was also not surprising. However, Yi Qinghan really didn't know what a foundation establishment cultivator's strength should be like. Being next to her master always made her feel weak. Wanted to play it safe with everything. She had always thought her master lacked common sense. It turned out she herself had no common sense either. Are you saying that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators shouldn't be able to handle ferocious beasts? Yi Qinghan's face was full of disbelief. To her, those ferocious beasts were as fragile as paper. If one isn't careful and uses too much strength, that ferocious beast would probably die. It shouldn't be that way. It must be certain that Shi Yao, among the foundation establishment disciples, if not the strongest, is still very strong and can at most deal with one. I don't believe it. You show me. At that moment, Yi Qinghan felt that Li Shi Yao was hiding her true strength and deliberately deceiving her. She had just reached foundation establishment, and although she had her master's invincible technique, there shouldn't be such a huge gap compared to ordinary people. Shi Yao isn't stupid enough to risk her life for treasures, right? Yi Qinghan had always believed that her strength came from the frost sword technique and her master's invincible technique, especially since she had the enhanced version of the innate treasure. With her master's treasures, Yi Qinghan certainly wouldn't look down on ordinary prodigies. But if you took away these external factors, would she still be stronger? Was it really that much stronger? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. Could it be that she was really too strong? Or was it that she couldn't see the true strength of the ferocious beasts? Let me see how it is. Saying this, Yi Qinghan slowly stood up and drew out the frost sword from her waist. Be careful, my lady. These two ferocious beasts can change their cultivation level. If my lady goes in, the ferocious beasts will also transform to the same level as my lady. Su Zhanfeng was very worried. If anything happened to this lady, although this second lady sounded weaker than the first, he didn't dare to take that risk. But they're just beasts without spiritual intelligence. Don't make a fuss. Yi Qinghan just wanted to see what strength foundation establishment ferocious beasts had. She never looked down on ferocious beasts, but wasn't skilled at deciphering this barrier. My lady, this formation was infused with immortal techniques by that fellow. Can you open it? Yi Qinghan tilted her head. Her beautiful face, though enchanting, was now covered in frost. I can't do anything either. Then shut your mouth. I told you not to make noise. Su Zhanfeng quickly covered his mouth. This lady's temperament was unpredictable, and he dared not speak carelessly. Luckily, he drew out the all-purpose key called Frost. In Yi Qinghan's understanding, there was no door that this key couldn't open. If there was, then she would just apply more force and try again. Suddenly, the purple formation emitted a loud bang under the impact of the frost sword. Yi Qinghan didn't use much force. She was mainly afraid that one sword strike would kill the little dog inside, as she still wanted to see what strength foundation establishment was. Another bang, and she added a bit more force this time. The formation began to shatter, and the surrounding spells started to flicker. Yi Qinghan thought the next strike should be lighter, so she carefully struck again, visibly cautious, leaving Su Zhanfeng stunned. As the formation shattered into pieces, Yi Qinghan walked in without hesitation. Sister Dongfang, are you almost done for? Hang in there. Please, I'll save your life. How about it? Dream on. Go find your master to suckle. Yi Qinghan instantly dashed out, kicking Dongfang Ju out of the courtyard like a dead dog. Shi Yao, keep an eye on her. Later, I'm going to chop off her feet and stuff them in her mouth. Dongfang Ju didn't need anyone to watch her. She was already severely injured, and with Yi Qinghan's kick, she fainted immediately. Yi Qinghan watched as the two ferocious beasts seemed to regress in strength, shrinking a bit, then pounced towards Yi Qinghan, baring their fangs and claws. They didn't look strong to begin with, and now they've shrunk. Do they look down on the eldest disciple of the Frost Palace? Shi Yao, is this right? Sister, don't be afraid. Shi Yao is here to help you. No, are you sure these are foundation establishment ferocious beasts? Absolutely. Just as the words fell, Yi Qinghan accidentally struck one with her foot and killed it. This made Shi Yao a bit unsure. Are they really foundation establishment? Shi Yao, you try. Can't you handle this thing? Yi Qinghan felt that this creature was even less sturdy than the dummies her master gave her, as if it were made of paper. It crumbled at a touch. Sister, don't go too far. If Shi Yao can't handle it, you have to come and save me. Okay, you go beat it. I'll watch. As she spoke, Yao handed the unconscious Dongfang Ju over to Su Zhanfeng, swallowed hard, and walked seriously into the treasure hall. Yi Qinghan no longer doubted her own strength. She realized that even a pig following her master would be a celestial pig. Being strong is inevitable. However, she was very curious about the gap between herself and these ordinary prodigies. If it were in the past, she could see some things from battles. But now in this secret realm, she could crush everything. Su Zhanfeng at the nascent soul stage? One sword. Shangwan Rou at the golden core stage? One sword. Countless miscellaneous soldiers? One sword. What difference can this show? She couldn't see any at all. She just wanted to know how much she differed from ordinary people. If her strength were translated into an ordinary person's realm, what would it be? Yao didn't waste words. As soon as she stepped into the treasure hall, her expression turned serious, and the long sword in her hand trembled slightly, as if sensing the call of a strong enemy, eager for battle. Sacred blood release. Yi Qinghan nodded. A big move is coming. Yes, yes, yes. Yi Qinghan's eyes curved with a smile. Hee, this is the kind of strength a foundation establishment should have. This is the taste. I knew you were hiding a big move. Chapter 26, No Big Move. Holy Blood Release. Crimson Cloud Sword. Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled with little stars. Looking a bit handsome, but the preparation time is a bit long. If it were master, he would definitely be dissatisfied. Let's see the crimson holy blood surge from Li Shiyao's arm, enveloping the sword in midair, as if coating the blade with a layer of blood-red film. Interesting, this holy blood seems to have a suppressive effect on the fierce beast. Although Yi Qinghan was a bit disappointed, she still watched with great interest. Yi Qinghan thought that since Li Shiyao shouted so handsomely, it must be a big move. After a long build-up, it turned out to be just a boost for herself, and Sister Qinghan was very disappointed. However, Yi Qinghan also noticed that although this guy seemed a bit silly, she was not hesitant at all when it came to fighting. She wasn't stupid at all. This holy blood had not been seen in use before. Only against this fierce beast did she use it. Coincidentally, this holy blood did indeed have a remarkable effect on the fierce beast. The places hit by the crimson cloud sword would sizzle and emit white smoke, as if they were being burnt. This indicated that the holy maiden knew her holy blood could cause more severe damage to this fierce beast. Compared to this, Dongfang Ju's spear clearly didn't handle such a large fierce beast very well. Sister, I can't hold on anymore. Go for it. Ye Vinkan Simidet. Today she wanted to see the holy maiden unleash her big move. Sister, please help Shiyao. Shiyao is about to die, dealing with one fierce beast. Shiyao wasn't as embarrassed as Dongfang Ju, but she didn't have any good strategies to defeat the enemy for a while. Then hurry up and unleash your ultimate move. Don't you have any holy blood sword formations or anything? No, the elder didn't teach me. Then just pray for your own good. Yi Qinghan didn't believe that the holy mountain had only one treasure and wouldn't teach her any ultimate moves. Please, Sister Qinghan, save Shiyao. Shiyao really has no big moves. If you don't unleash your big move, I want to save you. This is your training. You need to learn to grow up. Yi Qinghan's serious expression almost made her believe it herself. Good sister. If this goes on, Shiyao won't live to grow up. Shiyao stumbled, braced herself with one hand on the ground, and sprang up like a spring, stabilizing her body mid-air, kicking the fierce beast in the abdomen while slashing at its calf with her sword. Beautiful Shiyao. Go for it. While Yi Qinghan was speaking, she prepared to increase the difficulty for Shiyao. Although this silly girl kept begging, it was clear she was still quite capable. Yi Qinghan felt that such difficulty was clearly too easy for a genius, so she had to push her a bit. Mischievously, she stepped into the courtyard. In an instant, the fierce beast's body swelled to twice its size. Just now, Dongfang Ju was dealing with two of them. Although one was killed, with two Foundation establishment cultivators standing in, the fierce beast would also possess the strength of two Foundation establishment cultivators. Huh, Sister Qinghan, it got bigger. Now, even the sword with holy blood wouldn't do much damage to the fierce beast, and Shiyao was being chased around the courtyard by it. Why are you running? You should hit it. Sister, I'll give you all my buns. Save Shiyao. Shiyao really has no big moves. Shiyao couldn't keep up. She only had two legs. How could she outrun a fierce beast with 4 legs? So she ran towards Yi Qinghan, hiding behind her to use her as a meat shield. Isn't this a bit too embarrassing? Yi Qinghan didn't care, casually slashing the fierce beast down in one hit. Just as Yi Qinghan wanted to speak, she felt the world shifting, and Li Shuyao was also taken to a place that seemed like a fairyland. Surrounded by ethereal energy, there was just a table and a censer in front of them, resembling an immortal's abode. However, having seen the immortal palace and her master's sleeping quarters, Yi Qinghan really didn't take these things seriously. In the Lingxian Hall, the air you breathe is all immortal-grade air. What place can compare to the Lingxian Hall? Stop playing tricks. If you don't come out, I'll tear your place down. Beside her, Shuyao appeared very surprised, clearly not having seen much of the world. But Yi Qinghan wasn't going to pamper her. I am Ping Tian. This is my table. Before she finished speaking, she saw her little table being cut in half by Yi Qinghan's sword. I called you out. Stop wasting words. Yi Qinghan also noticed something was off, firmly gripping the sword hilt, and in an instant drew out the Ling Fra sword, most likely needing to use it against the person in front of her. After all, the falling immortal ruler was still floating above her head, and Yi Qinghan never doubted her master's treasures. In the current situation, there were only 2 possibilities, either an illusion or space-related magic or treasures. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan could still sense the presence of the falling immortal ruler. So she speculated that this was an illusion set up by the owner of the secret realm or a distraction. They should still be in the treasure hall. Yi Qinghan didn't know who the other party was or their strength. It was better to be cautious. If she underestimated them, it could lead to disaster. She swung her sword, and with a loud bang, the ethereal atmosphere disappeared. Rough but effective. A figure appeared before the 2. Young lady, why are you so anxious? Can't I introduce myself? Playing tricks. I'm here to get treasures, not to make friends with you. Stop wasting words. With a serious face, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to relax her vigilance. To be honest, she could sense the other party's strength, and this person might have strength comparable to her own. Yi Qinghan guessed that the other party was at least at the mid-foundation establishment level. Foundation establishment experts. Terrifying indeed. Sister Qinghan, I think he doesn't mean to harm us. Shuyao rubbed her little hands, seemingly feeling that the other party had no malice, just thinking he resembled the immortal described by Suzhan. Are you a worm in his belly? How do you know he doesn't want to harm us? Yi Qinghan couldn't care about anything else at this moment. If a real fight broke out, she wouldn't be able to protect Li Shuyao either, nor did she have the obligation to do so. 2 young friends. Don't be anxious. My name is Pei Yunxiao, the owner of this secret realm. I truly have no intention of harming you 2 sisters. On the contrary, you have passed my test, and I want to pass on immortal level techniques to you. What do you think? Yi Qinghan slightly straightened her expression, sizing up Pei Yunxiao in front of her, and slowly spoke. Aren't you an immortal? Do you have nothing valuable? We passed the test, and you're just giving us a broken technique? Sister, are you silly? He said he wants to give us immortal level techniques. Shuyao was a bit shocked, but more so because of Yi Qinghan's words. That's right. I see that you 2 have extraordinary talent and wish to pass on my lifelong unique skills to you. How about it? I don't want it. If you want to give a broken technique, give it to whoever you want. You're such a great immortal. Are you really that poor? Don't you have any other treasures? Yi Qinghan's 2 sentences left Pei Yunxiao speechless. Young lady, do you think I'm lying to you? My physical body has entered the immortal realm. This body only relies on a wisp of spiritual consciousness to remain in this realm, and I definitely won't harm you. Pei Yunxiao was also impressed by Yi Qinghan. At her age and cultivation level, to be able to pass the test was truly a rare talent. Although the blonde beside her was also quite good, it was clear that Yi Qinghan appeared to be stronger than that silly girl. Do you have nothing tangible? Gold? Treasures or something? Chapter 27, The Greatest Good Person in the World. Pei Yunxiao couldn't understand why such a good seedling would come from such a poor family, giving up on immortal level techniques and asking for money. If you practice this immortal level technique, it will ensure that you have no obstacles on your path to becoming an immortal. Just focus on your cultivation, and you will surely. Shut up. I'm asking if you have money. What are you rambling on about? Yi Qinghan was a bit annoyed, and so was Pei Yunxiao. A rotten wood is hard to carve. Shuyao wanted it, but she didn't dare to fight Yi Qinghan for it. She could only watch eagerly from the side, looking like a little pitiful thing. Sister. Yi Qinghan's fox-like eyes swept to Shiyao beside her. And hey, an idea came to her. Are you not going to give me something else for this technique? Pei Yunxiao was taken aback. Huh? How about I give you a celestial sword? Deal. Pei Yunxiao smiled, realizing that the other party wanted a magical treasure. However, a celestial sword in exchange for such a talented disciple is not a loss. With a wave of his hand, a low-grade celestial technique radiating colorful light and a blue celestial sword slowly floated in front of the two. Yi Qinghan saw it, and that was hers. Before Pei Yunxiao could introduce it, she reached out, and suddenly a sword box appeared, quickly unfolding and swallowing the celestial sword inside. Yi Qinghan ignored Pei Yunxiao and glanced at the little pitiful one beside her. Sister will keep this celestial sword, and the technique will be given to Sister Shiyao. How about that? Shiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Sister, if Master knows I accepted someone else's technique, he will beat you. Little sister, you are talented and even more capable than me. With this celestial technique, you will surely soar. Sister, I can't repay you. Shiyao was almost moved to tears. Her sister actually gave up a celestial technique for her. If Yi Qinghan were not also a girl, she might have offered herself at this moment. No, even as a girl, Shiyao could. Sister, I only ask you to stay away from me and Master. You must not take risks. But sister, Shiyao liked it but felt guilty. She had already set her heart on Sister Qinghan. Sister Qinghan is the greatest good person in the world. If such a sister loses her technique, how will she report back when she returns? Little sister, don't hesitate. After returning, you must be careful and cautious. This matter must not be leaked. Sister's sincerity is something Shiyao has never encountered in her life, and she couldn't help but tear up. She accepted the technique and nodded with tears in her eyes. Seeing Shiyao accept the technique, Yi Qinghan finally turned her attention back to Pei Yunxiao's darkened face. What's wrong? You're not thinking of taking back what you've given away, are you? Miss, do you really look down on my celestial technique? Pei Yunxiao was puzzled. If it were someone else, they would be desperate to obtain a celestial technique. Why are you two sisters here declining it? How come when celestial techniques come to you, they become something everyone despises? Pei Yunxiao could understand that Yi Qinghan had her reasons, but he wasn't going to ask more. He was just a trace of spiritual consciousness. It didn't matter who got the technique. The physical body had long died in the celestial realm. This transmission was merely to continue the lineage. Fortunately, Li Shiyao had some talent. If she got this technique, she would not necessarily lose to Yi Qinghan. I don't have any preference. Mainly, Master doesn't like it. Master likes valuable things. Pei Yunxiao didn't say more and turned to leave, the illusion gradually lifting. Miss, you're back. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Zhanfeng kneeling and sliding to her front, his movements quite skilled. Don't be so startled. I'm not dead yet. Yi Qinghan simply swept the treasure hall clean. There was nothing good. The best item was just a mid-grade heavenly fan. However, Yi Qinghan didn't care. She could turn scrap into treasure for Master. Shiyao, help sister look for some gold or something. Li Shiyao was taken aback. Gold? Su Zhanfeng, go take down all the paintings on the wall. This should sell for a lot of money. All right, miss. Like a bandit entering a village, Yi Qinghan fully displayed her style, emptying the entire treasure hall, even scraping the gold paint off the pillars clean. After collecting everything into the jade pendant, Yi Qinghan felt much happier. Once all these treasures are sold for gold, Master will definitely praise me. Sister Qinghan, I can understand the gold paint on the pillar, but isn't it unnecessary to take the floor tiles? Little sister, you're the saintess of the holy mountain. You wouldn't understand the value of money. Huh? Shiyao was confused. What does this have to do with what she said? While Yi Qinghan directed Su Zhanfeng to clean up the battlefield, she earnestly lectured Li Shiyao. You know that the meat bun you eat costs money for the meat, money for the flour, and even the process of chopping it into filling costs money. Without money, sister will go hungry. So poor. I mistook you, sister. In Lingxian Hall, it was just sister and master. If sister didn't work hard to save money, not only would she go hungry, but she would also be beaten. Huh? Sister, look at my bracelet. Okay. Thank you, little sister. I'll accept it. Without a second thought, Yi Qinghan took the gem-studded golden bracelet from Li Shiyao's arm. Sister, hey. Sure Yao felt something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. However, she believed her sister wouldn't harm her. Sister, shouldn't we go back now? Why go back? There are still many heavenly materials and treasures left. Sure Yao was confused, and Su Zhanfeng was also confused. According to reason, they had gone through the secret realm, and Su Zhanfeng was sure there was nothing left. Yi Qinghan smiled, collecting all the heavenly materials and treasures, setting up a small table at the entrance of the secret realm, collecting tolls. This scene shocked Sure Yao. She had forgotten to rob the cultivators in the secret realm. Yi Qinghan sat beside her. Sure Yao seemed like a maid sitting on Yi Qinghan's lap, fanning her. Su Zhanfeng stood at the entrance of the secret realm like a formidable guard. If you want to leave this secret realm, hand over all your money and half of your heavenly materials and treasures. This is too unreasonable. Fellow Taoist, look at this monster, forcibly blocking the way and robbing. Reasonable? Su Zhanfeng had regained his dignity. He was certainly no match for the miss. But dealing with these foundation establishment kids was too easy. After a few moves, anyone trying to reason with him was bleeding. Su Zhanfeng pointed at the row of cultivators standing at the entrance of the secret realm, glaring at them with wide eyes, and shouted, I tell you, the treasures in this secret realm belong to Miss Yi Qinghan. Leaving you half is already giving you face. You still want to bargain? Try it. Su Zhanfeng stood like a gate, blocking the entrance of the secret realm, and the group of cultivators, even if they were angry, had no way to proceed. Chapter 28. Collecting tolls. Sure Yao watched this scene. She didn't mind. Even if all the heavenly materials and treasures they collected along the way were given to Sister Qinghan, it wouldn't compare to the celestial technique Sister Qinghan had given her. Sure Yao didn't care whether Sister Qinghan was a good person or a bad person. At least Sister Qinghan treated her well. So Sister Qinghan is the greatest good person in the world. Doing this was probably just to avoid being tortured by Master. That despicable Su Cheng, clearly so handsome, yet he is a big bad guy, bullying Sister Qinghan. Although Yi Qinghan seemed to be focused on the beauty beside her, she still noticed Shangwan Ro from the corner of her eye. Don't make things difficult for her. Let her pass. Su Zhanfeng looked at Shangwan Ro in front of him. He originally thought this guy was opposing the miss and wanted to help her vent her anger. But now that the miss had spoken, he had to give up. Why? Shangwan Ro was already quite clear. She knew she was no match for Yi Qinghan, and even less for Su Zhanfeng. I don't like you, so I don't want your things. Even if it's money, I don't want it. Yi Qinghan leaned back in her chair, smiling as she looked at Sure Yao beside her, not even glancing at Shangwan Ro. If you go out empty-handed, you might not even be able to play with toys. We are all women. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Shangwan Ro said nothing. Her lack of strength made any words pale. No one knew this better than Shangwan Ro. The weak were always at a disadvantage, and this time it was her own doing. Watching Shangwan Ro's back, Yi Qinghan smiled happily. This time, it should be peaceful for a while. She just didn't know when the Liu family would make their move. With Master S temperament, he would definitely not agree to let himself take the initiative. After all, it's just Xiao Yun's one-sided story, and now that Xiao Yun is dead, there's no way to verify it. The Liu family is one aspect, but Yi Qinghan feels that he should also establish some industries. Although confiscating property and exterminating families is a kind of entrepreneurial method, it is not a long-term solution. One cannot just kill everyone. Master likes money, so Qinghan must learn to make money. Support Master. This way, Master will be unable to leave him in the future. After all, without him, Master would have no money and would have to pick up vegetable leaves. Hee, I'm truly a genius. Why didn't that woman just now have to pay? This is Dongfang Zhu's voice. Su Zhanfeng is unclear about his aunt's attitude towards her, so he decides to be a bit more polite to Dongfang Zhu. That woman just now is acquainted with my aunt, so naturally, she doesn't need to pay. Huh? Yi Qinghan can't afford it, huh? Turning to robbery. Dongfang Zhu puts her hands on her hips, looking indignant, as if she wants to start a fight. Yi Qinghan stands up with a smile. Your Highness the Princess is right. Lingxian Hall is in the red, and, as the eldest disciple, Qinghan is doing a little business here. Yi Qinghan, I used to think you were a bit arrogant, but you still had some semblance of a person. And now? Yi Qinghan is smiling like a blooming flower, and just as Shang Wan Ro thought, Dongfangju's words seemed very pale in her eyes. Without further ado, Dongfangju picks up her spear and rushes out. Oh, getting anxious. However, she hasn't gotten far before Su Zhanfeng presses her down to the ground, and the spear is kicked aside. Yi Qinghan feels that being a villain feels pretty good. Very refreshing. Zhanfeng, let her go. She doesn't lack money. She just wants to spar with me. Hee hee, even with money, I want to give it to you. Dongfangju slowly gets up, after some earlier adjustments. She is now fine, stomps her foot, and the spear is instantly summoned back to her hand. Handsome. Yi Qinghan claps her hands with a smile, and the surrounding cultivators all gather to watch the duel between the two prodigies. Miss Dongfang, go for it. You can't lose to this fox demon. We support you. Su Zhanfeng sees the situation and wonders why everyone is cheering for Dongfangju. With a loud crash, he stabs his big knife into the ground and roars at the crowd. If you don't want to die, shut your mouths. Yi Qinghan just smiles. She feels that being with Master is truly wonderful. Being a villain is much more enjoyable than being a good person. After all, she's not good at being a good person. The two engage in combat. And it must be said that although Dongfangju's cultivation is on par with Shi Yao, her strength is clearly a bit superior. Did your master teach you to cultivate the demonic path? You become like this? The spear is unpredictable, yet the movements are exceptionally smooth. It indeed has some skill. The two move quickly. Yi Qinghan just wants to see this guy's level, while Dongfangju finds no opportunity at all. What? Are you envious? You no longer look like a person. Dongfangju lightly flicks her spear, then turns around to deliver a powerful strike. Yi Qinghan casually flicks her wrist, neutralizing this heavy attack. They exchange blows, one sword, one spear. The spectacular duel makes everyone forget they are still trapped. Dongfangju's spear technique is divine, and she is also strikingly graceful. Yi Qinghan's swordsmanship is fierce and ruthless, captivating everyone. I am indeed a fox demon. How could I look like a person? As her words fall, the originally evenly matched sparring begins to turn. Yi Qinghan, relying on her superior swordsmanship, gains an overwhelming advantage. Do you see? Just with swordsmanship. You're not my opponent, Your Highness the Princess. As her words fall, she finishes with a standard side kick, leaving even Shi Yao beside her wide-eyed. Yi Qinghan's swordsmanship is incomprehensible, but without a doubt, it is the strongest Shi Yao has ever seen, bar none. Your Highness the Princess, since I'm here collecting tolls, I naturally don't fear you messing up the scene, understand? Step by step, she approaches Dongfangju and delivers a heavy kick, waking the previously unconscious Dongfangju in pain. Your Highness the Princess probably lives without worries, so you can naturally talk about saving the world. If the world were to kill your parents and destroy your kingdom, could you still shamelessly love the world? Yi Qinghan smiles like a flower, and she doesn't actually dislike Dongfangju that much. If her mother were still around, Yi Qinghan would also be a princess. But unfortunately, Yi Qinghan has already lost her blood relatives and her home, making it impossible for her to love the world. Dongfangju lies on the ground, no strength left to stand. And of course, Yi Qinghan's kick was not meant to let her stand again. Don't show that surprised expression. You're quite kind, aren't you? Why don't you go become a saintess on the holy mountain? You are more suitable than Li Shi Yao. Saying this, she delivers another kick. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. After all, in my eyes, you are just a child that hasn't been weaned yet. Yi Qinghan doesn't care about right or wrong, or what is good and evil. Moral standards do not work in this world. The so-called laws are merely reins binding the lower-class livestock. What Yi Qinghan cares about is only one person. That is Master. Yi Qinghan turns around, glaring fiercely at Su Zhanfeng. Su Zhanfeng's legs go weak, and he quickly kneels down. If this princess takes a stone out of the secret realm, I will twist your head off. Chapter 29. Seeking an explanation from Su Cheng. Dongfangju, the one who stuck her neck out, got beaten, and the others behind her became much more obedient. After all, about 10 prodigies are already lying next to Dongfangju. However, being the protagonist, Dongfangju can really take a beating. Yi Qinghan looks at Dongfangju, who is trying to get up, and gives Su Zhanfeng a message. She wants to go out with me, understand? Su Zhanfeng nods repeatedly, putting on a fake smile for Yi Qinghan. Understood. Don't worry, my lady. Before my lady goes out, she absolutely cannot get up. Su Zhanfeng kicks her, controlling the force so that it won't kill her, just enough. In front of the secret realm gate, a long line is formed, and Su Zhanfeng collects tolls from each one. Those who are truly poor even have to go back and see if there are any monsters to kill. For those with lower cultivation, Yi Qinghan simply collects the money. After all, she doesn't have the time to waste in the secret realm, so she decides to take Shi Yao out. No wonder Shi Yao is so understanding. Following Yi Qinghan all the way, she really didn't find any treasures, but she dug out all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Little sister Shi Yao is fine. Is that okay? Shi Yao peeks her little head out, seemingly feeling that rules are rules. After following Sister Qinghan for so long, those prodigies like her are all subdued by Sister Qinghan. After collecting so much, Shi Yao's few fruits don't matter. You go ahead first. Yi Qinghan is not in a hurry. After all, she still has Su Zhanfeng by her side, so she sends Shi Yao away first. Shi Yao looks back at the two behind her, feeling reluctant, but since Sister Qinghan said so, it should be fine, right? After seeing Shi Yao leave, Yi Qinghan slowly speaks. Su Zhanfeng, I can let you out. Su Zhanfeng kneels on the ground, starting to bang his head on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Thank you. My lady, don't be in a hurry to thank me. Listen to me first. Yi Qinghan looks helpless, but doesn't stop him. My lady, please go on. After you go out, I want time to keep an eye on you every day, but if you make me regret letting you out, I will definitely make you beg me to kill you. As she says this, Yi Qinghan maintains a gentle smile, exuding the grace and composure of a noble lady. However, Su Zhanfeng on the opposite side does not feel well. His already tattered skin is breaking out in cold sweat. My lady's great kindness. Zhanfeng will never let down my lady's grace today. Yi Qinghan pointed at the half-dead Dongfang Ju beside her and calmly said, it doesn't matter. Bring that dead dog over here. This is a gift for Cheng Liang, and we can't let Dongfang Ju harm a master. If it weren't for this, Yi Qinghan would never allow Shangwan Rou to leave this secret realm alive. On the other side, Su Cheng had already been surrounded by a group of cultivators, all unfortunate victims robbed in the secret realm. However, unexpectedly, someone was willing to speak up for Su Cheng. It was Li Shiyao, who was currently standing in front of the crowd, protecting Su Cheng behind her. But she did all this just for her sister Qinghan, not wanting Yi Qinghan to be tormented by Su Cheng after returning to Ling Shuang Hall. Are you saying that my disciple robbed you of your things in the secret realm? Su Cheng found it unbelievable. How could this be possible? Miss Shiyao, is what they said true? Did Qinghan rob you too? Shiyao was stunned for a moment and shook her head. What they said is true, but Sister Qinghan didn't take anything from me. Impossible. Qinghan is not that kind of person. Su Cheng looked incredulous. How could Qinghan do such a thing? Logically speaking, when Qinghan set out, there should be no survivors. How could anyone come out alive to report? It's so strange. What impossible? You must give us an explanation today. Yes, we must demand an explanation today. Your disciple is of demon lineage, and demons are inherently evil. More than 20 people surrounded Su Cheng, loudly expressing their grievances, seemingly waiting for Su Cheng to deliver justice. Of course, this was not the entire crowd. Most people were afraid of being retaliated against by Yi Qinghan and chose to stand far away to observe the situation. After all, the massacre of the Pingyun sect wasn't long ago, and no one wasn't afraid of Yi Qinghan, the living hell. However, who could enter the secret realm was not just anyone. They were all the hopes of their sections. It was impossible for everyone to pretend to be deaf and mute. Su Cheng looked at the elders and heads of families behind him, all wearing expressions of watching a show. At this moment, if it weren't for Li Shiyao blocking the way, these people would likely have kicked Su Cheng around. Everyone, please remain calm. There aren't many people left in the secret realm. Once Qinghan comes out, I'll certainly give you an explanation. How can Yi Qinghan act like this? Isn't this causing me trouble? Elders, please be patient. I will definitely provide everyone with an explanation. Soon, Yi Qinghan arrived, but she didn't come out through the main entrance of the secret realm. Instead, she appeared out of thin air with Su Zhanfeng, who was dragging the half-dead Dongfang Ju behind him. Upon seeing Yi Qinghan, the disciple surrounding Su Cheng stepped back a few paces. Yi Qinghan also put away her cold expression from the journey and greeted Su Cheng with a smile. Master, Qinghan is back. The first thing she must do is to act cute for her master. Nothing is more important than her master. How is it? Are you injured? No. Qinghan met someone named Pei Yunxiao, who said he was the master of this secret realm and wanted to pass on celestial level techniques and swords to the disciples. Upon hearing this, the elders and heads of families all widened their eyes. Pei Yunxiao. Yi Qinghan didn't know him, but they had heard of this name. He was a well-documented figure who became an immortal in the righteous path thousands of years ago. The fact that Yi Qinghan could mention this name shows that she was telling the truth. That celestial level technique and treasure were most likely taken by Yi Qinghan. Oh, such a thing? Digging my master's wall? Su Cheng grinned, not angry at all. He didn't care about this kind of thing. The fact that Yi Qinghan could honestly tell him meant she wouldn't do anything foolish. I don't care about him. I threw away the technique he wanted to give me. Yi Qinghan poked her head out, waiting for her master's praise. Everyone nearby was dumbfounded. Only Su Cheng and Li Shiyao remained calm. My Qinghan is truly amazing. Su Cheng smiled, rubbing her fox head with a look of indulgence. Thank you for the praise, master. Hee. It was only then that Yi Qinghan remembered Su Zhanfeng and immediately scolded him. Su Zhanfeng, are you standing there as a target? Get over here. Su Zhanfeng had been trapped in that secret realm for thousands of years. The sunlight, the air, his own cultivation, everything had returned. Floating in midair, feeling the power coursing through his body, he felt as if his body was being restructured, with strength gathering little by little. Although his cultivation had only recovered to the integration stage, far from his previous great ascension level, he no longer desired anything else now that he had come out of the secret realm. He hadn't expected that this seemingly only foundation establishment fairy truly had a way to bring him out. Just as he was feeling moved, he suddenly heard Yi Qinghan's scolding and quickly slid to his knees in front of her. Miss, what are your orders? Chapter 30. Help Sister Qinghan. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan's anger immediately flared up. She kicked him. Are you blind? My master is here. Do you want to make me unfilial? Su Zhanfeng's fear was deeply ingrained. No, I dare not. Great Lord, I am Su Zhanfeng. I had an agreement with Pei Yunxiao to cultivate and seek the Tao together, but I was secretly plotted against and trapped in this secret realm. Fortunately, I was saved by you, miss, and have seen the light again. I have never seen the glory of the Great Lord before, so I overstepped. Please spare me. Su Zhanfeng didn't even know if that thing below him was still there, but he still felt like he was about to wet himself with fear. This Yi fairy was already terrifying enough, as a cultivation level of the integration stage. He had no face in front of her, and in front of her master, he was probably not even worth a fart. No problem. Qinghan, you can handle it yourself. Yi Qinghan wanted to let him go. There was no place to keep him in Ling Shuang Hall, and he looked like he would eat quite a bit. Then let him go, as long as Qinghan is happy. Since her master agreed, Yi Qinghan turned her head and fiercely glared at Su Zhanfeng. Su Zhanfeng was not without sense. He quickly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, great lord. Thank you, miss. Bang, bang, bang. That head seemed to be borrowed by Su Zhanfeng, smashing down onto the ground without mercy. Yi Qinghan glanced at it a couple of times and became annoyed, then dismissed Su Zhanfeng. This scene truly left all the elders dumbfounded. What kind of picture is this? A integration stage, cultivator, kneeling, and kowtowing to a disciple who doesn't even reach the mid-foundation establishment stage? Su Zhanfeng's integration stage cultivation was beyond doubt, and his identity could be traced. If desired, they could even find out which sect he belonged to thousands of years ago. On the other side, Shiyao secretly found Shi Mingyi and dragged him to the nearby forest, as if they were meeting in secret, sneaking around. Shiyao, what is so mysterious? Shi Mingyi looked disdainful. But Shiyao was like his child, the only saintess of the holy mountain. Although everyone disapproved and felt it unreasonable for a fool to be the saintess. This saintess was chosen by heaven, not the holy mountain. Even if they were unconvinced, they had to endure. Even if Li Shiyao was a fool, she was an unquestionable saintess. Besides pampering her, they only pampered her. Elder Shi, actually the celestial level technique is with Shiyao. Shiyao's expression and movements were like she was about to pull out a bun from her bag, taking out the celestial level technique. Elder Shi seemed to turn into a stone elder, not moving for more than a minute. How'd you get it? Sister Ching Han doesn't want it. She gave it to Shi Yao. Huh? Shi Mingyi was stunned. Just that simple? It's true, Elder Shi. It's a gift from Sister Ching Han. She also gave Shi Yao some heavenly materials and treasures when she came out and said not to tell anyone. Shi Yao had a pure expression, as if she was describing her companions playing in the courtyard earlier, her eyes full of anticipation for their next playtime together. What she said is right. But why would she give you such a precious thing? Because my sister is very good to Shi Yao. Shi Mingyi was taken aback. You two only met for the first time before entering the secret realm, and she is good to you? However, this celestial level cultivation method is indeed very beneficial to you. Shi Mingyi couldn't understand girls' feelings, but existence is reasonable. He didn't understand, but could accept it. So why didn't you secretly take it back to cultivate? And why tell me at this time? Shi Yao tucked the celestial level cultivation method into her backpack and whispered, I want Elder Shi to help Sister Ching Han. Help her? Did you make a deal with her? Shi Mingyi didn't think anyone would give up a celestial level cultivation method for nothing. After all, as long as one cultivates step by step, they will definitely become immortal. Such a precious thing. What did Shi Yao use to make a deal with Yi Ching Han? It's not a deal. Sister Ching Han is very good to Shi Yao and even gave her such a precious cultivation method. Shi Yao wants to help her. You mean Yi Ching Han asked for nothing and just gave you this cultivation method? You want to help her out of your own will? Seeing that Elder Shi finally understood, Shi Yao nodded crazily, feeling that Elder Shi was being slow-witted. It was so clear what she said. Was it really that hard to understand? How do you want me to help her? Shi Yao didn't know, but I'm counting on you, Elder Shi. You are the best to Shi Yao. Is that okay? Li Shi Yao is not a child. Even if her figure and face are compared to Yi Ching Han, they can only be said to have their own charm. And it cannot be said who is more beautiful. Li Shi Yao has a face suitable for a wife. At this moment, when she acts cute, there is an inexplicable contrast, a charm that men cannot refuse. I understand, but Shi Yao, you remember, before returning to the Holy Mountain, this matter must not be known to others. Okay, Sister Ching Han has already reminded me. I will remember. Shi Mingyi then returned, and several elders were whispering about Su Zhanfeng's existence. Shi Mingyi looked at Yi Ching Han with great interest, always unable to understand why Yi Ching Han would give the celestial level cultivation method to Shi Yao instead of keeping it for herself. It is understandable that Shi Yao wants to help her. Shi Yao is pure-hearted and treats those who have helped her as great benefactors. Moreover, giving her the celestial level cultivation method probably means that in Shi Yao's eyes, Yi Ching Han has become the greatest good person in the world. But why did Yi Ching Han do this? What does she need help with? That person can even tame Su Zhanfeng. Does she still need help? Could it really be like the rumors say, that she doesn't want to be by a Su Cheng's side? But that seems to be the only possibility. But can I help with this? Let's see. Although I promised Shi Yao to help, I still need to be cautious from the perspective of the Holy Mountain. On Su Cheng's side, he also began to mediate. Ching Han, I heard these cultivators say that you robbed them of their heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Is that true? Su Cheng didn't seem angry at all. Of course. He didn't care much. Ching Han didn't dare to hide it from her master. It is indeed true. Yi Ching Han glared at the group of cultivators. Her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent that seemed to overflow from the screen. In an instant, the pressure belonging to Yi Ching Han spread out. And even Su Cheng felt it. The group of cultivators was so frightened that they took a few steps back, some even running away, while others urinated on the spot. Ching Han, you're allowed to block the road and rob, but you don't allow people to complain? Kneel down first and listen to me slowly. Even though Yi Ching Han was lawless in the secret realm, she still needed to kneel before her master. It's not shameful. You all don't leave yet. After I teach my Ching Han a lesson, I will naturally make a decision for you. Su Cheng smiled warmly, looking very open and honest, as if he were a kind-hearted good person. That wicked Yi Ching Han was now kneeling at Su Cheng's feet, already paying the price, which was simply a joy for all. Su Cheng had a spring breeze on his face, showing no anger, only lightly saying, Ching Han, do you know your mistake? Chapter 31, Making a Decision for Everyone. The disciple knows her mistake. When the master asked this, Yi Ching Han answered, But whether she truly knows her mistake doesn't matter much. Knowing or not, she's still kneeling here. Whatever the master says goes. Elder Shi also interjected from the side. Susek master, why get angry? Cheng Han is young and impetuous. Besides, in the secret realm, it is common for cultivators to fight each other for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What's wrong with you? How can you help Yi Cheng Han speak? Yes. Sect Master Su, Elder Shi is right. Sister Cheng Han was just impulsive. Li Shiyao clapped her hands in agreement. Huh? Why does it seem like I'm the one in the wrong? Though I never intended to blame her from the beginning. How can I act like this with you all? If you're playing the bad cop, then I have to play the good cop, right? Cheng Han was not impulsive at all. She had planned this from the moment she entered. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the secret realm belong to the strong, don't they? Yi Cheng Han knew her master wouldn't blame her, and at this moment, she was feeling incredibly bold. I just robbed it. What can you do to me? Right now, it's my master who wants me to kneel. Only then can you speak. If I stand up, you would probably all have to kneel and dare not say anything. Cheng Han, are you saying that you are very powerful? That's right. Master, Cheng Han believes she deserves these. How come you're more arrogant kneeling than I am standing? Was the master here? Then how about I kneel and listen to you? Once this was said, even the fierce Yi Cheng Han had to soften. Cheng Han didn't dare. She just hoped to receive praise from her master, and that's why. Sect Master Su, look, Cheng Han is just eager to achieve merit. That's why she thought of taking shortcuts, and she has no intention to harm anyone. Yes, Sect Master Su, Elder Shi is right. Shi Mingyi and Shi Yao each said a word, as if they were performing a comedy. Shi Mingyi said something, and Shi Yao cheered, including Cheng Liang. All the heads of families were silent, just watching Su Cheng and Yi Cheng Han. The so-called not teaching children in front of others, the so-called family shame cannot be revealed. Those are all nonsense. With so many elders and heads of families, so many talented individuals, how could this just be overlooked? They must give an explanation. Miss Shi Yao, how do you think I should punish her? Shi Yao was taken aback. Can I decide this? Shi Yao looked at Yi Cheng Han, who was stunned. Why did the master ask her instead of someone else? Seeing the foolish expression of this little idiot, Yi Cheng Han guessed roughly. Damn, Shi Yao thought, punishment? Staying in the Ling Shuang Hall to be tortured by you is the greatest punishment, right? Shi Yao said, why not expel her from the sect? Wasn't this person just good friends a moment ago? Didn't she just help Yi Cheng Han speak? Plastic sisters? However, Yi Cheng Han was not flustered. She still had some trust in her master. Wouldn't that be what she wanted? If there are no restrictions, wouldn't she cause more trouble everywhere? Shi Yao looked disappointed. She thought she had caught a chance to save Sister Cheng Han from suffering, but unfortunately, it didn't succeed. But I beg for the master's punishment. The disciple has no complaints. Yi Cheng Han was completely unflustered. Can her master really punish her? That's a joke. It's all for show. Not only will she not be punished, but she will also go back to eat meat slices and stir-fried meat chunks. You tell me, how did I teach you? The disciple knows her mistake. The disciple will definitely not leave any survivors next time. I caused trouble for the master. All the elders' pupils shrank. Yi Cheng Han actually showed no signs of repentance. Even Cheng Liang was stunned. It seemed Yi Cheng Han had truly become a fierce person. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze to Su Cheng, seemingly waiting for him to punish this unrepentant disciple. However, Su Cheng had no intention of punishing Yi Cheng Han. Instead, he gently patted her head with a look of satisfaction. This time, the master will handle it for you. Remember next time to heed my teachings and eliminate the root of the problem, especially the kind of saying that one should not bully the young and poor. Kill immediately. Chop into 8 pieces. Remember it well. Cheng Han remembers the teachings of her master. After Yi Cheng Han finished speaking, she slowly stood up and the sword box fell in an instant. There is no need for the master to clean up. The trouble caused by the disciple will be handled by the disciple herself. Shi Yao was also confused, always feeling that Cheng Han and Master Su were inexplicably well matched. In just a moment, as the sword box opened and then slowly closed, the so-called prodigy turned into a corpse, all sealed with a single sword strike. Master Su, how could you protect your disciple who has committed evil deeds? Killing in the secret realm was one thing, but now, in front of us, You actually condone your disciple harming the innocent. The group of disciples were all terrified, and the clan leaders, family heads, and masters all wore expressions of shock. Cheng Liang was even more unable to understand. His Qing Han seemed to have died, and this living Yama was not the original Yi Chenming at all. She is my disciple. If I don't protect her, who should I protect? Is this person out of their mind? If I don't protect my own disciple, should I protect your wife instead? Su Cheng found it somewhat ridiculous. What kind of foolish question was this? Qing Han is the eldest disciple of the Lingxian Hall. I am the master of Lingxian Hall, her teacher. I came here to support her. Otherwise, why would I be here? To watch her being bullied by you? Qing Han, thanks to you, Master is ready to stand up and be a person today. Yi Qing Han was taken aback, and the 3-foot Ling Shuang at her waist was drawn out by her master. Originally, she intended to interact with you as an ordinary person. Su Cheng protected Yi Qing Han by his side, the snow-like sword blade reflecting a cold light, and the temperature suddenly dropped. But the result was estrangement. Su Cheng straightened his back, holding the sword in front of a dozen masters and family heads, looking like the spirited youth from back then, returned. No more pretending. I am invincible in the world. I am laying it all out. The dozen people looked at Su Cheng holding the Ling Shuang sword, exchanging glances. Could it be? Could this Su Cheng have been pretending to be mad and silly all along? This is impossible. Master Su, could it be? The elder from the Holy Mountain had a face full of disbelief. The fact that Su Cheng had no cultivation was not a day or two old. Could it be that he was deliberately hiding his strength? Su Cheng smiled faintly and said nothing. Dongfang Ju had just opened her eyes and heard Su Cheng was going to lay it all out. She thought to herself, sure enough, I guess right. The reason Yi Qing Han could become so strong in such a short time was indeed a problem with this master. At the same time, Li Shiyao also thought of this. Initially, she was puzzled why Qing Han would be constrained by a worthless master without cultivation. But now everything made sense. It turns out Su Cheng was not a worthless person without cultivation at all. Qing Han couldn't escape. She could only be manipulated in his palm. Brotersu, are you going to fight against us masters for this disciple? Cheng Liang stood with his hands behind his back, feeling that Su Cheng was just putting on a brave face. As long as he wasn't afraid, Su Cheng's acting would be useless. How could that be? Brother has no such intention, but if anyone dares to have ideas about my Qing Han, according to the rules of Lingxian Hall, that would mean extermination. Chapter 32. Shocking everyone, please calm down, master. It's all the disciple's fault. Yi Qing Han, this little actress, suddenly knelt beside her master. Everyone thought Yi Qing Han was going to admit her mistake, but her next words truly stunned them. Master, please spare the elders. Master Cheng is still your junior. Huh? Are you asking him to spare us? What kind of scene is this? Your master is about to go to war with a group of sect and family heads for you, and you're asking the wrong person, aren't you? Qing Han, if I don't show some strength today, I'm afraid neither of us will be able to leave. If we engage, even if I could defeat heaven and earth, I still can't withstand so many people. I can only strike first and unleash a big move to subdue them. Only then can we escape. Su Cheng held the Ling Shuang sword, completely ignoring Yi Qing Han's words. He had already decided that today he was going to act. Even the immortals couldn't stop him. Yi Qing Han heard this and thought it seemed not bad. After all, she was originally here to set the atmosphere. She never intended to stop him. Master is so handsome. I love Master so much. Ling Shuang, breaking army style, slashed the sky. Her words carried some sadness, like a lonely king who pities the world, and her eyes were full of compassion. The sword was dyed with cold light, and the intent of the Ling Shuang sword slowly emerged, with thunder and lightning in the sky, and the wind howled like small blades that seemed capable of cutting flesh, causing a faint pain. The dark robe was whipped by the howling wind, making a crackling sound, and her hair was lifted as if dancing wildly. However, when the long sword fell, the world-destroying strike that Su Cheng had imagined did not occur. I can't believe it. It can't be this disappointing. This Ling Shuang sword technique can't only be used in Lingxian Hall, right? Then what was the point of pretending? Damn it, I was halfway through pretending, and it collapsed. I have to say, Yi Qing Han reacted quickly. If the master wanted to pretend, not even a little bit could collapse. Don't be afraid. The disciple is here. With a terrified expression, kneeling on the ground, she quickly found the direction, crushed the jade slip in her hand, hugged her master's thigh, covered her ears, like celebrating Chinese New Year with firecrackers. Cheng Liang was stunned for a moment. Huh? You're pretending to be. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang, and the sword energy shattered 3 mountains, turning the ground to dust wherever it passed. In the high sky, the sky was slashed, leaving a scar on the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. With a huge sound, while pretending to be afraid, Yi Qinghan exclaimed. She felt she was amazing. Wouldn't this set make her master completely under her control? However, Yi Qinghan was anxious. It seemed she had pulled the wrong one. After all, the jade slips looked the same. This shouldn't be the breaking army style, but didn't matter. They wouldn't recognize it anyway. Oh my precious Qinghan. No wonder you are such a good disciple. I knew you wouldn't let me down. This emotional value is full. Kneeling at Su Cheng's feet, pretending to be weak and pitiful, her fox head pressed against her master's leg. Master, Qinghan is scared. All the elders were dumbfounded. All the cultivators present were dumbfounded. Cheng Liang was even more in disbelief, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Dongfang Zhu was also stunned. She had thought that Su Cheng was not a completely useless person, and could even think that Su Cheng was very strong. But she never imagined Su Cheng would be this strong. A light blue system panel popped up in front of Dongfang Zhu, clearly displaying Su Cheng's information. Name, Su Cheng. Race, no permissions. Gender, no permissions. Identity and social background. Master of Lingxian Hall Commander. Cultivation method practiced. Qi refining first layer, no permissions. Treasures held, no permissions. Personal introduction, no permissions. Qi refining first layer. This was the first time Dongfang Zhu saw the system displaying no permissions. And it was also the first time she saw someone's cultivation being able to hide from the system. How could this be possible? Soon, Dongfang Zhu checked Yi Qinghan's information again after 2 months. Name, Yi Qinghan. Race, Fox Demon King species. Gender, female. Identity and social background. Eldest disciple of Lingxian Hall. Princess of Fox Demons in the Northern Demon Capital. Cultivation method practiced. Early foundation establishment, first layer, no permissions. No permissions. Sure enough, the cultivation practiced by Yi Qinghan was the special method given to her by Su Cheng. No wonder she was so powerful right after establishing her foundation. Could it be a celestial grade technique? Treasures held. Innate Supreme Treasure Ling Shuang, Enhanced version. Innate Supreme Treasure Sword Box, Reforged version. Jade Pendant, Celestial Grade Supreme. Desire Cutting Bracelet, Celestial Grade Supreme. Water Sleeve Glaze Skirt, Celestial Grade Supreme. Falling Immortal Ruler, Celestial Grade Supreme. Soul Locking Mirror, Celestial Grade Medium. Celestial Grade Supreme, Flying Sword 11. Celestial Grade, Low, Flying Sword 1. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu's mindset was completely shattered. Where did Su Cheng get so many treasures? Even if he had so many treasures, he actually gave them all to Yi Qinghan? So many celestial grade supreme treasures were one thing. What on earth is that innate supreme treasure? And an enhanced version to boot? However, Yi Qinghan rarely used these magical treasures. The soul-locking mirror was something she suddenly remembered might be able to bring Su Zhan out of the secret realm, which is why she activated it. But she hadn't had the chance to return it yet. Personal information, due to uncontrollable interference, only past records can be viewed. Uncontrollable? Damn. What the hell is this Su Cheng? So anything related to him is off limits? With this sword strike, no one around dared to speak, and the world became unusually quiet. Su Cheng suddenly shouted. He remembered something. Yi Qinghan's body trembled. She wasn't scared after just shattering 3 mountains with one sword. But she was startled by her master's shout. Master, what is it? It's time to collect the sect's subsidy. Su Cheng's previously gloomy face instantly brightened, visibly happy. Master, is there anything more important than the sect subsidy? That's a whole 200 taels. Although Yi Qinghan didn't think it was a lot, she still opened her mouth wide and wore an exaggerated expression. You're right, Qinghan. Let's go. As Su Cheng spoke, he helped Yi Qinghan up, his face filled with love and indulgence. seemingly able to melt Yi Qinghan. Master, can we go out to eat after we get the money? Yi Qinghan tugged at Su Cheng's arm, resembling a young couple in love, leaning against him. We have money now, so whatever Qinghan wants to eat today, we will eat. Then Qinghan wants to eat sliced meat stir-fried with meat chunks. What kind of dish is that? Yi Qinghan didn't care. She just wanted to eat. All right. It's all up to you. The two of them walked away laughing and chatting, leaving the other cultivators and the sect leader dumbfounded. After a long time, Elder Shi broke the silence. Is this how the Lingxian Hall has always been? Sect leader Cheng Liang let out a breath. My senior brother values his face. Although he is poor, he never accepts help from anyone. In fact, Su Cheng picking up vegetable leaves on the street wasn't a secret. Everyone knew, but for a moment, they didn't know how to break the awkwardness. In the recent silence, Cheng Liang had simulated countless times in his mind how to confront Su Cheng. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a way to deal with it. He had to admit that this time, Su Cheng had stunned everyone. Master, I have disappointed you. Shangguan Rou stood behind Cheng Liang, looking like a frostbitten eggplant, having lost the meaning of life. It's all right. Looking at it now, it's understandable that you're not Yi Qinghan's opponent. Go heal and rest well. Thank you, Master. Chapter 33. You're quite the blusterer. Cheng Liang recalled Yi Qinghan's words and slowly reached out, placing his hand on Shangguan Rou's head, rubbing it. It's okay. Don't take it too seriously. Cheng Liang then walked over to Dongfang Ju, fed her a healing pill, and picked her up around the waist. Hey, don't touch me. Dongfang Ju had grown up. No man had ever dared to touch her. But at this moment, having been half-beaten to death by Yi Qinghan, she had no strength to resist. You're injured. If you don't get treated soon, it might affect your cultivation. Cheng Liang completely ignored her protests and flew back to the Tiandao pavilion with her using his sword. Shangguan Rou held the healing pill Cheng Liang had given her, watching as he flew away with Dongfang Ju. The sound of glass shattering came, blood seeping from her fingers. The pill bottle crushed in her grip, shards embedded in her palm, but Shangguan Rou seemed completely unaware of the pain. At this moment, it was as if Yi Qinghan's voice was whispering in her ear, the words she had used to humiliate Shangguan Rou in the secret realm resurfacing in her mind. The tone and inflection vividly clear. Sometimes I think you're quite stupid, really. How could you like a man like Cheng Liang? I don't know what you see in him. Shangguan Rou now felt that Yi Qinghan was quite right. What did she like about him? Perhaps it was a master who once loved Shangguan Rou, but that master seemed to be gone. First Yi Qinghan, now Dongfang Ju. Maybe tomorrow it would be Li Shiyao. Who would it be the day after? Who did this? My son. Following the voice, a gray-haired man knelt on the ground, holding his son's corpse, his heart aching to the point of trembling. The newcomer was the current head of the Mo family, Mo Chenfeng. He thought that with the strength of the Mo family, bringing 2 guards with his son would be sufficient. After all, no one would want to provoke the Mo family. But unfortunately, his son encountered the Ling Frost Hall. And Yi Qinghan didn't care who you were when she killed. Ling Frost Hall, Yi Qinghan. Among the sect leaders, someone mentioned it. Good. I thought it was someone blind. Turns out it's that waste's new disciple. Mo Chenfeng was furious, punching the ground so hard that several sect leaders jumped in shock. Brother Chenfeng, do not underestimate the enemy. We originally wanted to seek justice for the deceased, but that Su Cheng's strength is extraordinary. Nonsense. Debts must be repaid, and lives for lives. I will never let him go. Yi Qinghan, right? I will make you wish you were dead. Mo Chenfeng's eyes widened in rage, blood surging to his head. His face visibly flushed with anger, the pain of losing his son twisting his features. Brother Mo, I think it's best to think this through. The head of the Lingxian Hall is extremely protective and ruthless. Just now, she shattered 3 large mountains in front of us with a single strike. Brother Chenfeng, if you want revenge, you should target his disciple Yi Qinghan since her son was also killed by her. The head of the Lingxian Hall likely has a cultivation level above ours. Confronting her directly is not a solution. At this moment, the sect leaders and family heads were enjoying the spectacle, as they didn't have to act themselves and began to strategize instead. Yi Qinghan had already robbed everyone. Naturally, this group of family heads and sect leaders was not spared. Now that there were willing individuals to step up, they were naturally united against a common enemy. The enemy's enemy is a good friend. If Shi Yao were still here, she might have said a few good words for Yi Qinghan, but at this moment, she was hiding the celestial level cultivation technique, having been secretly dragged away by Shi Mingyi. Although the other two disciples from the Holy Mountain were also robbed by Yi Qinghan, Shi Mingyi understood the priorities after obtaining the celestial level technique. Not long after, they formulated a countermeasure. Hearing so many people talk about Su Cheng's methods and how protective he was, Emo Chanfeng was almost driven to madness. But he wasn't a fool. So many people had witnessed Su Cheng's strength, it was not baseless. Emo Chanfeng waved his hand, gritting his teeth as he slammed his palm on the table. I will make that Su Cheng kid taste the pain of losing a disciple. At the foot of the Spirit Mountain, Yi Qinghan tied up her master's horse and then jogged to catch up with him. Master, this time I earned quite a bit of money. Yi Qinghan leaned against her master, her expression practically screaming for compliments. Really? Qinghan is truly amazing, worthy of being my eldest disciple. In this regard, Su Cheng had also figured out Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Leaning in meant she wanted a hug. If she said she did something, it was to seek praise. The Spirit Mountain in this world is simply put the administrative body of the sect. Each of the 5 regions has its own management methods. While the Lingxian Hall in the southern region is under the dual jurisdiction of the Human Emperor and Spirit Mountain. Because of this, Yi Qinghan's killing and arson in the eastern region would not be acknowledged by Spirit Mountain. However, the sudden disappearance of the Pingyun sect was a different matter. The appearance of Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan was akin to wanted criminals going to the police station to buy guns. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the hall, she was surrounded. Miss Qinghan, regarding the matter of the Pingyun sect, we at Spirit Mountain would like to understand some information from you. Su Cheng was initially a bit worried, fearing Yi Qinghan might say something wrong. Other sects might not matter, but going against Spirit Mountain was a bit daunting. If they were really wanted by Spirit Mountain, it would be the same as being treated like demonic beasts, having no place to stand under the sun. However, Yi Qinghan, this girl, yes, that's right, I was at the 9th level of Qi refining back then, and with one sword, I wiped out the entire Pingyun sect. Yi Qinghan crossed her legs, beaming with pride, her hands gesturing animatedly. However, her demeanor resembled that of someone who had drunk too much and was boasting. You sure can brag. The man in the Taoist robe looked disdainful, thinking to himself that such a beautiful girl was wasted on someone so foolish. I'm not bragging. It's true. Yi Qinghan said earnestly, but no one believed her, and they even thought Lingxian Palace was truly odd. Yi Qinghan indeed fit the aesthetic of Lingxian Palace. At that time, I just used this hand to slap that elder. What was that elder's name? How would I know? All right, I've noted it down. Su Cheng stood by, dumbfounded. Is there really such a thing? Being good-looking can have such benefits? Destroying a sect, and no one believes it. Yi Qinghan only heard her master praising her looks. Where do I claim the sect subsidy? Didn't you say you destroyed Pingyun sect? Are you still short of this little money? I want to establish a business, of course. I need money. The man rolled his eyes. Your master picks vegetable leaves? And you want to establish a business behind her back? You really can brag. In the adjacent courtyard, in the left side hall, the man looked speechless, but didn't bother to argue with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan glanced at her master, feeling wronged. Clearly, Qinghan is so amazing. Why don't they believe me? Isn't that good? Su Cheng smiled and rubbed Yi Qinghan's head, taking her to claim the sect's subsidy. No. Qinghan wants the whole world to know the name of Lingxian Palace. Qinghan wants to be the #1 sword immortal in the world. Yi Qinghan scratched her head, as if suddenly recalling something. No, Master is the #1 in the world, so Qinghan will be the 2nd sword immortal. Chapter 34. Undercurrents. Yi Qinghan stood in front of a counter that looked like a pawn shop, rubbing her small hands as she waited to receive money. For some reason, she felt like she had developed a fondness for money. Maybe because if she had money, her master would be happy, and if her master was happy, she would be happy too. So having money equates to happiness? However, who would have thought that the woman behind the counter wouldn't give her any money? What did you say? Say it again. Yi Qinghan's fierce look was more like someone coming to rob money. I said Lingxian Palace does not meet the conditions for receiving the sect's subsidy. The staff from Lingshan didn't indulge Yi Qinghan. Why? Because Lingxian Palace only has 2 people which does not meet the conditions for subsidy distribution. So you're saying that Lingxian Palace only has 2 people. So it's easy to bully? As Yi Qinghan spoke, she was about to roll up her sleeves. Damn it. I've always been the one to bully others. This is the first time I've encountered such a tough opponent. How dare they openly bully Lingxian Palace for having fewer people? Qinghan, let her finish speaking. Su Cheng hurriedly went to hold back his vixen. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan might just go on a rampage. Master, Qinghan understands now. This person is just bullying. No, Miss Qinghan. According to Lingshan's subsidy distribution rules, only sects with 6 members can receive the sect subsidy. Yi Qinghan immediately felt a bit disappointed. Although she didn't really need those 200 taels, her master would definitely not be happy. If her master wasn't happy, she wouldn't be happy. Master, can I talk to her alone? Don't get me into trouble. This is Lingshan. Master, rest assured, Qinghan is very reasonable. Su Cheng looked suspicious, standing at the gate. Watching Yi Qinghan lean on the counter, seemingly trying to reason with the staff. Yi Qinghan was indeed trying to reason. My master really needs those 200 taels. Do you understand? Everyone who comes here needs those 200 taels. Those who don't need it 1 T come. So, I don't need those 200 taels. I'll cover it. Do you understand what I mean? The girl behind the counter was a bit confused. Although she had no cultivation, she wasn't afraid at all. You can speak frankly. I mean, I'll pay those 200 taels, but when my master comes to collect, you have to tell him this is the sect subsidy. Got it? At this moment, Yi Qinghan really didn't lack money. After all, she had robbed almost everyone in the secret realm. Oh, I understand. You want your master to think this is the sect subsidy to make him happy, right? Yes, my master is usually frugal. I don't want him to know about this. Can you help me? Of course. Just like that, when Su Cheng went back in, the girl at the counter seemed to have become a different person, smoothly handing over the sect subsidy. Sect Master Su, this is your sect subsidy. Please count it carefully. The girl handed over the money bag with an attitude that was hard to believe. Su Cheng instantly felt happy, his face beaming with a joyful smile. Hee master. Now we have money. Remember you promised to take Qinghan out to eat? At this moment, Su Cheng completely forgot about the master-disciple relationship and tightly grasped Yi Qinghan's hand. Let us go, let us go. I'll take you right now. Seeing her master happy, Yi Qinghan felt happy as well, being pulled along by her master. Watching the hand that was holding hers, with her master's warmth in her palm, Yi Qinghan's heart raced, secretly thinking that spending those 300 taels was worth it. So worth it. Just 300 taels can hold hands with my master. Qinghan will contribute 3,000 taels. Can we kiss? Master is the best. Tiandao Pavilion. A week passed, and Dongfang Ju was able to get out of bed. Cheng Liang had been attentive for several days, and Dongfang Ju's attitude towards him had improved quite a bit. Sect Master Cheng, thank you for your concern. Dongfang Ju felt grateful for Cheng Liang's care. After all, she had been lying on the ground for so long, and only Cheng Liang was willing to save her. The care she received these past few days was meticulous, with no issues to pick at. On the contrary, Dongfang Ju had initially spoken harshly to Cheng Liang, thinking he was trying to take advantage of her. In hindsight, she realized she had underestimated him. I've known your father for a long time. We're practically family, so there's no need to say such things. Is that so? Cheng Liang certainly had his eye on Dongfang Ju, as she was one of the few who could rival Yi Qinghan in talent. Though the saintess had remarkable talent as well, her intelligence was only that of a 9-year-old. Dongfang Ju sat at the head of the bed, listening to Cheng Liang recount stories from her childhood, realizing that they had met a long time ago. You were always so lively, enjoying playing with swords and guns. Huh. My mother always said I was too naughty like a boy. After chatting for a while, Cheng Liang left. Dongfang Ju walked alone into the courtyard of Tiandao Pavilion, pulling up the system to check. Over the past few days, Dongfang Ju had nearly exhausted the system data on Yi Qinghan and her master, and the mysteries in her heart were growing. All of Su Cheng's information was restricted, and it was all the same content. This had never happened before. Besides half a name and the first level of Qi training, there was almost nothing known. Yi Qinghan was slightly better off, but things related to her apprenticeship had also become quite mysterious, with very few details available in the system. It was clear that Su Cheng had given her tremendous benefits. which was why she had wholeheartedly accepted him as her master. But why? Why was Su Cheng so good to Yi Qinghan? Even if Yi Qinghan was beautiful, she wasn't worth so many immortal-grade treasures, right? Not to mention, there were also two innate supreme treasures. With these treasures, what kind of woman could Su Cheng not get? If he wanted, he could probably line up women from the southern region to the northern region. What was so special about Yi Qinghan? Dongfang Zhu shook her head. After being beaten by Yi Qinghan, she was no longer so angry. If she couldn't match up, she could only accept it. But she was unwilling. Why could Yi Qinghan, with the same talent, beat her up? Yi Qinghan was pretty. What was she lacking? Yi Qinghan had a good figure. She, Miss Dongfang, are you feeling better? Just as Dongfang Zhu was at a loss, a gentle female voice came from the side. Elegantly and gracefully, the woman in a dark qipao accentuated her already alluring figure, making it even more deadly. Shangguan Rou walked over gracefully, her usually tied-up hair now cascading down her side. The demeanor of the chief disciple of the great sect was fully displayed, with an added touch of gentle warmth reminiscent of a married woman. Completely different from when she met Yi Qinghan. Sister Shangguan, you needn't worry, I'm fine now, she said lightly, immediately sensing Dongfang Zhu's inner troubles. Are you thinking about Yi Qinghan? Dongfang Zhu smiled, realizing that this guy wasn't just here to chat. Sister, are you here to tease your younger sister? Of course not. Before you came, that guy almost killed me, Shangguan Rou replied with a bitter smile, as if feeling quite helpless. Sister, with your golden core cultivation, aren't you a match for him? But as soon as she finished speaking, Dongfang Zhu realized that with so many magical treasures in Yi Qinghan's possession, winning against him would be a miracle. Just the immortal sword alone was enough to make her drink a pot of wine, not to mention the many mysterious treasures of unknown function. Even the second elder in the nascent soul stage wasn't her match, and she nearly got killed by him. She was only alive because he wanted to humiliate her. Chapter 35. This woman must die. It was as if two seriously ill patients were discussing their conditions, and they talked for quite a while. However, Dongfang Zhu wasn't foolish enough to reveal anything about Su Cheng, as it wouldn't benefit her and could even harm her. For her father, if he knew about the strength of Lingxian Hall, it would be expected for him to get close. Although matters on the table never discussed old grudges, only interests, Su Cheng was not a merchant, but the leader of Ling Shuang Hall, and her relationship with Yi Qinghan wasn't exactly good. Based on Su Cheng's favoritism towards Yi Qinghan, he might not show her or the kingdom any good face. A week ago, Su Cheng's attitude was already very clear. He was a man who didn't care about anyone for the sake of his personal disciple. The kingdom, family, or sect meant nothing to that man. It seemed that Li Shiyao's initiative to contact Yi Qinghan was likely a deliberate move by the Holy Mountain. Moreover, it didn't take long for her to obtain the immortal level cultivation method. Indeed, Dongfang Zhu had used the system to look through everyone around Yi Qinghan, even checking the information on Su Zhanfeng and the vegetable-selling ant. She, of course, discovered the little fool who had been following Yi Qinghan, who had obtained the immortal level cultivation method. Perhaps the Holy Mountain had long seen that Su Cheng was intentionally concealing his cultivation level. That sword you saw was indeed not inferior to any sect leader. Shangguan Rou had already been quite tactful, saying that such destructive power was something Cheng Liang could also achieve, but it was impossible for him to do it as easily as Su Cheng. Everyone was well aware of this, and Dongfang Zhu naturally wouldn't point it out. Such matters couldn't be hidden for long. Before long, Lingxian Hall would either be the center of attention or the target of criticism, and there would certainly be a conclusion. Shangguan Rou smiled, her eyes filled with admiration. Miss Dongfang is quite young, yet can see through the world situation. Truly remarkable. Dongfang Zhu gave a bitter smile. Sister is joking. If I were truly as formidable as you say, how could I have been beaten half to death? He, observing the heavenly secrets and watching the situation? Isn't that referring to Yi Qinghan? Clinging tightly to Su Cheng's thigh. Now he has leaped over the dragon gate. But thinking about it, if she could cling, why couldn't she? If there were so many treasures, she might not be much worse off than her. In the Tianshu Hall, Cheng Liang was discussing matters with several elders. Besides the elders, a distinguished guest had arrived today, Lu Jingcheng, the head of the Lu family. Brother Cheng, I've heard about your senior brother's situation. The matter with Pingyun's sect is still fresh in my mind. Killing him might be. Sheng Liang noticed Lu Jingqing's troubled expression and quickly changed the topic. Brother Jingqing, you worry too much. Why would I ask someone to kill my own senior brother? Lu Jingqing was taken aback. Last time this guy sent a message. He didn't say that. Now that he knew Su Chang was difficult to deal with, who did he want him to kill? What urgent matter does Brother Cheng want to discuss to summon me so hastily? Cheng Liang leaned on the table, covering his face as if struggling internally, and after a long time said, Do you know that my senior brother has a personal disciple? She has the blood of a demon race, is bloodthirsty, and if left unchecked, will bring endless troubles. Naturally, I know, she is the orphan of the fox demon royal family, born with enchanting bones, named Yi Chunming. Cheng Liang spoke straightforwardly, and Lu Jingqing understood his meaning. Although Su Chang was very strong, everyone knew this, but in this world, it's not enough for just one person to be strong. As the leader of Tianshu Hall, Cheng Liang certainly wouldn't allow a hidden danger to exist. This girl has exceptional talent. Why not recruit her under your wing? With both kindness and power, given time, she will surely be a valuable asset. At this point, Cheng Liang still felt some reluctance. How could he not understand Lu Jingqing's words? But Yi Qinghan was like a stubborn donkey, refusing to turn back and had repeatedly embarrassed him. I gave her a chance. It's this wretched girl who didn't appreciate it and sought death. Lu Jingqing chuckled, immediately understanding. He thought, So you, the head of Tianshu, also have today, haha. Hee, if there's a chance, I can cripple her cultivation for you and let her come to vent your anger. Brother Cheng? Cheng Liang was taken aback, thinking that Lu Jingqing had gone mad. But Lu Jingqing thought Cheng Liang was indeed interested and continued with a smile. I heard that Yi Qinghan has an innate enchanting bone. If caught and used as a furnace, I believe your future cultivation path. Cheng Liang was horrified. Was Lu Jingqing out of his mind? Are you crazy? This woman must die. If she lives, whoever gets her will be doomed. Haven't you heard how much Su Ching spoils her? He doesn't even regard our dozen or so elders and heads as equals. Even if we work together, we can barely defeat him. Do you know how many people would die? Without Yi Qinghan, Su Cheng would be even more reckless. He's already a madman, don't you know? For a woman who just keeps him company. Do you want the whole Lu family to go down with you? Cheng Liang felt that these people were all fools. I may not think I can defeat Su Cheng, but do you really think I can't defeat Yi Qinghan? If I wanted to capture her alive, why wouldn't I do it myself? Isn't it just to prevent Su Cheng and Ling Mountain from having a hold on me? And you want to send her to me? Are you trying to divert the disaster? Let that madman Su Cheng come to me for revenge? You want to capture her alive and send her to me? Are you crazy or am I crazy? You want to provoke that madman Su Cheng? As long as Yi Qinghan is dead, what can Su Cheng do alone? But if Yi Qinghan is in Lingxian Hall, then Lingxian Hall will become a force that cannot be ignored and will grow stronger and stronger. I can foresee that day. But how can this simple truth be so hard for this pig to understand? With a loud slap on the table, the teacup was knocked over, and Cheng Liang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Head of the Lu family, you must remember to definitely kill her. Never be tempted by her beauty to spare her life. If she doesn't die, it will surely bring endless troubles. I do this not out of petty jealousy, but because I can't stand seeing my senior brother take her away. If Lingxian Hall is allowed to rise and grow into a formidable force that cannot be underestimated, it will be difficult to deal with. As long as Yi Qinghan is dead, even if Su Cheng has heavenly powers, he is still just one person. He won't be able to stir up any waves. It's not worth worrying about. Lu Jingqing was intimidated by Cheng Liang and naturally understood his meaning. Just a joke. I certainly understand. In Lingxian Hall, the main hall, Master? Su Cheng stood before the desk, took a deep breath, and slowly put pen to paper. These days had been quite idle, and at this moment, he was practicing calligraphy. However, just as he was about to finish the last character, Yi Qinghan interrupted him. What's wrong? Su Cheng crumpled the failed character into a ball and threw it into the wastebasket, then looked towards the hall door. Did I interrupt, Master? Yi Qinghan said with an apologetic face, but in reality, she wasn't too embarrassed, just scratching her head politely. It's fine. What brings you here, Qinghan? Someone has come from outside the hall. Yi Qinghan pouted, Although she was displeased, she wouldn't show it in front of her master. Su Cheng was puzzled. Normally, since both he and his disciple were in Lingxian Hall, ordinary people shouldn't be able to sense its existence. Could it be Cheng Liang? A few days ago, Qing Han helped me set things up at the entrance of the secret realm. Didn't she manage to scare them off? Is she here to seek an explanation? Right now, I am in the Lingxian Hall. Even a true immortal would be taken down with a single move. Who is it? Chapter 36. Then I shall disturb you, Dongfang Ju. Yi Qinghan actually hoped it was Cheng Liang who came. Instead, Dongfang Ju is the most troublesome. What is she here for? Qinghan didn't know, but her disciple saw that she seemed to have not noticed the Lingxian Hall and had been waiting in the courtyard where her master used to live for quite some time. If others come to seek an explanation, it is naturally nothing. But if it is Dongfang Ju, she cannot be killed for now. The matter in the northern domain and the demon city still requires her father's help. Moreover, keeping Dongfang Ju around is useful when dealing with external enemies. We will need her family's ancestral immortal treasures. If we kill her now, it may change things in the future. Yi Qinghan originally planned to ask her master to leave her outside. This annoying pest just can't take a loss and keeps pestering her. But after hearing her master's thoughts, her pupils suddenly constricted and her heart trembled. Her master knows about the northern region's matters. Does her master know who killed her mother back then? No. Her master must know. Is she here to seek revenge on you? Su Cheng asked tentatively. The disciple had indeed crossed paths with her in the secret realm, but had not harmed her life. Yi Qinghan spoke truthfully, wanting to see her master's reaction. Although Yi Qinghan knew her master would definitely help her seek revenge, she didn't want to wait even a moment. But if she acted on her own, would it affect her master? Yi Qinghan wanted revenge, but she also didn't want her master to bear the consequences of affecting the heavenly fate. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better not to meet? Or would it be better to help Qinghan resolve the misunderstanding? If we don't meet, that girl Dongfang Ju's personality will likely not let it go easily. She will definitely find a way to reach the Lingxian Hall, and things might escalate. It would be better to help resolve the misunderstanding. If Dongfang Shua sees her, it could be explained. Let's go see her. Su Cheng took Yi Qinghan outside the hall and saw Dongfang Ju leaning against the railing of the small courtyard, asleep with a black iron spear in her arms. With the groundwork laid by Su Cheng, Yi Qinghan, who originally wanted to kick her awake, also suppressed her temper and gently patted her. Dongfang Ju slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yi Qinghan, she quickly got up, looking very alert. Miss Dongfang, why are you sleeping here? Su Cheng spoke kindly, epiting harmless. Su Sect Master, I came to find Yi Qinghan, but since you weren't here, I waited here. Yi Qinghan was speechless. Was this girl seeking death? Can't she see the gap between her and me? You are not my match. Why bother? I didn't come to fight. I came to play with you, or should I say, to visit. My master and I are both very busy and have no time to play with you. I won't disturb you. You can be busy with your own matters. Yi Qinghan felt something was off. This Dongfang Ju was grinning, clearly not up to any good. Yi Qinghan turned to look at her master. This was not something she could decide. Qinghan, how much do you dislike her? You are nearly writing the word hate on your face. But it's quite interesting. Hearing her master's teasing in her heart, Yi Qinghan could only secretly hum to herself. At this moment, the gazes of the two stunning beauties were both fixed on Su Cheng. One seemed very eager to visit the Lingxian Hall, while the other looked like she wanted to kill the visitor. It's hard to refuse. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. Let's see what she wants to do. When the soldiers come, block with soldiers. When the water comes, cover with earth. Qinghan, the visitor is a guest. You are the chief disciple of the Lingxian Hall. How can you lose your manners? What a master said is right. Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth, wishing she could push Dongfang Ju into the nearby, well, to drown her. Dongfang Ju smiled widely and quickly clasped her hands together. Then I shall disturb you. Yi Qinghan thought to herself, you are here just to disturb. Though she was unhappy, since Su Cheng had spoken, Yi Qinghan could only lead the way. Dongfang Ju watched the two walk towards the edge of the forest, puzzled. Su Sect Master, where are we going? As soon as she finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, the dense forest disappeared, replaced by a magnificent group of palaces. The black background with golden lettering read Lingxian Hall, hanging high at the entrance. Huh, my father, being the human emperor, has never lived in such a grand palace. Lingxian Hall. So it really is a celestial palace. Yi Qinghan, didn't you say your master is poor? Is this poor? Your master is not clear-minded and indifferent to luxury? The moment she stepped over the threshold, she felt the rich spiritual energy in the courtyard. It truly was the abode of immortals. Qinghan, you chat. I will go brew tea. Master. It's enough for Qinghan to come. Dongfang Ju was taken aback. Why don't you two chat? I'll go brew tea. Su Cheng. Are you being held hostage by this Yi Qinghan? I know the 5 words, I will go brew tea, but when they're put together, I just can't understand them. Dongfang Ju looked around. There were many things placed in the courtyard, especially the training dummy, which captured her attention, covered in sword marks. Besides that, countless palaces surrounded the courtyard, and behind it was even a tall tower. Dongfang Ju sat down in the courtyard under Su Cheng's guidance. Su Sect Master. This Lingxian Hall is truly impressive. I've always lived in luxury, thinking I've seen the world, but today I'm still greatly enlightened. Miss Dongfang, you overpraise it. The courtyard where you just napped was my original dwelling. But unfortunately, Qinghan is a woman and cannot live with me in a humble abode. That's why I used a bit of immortal methods. Yi Qinghan smiled and sat beside her master, gently holding a teacup to serve tea. Master, have some tea. However, when it came to Dongfang Ju, she just casually tossed the teacup over. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to serve her. Dongfang Ju also noticed that at some point, Yi Qinghan had changed into a different outfit. Compared to the long dress from earlier outside the hall, her current outfit was slightly cooler, but did not seem deliberate. After pouring a cup for herself, Dongfang Ju was also a bit flustered. She thought her identity as a princess might make the other party wary. But it seemed that this princess was not valued in Su Cheng's eyes. May I ask what Miss Dongfang's purpose in visiting is? Dongfang Ju paused and then began to fabricate. The matter of Su Sect Master slaying 3 great mountains with a single sword has been making waves outside. I have come on behalf of goodwill. As for on behalf of whom, I will not say. As for whether goodwill is exchanged, I am just talking nonsense. I am an old friend of General Dongfang. We were as close as brothers back in the day. Is there a need for goodwill? Could it be that he has long forgotten me? Huh. Dongfang Ju was stunned. Su Cheng knows my father? Then what goodwill is there? Am I not in trouble? If Su Cheng is petty, wouldn't he blame my father? Years ago, while seeking the path and wandering the world, he was still the king of the north at that time. He fell ill in the military, and I happened to pass by, so I provided him with a good prescription to help. That is how we met. Su Sect Master, I believe my father will not forget you. Perhaps the court officials do not recognize you and have not clarified your identity, leading to this misunderstanding. At this moment, Yi Qinghan heard the words King of the North, and ripples appeared in her heart. Could it be? I think so too. At that time, you were born in the military camp, and your father even asked me to name you. Chapter 37. The Princess's Game, There Is Such a Thing? Dongfang Ju looked incredulous. Cheng Liang knew her father and even held her when she was a child. Su Cheng was even more exaggerated. He even named her. At that time, I was just beginning to glimpse the heavenly timing, and it was certainly not like today, seeing how General Dongfang cherishes you and your mother. I gifted you the character Ju. At this moment, Dongfang Ju had already forgotten why she came. She was a bit addicted to the story. What does it mean? Ju represents 2 precious jades, which are you and your mother, General Dongfang's most important treasures in this life. Ju also has the meaning of gathering, intending to be together forever, never to be separated. Dongfang Ju was hearing about this for the first time. She truly didn't expect that her name was given by Yi Qinghan's master. If that's the case, if she asks her father, will she be able to get Su Cheng to accept her? Logically speaking, if Yi Qinghan, an unrelated woman, can be a personal disciple, she should be able to as well. Master Su, this is the first time Ju'er has heard about the meaning behind her name. Su Cheng smiled and said that although this is true, many years have passed. The current Dongfang Shuo is no longer the same. He is now the emperor, and that child has transformed into a princess. However, your mother was not very happy at that time. She said I was a poor Taoist and even told your father to chase me away. There was such a thing? Dongfang Ju scratched her head, realizing she couldn't be too happy too soon. However, General Dongfang treats me well, often hosting banquets and treating me like a brother. This time when I return, I will definitely— Su Cheng waved his hand, interrupting Dongfang Ju. It doesn't matter. I have no intention of interfering with the mortal world. Now that I have accepted Cheng Han as a personal disciple, I truly have no time to pay attention to the secular world outside the hall. Cheng Han, you chat with Miss Dongfang. I will go out to buy groceries. Dongfang Ju was stunned again. Another sentence she didn't understand. Is the master of Lingxian Hall, Yi Cheng Han? You are the master. You are the master. You have to brew tea and buy groceries? Okay. Yi Cheng Han initially wanted to go for her master, but after thinking about it, her master had already been chatting for so long. It was her turn. Yi Cheng Han tilted her head and looked at Dongfang Ju, feeling that this Dongfang Ju must be here for no good reason. She must not have anything to say. Go ahead. Why did you come? Who sent you? Dongfang Ju was taken aback. You really are the master, right? I was curious, so I came to take a look. Curious about what? Curious about what kind of master can make you so much stronger in a month. Dongfang Ju didn't shy away and spoke frankly. Are you like a toffee? How come before Yi Cheng Han could finish, she saw Su Cheng rushing over in a new set of clothes? Cheng Han, give me some silver. I need to buy groceries. Yi Cheng Han casually took out 5 taels of silver and some copper coins. Hey, Cheng Han, give me a bit more. Aren't we having guests? Then Cheng Han gave her master 5 more taels of silver, telling him to save some. All right, I understand. Dongfang Ju stood by, her expression more astonished than when she saw Yi Cheng Han with dozens of magical treasures. Su Cheng saw Dongfang Ju's expression and smiled, explaining, Miss Dongfang, please don't be surprised. The expenses of Lingshuang Hall are managed by Cheng Han. No, Dongfang Ju just wanted to say that she was already used to it. After Su Cheng left, Dongfang Ju tentatively asked, I feel like you're more like the master of Lingxian Hall, while Master Su seems to be the disciple. In an instant, Yi Cheng Han's aura changed, and Dongfang Ju could feel the temperature around her drop. Miss Dongfang, please mind your words, even if you are a guest. Cheng Han's good temper has its limits. Apologies. Dongfang Ju could sense Yi Cheng Han's respect for Su Cheng. She was not Li Shiyao, just a glance. And Dongfang Ju understood how much Yi Cheng Han respected Su Cheng. The actions and demeanor during tea serving, including the cool dress she wore, were all prepared for her master. Both respectful and fearful. I know what you're thinking. In daily life, my master is like this. Basically, I decide on the small matters myself. At this point, Dongfang Ju was curious. What kind of matters count as big matters? When I do things, I only consider whether my master is happy. Matters where I can't ascertain my master's attitude are big matters. Not killing me is because you're uncertain about Master Su's attitude. It's because you are still useful while alive. Yi Cheng Han smiled, feeling pleasantly surprised that she hadn't talked to someone with normal intelligence in a long time. Shang Wanro and Li Shiyao were also like this. The people she had encountered these days seemed to be brainless fools. I see. Dongfang Ju speculated that it was probably because of her father. Otherwise, Yi Cheng Han would definitely not show mercy. I thought you would ask me what use I am like those fools. Thank you for the compliment. So you're curious about my master? Yi Cheng Han chuckled, her eyes full of the disdain of someone in a superior position. I'm curious about what method you use to obtain the position of personal disciple. Dongfang Ju thought for a moment and decided to be straightforward. Yi Cheng Han wasn't the type to waste words, and neither was she. What method do you think could deceive my master? Yi Cheng Han looked at her, as if she were a fool. Dongfang Ju actually thought she had used some trick to get this position. She had honestly knelt for a day, betting her path to immortality and future on it. However, she was very lucky. She won the bet. I heard that Master Su has never accepted a disciple in all these years. Of course, if he had, would I still be the eldest disciple? You started talking nonsense now. It's fine. You think I use some despicable means to get my master's personal disciple position. You misunderstood. Just like you said, I don't think any means can fool Master Su. Then what are you asking? I want to know what makes you special compared to others that you were so lucky to be chosen by Master Su. Yi Cheng Han found it amusing. Back when her master picked up vegetable leaves, why didn't you all think it was lucky to join Lingxian Hall? Haha, because at that time, joining Lingxian Hall wouldn't be seen as lucky. People would just laugh at you. It was like a cloud parting to reveal the sun. Dongfang Ju suddenly understood. So it was about timing. Just before that sword, Su Cheng was still seen as a useless person, a master without any cultivation. Thank you, Miss Ching Han, for enlightening me. Wait, Yi Ching Han suddenly sensed something was off. This guy's attitude today was a bit, "Are you here, scout?" Yi Ching Han frowned slightly, her anger rising to her delicate face, showing a different shade of worry. "Are you scared?" Dong Fangju laughed, not expecting Yi Ching Han to show such a cute expression. Wasn't it said that vixens keep their secrets well? If I were you, I wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Why? Because the eldest disciple of Lingxian Hall, Yi Ching Han, is still alive. Yi Ching Han poured herself more tea and began to think of countermeasures. What? Are you afraid your master will like me? Chapter 38. It's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to come down. Yi Ching Han smiled and replied very calmly, "You're overthinking it. My master won't accept you." Dongfang Ju also refused to back down, continuing, "Is it that Miss Ching Han is unwilling to share her master?" Yi Ching Han poured tea for Dongfang Ju, and at this moment, she didn't feel like bullying her anymore. "Let us drink tea. We have plenty of time. My master won't be back for a while." "Miss Ching Han, I'm not in a hurry." Dongfang Ju took the teacup with both hands. Although she didn't understand why, Yi Ching Han's attitude had indeed changed. "Your thoughts are not hard to guess. My master indeed spoils me a lot, but if you think I would interfere in this matter, that would be a bit insulting. I'm not that foolish. Thinking about it now, there should be many females with such thoughts at this moment, right? It's just that they see my master's power and want to become the Yi Ching Han of the past. The thought isn't wrong. Ching Han might have junior sisters or junior brothers, but I feel that you, most likely, are not qualified. Ye vinkan similit confidently, believing that no one in the world could understand her master better than she did. Dongfang Ju was puzzled. What did this mean? Not qualified? Are you saying I don't meet Master Su's requirements? Not at all. Seeing Dongfang Ju's shocked expression, Yi Ching Han felt it was expected. This was her past self. It's just that she didn't have such good luck. What do you mean? Actually, I initially thought that the standards for master to accept disciples would be very high. But later I realized that there are really no so-called requirements or standards. Watching Yi Ching Han confidently say this, Dongfang Ju was even more confused. What does this mean? No requirements, but I'm not qualified? Isn't this nonsense? What do you mean? Since there are no requirements, why do you say I'm not qualified? For master, talent is not important at all. Can you understand this? Even a pig, if it follows master, can become an immortal. I understood this when you broke 5 of my ribs. Master doesn't care about talent, doesn't care about character, doesn't care about anything, only looks at fate. Yi Ching Han's expression at this moment also carried a hint of affection. After talking so much, she found this guy somewhat cute. Hee. Even if master accepted that fool Li Shuyao, she probably wouldn't accept you. Since that's the case, why determine that I have no fate with Lingxian Hall? This is not something you should know. If you don't believe it, you might as well try to become a disciple. Dongfang Ju had a skeptical look on his face, feeling that Yi Ching Han seemed to have set a trap for him. Really? You want to stop me? I've said it before, I only consider whether master is happy in my actions. If master has this intention, I will definitely treat you like a sister. Dongfang Ju believed this. As from Yi Ching Han's performance, it was clear that master was already the only person she cared about. Even if she might be jealous, she would never act against a junior accepted by master. However, if master rejects you, please don't cling to master, as master might find it inconvenient to act due to old friendship. But Ching Han has no such scruples. Shall we talk about something else? Yi Ching Han's attitude was already clear, and Dongfang Ju had many other things he wanted to know. Of course, what else are you curious about, Miss Dongfang? Yi Ching Han didn't mind. Saying so much was also to hope this guy would know when to stop. I saw that the dummy over there was covered in sword marks. Are they from your usual hard training? It can't be called hard training. For me, cultivation is also to make master happy, and most of the time, I'm just accompanying master. Master Su gave you 2 innate treasures, and I thought you would train hard to repay master's kindness. At this point, Dongfang Ju felt it was time. Miss Dongfang is joking. Where in this world do innate treasures exist? Yi Ching Han actually said this without changing her expression. Dongfang Ju also noticed that as long as no one was competing with Yi Ching Han for master, nothing could make her show any flaws. Hee sister, why don't you think, what if there are? Propping her chin and lazily leaning on the table. Dongfang Ju wanted to see how long Yi Qinghan could keep up the act. Are you tired of living? Yi Qinghan tilted her fox head, looking somewhat surprised. This thing can kill the living and revive the dead. I dare not think about it. Sister, perhaps Ju, and you can become friends. Yi Qinghan was indeed very curious about the matters in Sioux City. It was clear that Dongfang Ju had already extended an olive branch to her. This is a signal for exchanging information, but the other party is master. If it's detrimental to master, the consequences are not something I can bear. No need. I admit that the curiosity of a fox demon is very strong, but a clever fox knows what should not be known. Such matters should wait until hearing Master's attitude before making a judgment. Why are you so guarded, sister? Are you afraid Ju, will do something unfavorable to you? You have already done something unfavorable to yourself. Yi Qinghan smiled, patted Dongfang Ju's shoulder, and slowly stood up. How about I keep you company tonight, sister? Dongfang Ju panicked. Is Yi Qinghan really this timid? Does this mean she doesn't want me to leave? If Sioux City thinks I pose a threat to them, might they silence me? If I say I want to go home for dinner now, would you also not let me leave? Yi Qinghan said nothing, just sat there drinking tea. She didn't plan to speak until Master returned. The Holy Mountain, a mysterious cave guarded by 2 elders, was where Li Shuyao was in seclusion. Shuyao was hungry. Holy Maiden, please rest assured to cultivate. I have arranged for someone to prepare food for you. Shuyao was hungry and couldn't meditate at all. This scene looked as if the Holy Maiden was imprisoned, but this was nothing unusual on the Holy Mountain. The second elder and Mingyi exchanged glances. Then Mingyi sighed deeply and went to find food for the girl. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her run away again. All right. After saying that, Mingyi went to the kitchen, thinking of casually making some food for the little ancestor to trick her into cultivating first. Li Shuyao knocked on the door, tiptoed, and held the railing, chatting with the second elder. Second elder, do you want to see Shuyao's treasure? My little ancestor, don't think about it. I won't let you out. Very interesting. Please rest assured to cultivate, thinking of the common people. The second elder spoke earnestly, not even looking at Li Shuyao, who was behind the big door. Who are the common people? What does it have to do with Shuyao? Shuyao just wants to eat her fill and then go sightseeing. You are the Holy Maiden, bearing. The second elder couldn't finish his sentence, as it would be a miracle if this little ancestor could take in half a word. Shuyao still wanted to find a man, just like that handsome Master Su from a few days ago. The second elder turned green. If it weren't for Li Shuyao being the Holy Maiden, he would have long since slapped her dead. The second elder simply ignored her and stood outside the door. After a while, the third elder, Mingyi, returned with a basket of food. How is the Holy Maiden? Just now, she was shouting to find a man, but now she is silent. Wait, something is not right. After the second elder finished speaking, he sensed something was wrong. Could Li Shuyao really hold her tongue for so long? Moreover, now that Elder Shur had brought food, according to the usual practice, the Holy Maiden should have already rushed to the door to wait for feeding. He hurriedly opened the door. She ran away again. Chapter 39. In exchange for Sister's freedom. Second aunt. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Su Zhanfeng had inquired all the way to find Nanding City, having heard that the eldest lady, Yi Qinghan, and her master occasionally appeared. However, after waiting for 2 days, although he didn't see the eldest lady, he did see Li Shuyao. Oh, who are you? Su Zhanfeng, draped in a black hooded coat and wearing a tattered coarse cloth cloak, had a ghost mask on and carried a black tiger-headed broadsword that was taller than a person. Not a bit of skin was exposed, completely covered. But it made sense, if he showed his face, that terrifying appearance would likely be taken as a demon and killed. Li Shuyao turned around, her face full of the dazed expression of a little girl holding a candied hawthorn, looking like a young lady who had run out from somewhere. However, upon seeing the tall figure behind her, she showed no fear at all. Instead, she curiously sized him up. Second aunt, I am Su Zhanfeng. I have seen you in the secret realm. As he spoke, Su Zhanfeng slightly lifted his cloak, removed his mask, and revealed his true face. Wow, put it on. Put on. What are you doing here? I wanted to come to seek refuge with the eldest lady, but I didn't know where the eldest lady's immortal residence is. I heard that the eldest lady occasionally comes to Nanding City, so I waited here. It seems you were listening to me? Just as Su Zhanfeng was about to speak, he heard Li Shuriyao shout, "Must have Su." Su Zhanfeng was taken aback and turned around suddenly. Li Shuriyao had already run out 10 meters. Su City had a black line on his face. Did he not check the calendar before going out today? How did another troublesome person come along? Sovereign Su, is Sister Qinghan not here? Su Zhanfeng. Greetings to the esteemed lord. All right, two troublemakers, but this Su Zhanfeng isn't too troublesome. Look at this posture. Is he waiting for me here? Do you have something to discuss with me? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly while carrying the groceries he just bought. Even with the chaos bell and the god-slaying spear, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this Su Zhanfeng who had reached the integration stage. Second, madam, your matter is urgent. Please speak first. Su Zhanfeng quietly stepped back, politely bowing. Li Shuriyao didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing Su Cheng's hand and pulling him into an empty alley, making Su Cheng's head spin. What is it, Miss Shuriyao? Why so mysterious? Li Shuriyao stood facing Su Cheng with her head down, her conflicted expression making one feel heartbroken. What happened? Su Cheng was puzzled. Logically speaking, what could happen to the Holy Mountain? The Holy Mountain wasn't a small sect. It held considerable influence even in front of the Spirit Mountain. If it weren't for Li Shuriyao having the intellect of a child, with the Holy Mountain as her backing, even Cheng Liang would have to give the saintess some face. Since it wasn't an issue with the Holy Mountain, then it must be something with this little girl. Could it be that Yi Qinghan bullied her in the secret realm? That shouldn't be the case. If Yi Qinghan made a move, this girl would definitely not come out unscathed. Then what was the matter? After a long while, as if going through a prolonged mental struggle, Li Shuriyao slowly raised her head, revealing a very pitiful little expression, as if she had been bullied. Sabedin Su. Shuriyao has been thinking for a long time. Sister Qinghan has been very good to Shuriyao, and Shuriyao wants to exchange herself for Sister Qinghan. Huh? What do you mean? Exchange for Qinghan? Su Cheng was even more confused. What was Li Shuriyao talking about? He couldn't understand a single word. Sabedin Su. I beg you to let Sister Qinghan go. Shuriyao is willing to replace Sister Qinghan and join the Lingxian Temple. No, did someone say something to you? I have never coerced Yi Qinghan into anything. Joining the Lingxian Temple was her own choice. It's not someone. It was Sister Qinghan who told Shuriyao herself. But please don't blame her. I am willing to take Sister Qinghan's punishment. No, no, you must have misunderstood something. Su Cheng's head was about to explode. At home, Dongfang Ju was up to something, and now there was a babbling saintess by his side with a powerful integration stage cultivator waiting for him outside the alley. What's going on here? If this continues, the plot will collapse. Although it seemed something was off from the moment Yi Qinghan became her disciple, it was clearly getting out of control now. Shuriyao didn't misunderstand. Shuriyao will listen to Sovereign Su. Shuriyao is very healthy, and if Sovereign Su likes, I can know. Wait a minute, there must be a misunderstanding here. What did Qinghan say to you? Sovereign Su, I know everything you did to Sister Qinghan, and I am willing to do it too, only asking Sovereign Su to spare Sister Qinghan. Damn, is Li Shuriyao here to save Yi Qinghan? What kind of mind-altering soup did Yi Qinghan feed this girl? How about this? You come back to the Lingxian Temple with me and say in front of Qinghan. Li Shuriyao widened her eyes, forgetting her fear at this moment, and directly refused. No way, unless you promise Shuriyao to let Sister Qinghan go. Otherwise, you'll just go back and whip her again. Huh? Who is throwing dirt on me? She is slandering me. She is slandering me, and now she won't let me go. The Ling Shuang sword technique can only be used in the Lingxian Temple, and I can't beat this guy. Wouldn't that be a disaster? All right, I promise you, is that okay? Really? If Qinghan really wants to leave the Lingxian Temple, I absolutely won't use force to keep her. Wait, do you think I'm stupid? What if you still have leverage over Sister Qinghan? What leverage do I have? Su Cheng's head was spinning. If anyone said Li Shuriyao was foolish, he would be the first to disagree. This girl was incredibly clever. Is it not allowed for Shuriyao to exchange herself for Sister Qinghan's freedom? It can be done, as long as Yi Qinghan is willing to exchange. Then it can be done. You guarantee you won't interfere? Okay, I guarantee I won't interfere. All right, let's make a pinky promise. You're going to use your life to exchange for Yi Qinghan's freedom, and then make a pinky promise? Isn't that a bit too formal? Also, just now you were all pitiful, but how come now you're so tough? This won't do, that can't do. Let's just make a pinky promise. Su Cheng had no way to deal with Li Shiyao. That's settled then, master. Let's go back. Huh? Are we switching now? You're changing your tune so fast. Sister Qinghan will definitely agree. So Shiyao is just getting familiar with the title. Li Shiyao was very happy now. She had saved her sister Qinghan. Compared to the unfamiliar masses, she wanted to save her sister more. Just thinking about her sister's dark and hopeless life. Having to go hungry every day and suffering endless torment. How could she focus on cultivation? Chapter 40. Need to work. And also need to earn money. Su Cheng walked out of the alley with a dark expression, and Su Zhanfeng hurriedly performed a grand bow. Esteemed Lord. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow at Su Zhanfeng, who, wearing a mask, was hard to read, but even without the mask, it might not be clear. Are you also here to save Yi Qinghan? Su Zhanfeng was bewildered. What did this mean? Save the eldest lady? Did something happen to the eldest lady? Esteemed Lord, I have come to seek your protection, just hoping that you and the eldest lady can take me in. Esteemed Lord, I have been trapped in a secret realm for over 1,000 years, and it was thanks to the eldest lady that I was saved. Now, my close friends and family have long since departed, and I am willing to repay the eldest lady's life-saving grace with this body, willing to serve, with no ulterior motives. Hey, all right, you can come back with me. At that time, you two can talk to Qinghan, and if she agrees, that's enough. Su Cheng was numb at this moment. This Yi Qinghan really had a certain charm. Dongfang Zhu came to visit. Li Shiyao came to save her. Even the integration stage powerhouse, Su Zhanfeng, came to seek refuge. Thank you, esteemed Lord. Su Zhanfeng repeatedly bowed several times and then got up to follow Su Cheng. Feeling reassured in his heart, it seems that the esteemed Lord has a good impression of me. Before long, Su Cheng brought the two back to the Lingxian temple. Yi Qinghan approached the door, wanting to welcome them, but upon seeing the visitors, she was also taken aback. So many people came to visit today. Master, who are these? One came to save you, one came to seek refuge. Don't ask me, I don't know what's going on either. They all came to find you. Guess are guests. Qinghan must treat them well, I will go cook. After Su Cheng finished speaking, he took the groceries to the kitchen. Yi Qinghan was furious. What is going on here? From Master S tone, although he wasn't angry, he was clearly a bit impatient. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to question the two, Li Shiyao reacted even faster. Li Shiyao grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand, walked aside, and pulled out the celestial-grade cultivation technique from her bag, unceremoniously stuffing it into Yi Qinghan's hands. Meeting Yi Qinghan's bewildered face, Li Shiyao smiled happily, thinking she had done something great. Sister, you are free now. This series of moves left Yi Qinghan, the purebred fox spirit, speechless. What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm free? Shiyao and Sovereign Su agreed that she would let go of her sister, and Shiyao would take her place. No, you have no idea. Yi Qinghan looked at Li Shiyao in front of her, then at the celestial-grade cultivation technique in her hand, feeling stunned. Li Shiyao spoke as if delivering her last words, with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. But when looking at Yi Qinghan, she still smiled as usual. Sister, Shiyao is not foolish. Shiyao knows that you are very good to Shiyao. Just thinking about you suffering makes me very sad, so I secretly ran out. Shiyao is very healthy. The elders all say Shiyao is as strong as an ox. It's okay to eat less. You don't have to worry about me. And actually, I'm not afraid of pain. While saying she wasn't afraid of pain, her little hands were already trembling, unsure if it was fear or some other emotion. In short, I have already discussed everything with Master Su. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was so shocked that she couldn't speak, just standing there in a daze. What's wrong? Sister? You don't need to worry about Shiyao. Shiyao just hopes you can find a good man for her. Although the elder said that handsome men are not good people, Shiyao still hopes you can find a very handsome good man. Yi Qinghan stuffed the cultivation method back into Li Shiyao's bag and just smiled lightly. At this moment, she seemed to understand why the so-called saintess was a little fool. Perhaps only a little fool was qualified to be a saintess. Sister, this? Shiyao doesn't understand. Master Su has already agreed. Thank you, but sister will not leave. Li Shiyao wanted to persuade her, but when she met Yi Qinghan's eyes, she couldn't say any comforting words. Why? Is Shiyao very foolish? Sure Yao will never understand her sister's thoughts. Yi Qinghan just smiled. Go wash up at the spirit pool hall, and then accompany sister for dinner. Yi Qinghan sent Li Shuyao to the spirit pool hall, and then turned to look at Su Zhanfeng, who was hesitating at the door. Since he met Yi Qinghan, Su Zhanfeng felt that nothing in this world could surprise him anymore, but at this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked by this celestial palace, secretly sighing. Indeed, a celestial residence. I'll let you off this time. Why come again now? Do you want to be my dog? Exactly. I hope the young lady can give me a chance. Without thinking, Su Zhanfeng replied, What's wrong with being a dog? Being able to be a dog for the young lady is a huge opportunity. Now the young lady is low-key, hiding like a dragon in 9 abysses given time. Wanting to be her dog would require a cue. What did the master say? The master said to listen to your opinion. Oh, that's fine. But Yi Qinghan just looked at Su Zhanfeng, who seemed a bit foolish but also had some strength. The young lady can say anything. The young lady's life-saving grace cannot be repaid. I will be at your service without any 2 hearts. That's nothing, a monthly protection fee of 20 taels. I wonder if you can accept it? Su Zhanfeng was dumbfounded. Is the young lady joking with me? 20 taels? 20,000 taels would still be reasonable. But 20 taels is what kind of protection fee? Seeing Su Zhanfeng hesitate, Yi Qinghan said, If you are unwilling, then forget it, go look elsewhere. Hey, young lady, I am willing. Don't say 20 taels, 200 taels is fine. Okay, then it's 200 taels. Su Zhanfeng was dumbfounded. So it was because she was afraid he couldn't afford it? This young lady's temper was really hard to grasp. Su Zhanfeng actually had some money. So he casually gave Yi Qinghan 200 taels. Yi Qinghan visibly became happy. Good. What was your name again? Su Zhanfeng, right? Zhanfeng, you did well. I see that your bone structure is extraordinary, so I'll accept you. Su Zhanfeng was completely stunned. He was going to work for the fairy and also pay her money. Was this fairy a bit poor? After all the chatter he had done, it was not as practical as 200 taels. If he had known, he would have brought more money. Maybe he could even mix in a position or 2. Thank you, young lady. From now on, you'll be a person of the Lingxian Hall. You should find a place to stay in South Ding City, and I will arrange work for you in the coming days. Thank you, young lady. All right, go. After sending Su Zhanfeng off, Yi Qinghan ran to the kitchen hall to help with a smile on her face. Master, I intentionally said half about Su Zhanfeng's matter. Wanted to hear your thoughts. Su Zhanfeng has the cultivation level of the integration stage. If he could be used by the Lingxian Hall, it is naturally a good thing. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan continued while washing vegetables. I asked him to pay a protection fee of 200 taels every month, and I accepted him. Oh my, 200 taels. That's great. Such a good person. Take more. You can decide for yourself. At this moment, Dongfang Ju was following behind Li Shuyao. Wanted to see where she was going. Do you have something to find, Shuyao? Chapter 41, Sisters Bathing Together. What are you going to do? Sister Qinghan wants Shuyao to wash up and accompany her for dinner later. Li Shuyao was not in the mood to eat at all. Her mind was full of thoughts about Sister Qinghan. She had clearly prepared everything, but her sister still didn't want her to suffer. Dongfang Ju looked at Li Shuyao with some surprise. Did this girl get into a fight with someone? Why is she so dirty? Although Li Shuyao was a little fool, she always had the image of a pure and clean saintess, but after sneaking out for a few days, she inevitably became dusty. In the kitchen hall, noticing that Dongfang Ju was following Li Shuyao further away, Yi Qinghan casually set up a barrier while chopping vegetables. Master, I have something strange to ask. I hope you can enlighten me. Speak. Is it about Li Shuyao? Could it be that Qinghan also doesn't know what's wrong with that girl? I just chatted with Dongfang Ju. She said that the master bestowed 2 innate treasures to Qinghan. I know that what the master bestows is not ordinary, so I did not respond. She knows about innate treasures? How is that possible? According to what I know, the Ling Shuang sword and the sword box have undergone transformation and should not be recognized. Is it some method I don't know? Or a magical treasure? Did she say anything else? To prevent trouble from coming out of her mouth, I did not speak further with her after that. You did well. The matter of innate treasures must be kept in your heart. It is certainly not something to boast about. I will remember. What about Dongfang Ju? If that's the case, then Dongfang Ju cannot be left alone. At the very least, we must know how many people know about this. If the matter of possessing innate treasures is known to the world, It might not be something that only I and Cheng Han can solve. At that time, if they want to add charges, there will be no excuse. Possession is a capital crime. To be on the safe side, I need to inscribe a spatial anchor point on Cheng Han. This is the only way to protect her. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables suddenly stopped and then continued again. Yi Cheng Han heard a new term. Spatial anchor point? What is that? Inscribed on oneself? Su Cheng was in a state of confusion, but skillfully stir-fried the dishes. But how do I tell Cheng Han? Should I say, be good, take off your clothes, and let me inscribe a few characters on you? Knowing Cheng Han's disposition, she might want to fight me to the death. Master, are you judging the fox spirit with a gentleman's heart? Fight to the death? If the master wants, I can start taking off my clothes now. I'm just afraid that the one who fights to the death is the master. No. I should first test the waters with Dongfang Ju and see how much she knows. If it really threatens Cheng Han, then she cannot be allowed to leave. Yi Cheng Han turned her head and looked at the back of her master, just wanted to take off her clothes, wanting to dedicate herself to her master right now. Even in his heart, the master had never considered herself. He only thought of his disciple. Cheng Han, don't think too much, eat first. Everything will be taken care of by your master. This fox's head is probably thinking wildly again. Yi Cheng Han blankly stared at her master, just listening to her master talk about her fox head. Okay, the Lingxian Hall was lively for the first time. Su Cheng cooked several dishes, and with nothing to do, since she couldn't cultivate, she casually practiced calligraphy and learned to cook. Where are they? Su Cheng looked at the empty courtyard, bewildered. The Lingxian Hall has a protective mechanism. If there is no jade pendant, it is impossible to enter and exit quietly. Cheng Han, go find them and call them for dinner. Not long after, Yi Cheng Han found the two outside the spirit pool hall, but Li Shiyao was still looking dirty, her white dress turned into camouflage. Didn't I tell you to wash up? What are you doing standing at the door? Shiyao doesn't know which is the spirit pool hall. Didn't I just point it out to you? This is the spirit pool hall. But Yi Cheng Han was not ready to let this dirty little fool sit at the table and eat with her master. So she simply pulled Li Shiyao into the spirit pool hall. Dongfang Ju had nothing to do, so she simply followed along. Take off your clothes. Let's go. I'll accompany you. Just now, Yi Cheng Han was covered in oil smoke from helping in the kitchen, and since she was already there, she thought about soaking in the pool together. If possible, Yi Cheng Han hoped to smell nice and get closer to her master. He would surely like her more that way. Sister, Shiyao is shy. Oh, since you're shy, let me help you take it off. Don't move around. Look how obedient Dongfang Ju is. Dongfang Ju was already standing there completely undressed, waiting. After some fuss, Yi Cheng Han finally got Li Shiyao undressed, and both Yi Cheng Han and Dongfang Ju couldn't help but marvel. Yi Cheng Han believed her figure was already top-notch. However, Li Shiyao was not lacking in that regard. Despite wearing a white dress every day, she looked pure and charming. Unexpectedly, that fluffy, pure white dress was a seal for the saintly lady. Yi Cheng Han couldn't resist teasing. Shiyao, next time you see Su Zhanfeng, you should let him call you Big Madam. Why? Li Shiyao's small hands covered her front, and her little face turned bright red. Because it suits you perfectly. Dongfang Ju was about to burst out laughing. This guy eats a lot, but hasn't shared any of the nutrients with her brain. It seemed all the nutrients had been absorbed by useless fat. Yi Cheng Han put her treasures in the cubicle, grabbed the Ling Frost sword, and entered the spirit pool hall, while the sword box was propped against the edge of the pool. Sister Cheng Han, do you need to bring the Ling Frost sword when you take a bath? It's master's order. The Ling Frost sword must not leave my side. Dongfang Ju just listened silently, initially thinking Yi Cheng Han might not recognize these two innate treasures. But now that thought had been disproved, Yi Cheng Han clearly understood how important these two innate treasures were, and Su Cheng had also given her reminders. Sister, are you referring to this pool? What else? Are there other pools in the spirit pool hall? Yi Cheng Han looked displeased. This silly girl always asked dumb questions. In fact, Shiyao had taken a look when she first entered and saw that the pool was filled with spirit liquid. She thought it was used for alchemy. Ye vinkan similit helplessly. Recalling how shocked she was when she first arrived, but now she was used to it and would come to soak from time to time. So, Yi Cheng Han took the lead and directly soaked in the pool, with Li Shiyao and Dongfang Ju quickly following. Yi Qinghan saw Li Shiyao stick out her little tongue to taste the pool water and immediately spoke up. Hey Shiyao, what are you doing? I just want to taste it. It really is spirit liquid. Dongfang Ju also laughed and said, I heard that Master Su dislikes extravagance. And now it seems that what was said is not false? Master He, Li Shiyao, don't drink that. Yi Qinghan tugged at Shiyao's golden hair, pulling her little head up. With so much, a little bit doesn't matter, right? And it tastes quite good. It's sweet. Yi Qinghan was speechless. This silly girl couldn't be left unattended for a second. Sister, is your greatness because you soak in spirit liquid? I thought it was magical when I first became a disciple. But now I think aside from beautifying and maintaining appearance, it doesn't have much use. Ye vinkan sepok honesti. Now the spirit liquid only made her feel good aside from improving her looks. It also helped to refresh her mind after cultivation. Chapter 42. Interrogation. Dongfang's sister, stop rubbing. Hey, honestly tell me, what do you eat every day to grow so big? Yi Qinghan laughed and said, I think it's because of my constitution. Some people eat whatever and it doesn't help. Dongfang Ju looked unhappy. That's not true. I'm still young. I will grow. Dongfang's sister. You can't just rub Shiyao because you don't have it. As soon as Dongfang Ju heard this, she got even angrier. What do you mean? Who doesn't have it? All right, you're bullying me too. Yi Qinghan laughed so hard she was shaking, thinking that Li Shiyao understood the art of conversation too well. Before long, the three of them finished washing up and started getting dressed. Shiyao, pick one. Yi Qinghan generously opened the wardrobe and told Li Shiyao to choose freely. Inside the wardrobe were all kinds of dresses, and Shiyao's eyes lit up. What girl wouldn't like beautiful dresses? Li Shiyao was a saintess. Although she held a high position and even overshadowed the elders, she was still bound by the rules of the Holy Mountain. And her usual attire consisted mainly of white dresses. Seeing Yi Qinghan with such a variety of styles, she couldn't help but feel envious. Sister is really good to Shiyao. Dongfang Ju, being a princess, naturally wouldn't take a few pretty dresses too seriously, unless it was Yi Qinghan's water sleeve glass dress, which was a celestial level dress. Did it possibly have some special ability? However, Yi Qinghan rarely wore the water sleeve glass dress. In Lingxian Hall, she usually dressed according to her master's taste, which was bold and made of thin, scant fabric. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's desire to take things step by step, whether to wear it or not didn't really matter, as it was just the two of them. Kumit. Seeing the three fairies looking splendid as they came out of the spirit pool, Su Cheng called them to eat with a doting expression. Li Shiyao and Yi Qinghan were eating heartily, but Dongfang Ju, being a princess, still paid attention to some dining etiquette. Although her sister was unwilling to leave, they still had to eat. Li Shiyao thought that Master Su must be personally cooking to treat Dongfang Ju, but no matter the reason, having food to eat was good. Of course, the silly girl didn't forget to serve food to Yi Qinghan, telling her to eat more, since it was likely that once Dongfang Ju left, they wouldn't have such meals anymore. Originally, Yi Qinghan planned to send Li Shiyao off after dinner, but Li Shiyao insisted on staying with her sister. So Yi Qinghan simply found her a room to rest. Thus, the ultimate judgment for Dongfang Ju was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely tense. Su Cheng sat in a chair sipping tea, which had a somewhat strange taste. Miss Dongfang, I heard from Qinghan that you seem very interested in treasures. As soon as this was said, even Dongfang Ju understood that Master Su was pointing at her. But Dongfang Ju didn't have the courage to confront Su Cheng directly. When she talked to Yi Qinghan about these matters, it was merely to exchange information. If she could build a closer relationship, that would be great. If not, she would think of other ways. However, the current situation was somewhat dangerous. It was just 4 words: innate treasures. She hadn't said anything strange. Why was the atmosphere turning lethal? But now it was too late to regret. She could only brace herself to respond. Yes, I've long heard that Master Su is generous, passing on his personal sword to his direct disciples. I greatly envy that. There are no flaws in that. Answering without addressing the question. Should she continue to press or try to extract information? Su Cheng hesitated, then decided to slow down the conversation. Just 2 sentences, and he couldn't see through Dongfang Ju's depths yet. Weapons and armor are of no use to me. However, external items. Giving them to Qinghan for self-defense is far more useful than hanging on my body. In Lingxian Hall, I have the home advantage. If I don't speak, she definitely won't escape. With master present, Yi Qing Han could speak. As long as she understood her master's thoughts, she wasn't afraid of saying the wrong thing. Given the current situation, Yi Qing Han felt it was time for her to speak. With master beside her, even if her judgment was flawed, she could still cover for her, treating it as her own unilateral decision. After all, if master spoke, there would be no room for retreat. Miss Dongfang once said that master gave 2 innate treasures to Qing Han. I asked master, but he did not clarify. I am curious, which 2 treasures are you referring to? And how did you come to know? Dongfang Ju was taken aback. Was this an interrogation? If she couldn't answer, wouldn't these 2 be even more ruthless, perhaps leading to her demise? Dongfang Ju propped her chin, pretending to think. I think Master Su is extraordinary, and Master S sword must be above celestial quality? That's my guess. Sister Qing Han, with that sword box, can actually suppress enemies with nascent soul cultivation. It seems to be a congenital treasure. Juer guesses this is the second one. Yi Qing Han smiled. You're quite right in your guess, but your logic is flawed. Yet you guessed correctly. Miss Dongfang, are you perhaps holding back and unwilling to speak frankly? Earlier, when talking with Qing Han, you were so certain, but now you're only speculating? Dongfang Ju raised her eyebrows. Clearly, Yi Qing Han was playing the good cop for her master. But should she tell Yi Qing Han that she checked it with the system? Not to mention that this is her secret. Even her own father doesn't know. So how could these 2 believe her? It would be better to say it was heaven that informed her. How did Dongfang Ju know to keep this matter aside for now? The priority is still to clarify who else knows about it. Yi Qing Han realized her master was thinking along the same lines. Miss Dongfang must also have her reasons for not speaking out. That's fine. Juer is very grateful that her sister can understand her so well. Ye vinkan simidet, wearing the same serious expression she had when teasing the little fool before. Sister, don't be alarmed. The matter concerning the congenital spirit item is absolutely false. But my master is concerned about the world. I fear that small-minded people may spread rumors, causing chaos in the world as everyone seeks the divine weapon. And it would be hard to turn back then. Huh? So, am I the small-minded one? Good sister, I'm a princess, if the world is in chaos. Wouldn't that mean my family is in chaos too? You're basically accusing me to my face. Sister has a point. But Dongfang Ju could only nod in agreement. Not to mention that they were currently under the same roof. Even if they weren't, Yi Qing Han's words were indeed reasonable. Whether true or false, once it spreads, it would turn into a chaotic scramble for power. Qing Han wasn't doubting her sister. She was just afraid that her sister had fallen for the tricks of some small-minded person and was being used as a pawn. Dongfang Ju was stunned. She wasn't a little fool. The implication was clearly that her father had sent her to scout. Coming here made her feel like she hadn't made a good impression, but instead had caused trouble for her father. Sister is overthinking. I just happened to learn about this matter and intended to remind you without any other instigation. Is that so? Sister, don't be stubborn. My master and your father are old friends, and you and I are sisters, not outsiders. If you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to speak up to avoid causing a disaster. Yi Qing Han pondered. I don't believe you. You didn't come here with good intentions. The heart-capturing mirror showed no reaction. It was the truth. That means only she knows about this matter, which is for the best. Yi Qing Han was taken aback. She hadn't heard of her master having a lie-detecting treasure, although her master had been prepared. How could even her direct disciple be kept in the dark? Was it because she feared that she would find out about the congenital treasure? Moreover, this treasure wasn't stored in the Wanyu Pavilion. It seemed her master had it on her person. If that's the case, wouldn't she be made a fool? However, her master hadn't used it on her, indicating she regarded her as one of her own, which somewhat reassured her. Sister's intentions, Juer will not forget. Juer truly means no harm and has not been instigated by others. If that's true, then why did she come here? It can't just be that she has taken a liking to me. She must have a purpose. Yi Qing Han was stunned. Her master's thoughts were entirely plausible. This person had been thinking about becoming a disciple during the day. If she assumed she had taken a liking to her master, then her sudden visit wouldn't be so sudden. Then she would try to extract information from me to understand my master. The important thing is, She even said she wanted to become a disciple. She was attempting to attract my master's attention. She's clever. I thought you simply wanted to harm my master. But it turns out you have quite the strategy. You really deserve to die 1,000 deaths. If that's the case, then sister can rest assured. Yi Qinghan nearly gritted her teeth as she spoke. Although her master hadn't understood yet, she completely understood. Dongfangju felt her hair stand on end, her back chilled. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, but now Yi Qinghan was looking at her with intense, killing intent. Huh? Did I say something wrong? No malis. And you're still unhappy? Do you not trust me? Sister, you don't trust Jua? How could that be? I trust you completely now. I not only know you're not lying, but I also understand what schemes you're plotting. No, I need to find a way to get rid of her. She can't always stay by my master's side. Master, I'm a bit tired. Might I go rest first? Of course. Qinghan, take care of your health. Cultivation is meant for self-cultivation. If you don't take care of your health, it would be futile. Yi Qinghan grabbed Dongfangju's wrist and lifted her off the chair. Hey, Sister Qinghan, I'm not tired yet. I don't need to rest. No, you are tired. Huh? Dongfangju felt completely stunned. How could this situation possibly be suitable for her to be alone with Yi Qinghan? It was too dangerous. Master Su, why are you grinning over there? Does this scene seem warm and fuzzy to you? The more peacefully you smile now, the more peacefully I'll leave later. Yi Qinghan pulled her out of the main hall and dragged her back to her room. Sister Qinghan, just the two of us, no need to pretend. Yi Qinghan's expression wasn't good. She wished she could eliminate the bad woman trying to steal her man immediately. What's wrong? What did I say to make the senior sister angry? Who the hell is your senior sister? Yi Qinghan said as she reached for her sword. But Dongfangju quickly held her hand down. Hey, that's wrong. Don't be so violent. You're so good at guessing. Why not guess what I'm thinking? The room was unlit, but Dongfangju could still see the murderous glint in Yi Qinghan's fox-like eyes. You're not thinking about how to kill me, are you? Correct. No, calm down. I've learned my lesson. I mean no harm. Really? You have your sights set on my master, and still say you mean no harm? Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere? I also said I want to chop off your feet and stuff them in your mouth. Have you forgotten? Hey, why is Fairy Qinghan so fickle? Yi Qinghan thought she knew her master wouldn't agree, given her master-esque character of avoiding trouble. Not driving you away is already giving you face. Who knew Dongfangju would pull such a stunt? Now, even if Dongfangju wanted to leave, her master might not agree. If Dongfangju stayed in Lingxian Hall, that would be a problem. Although her master wasn't interested in women, could she really withstand her relentless persistence? What if something unexpected happened? What? Are you not satisfied? Killing you counts as interference? I want to find my master's will. But before you become a disciple, we don't seem that familiar, do we? No, just now you said your father and my master are old friends. And you and I are sisters, not outsiders. I don't know your father. He can associate with whoever he likes. As for sisters? Hey, good sister. It can't be that way. I came here, and you're also the senior disciple. Do you really think my master would like me, and not you? Are you looking to die? As Yi Qinghan spoke, her sword was half drawn again, but Dongfangju pressed it back down. Don't be angry, senior sister. Don't hurt your health. You damn. Yi Qinghan pushed Dongfangju down on the bed, then spoke clearly and deliberately. I'll say it once, so listen carefully. Dongfangju sat up properly and nodded, knowing she had escaped a disaster and shouldn't act too recklessly. If you sincerely wish to become a disciple, as my master's direct disciple, I naturally won't stop you. But if you try any tricks or schemes, even if you enter the sect, I won't let you live. Dongfangju was stunned. She knew Yi Qinghan was serious. Although she thought that once she entered the sect, Yi Qinghan would likely consider her master and not act against her. She didn't dare to take the risk. I understand, but what? But didn't you also use tricks to get Master Su to take you in? Yi Qinghan didn't respond. There was no point in explaining such matters. Yi Qinghan felt that even if that idiot Li Shiyao came to be her disciple, it would be better than Dongfangju. At least Li Shiyao understood what it meant to be a disciple and wouldn't play such tricks. On the contrary, if she thought such tricks could fool the master and her as the senior disciple, that would truly be foolish. After saying this, Yi Qinghan activated her immortal technique and lit the oil lamp, illuminating the room. You and I will sleep together tonight. I'm actually not sleepy. Yi Qinghan casually took off her clothes and changed into a black nightgown from the wardrobe. The sword box leaned against the bed, and the 3-foot Ling Fra sword was wedged between her legs, while at that moment, her foxtail and ears also popped out. Then, Yi Qinghan went to sleep. Dongfang Ju was left alone, examining the room. There were some paintings of Sioux City on the wall, most of which were painted by Yi Qinghan, and there was an unfinished half-piece on the table. She had only taken off her bracelet, which the system referred to as the desire-cutting bracelet, but she didn't know its purpose. A jade pendant the size of a bank card and some immortal medicine were still tucked in her clothes. And even though she was wearing a nightgown, the corners of the jade pendant could still be faintly seen from the crevice. The flowing sleeves and glass skirt hung in the wardrobe, which was indeed beautiful as an immortal-grade outfit. Yi Qinghan was surrounded by a fragrant aroma, which Dongfang Ju felt most men wouldn't be able to resist. Even women would find it pleasant. Yi Qinghan seemed to have fallen asleep, looking very charming. Although she didn't know much about Sioux City, her impression of Yi Qinghan deepened significantly, with beauty that could bring ruin to a country and rare talent. She was utterly obedient to Sioux City, always prioritizing the master's happiness in everything she did. No wonder Sioux City liked her so much and gave her so many treasures. But what about herself? At least, she would also work hard. Chapter 44. Li Shiyao's big move. Qinghan. Did anything happen last night? Sioux City asked as he saw Yi Qinghan washing up, quickly coming over. Nothing happened. I don't think she has any ill intentions. I think so too. Sioux City pondered for a moment, turning his back to sit at the table under the tree. As a disciple, I think it's better to either kill her or drive her away. She can't stay in the Lingxian Hall any longer. Yi Qinghan felt it was better to kill her too, but out of consideration for the master, she didn't want to put Sioux City in a difficult position. Setting aside whether killing Dongfang Ju is possible, if I do kill her, the resulting butterfly effect might rewrite the future I know. Accepting Yi Qinghan has already been quite forced. I must find a way to send Dongfang Ju to the Tiandao Pavilion. Calculating the time. Cheng Liang's 4th disciple is about to appear, but the original 2nd disciple Yi Qinghan is by my side, and the 3rd disciple Dongfang Ju is also in the Lingxian Hall. Qinghan, do you have any way to make Dongfang Ju go to the Tiandao Pavilion? I do. But why should she go there? If the master sees her, she will be slapped without a second word. In less than 2 days, she will definitely go to the Tiandao Pavilion. How can I say this? I can't just tell the disciple that I can foresee the future, right? Qinghan, the person destined for her is Cheng Liang. If I forcefully intervene, it may go against the heavenly mandate. I'm not afraid, but I worry it may affect your cultivation path. Yi Qinghan narrowed her fox-like eyes. If that were the case, the master's claim of knowing fate was likely false. And all of this stemmed from her. But what does the master mean by being able to kill Dongfang Ju? With my cultivation, even if 100 of her came, I could kill them all. How could I not do it? Since that's the case, just leave it to Qinghan. I will definitely send her to the Tiandao Pavilion. Dongfang Ju sensed someone approaching outside the door and quickly sat down pretending to sleep. She had truly heard the conversation between Yi Qinghan and Sioux City. Her destined person was Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang did treat her well, but Dongfang Ju always found it strange. Cheng Liang felt like he was performing, somewhat exaggerated. Even when secretly standing behind Cheng Liang to look at him, Dongfang Ju felt as if she had already been noticed, as if what he was doing was a performance for her eyes. Get up. Yi Qinghan stood at the foot of the bed and slapped her backside, but she didn't use much force. Huh, Sister Qinghan? Dongfang Ju pretended to be sleepy, yawning lazily. Go outside. Where to? Yi Qinghan was too lazy to waste words and slap her again on her soft spot. Li Shiyao poked her golden little head in from outside the door, looking adorably dazed. Good morning, Sister Qinghan. Good morning, Sister Dongfang. Yi Qinghan nodded at Li Shiyao and threw Dongfang Ju's clothes all over her face. Sister Qinghan, Shiyao also wants to sleep with you. You can sleep with Sister Dongfang. I prefer sleeping alone. Why? I always sleep holding the Ling Frost sword. If you're not afraid. You can. Yi Qinghan squinted her eyes, giving Li Shiyao a look that could scare her into peeing. Shiyao is a big kid now. I can sleep alone. Yi Qinghan felt she was getting more skilled at dealing with Li Shiyao. At least she could skillfully end the topic. However, what Yi Qinghan didn't expect was that in a moment of inattention, Li Shuyao mustered the courage to go find the master. The golden-haired little idiot, although regarded as a little one by Yi Qinghan, was not short at all. Standing in front of Su City, she looked fierce as if she had come to collect a debt. Yi Qinghan was 178 centimeters tall, with a slender figure and an innate charm. With such beauty, it was only natural that she wouldn't gain weight no matter how much she ate. Completely unreasonable. But Li Shuyao didn't have that innate charm. Yet she still stood at 175 centimeters, with a full figure and a face that looked like a kind-hearted wife, though most of the time she appeared adorably dazed. Looking like a little victim, Li Shuyao stood in front of Su City, tilting her little head with a not-so-smart expression, and immediately started questioning. "Didn't you promise me to let Sister Qinghan go?" Su City blinked, hesitating for a long time, unsure of what to say. "Hey, this is the Lingxian Hall. Do you think it's still the vegetable market? What if I don't let her go? What will you do? Forget about Dongfang Ju. Do you have to bully even a little idiot like me? Then Shuyao begs you, please let Sister Qinghan go, okay?" Just as Su City was about to speak, Li Shuyao's eyes suddenly changed, revealing a fierce determination. In an instant, a long sword shot out from under her flowing sleeves, swiftly aiming at Su City's face. "Damn, this little idiot. She wants to kill me." Su City hurriedly dodged, and Li Shuyao unleashed a series of attacks, forcing Su City from outside Yi Qinghan's chamber to the entrance of the Lingxi Hall. Su City was very strong, but the opponent was an assassin. She didn't give Su City a chance to cast spells. In a continuous flurry of 43 swords, the sect master was chased and slashed by the little idiot. Blood of the holy red cloud sword. In an instant, blood enveloped the long sword. Li Shuyao knew of Su City's strength and was determined not to give her any chance to breathe. She had to take down this bad guy who bullied her sister in one go. It had to be said that Li Shuyao was truly betting her life this time. Compared to dealing with fierce beasts in the secret realm, she seemed to be possessed by a killing god. Her mind was filled with thoughts of killing Su City. Faster, faster. One sword after another. Su City had no weapon and could only dodge back and forth. Just as she was about to cast a spell, another sword came stabbing at her. No, hey, Li Shuyao had no time for nonsense this time. She flicked her wrist, and the long sword lightly pricked a hole in Su City's long gown. So close, but compared to the gown, she currently just wanted to make a hole in Su City. Imagining the scene of Sister Qinghan being tormented by this bad master, Li Shuyao was determined. Blood of the holy, demon-slaying sword formation. In an instant, the holy blood surged from her wrist, transforming into a sword formation that trapped Su City within. Su City was stunned. She had imagined countless ways to die, but never expected to die at the hands of this little idiot. The demon-slaying sword formation suppressed Su City's movements, as if she were sinking into a quagmire, facing Li Shuyao's final sword, with no power to resist. There was no other choice. Su Cheng could only summon the Chaos Bell to fend off the attack. However, with Su Cheng's cultivation level, the Chaos Bell could only be used once. The method of use was to find a suitable opportunity to throw it out to negate an attack. In fact, Su Cheng felt it could be used again, provided he could retrieve the thrown Chaos Bell. As he watched Li Shuyao darting towards him, the powerful sword energy forced Su Cheng to squint his eyes, and he could only randomly throw it in Li Shuyao's direction. Su Cheng was lucky. It indeed blocked the attack, and even repelled Li Shuyao, giving him a moment to catch his breath. Not good. Su Cheng had hoped to escape disaster. But then he saw Li Shuyao in front of him turn into a pool of blood. It was a fake. At that moment, the real Li Shuyao was right behind Su Cheng, and this sword strike was her full power. "Even if I bleed out, I will take you with me. For Sister Qinghan's freedom." In an instant, more holy blood was drawn out, and Li Shuyao floated in midair like a sacrificial offering, facing the demon-slaying holy sword formed from holy blood. The ultimate move that Yi Qinghan did not see, Su Cheng now witnessed. Su Cheng was now bound by the demon-slaying sword formation made of holy blood, with no way to evade. This little fool was undoubtedly Su Cheng's nemesis. The holy blood, which had a miraculous effect on demons and monsters, often did not hold much advantage in battles, but it consumed a lot from Li Shuyao. However, for Su Cheng, it was very effective. But this was a secret that even Yi Qinghan did not know. And Su Cheng himself did not expect that the holy blood would have such a strong suppressive effect on him. Su Cheng seemed like a condemned prisoner waiting for execution. And Li Shuyao was not in a good state either. She had drained her holy blood to summon the demon-slaying holy sword. And now blood was seeping from the corners of her mouth, her small face pale. However, at that moment, Li Shuyao's expression was fiercer than ever. Just like when her sister Qinghan was angry. The holy sword formed from the holy blood was about to strike down the big bad guy in front of her with swift momentum. Yi Qinghan heard the commotion and walked out of the house, staring in shock at the scene. Li Shiyao, stop! Li Shuyao did not listen at all, especially since the holy sword had already been activated, and it was too late to take it back. Sister, Shuyao gives you freedom. At this moment, the ultimate move that Yi Qinghan wanted to see was aimed at Su Cheng and launched. A holy sword the size of a room was smashed towards Su Cheng, and his head was spinning. At that moment, Yi Qinghan did not have time to summon any magical artifacts or activate the sword formation. She had no time to think, drew the Ling Shuang sword, and flew away. Although she did not know if she could catch Li Shuyao's holy blood sword, she could not think about that now. With a loud bang, the holy blood sword crashed heavily onto the Ling Shuang sword. If Yi Qinghan could have struck back, perhaps it would have been better, but there was simply no time. Even as strong as Yi Qinghan, the eldest disciple of Lingxian Palace, this strike caused her true energy to collapse, and she was pushed back several dozen meters. This was the most dangerous moment since she became a disciple. She also realized that she was not invincible and could die. This strike drained her holy blood and exhausted her true energy. Li Shuyao slowly fell from the air, kneeling on the ground with a face full of disbelief. Sister, why? As long as Shuyao kills her, you will be free. Over there, Dongfang Ju was also dumbfounded. What was going on with Li Shuyao? 10 minutes later, Yi Qinghan knelt in the center of the main hall, with a dazed-looking Li Shuyao and Dongfang Ju standing beside her. After learning the whole story, Su Cheng sat in front of Yi Qinghan in a chair, looking at her calmly, then at Li Shuyao. So, she really came to save you. Yes, please forgive her. Master, it's all the disciples' fault. Even though Yi Qinghan had just explained everything to Su Cheng, Li Shuyao still did not understand at all. At this moment, she was replaying the events in her mind, and even thought that if the process had been smoother, her sister wouldn't have to kneel here now. Next time, I must act faster. No, it has nothing to do with Sister Qing'an. Shuyao has long wanted to kill you. Oh, Qing'an, look, she is still defending you. What kind of love potion did you give her? Yes, Li Shuyao, you are amazing. I can't afford to mess with you. Shuyao, stop talking. Yi Qinghan felt numb. This little fool probably still thought she was trying to exonerate her. We are right. What do we have to fear? Don't say anything, or else sister will suffer. If sister doesn't save him, he will definitely suffer. Su Cheng squinted. Qinghan, do you accept the punishment? Something like this happening still requires a slight punishment for her. But how to do it? Yi Qinghan lowered her head, looking lifeless. But as long as the master still wants her, it's not a big problem. The disciple accepts the punishment, without needing Su Cheng to say anything. Yi Qinghan slowly stood up, took out the Star River ruler from her jade pendant, and handed it to her master. What kind of operation is this? Yi Qinghan pretended she didn't hear and leaned on Su Cheng's lap, slowly lifting her skirt. Yi Qinghan tilted her head, blushing as she glanced at Su Cheng, then assumed a heroic posture. No way, my eldest disciple doesn't have any strange quirks, right? The trouble was caused by Shuyao, and Shuyao would take the punishment for her sister. Yi Qinghan shot a fierce glare at Li Shuyao, who had originally taken half a step forward but retreated again due to her sister's imposing aura. Then she looked at her master. Master, let us begin. What else with that slightly expectant look? This one do. I didn't say I wanted to hit you, but how old are you? Besides, does Lingxian Palace even have this rule? Hearing her master's thoughts, Yi Qinghan's face turned even redder. Although she was a fox spirit, she had no experience in this regard. Just thinking about being spanked by her master felt strangely stimulating, and she even had some expectations. So perverted, but Qinghan liked it. Su Cheng was forced into this situation, with 6 eyes staring at him. He had no choice but to act. I'm a bit reluctant. But this is for Cheng Han's good. I must make her remember. Li Shuyao looked at the Star River ruler in Su Cheng's hand, becoming even angrier. This Su Cheng prepared 2 rulers just to hit her sister? The ruler that sister stole last time was not this one. Su Cheng squinted, indifferent and ruthless. Lowering the skirt that Yi Cheng Han had lifted, there was no need. As the Star River ruler slowly descended. Even someone as strong as Yi Yan Wang felt like a small cat, tensing up and unable to help but whimper. A pair of jade hands tightly grasped Su Cheng's long robe, gritting her teeth as if she were in unbearable pain. Huh? Is it that painful? I clearly didn't use much strength. Master, continue. Dongfang Ju felt like she understood. This senior sister was a bit inappropriate. Why don't we skip it? It seems like this can't really be blamed on Cheng Han. If not her, who else? Blame me? No, Su Cheng. You can't be lenient with her. She is a fox spirit. You must make her remember the mistake she made. Yi Cheng Han thought in her heart. Master, don't be lenient with Cheng Han. Punish her harshly. Facing the Star River ruler, Yi Cheng Han's protective true energy was of no use at all. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, it was still somewhat painful. Master disciple, Yi Cheng Han was enjoying this, while Li Shuyao was about to cry out of anxiety. How long will it take to stop? It's already been 4 or 5 hits. Dongfang Ju, don't stop me. Can't you see my sister is being tortured by him? I think your sister Cheng Han seems quite happy. Dongfang Ju looked speechless. She felt that Yi Cheng Han and Li Shuyao were truly one a pure pervert and the other a pure fool. Shuyao is not an idiot. How could anyone be happy about being hit? When Yi Cheng Han heard this, she felt even more embarrassed. But she still wanted it, and even wanted Master to be a bit harsher. After a full 20 hits, Su Cheng looked at Yi Cheng Han as tearful. Dazed eyes, and really couldn't bring himself to continue. Cheng Han, you must take this as a warning and remember it well. Yi Cheng Han slowly crawled up, her legs weak, and she fell into Su Cheng's arms. The Milky Way is tormenting Yi Cheng Han through her clothes, making her feel like she's dying, and I have to say, it really hurts. However, I like my master the most. Cheng Han will definitely take this as a warning and will never make the same mistake again. Chapter 46. The moment has come. Is it really that enjoyable? Sister Cheng Han, please pay attention to your expression management. Dongfang Ju followed behind Yi Cheng Han, feeling like the sky was falling. Yi Cheng Han usually seemed fine, but as soon as she was in the same frame with Su Cheng, it was like she became a completely different person. Yi Cheng Han rolled her eyes at Dongfang Ju and just took the 2 of them out. In front of the Southding City gate, Yi Cheng Han stopped the 2. All right, let's part ways here. Dongfang Ju looked at Li Shuyao, and Li Shuyao looked at Yi Cheng Han. The 3 of them glanced around. Are you trying to chase us away? Hey, Yi Cheng Han's temper flared. What's wrong? Do you think the Lingxian Hall is your home? Yi Cheng Han tugged at Li Shuyao and said earnestly, Shuyao, you've been out for several days now. It's time to go back. Otherwise, the elders will definitely be very worried about you, right? Li Shuyao is very smart. Although Yi Cheng Han explained the situation to her, at this moment, she felt that her sister was telling a kind-hearted lie. She just didn't want her to worry, but this little trick could not fool her at all. In front of her, her sister even got spanked. If that wasn't the case, how would it be? Shuyao wanted to be with her sister and didn't want to go back to the Holy Mountain. Yi Cheng Han looked helpless, no matter how she explained now. Li Shuyao wouldn't believe her no matter what, so she could only go along with it. Shuyao, you can't help your sister, and you can't replace her. This is a path your sister must take. These words left Li Shuyao in a daze. In that case, sister and Shuyao should run away together. Well, Yi Cheng Han felt that Li Shuyao was a bit sick. It seemed she would have to treat her slowly. She decided to deal with the dangerous element Dongfang Ju first. Dongfang Ju, I asked my master, and my master said he doesn't like you, so you should hurry up and get lost. Nonsense, I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not is not important. If you keep lingering, I'll beat you up. Every time I see you, I'll beat you up. What? Why are you being unreasonable? Discussing reason with a fox demon? If you disagree, then come and try. Dongfang Ju was speechless. Once they left the Lingxian Hall, Yi Cheng Han was just a pure rogue. From a certain perspective, Su Cheng taking her as a disciple could be seen as getting rid of a harm for the people. If Yi Cheng Han wandered around outside, wouldn't it lead to a life of suffering for the people? Dongfang Ju was not someone to provoke. Since Su Cheng hoped she would go to the Tiandao Pavilion, it would be a bit ungrateful to linger. But as soon as he took a step, Yi Qinghan grabbed him. Just a moment of distraction. The three of them were surrounded. Although the surroundings still looked the same as usual, Yi Qinghan could feel that there were masters both in front and behind her. Sister Qinghan, what should we do? Yi Qinghan remained unmoved, her delicate hands gently resting on the Ling Shuang sword. Clearly, they were coming for her. But since Li Shiyao and Dongfang Ju were beside her, they likely wouldn't be spared either. Let's wait and see, no rush. Dongfang Ju was also stunned. She had just been angered by Yi Qinghan, but at this moment, she also sensed the presence of countless strong opponents, all at the late stage of foundation establishment, at the very least. Although Dongfang Ju carried a token that could summon troops, in this situation, the opponents would likely not be the type to chat with her, so calling for help was impossible. Shiyao, stand by my side and don't run around. Yi Qinghan glanced at the little idiot beside her, who was clearly a bit panicked. Don't worry, sister, Shiyao will protect you. Her jade finger lightly tapped on her jade pendant, bringing out the soul lock mirror while also retrieving a jade slip for emergencies. There were many people, and they were very strong. Yi Qinghan felt that with her current strength, she probably couldn't face so many enemies at once. This was completely different from when she dealt with the Pinyin sect. There wasn't that much time to prepare. In the tea house in front, Mo Chanfeng sat quietly in the corner against the wall. His 30 elite subordinates had already blocked Yi Qinghan's retreat. The attendant beside him stood quietly, not daring to say much, just listening intently. Go fetch my big knife. After capturing that bitch, I want to personally skin her alive. Avenge my son. Behind Yi Qinghan, several alleys were now filled with assassins dispatched by Lu Jingcheng, over 50 of them, completely sealing off Yi Qinghan's escape route. Lu Jingcheng himself stood on a distant rooftop, flanked by 5 elders. Master, it's just a woman at the foundation establishment stage. Is it necessary to send so many people? Lu Jingcheng squeezed a walnut in his hand. The sound of it cracking echoed. Have you forgotten about the Pinyin sect incident? This woman did it. On Yi Qinghan's side, the 3 of them stood back to back, dark figures coming from all directions. In front were the Mo family's death servants, dressed in black armor, each holding a long knife. Behind were the Lu family's cultivators, all in white, wielding swords. Not from the same group. Yi Qinghan initially suspected it was the Lu family, who had not acted before. But the current situation clearly exceeded her expectations. This momentum clearly indicated that they didn't plan to capture her alive. They intended to kill her. Shiyao, do you know these people? I don't recognize the ones behind, but the ones in front are mostly the Mo family's death servants. Dongfang Ju also drew her spear, preparing for a fight, while adding, the ones behind are from the Lu family. Although they've changed clothes, that flying sword is quite obvious. Yi Qinghan silently patted Shiyao's shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. The Mo family was in the eastern region, while the Lu family was a local family in the southern region. Since they were all in plain clothes, they likely didn't know each other. At this moment in the tea house, the attendant reported to Mo Chanfeng with a serious expression. Master, the other side also has quite a few people, and their cultivation levels are not low. Mo Chanfeng was taken aback. It was impossible. Didn't the intel say that the Lingxian Hall was a small sect with only 2 people? Then Yi Qinghan was accompanied by the saintess of the Holy Mountain and the daughter of the Emperor of Humanity, likely related to them. As for the group of cultivators behind, their affiliations were unclear. Mo Chanfeng was furious and slammed his palm on the table. Don't act rashly. Let's see who is behind them. On the other side, Lu Jingcheng was also bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be an assassination operation? This momentum felt wrong. Who are those people? It seems they aren't from the southern region. Yi Qiming has a natural charm and likely used her fox charm technique to find some helpers. The 5th elder squinted, gazing into the distance. Those black-armored death servants looked to be of considerable cultivation. Lu Jingcheng realized this too. To avoid unnecessary losses, they needed to be cautious. Let's stabilize the situation and see who the other side is. Master, why don't we retreat? This might be a trap set by Cheng Liang. You mean this is to weaken the Lu family's power? Yes, Cheng Liang himself wouldn't dare provoke that madman from the Lingxian Hall. If this matter comes to light later, Tiandao Pavilion will probably just watch from the sidelines, since Su Cheng is also from the same sect. Regardless, we need to probe the situation first. If we leave like this, we won't be able to report back to Cheng Liang or the old man. On Yi Qinghan's side, the arrow was already on the string. The two groups had her and her two beautiful companions sandwiched in the middle, with enemies all around. Yi Qinghan had no choice if it came to a direct confrontation. Even if she was exceptionally strong, she would never be a match for so many powerful opponents. She could only take a gamble and hope they weren't on the same side. Yi Qinghan decided to imitate her master, standing with her hands behind her back, shouting loudly. Charge! Don't let a single one escape. Chapter 47. One fox plays with two tigers. The Mo family and Lu family both intended to observe the situation first. However, because of Yi Qinghan's words, the situation escalated instantly, leading to a fierce battle. It wasn't that they weren't rational enough. It was precisely because they were too rational. All being strong, if so many people took a step back, it would mean death. After all, the weakest among them was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and even a second's hesitation could cost them their lives. So they could only charge forward. They rushed forward with a roar. In an instant, both groups believed the other was Yi Qinghan's people, and both struck first. They only recognized clothing, not individuals. They attacked anyone they saw. In the sky, there were either flying swords or magical artifacts, and all sorts of spells clashed, creating a shocking scene. Yi Qinghan and her companions were back to back, also attacking anyone they saw with all their might. In the tea house, Mo Chunfeng secretly thought it was bad. The other side had over 50 people. Although his side consisted of death servants who could take on 10, two fists were still hard to fight against 4 hands. Not good. Someone must have set me up. He initially held a glimmer of hope, thinking the other party might be there for revenge against Yi Qinghan. But now Mo Chunfeng only felt that someone was plotting against the Mo family. Still not knowing who the other party was? The Lu family, a family from the south region, was not a big family. It was said to be under the Tiandao Pavilion. Mo Chunfeng's teeth ground together good. Cheng Liang and Su Cheng were originally brothers from the same sect. From the very beginning, this was a trap set for me. First, the eldest disciple of Lingxian Palace killed my son to lure me out, using Lingxian Palace to entice me to the south region, then exhausting the elite forces of the Mo family. Cheng Liang, you are quite the schemer. On the other side, Lu Jingsheng was dumbfounded. The other party had long been prepared. Yi Qinghan had intentionally drawn him in, planning to take them all out at once. Head of the family, have you noticed? Lu Jingsheng held his breath and extended his divine sense, quickly locking onto the opponent's position. Yi Qinghan was indeed a bait. In that tea house over there, waiting for us to strike, planning to catch us all in one net. Besides the head of the family and Cheng Liang, does anyone else know about this? Xia Yin is already dead. Could it be that the dead betrayed me? It must be Cheng Liang. He has been planning this from the start. That's why he bragged about how powerful Yi Qinghan is to wipe out all the elites of the Lu family. Lu Jingxing was furious, but clearly could not act personally at this moment. The opponent was clearly waiting for him to lose his composure. He silently noted that this grudge would definitely be repaid. Send my order, withdraw as much as you can. Withdraw. On the other side, Mo Chunfeng made the same decisive decision. Grievances have a head, debts have a master. He had already suspected it. How could someone dare to touch the Mo family's people? A mere small sect of 2 dared to touch the Mo family. It turned out Cheng Liang was behind it all. Grievances have a head, debts have a master. Cheng Liang, we'll see. Yi Qinghan's side was almost unable to hold on, because someone shouted to kill Yi Qinghan first. Anyone who had a spare hand came to attack her. However, as they fought, both sides seemed to start losing their fighting spirit and showed signs of retreat. Yi Qinghan quickly signaled Dongfang Zhu and Li Shiyao to stop. Just then, a great terror of the combined body stage descended from the sky. A large knife slammed down to the ground, kicking up dust and instantly silencing everyone on both sides. Big lady, Zhan Feng has arrived. In an instant, both groups were dumbfounded. How could there be such a great terror? Li Shiyao gasped for breath. You're too late. Second lady, don't be angry. Let Zhan Feng help you take revenge. Yi Qinghan quickly stopped. No need, let them escape. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was starting to grasp the situation. Just now, amidst the chaos, it was about seizing whoever was available to attack. But now if she acted carelessly, the other side might react. Although Su Zhanfeng had arrived, both sides had people watching behind them, and Yi Qinghan couldn't gauge their cultivation levels. In any case, it was safer to stay steady. Fortunately, with Su Zhanfeng here, the three quickly exited the battlefield, and the Liu and Mo family members were left in disarray, leading to a resolution without further conflict. Soon after, the three sat down to rest in the tea house. "Hey, Dongfangju, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to scram long ago?" Dongfangju was almost speechless. Why was Yi Qinghan so protective of her food? Was she that afraid he would steal her master? "Yi Qinghan, I just saved your life. How can you turn your back so easily? If you didn't help, that little Karamimi wouldn't have hurt me. All right, I'll leave, okay?" Dongfangju thought it was indeed time to return to the palace to report to his father. After saying this, he finished his cup of tea and left. Then, Yi Qinghan looked at Li Shuyao, pondering how to trick this girl away. Otherwise, she might pop up again one day to attack her master. "Sister, are you trying to chase me away again? Why does this girl seem to have become smarter?" Shuyao wasn't leaving. She wanted to follow her sister and protect her. The second lady patted the big lady, looking determined, as if she wanted Yi Qinghan to entrust her whole life to her. "Shuyao, if you don't go back, one tea the holy mountain come looking for trouble with master?" Shuriao's little brain turned quickly. Hey, how did she not think of this? "Sister, do you mean Shuriao should go back and ask the elders for help?" "No way. How can this girl be so good at making inferences?" "I didn't mean that. I meant you always wander outside. The elders will be unhappy." "Unhappy? What does that have to do with Shuriao?" "Shuriao just wants you to be happy." Yi Qinghan felt a bit tired, taking a sip of tea to relax. This girl clearly wasn't afraid of death, so she could only outsmart her. "Big lady, second lady. I'm here." With a signature kneeling slide, Su Zhanfeng drifted into the space beside Yi Qinghan and Dongfangju, delivering the acquired heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I happen to have something to discuss with you." Yi Qinghan was somewhat surprised. This Su Zhanfeng was unexpectedly reliable. "Big lady, just give your orders. I will not disgrace my mission. I plan to set up some businesses in South Ding City and want to hand this matter over to you." "Understood. 5 days. No, 3 days. Within 3 days, Zhanfeng can handle South Ding City. By then, the big lady will be the city lord of South Ding City." Su Zhanfeng had a confident expression. It was just a small city, and with his combined body cultivation, no one would dare to disobey. "You know nothing. I want to do some business, not to slaughter the city." "Oh, then which shop does the big lady want? I'll go find them." They wouldn't dare say a word against it. Yi Qinghan felt that communicating with the people around her was a bit troublesome. "Do I look like a ruthless person? I just want to buy a tea house. If master comes out, there will also be a place to rest." Su Zhanfeng thought. Isn't ruthless a term invented for the big lady? Who else could match that besides her? "Buy?" Su Zhanfeng said. "Who dares to take money? That would be courting death. But since it's the big lady's arrangement, as long as he follows her orders, if it's about buying, he could just rob the rich to help the poor and raise some funds." Chapter 48. The Fate Changes. The location must be good. The decoration must be good. Everything must be the best, understand? Naturally, big lady, please rest assured, I guarantee your satisfaction. Yi Qinghan did not doubt Su Zhanfeng's work quality and efficiency. But some things still needed to be said. "Since I have accepted you, Qinghan naturally regards you as one of our own, and some things must be clarified in advance. You and I are not in a master-servant relationship. We are both serving master. As long as you work sincerely for Lingxian Palace, the matters I instruct you must prioritize master's satisfaction, then mine. Do you understand? As long as master is satisfied, Qinghan, as a disciple, will naturally be satisfied." Su Zhanfeng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fairy Qinghan to say this, and he felt a bit moved inside. One of her own? With a height of over 9 feet, even kneeling, he maintained a level gaze with Yi Qinghan while being moved beneath his mask. "Thank you, big lady, for your guidance. I will remember it. Besides the tea house, I also want a bank and a tailor shop. You don't need to rush. Later, I will go with you to take a look." Yi Qinghan felt that at least she still needed to keep an eye on the tea house herself. After all, Master was coming, and many matters would still be easier with a woman's identity. On the other side, Yi Qinghan didn't expect that Dongfang Zhu was at this moment trying to sneak in her home. Standing at the entrance of Lingxian Hall, Dongfang Zhu had no jade pendant and could only shout, "Master Su! Master Su!" Before long, Su Cheng hurriedly opened the door. What happened? Where's Qinghan? Miss Qinghan is still in Nanding City. Zhu came to find you. Dongfang Zhu stood at the door, feeling very nervous. She originally planned to return to the royal palace directly, but after thinking it over, she was still unwilling. Looking for me? What for? Su Cheng was a bit confused. But after being attacked by Li Shiyao's series of moves, he had developed a bit of paranoia, secretly preparing the chaos bell for emergencies. Zhu. Dongfang Zhu hesitated, not knowing where to start. Come in and speak. Seeing Dongfang Zhu's appearance, Su Cheng thought she must have encountered some difficulty. He thought that if he could help her solve it, she would probably stop bothering him. The two sat under a tree in the courtyard, just like the first time, but this time the atmosphere was clearly a bit awkward. Did something happen to Miss Dongfang? At this moment, the system panel was floating in front of Dongfang Zhu, and the task list prominently displayed 5 words: join Lingxian Hall. After the original strategy mission in the secret realm failed, the system task refreshed to joining Tiandao Pavilion. However, after Yi Qinghan got spanked by her master, the system upgrade was also completed. It updated the main quest, corrected the description of the faction, Lingxian Hall, and unlocked the favorability query function. Dongfang Zhu didn't understand what this meant, but the system's judgment was almost never wrong. Dongfang Zhu checked Su Cheng's system information again. But unfortunately, there was no change. If joining Tiandao Pavilion was fate, then at this moment, fate had also changed. If Dongfang Zhu were to tell Su Cheng about the system, perhaps this Master Su would quickly realize what was happening, but often things do not go as one wishes. And Dongfang Zhu did not do so. Master Su, Zhu has a request. What is it? Su Cheng thought about it, and honestly did not expect this girl to ask for anything. Dongfang Zhu was not Yi Qinghan. She had no enemies, and few people would provoke this princess. Zhu wants to join Lingxian Hall. Huh? Dongfang Zhu could no longer sit still. She directly knelt in front of Su Cheng, forcing Su Cheng, a qi refining expert, to take 2 steps back. If Master Su can accept Zhu, I will serve Master for life. Using Sister Qinghan as a model to share her burdens. The system panel still hung in front of Dongfang Zhu, and she could clearly see that her favorability, which had just been 132, suddenly dropped to 0. No, Su Cheng was stunned. One Yi Qinghan had already made her feel overwhelmed. Did she really want to take in another? Was she afraid of living too long? Is it that Master Su looks down on Zhu? Dongfang Zhu misunderstood. Miss, your talents are outstanding, but this small temple of Lingxian Hall cannot accommodate a great Buddha. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Zhu got fired up. Although she had anticipated being rejected, when the moment came, was the 0 favorability serious? In and out of the royal palace, wasn't there a man who didn't like her? She felt a bit wronged. Master Su, what Yi Qinghan could do, Zhu can do too. I only asked Master Su to accept me. When Su Cheng heard this, he felt something was off. What do you mean by what Yi Qinghan can do, she can do too? I have never had any demands on Qinghan. I only hope she stays safe. And there's no need for Princess to do anything. This tone was clearly meant to create distance, and Su Cheng did so intentionally, which Dongfang Zhu understood as well. Su Cheng turned his back, no longer looking at Dongfang Zhu, hoping she would take the hint and leave. I might as well tell you, I have no cultivation. That day in front of the Dongyu's secret realm, that sword was also done by Yi Qinghan, only to seek a glimmer of hope for Lingxian Hall in front of all the clan heads and masters. If not for this, how could I be chased and killed by a mere foundational saint? Now you know, I have nothing to teach you. I cannot even protect myself. So how can I take on disciples? Dongfang Zhu looked at the qi refining level on the system panel and knew that Su Cheng was not lying. But if it were truly so inadequate, why did Yi Qinghan choose to become her disciple? But Yi Qinghan still chose you, and after that, her strength increased greatly. In just a month, she reached a level I cannot even hope to achieve. Accepting Qinghan was also a helpless choice. Once I speak, I will protect her for life. Miss Dongfang, you are talented and not inferior to Qinghan. Have you not heard that good birds choose good trees, And wise ministers choose their lords? Why cling to Lingxian Hall? What Master Su said, could it be Tiandao Pavilion? Dongfang Ju didn't understand. Was fate really that important? Her father was the emperor of humanity, and she was the daughter of the emperor of humanity. How could fate be bestowed upon her? Just as Su Cheng was about to speak, he saw Yi Qinghan returning at the entrance of the courtyard. Su Zhanfeng personally escorted the little fool back to the holy mountain, so Yi Qinghan returned alone. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, she spotted Dongfang Ju kneeling in front of her master. You little rascal, taking advantage of my absence to sneak in? Didn't he expect it, huh? I'm back. Choosing not to speak, she stood quietly beside her master, eavesdropping. Save me, master. Qinghan, this guy wants to be your junior sister. Yi Qinghan almost couldn't hold back her laughter, but managed to suppress it and remain silent. Su Cheng pretended to be profound. Heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. This morning, Master Su and Miss Qinghan's conversation, Ju heard it all. Master Su said that Cheng Liang is my fated person. Is this true? At this moment, Dongfang Ju felt a bit jealous. Why did Yi Qinghan have such good fortune? She wanted to go to that damn Tiandao Pavilion? No way. Indeed, it is true. Su Qing nodded, unable to deny it. If so, fate is naturally not to be defied, but fate is not unchangeable. Ju does not like Tiandao Pavilion. Chapter 49. Sweep out the door, this girl is a bit off. Qinghan, see her out. With this phrase, Su Qing no longer paid attention to Dongfang Ju and walked towards the main hall without looking back. Su Cheng had many things to be busy with today. As for whether to see her out or not, Su Cheng didn't care. It was merely his attitude, hoping Dongfang Ju would know when to give up. It is not easy to say cold words to such a beautiful woman, but when it comes to life or beauty, the choice is not difficult. Moreover, at this moment, Su Cheng was no longer alone. He also had to be responsible for his eldest disciple beside him. Back in the hall, he began to grind ink, preparing to practice calligraphy. This was one of the few activities Su Cheng used to pass the time, but in the past, Yi Qinghan would come over to help him grind ink. Outside the hall, Yi Qinghan could only smile helplessly, as if to tell Dongfang Ju that she had not deceived her. Get up. Master has already rejected you. Kneeling here has no meaning and will only make you lose your identity as a princess. You can kneel for a day. I can too. I can kneel for 2 days until Master Su is willing to accept me. That's meaningless. I'm not like you. At this moment, Yi Qinghan actually felt a bit sorry for this girl. She did not doubt whether this stubborn princess could kneel as long as she said, but it really had no meaning. What should I do then? You should obediently follow the will of heaven. Yi Qinghan felt that this girl was incredibly foolish to ask such a question, and still ask her. No one in Lingxian Hall would treat Dongfang Ju like a princess. Yi Qinghan wished she would just leave, and Su Cheng feared her presence. Dongfang Ju also sensed this point, but she did not understand why, no matter where she went. She was always treated like a star. Why was it that when she arrived at Lingxian Hall, she felt unloved and unwanted? Did Su Cheng's gaze even carry some fear? What had she done wrong? Yi Qinghan, if I say I can see fate too, would you believe me? Dongfang Ju slowly stood up, her expression resembling that of a female general, filled with an indomitable will, as if no one in this world could defeat her. Impressive, you're really great. Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't believe her, Dongfang Ju decided to drop the pretense. After all, she was the senior sister. If she wanted to be accepted as a disciple, she had to get past her first. The innate supreme treasure, the frost sword, the sword box, the top-tier jade pendant, the severing desire bracelet, the water-sleeve glass skirt. 11 top-tier flying swords and 1 low-tier flying sword. Why were the immortal measuring ruler and the soul-locking mirror missing? Yi Qinghan's gaze suddenly sharpened as it swept over Dongfang Ju. That bracelet, even she didn't know its name. She didn't even know how to use it, because the master had never mentioned it. But Dongfang Ju knew that the bracelet was an immortal-grade treasure, and she even knew its name. You didn't tell the master about these, did you? No, senior sister. The momentary surprise quickly faded, and Yi Qinghan transformed into a caring older sister, squatting down with a gentle smile to examine Dongfang Ju. Let's talk in my room. It's not appropriate for you to stay kneeling like this, is it? In Yi Qinghan's chamber, to ease Dongfang Ju's mind, she even set up a barrier to isolate them. What do you want to exchange for this secret? A chance to survive? Or perhaps a little secret from your sister? How about exchanging for senior sister's trust? At this moment, Yi Qinghan was somewhat curious. This Dongfang Ju was not a fool. Revealing such information was of no benefit to her at all. What do you want to say? What do you know? Just now. It seemed that I understood a lot. According to senior sister's character, I would probably have no way to come out of the secret realm. I just happened to survive and coincidentally was saved by Cheng Liang. Everything seems so coincidental, almost like destiny. What do you want to say? Is it that the master instructed you not to kill me? Dongfang Ju was also taking a gamble, but still pretended to be certain. Yi Qinghan remained calm and composed. Compared to a fox spirit, the princess lacked some strategy and composure. The master usually only instructs me to pay attention to safety, and since this is an exchange, you shouldn't just be asking questions. I know about what you call destiny, but destiny cannot bind me. I am the daughter of the human emperor. How can destiny restrain me? So what? The master refuses to accept you. Even if there is a connection, it may not lead to a bond. Dongfang Ju thought to herself, had she not said enough? I can see senior sister. But I also admit that I truly cannot see any information about Master Su beyond cultivation. Yi Qinghan felt somewhat speechless, as she would say in the past. She simply disliked this person, but after this conversation, she found herself somewhat irritated by Dongfang Ju. I'm too lazy to listen. I thought this person had become smarter, but it turns out there's no progress at all. Pulling Dongfang Ju, she walked towards the hall exit. Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? Huh? Juer is being honest. Why is senior sister acting like this? Without further ado, Yi Qinghan threw Dongfang Ju out of the Lingxian Hall. Dongfang Ju sat in front of the broken house, feeling like she was being kicked out for the first time in her life. She was unwilling. Clearly, destiny had changed. Why didn't they believe her? On the other side, Yi Qinghan was so angry that her teeth were itching. She hadn't expected this Dongfang Ju to be so foolish. She had warned her several times. And this person was even less sensible than Li Shiyao. All she thought about was using some underhanded means to make herself the junior sister. This Dongfang Ju was simply a child, completely unaware of what being a disciple meant. It was nothing but curiosity, self-righteous, thinking she could deceive the master in her. What a joke. Even 10 of her wouldn't be able to outsmart me, the elder sister. This wasn't about being accepted as a disciple. It was clearly disrespecting the master. Letting you enter the sect? You wish. Yi Qinghan originally thought that if the master really lost his mind and accepted Dongfang Ju, she would accept it. After all, it was the master's decision. But now, dream on, little minx. At this time, the Tiandao Pavilion was even more lively than the Lingxian Hall. Cheng Liang paced back and forth in the main hall, unable to figure out which link had gone wrong. Su Cheng had always been a waste and had never looked at Lingxian Hall. But now, this senior brother was no longer the waste he once was. First, he had taken away his woman, then injured his eldest disciple, destroyed the Pingyun sect, and even allowed Yi Qinghan to kill in front of numerous elders. In just a moment, he had become an existence that could not be ignored. Now, even Dongfang Ju and the saintess Li Shiyao were exchanging glances with Yi Qinghan. If things went poorly, they might also become part of Lingxian Hall. The one who spoke was the third elder, Pei Ling, the only woman among the elders of Tiandao Pavilion. Pei Ling had the cultivation of the mid-stage transformation stage, stronger than Lu Cheng, who usually handled internal affairs. Pei Ling's figure was enchanting, and her words, much like Yi Qinghan, carried a hint of seduction. However, men often fell for this, making conversation smoother. Pei Ling, you're here. Although Cheng Liang was troubled, he couldn't show it in front of a woman, so he steadied his mind and pretended to be calm. Master, I've heard about the recent events. I have a method that can help you lure and kill those two from Lingxian Hall. Pei Ling smiled, feeling that the two little unfortunate souls from Lingxian Hall were already at death's door. Even if Yi Qinghan had exceptional talent, she was still only at the foundation stage. Even if Su Cheng were a true immortal descending, he might not be able to contend with the entire Tiandao Pavilion. What method does this senior brother have? Do share. Chapter 50. The Awakening Opportunity. Cheng Liang initially wanted to put on a show, but thinking it over, he decided to ask directly. Do you know about the Ling Mountain competition in a month? I assume that girl Chen Ming will definitely come, right? Are you saying to kill her on the competition stage? Pei Ling smiled without saying a word, simply placing a small object into Cheng Liang's hand and winking. Cheng Liang looked at the object in his hand, his face filled with shock. This is cheating, isn't it? Cheng Liang looked at Pei Ling in surprise, feeling that this woman seemed different. She wasn't like this before. When dealing with unscrupulous evil, how can ordinary means work? In Lingxian Hall, Su Zhanfeng was brought to the main hall by Yi Qinghan. He trembled as he knelt and performed a grand salutation. Upon receiving Yi Qinghan's indication, he finally raised his head. Get up and speak of serious matters. Acting in this body of yours is somewhat inconvenient. Since you have joined Lingxian Hall, the items on the table are for you. Su Chang was practicing writing, casually speaking, while Yi Qinghan also signaled Su Zhanfeng to get up. Su Zhanfeng initially didn't react to Su Cheng's words, but after glancing at the few immortal items on the table, he was momentarily stunned and hurriedly knelt down, wanting to refuse. Since the master has given it to you, you should accept it and serve the master diligently in the future. Yi Vingkan, with an air of composure like a daughter-in-law from the Su family, smiled to ease Su Cheng's awkwardness. Yi Qinghan knew that the master was not good at handling such matters, so it was necessary for her to speak up at such times. Su Zhanfeng performed another grand salute. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lady. Zhanfeng will certainly not disappoint Lingxian Hall, nor will I forget the kindness of the lord and lady. From now on, you will be the steward of Lingxian Hall. If you need anything, just find Qinghan. There is no need to be polite. Su Chang still did not turn his head, not because he was cold, but because he truly didn't know how to face a burnt corpse, bowing his head repeatedly. When Su Chang accepted Yi Qinghan, she only performed one grand salute. Yi Qinghan was very polite. As long as it wasn't for cultivation or sleeping in, she would generally greet him at regular times, bowing respectfully. But such fervent enthusiasm was still somewhat difficult for Su Chang to handle. However, Su Chang did not know that at first, Su Zhanfeng only cherished his life, but now, his fervor was genuine gratitude. Indeed, the lady's reverence for the Lord made the Lord truly a celestial being, and this 200 taels, it was worth every bit. Subsequently, Yi Qinghan took Su Zhanfeng to the courtyard, not intending to let him disturb the master while practicing writing. After all, the master had made significant progress in his writing these days. At least it was much better than the initial cursive script. This is the elixir prepared by the master for you. After consuming it, you will be able to reshape your body within an hour. Yi Qinghan pointed to the small bottle on the table, which was, as usual, an exceptional quality celestial item, exuding thick spiritual energy and Tao rhythm. This is the attendant's jade pendant. You should take it. Otherwise, I will have to come to get you every time, which is quite troublesome. Su Zhanfeng looked at the jade pendant that resembled the eldest lady, and if not for the fact that tears couldn't flow from his eyes, he would probably be in tears right now. However, this jade pendant did not grant access to the treasures of the Wanyu Pavilion. Apart from being able to enter the Lingxian Hall, it could only be used for communication with Yi Qinghan and storing some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This is the sword the master sent you. You can throw away that broken thing of yours later. It's useless. As Yi Qinghan spoke, she pulled out a beheading sword from the jade pendant, which was as tall as her, with a blood-red blade that looked extremely sharp and chilling. Dragon Abyss Slaying God Sword, exceptional celestial grade. Su Zhanfeng coldly stared at Yi Qinghan as she tossed the sword to him, feeling a mix of emotions that he couldn't express, unable to say a word. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for cultivation were in the jade pendant. If you run out, come find me. As for the rest, you can handle it yourself. Meanwhile, Su Chang in the Lingxian Hall received a system prompt. Congratulations. The number of villain forces under the host is 1. Accept Su Zhanfeng as the attendant of the Lingxian Hall. System rewards are as follows. Mysterious Technique, Su Zhanfeng. 1 System Points 10,000. Host Cultivation 5. Lingxian Hall Upgrade Unlock 2. Spiritual Pool Hall can be upgraded. Unlocks Alchemy Furnace and Sword Forging Furnace Blueprints. System Store Upgrade 2. Library has been unlocked. Click to view details. Su Chang was stunned. Did he have cultivation? After checking, Su Chang was overjoyed. Wow, I have cultivation. Qi refining 6th layer. Awesome. This true energy. Is this the power I've been dreaming of? So exhilarating. Although Yi Qinghan couldn't hear the system prompt, she could clearly hear Su Cheng's ecstatic thoughts from the courtyard. Qi refining sixth layer? Still dreaming of it? So exhilarating? However, the master is really adorable. Just as Yi Qinghan was happily listening to his thoughts, she heard Su Cheng calling her. Qinghan, take this to Su Zhanfeng. Yi Qinghan returned to the hall and took a look. Hey, you can't say it. You really can't say it. The master is indeed at the Qi refining sixth layer, truly worthy of being the master. Just practicing writing and feeding disciples every day can increase cultivation. Although she was almost at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, she was genuinely happy to see the master having cultivation. Regardless of whether the master had cultivation or not, Yi Qinghan liked the master, but if the master was happy, she was also happy. Master, disciple thinks you seem. What? What is wrong with the master? Disciples can't say. They just feel that the master seems to have become stronger. I have to say, Yi Qinghan's flattery is not like Li Shiyao, who only says 4-character phrases that she doesn't even understand. Yi Qinghan's style is all about high-end games, pretending not to see anything, turning around to observe, with a look of racking her brain. Hee, your master is now at the Qi refining sixth layer. How about that? Not a hide from you. I just slightly increased my cultivation at this moment. Qinghan congratulates the master. Yi Qinghan directly answered. Of course. It's the disciple's duty to say the embarrassing words. The master looks quite calm, but inside like a child. How adorable. Su Cheng's thoughts gave Yi Qinghan a strong contrast. She really liked that cute type of master. Very interesting. The disciple just noticed that the sky seemed to change, as if all the beasts were silent, seemingly afraid of something. I wanted to report to the master, but it turned out the master's skill has reached great success. Qinghan can rest assured now. You are overthinking it. On the surface, Su Cheng appeared calm, but in reality, he had been flattered by Yi Qinghan to the point of floating. Am I really that powerful? Oh my, this is incredible. Ha ha ha. Master, next time please let Qinghan stay by your side to protect you. Ha ha. Qinghan, you are thoughtful. Su Cheng seemed to understand at this moment why he didn't have cultivation. It was because he had been slacking off that the system wouldn't let him cultivate. Was it afraid that he would secretly grow stronger and beat Cheng Liang? Cheng Liang is the protagonist. How could he possibly die? Not to mention Cheng Liang. Even at Shangwan Rou, Li Shiyao, and Dongfang Ju, Su Cheng thought he might not be able to kill them. In the end, it seemed that only he had a life as thin as paper, destined to be humiliated by Cheng Liang, repeatedly suppressed by him. It only highlighted the protagonist's power. It seems that if he wants to become stronger, he should do what a villain should do. Chapter 51. Joining the Lingxian Hall, Su Zhanfeng blankly received the mysterious technique, thrown to him by Yi Qinghan, his face full of disbelief. He thought to himself, no wonder the eldest lady looks down on celestial-grade techniques. In a Lingxian Hall, celestial-grade techniques are worthless. They wouldn't even burn well for starting a fire. Although he couldn't tell the grade at all, it was definitely much stronger than celestial grade. The master said this was for you. There's no need to kneel. Why don't you try that elixir first? On one hand, Yi Qinghan was curious about what Su Zhanfeng originally looked like, and on the other hand, she wanted to avoid not recognizing this guy next time. Su Zhanfeng did not hesitate and simply poured the elixir into his mouth. Although it looked like a celestial pill, round and all, it turned into liquid upon entry, filled with rich spiritual power, and in the blink of an eye, it began to repair his already damaged body. In less than half an hour, Yi Qinghan was stunned. This Su Zhanfeng, unexpectedly quite handsome, although he couldn't compare to the master, he could still be considered a pretty boy. Back then, Su Zhanfeng didn't even have hair, not even a scalp. Now he had a head full of white long hair, a face chiseled like a knife, skin as white as snow, with a proper nose and eyes. You can't say it. You really can't say it. He indeed has a bit of an immortal aura. If this were to go out, he would definitely be the type that women like, and most likely, little fans would swarm around him. But his clothes really didn't match. She initially thought of finding Su Zhanfeng some clothes that the master didn't want. But then she thought, clothes the master doesn't want? She still wanted them. Moreover, this behavior was somewhat presumptuous. If the precious master got jealous, it wouldn't be good. So she decided to mind her own business. All right, follow me. Yi Qinghan's face turned cold. indicating Su Zhanfeng to follow behind. Su Zhanfeng promptly got up and followed Yi Qinghan without asking why or what they were doing. Behind Yi Qinghan's sleeping chamber, she had turned it into a storage room, storing some gold, silver, and various antique treasures. As soon as the door opened, the golden light almost blinded the eyes of a late-stage body integration expert. The room was filled with various treasures, with gold bricks piled into a small mountain. All sorts of treasures cluttered the entire room. Porcelain vases, jade jewelry, gold and silver, ingots and gold bars. Everything the eldest lady had was hard currency. Even the gems from Xiao Yun's wife's coffin lid were pried off and placed in the hall. Besides these, there were also some floor tiles brought back from secret realms that Yi Qinghan hadn't sold yet, and gilded tiles from the Pinyin sect. At this moment, Su Zhanfeng also understood that the master and disciple of the Lingxian Hall had no concept of strength. The eldest lady was sitting on a 5-meter-high mountain of gold. Yet she still expected him to hand over 200 taels every month. Just think about how much money would be needed if he wanted to purchase what he mentioned. He could just take it himself. Su Zhanfeng was stunned. Huh? Take money from the eldest lady? If he did that, wouldn't he be beaten to a pulp before he even had a semblance of person? Zhanfeng didn't dare. It was the attendant's duty to help the eldest lady. How could he use her money? Stop talking nonsense. You are now the attendant of the Lingxian Hall. When you go out, you need to have a semblance of a person. Don't always think about killing and looting. We are a righteous sect. Su Zhanfeng quickly smiled and replied, The eldest lady is right. I will definitely correct my attitude in the future. By the way, the room at the southernmost end of the main hall has been granted to you by the master. Upon hearing this, Su Zhanfeng immediately began to scrutinize Yi Qinghan's expression. Listening to words and sounds is one thing. Yi Qinghan's statement was indeed the intention of the master, but it did not necessarily reflect the wishes of the lady of the house. The house has been given to you. That is the master's intention. The master is the master, and the lady of the house is the lady of the house. What feelings the lady has for the master? Does one still need to look closely? If one day it interferes with the lady's affairs or displeases the master, there will be no way to escape the consequences. Living in Lingxian Palace is probably asking for trouble. Zhanfeng thanked the master and the lady of the house, but as a steward, living in Lingxian Palace is quite inconvenient. Yi Qinghan smiled. This Su Zhanfeng is indeed someone who has lived long enough to almost become an immortal. Quite interesting. Since it is so, I won't insist. Since we are all on the same side, feel free to express any needs, as long as you dedicate yourself to Lingxian Palace. I will not make things difficult for you. Thank you, lady of the house. Su Zhanfeng was not polite either, given the lady's assets. The restaurant would likely be built to the standards of a royal palace. Besides that, the tailor shop and the bank would probably need to be expanded as well. He would have to completely overturn his initial plans and start all over. With this in mind, Su Zhanfeng set off to get to work. Just like that, Lingxian Palace returned to its carefree days. Yi Qinghan occasionally practiced a bit and then went to her master to act cute. Even so, she was about to reach the mid-stage of foundation building. Master, Qinghan has heard that Ling Mountain is going to hold a competition. While enjoying a new dish developed by her master, Yi Qinghan casually brought it up. He wanted to go out to play again, pretending to be so nonchalant. Oh, is that so? The disciple only heard about it while on the way to buy vegetables. Who did you hear it from? Does the vegetable market know so much? Still caring about Ling Mountain's affairs? Just say you want to go, and that's it. Oh, Yi Qinghan was taken aback. Was her master waiting for her to give in? Does her master think that with the disciple's strength, she can take the top spot? With your strength, you could even knock me off my feet. Is Qinghan perhaps unable to sit still? Su Qing chuckled and rubbed her fox head affectionately. If the disciple can take the top spot in the competition, I believe the master would also be proud, right? What genius can compare to my Qinghan? Just consider it accompanying Qinghan for a fun outing. All right, then shall we go play? Master, the disciple will definitely not let you down. The master doesn't care, as long as you are safe and happy. Yi Qinghan's eyes curved into a smile, looking adorably endearing. Master, the disciple recently learned a dance and would like to ask for your guidance. But I can't bear to watch. A beautiful girl performing. I can't handle that. I'm still a baby. The way Qinghan usually dresses is all ready to guard against petty people. not against the master. Although I truly appreciate your trust, I really can't handle it. After assessing Yi Qinghan, at this moment, she was wearing a sheer nightgown she had somehow acquired, and just looking at her made Su Cheng unsure where to direct his gaze. Wearing something like this to dance, I'm afraid I might just be overwhelmed by you. The master is not versed in worldly matters, so I cannot provide guidance. Qinghan still needs to focus on her cultivation. Yi Qinghan listened to the little darling in Su Cheng's heart and made up her mind. She had to dance today. Not waiting for Su Cheng to finish speaking, Yi Qinghan poured a cup of fine wine for him and then drank one herself. Today she was going all out, no matter what. She had to dance a piece for her master. Why does it feel like the Ling Shuang sword and the Duanyu bracelet can't quite suppress her? Yi Qinghan chuckled to herself. Ever since she learned that this bracelet was called the Duanyu bracelet, she only wore it when going out. Never when seeing her master. The name Duanyu bracelet just doesn't fit. No wonder her natural charm seemed ineffective against her master. It turns out the master was already prepared, binding the body and the heart. And she also wanted her to cut off desires? Chapter 52. Qinghan's dance. He. Isn't the master supposed to be unperturbed? Aren't you the one who can't handle this? At this moment, the master's eyes could not leave Yi Qinghan for even a moment. Su Cheng was completely dazed. Su Cheng, you really should stop. No more looking. She is indeed beautiful. Su Cheng, you are her master. How can you look at your disciple like that? This is disastrous. What master can withstand such temptation? You should at least change into something else before she dances. Where does she learn this dance? Is it from Douyin? So suggestive. The bright moonlight fell on Yi Qinghan's snow-white skin, outlining her alluring figure through the sheer fabric. Accompanied by the music from the magical artifact, Yi Qinghan swayed her waist, all to catch her master's attention. What she wanted was not to possess her master, nor was she in a hurry. The so-called build-up was merely to let her master see that she was not just a disciple in his eyes. She needed her master to understand that she could also be a qualified partner. Thus, patience was essential. As a top predator, calm thinking was far more important than the means of hunting. She aimed to make intimacy no longer overstep boundaries, to blur the lines between master and disciple, and to make her master completely succumb. Perhaps in the eyes of Dongfang Ju or others, her master was unattainable, but as long as the price was right. Becoming her master's toy was just a matter of words. But Yi Qinghan wanted more than that. She wanted her master to love her. Therefore, unless her master explicitly asked for her, she would endure, even if it meant suppressing her innate charm and becoming the restrained top disciple. This was a strict rule already written in her master's training manual. All methods must not violate this ironclad rule. Fox ears peeked out from her head, and her tail slowly lifted her skirt, her seductive dance accompanied by a release of allure, even more enchanting. Qinghan? Yi Qinghan did not stop. Even though her master was calling her, she already understood what her master wanted to say, and it could wait until after this dance was finished. Under Yi Qinghan's enthusiastic insistence, Su Cheng only had a couple of sips, but at this moment, he felt a fire igniting within him. Only after the dance ended did Yi Qinghan smile and sit back down, leaning against her master's side, inhaling the scent that belonged to him. Master, how did I dance? Very well, you put in a lot of effort. Then in the future, Qinghan will often dance for the master. This dance could make me a sniper. There's no need for that. Yi Qinghan struck a pose, and Su Cheng began to aim. At this moment, smelling the scent of her innate charm, he still couldn't calm the fire within. Looking at Yi Qinghan leaning beside him, casually rolling up her sleeve, sure enough, the bracelet Yi Qinghan wore was not the Duanyu bracelet, but a replica she had somehow acquired. It does look quite similar. Does she know this bracelet suppresses allure? It shouldn't be. So what should I say? I can't just claim I had ill intentions upon seeing my disciple. Let us find a time to ask tomorrow. The situation seems inappropriate right now. Don't worry, Qinghan won't give her master a suitable opportunity. Yi Qinghan lay in her master's arms, pondering what a sniper is. She had heard of things like the heavenly demon palm and the opening heaven finger, but she had never heard of sniper. Now that her master had cultivation, he could also perceive the spiritual resonance of magical artifacts. Using a fake would not fool him. It was a waste of effort for her to have Su Zhanfeng get her an identical one. As for ill intentions, Yi Qinghan believed she was the one who had formed ill intentions upon seeing her master. Days passed, and soon the day of the Ling Mountain competition approached. Yi Qinghan had signed up early and even heard that there were many treasures among the prizes, including sect bonuses. Then she absolutely had to go. According to the rules, each sect could send a maximum of 3 disciples, and Yi Qinghan simply filled in 3 names by herself. Yi Qinghan, Yi Xiaohan, Yi Shihan. She didn't mind. It was just a matter of playing a few more rounds, as long as she could get the prize. Magical artifacts were not a big deal. Yi Qinghan has no problem getting first place. Yi Xiaohan and Yi Shihan will be second and third, right? In any case, are we worried about the prize money being too much? Even before reaching Ling Mountain, the grandeur of this martial arts competition can already be felt. Not only are there sects from the southern region, but talented individuals from all over the world are eager to shine. The inns around Ling Mountain are packed with people. Dingzhou City is not far from Ling Mountain, so Yi Qinghan and her master decided to settle in first and take a stroll since the competition is tomorrow. Master, do you want to eat candy hawthorn? Is it you who wants to eat it? So do you want to eat, master? Yi Qinghan looked quirky, attracting many onlookers on the street. Shiyao also wants to eat candied hawthorn. Elder Shi, please buy one for Shiyao. I beg you. Hearing this voice, Yi Qinghan felt a twitch in her fox-like eyes. She had a bad premonition last night, and sure enough, since this guy is here, most likely Master Su. Could you buy a candied hawthorn for Ju or two? How about it? All right. If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in this damn competition. With this time, I might as well go destroy the Liu family and make money. Yi Qinghan and her master both turned their heads with black lines on their faces, forcing smiles to greet Dongfang Ju. Miss Dongfang, you are here. As Su Cheng spoke, he began to size up the person next to Dongfang Ju, who was wearing silver-white battle armor, with extraordinary features, exuding a murderous aura, resembling a victorious general on the battlefield. Master Su, long time no see. This is my guard. Dongfang Ju waved her hand, and although the guard remained silent, he cupped his hands in greeting. Sister Qinghan, Shiyao is here. The little fool jumped up and down, feeling that if it weren't for the dress wrapping her tightly, something extraordinary would jump out. Yi Qinghan felt numb. This guy is too embarrassing. I see you, don't shout so loudly. Sister Qinghan, what flavor is yours? Can Shiyao try? These candied hawthorns are the same. You eat your own, but Sister Qinghan's candied hawthorn looks tastier than mine. Li Shiyao's face was almost pressed against Yi Qinghan's candied hawthorn, and she was drooling. If Yi Qinghan didn't know this girl was a fool, she definitely wouldn't believe this is the saintess of the holy mountain. No way. This is what Master bought for me. After saying this, Yi Qinghan felt dumbfounded. She felt that talking to this girl made her sound a bit foolish. Elder Shi beside them also showed a troubled expression. Why does this little ancestor have to like Sister Qinghan so much? Miss Qinghan, please forgive me. Our holy mountain. Elder Shi, no need to mind. Sister Shiyao has a kind heart and simple thoughts. I really like her. The saintess also cares a lot about Miss Qinghan and the holy mountain. We are very happy that someone is willing to be friends with the saintess. Yi Qinghan didn't ask further. She felt that with Li Shiyao's personality, it would be hard not to become friends with her. But does this mean Li Shiyao has no friends? As long as this girl doesn't harm her master, it's fine to take care of her a bit. Yi Qinghan also had a reluctant expression, but still handed over the candied hawthorn while speaking. I really can't help you. You can only taste a little. This is what Master bought for me. Chapter 53. The Ordinary Ling Mountain Martial Arts Competition, Sister Qinghan. Let Shiyao have another one. No way. You've already had one. This is what Master bought for Qinghan. Shiyao saw it. Clearly, it was Sister who paid for it. So let Shiyao have one. Li Shiyao held up her own candied hawthorn and refused to eat it, insisting on eating Yi Qinghan's. On the other side, Su Cheng also took out some leftover pocket money from buying groceries and bought a candied hawthorn for Dongfang Ju. Why does it feel like I'm taking care of kids? Li Shiyao is one thing. She's just a little fool. Isn't Dongfang Ju a female general? Isn't she a heroine? Thank you, Master Su. Dongfang Ju smiled like a flower, and the meaning in her eyes gave Su Cheng a familiar feeling. A demon girl, a princess, and a saintess. Each parent brought a child, blending into the lively market. If Yi Qinghan alone was enough to attract attention, now with three beauties together, it attracted countless onlookers. However, all three female heroes are sword-wielding, and their accompanying parents look formidable as well. Master, do you want to taste Qinghan's candied hawthorn? Haha, I won't compete with you for it. Su Cheng laughed and rubbed the fox's head. Yi Qinghan chose a very impressive inn, since Ling Mountain had preparations in the city. She didn't want to stay too close to the other contestants while out having fun. Elder Shi Yao wants to stay with Sister Qinghan. Sister Qinghan, Zhu wants to stay with Master Su. Dongfang Zhu, do you believe I'll kill you? The three parents exchanged smiles, each with their own helplessness. They each opened a separate room, while the three girls shared a large room. The three little ancestors at home are not to be trifled with, and only Li Shi Yao is slightly weaker, occasionally forced to practice. Good night, Master. Yi Qinghan stood at Su Cheng's door, greeting very properly, leaving the other two parents stunned. Elder Shi glanced at the nearby guard, his expression seeming to say, "Look, this is a well-behaved child." The guard rolled his eyes, thinking, "Your child is not even as good as my princess." In a large room, the three girls, dressed in sleepwear, laughed and played. Although Yi Qinghan didn't particularly like Dongfang Zhu, at least the other party had no bad intentions, as long as she took precautions to keep her away from her master. The rest didn't matter much. Li Shi Yao leaned in front of Dongfang Zhu, her gaze fixated directly on Dongfang Zhu's chest, suddenly blurting out a line. "Sister Dongfang, you're not a boy, right?" At that moment, the room fell silent, followed by Yi Qinghan's laughter. "Li Shi Yao, don't run." "Hey no, Dongfang, you're wrong." "Sister Qinghan, save me. Don't scratch me." Yi Qinghan watched as Dongfang Zhu sat on Li Shi Yao. The two of them tangled together, creating quite a suggestive scene. Su Cheng and the guard were in rooms on either side, with the children's room sandwiched in between, while Elder Shi was across from them. With Su Cheng and that seemingly extraordinary guard around, there shouldn't be any problems. The girls played until midnight before sleeping. However, separated by a wall. It was torturous for Su Cheng, who could hear every word clearly, and Yi Qinghan felt the same. The next day, the girls got dressed and made their way to the Ling Mountain martial arts competition. The elimination rules were quite common, but on the first day, Yi Qinghan had two matches, specifically against Yi Shaohan. The audience was buzzing with discussions about the favorites to win, with countless talented individuals from prestigious families standing below. Full of spirit, Yi Qinghan thought she was famous enough, with her record of defeating a sect being unique among the talents. But evidently, while this matter had caused a stir, there was no evidence. The favorites to win were mostly from the major families of the 5 regions, including the likes of Tiandao Pavilion and the Holy Mountain. Tiandao Pavilion had a good track record, with their participating disciples generally placing well in the top 10. Contestants, enter. With the voice of an unknown elder, cheers erupted from the audience. "Miss Shi Yao, I love you. The saintess truly is the chosen one. Her looks are just my type." Li Shi Yao walked up from one side of the round stage in a white dress, barefoot, looking as if she had descended from the heavens. Holy Mountain, Li Shi Yao. On the other side was a small sect from the western region, who hadn't expected to face someone like Li Shi Yao. They entered with a face full of despair. How unlucky is this? Li Shi Yao is ranked 15 in the championship list and number 1 in the beauty ranking. Even Yi Qinghan, who is naturally charming, ranked behind Li Shi Yao on the beauty list. As for the championship rankings, Yi Qinghan didn't even make the list. Wait. Li Shi Yao slowly took off her small backpack and placed it by the side of the arena, her expression cute and her movements very adorable. "All right, let's go." Li Shi Yao's cheerful demeanor seemed to completely disregard the competition. With a command, Li Shi Yao, who had cultivated immortal-level techniques, instantly unleashed her full power when she didn't attack. She was like a fairy, but once she did, she resembled a little madwoman. Yi Qinghan watched with great interest, noting that Li Shi Yao had indeed become significantly stronger after cultivating immortal-level techniques. It could be said that it was a qualitative leap. This girl had cultivated immortal-level techniques, and now she had reached the golden core stage. Dongfang Zhu couldn't help but be amazed. Although he had been intensifying his own training recently, he wondered if he could defeat this little fool. Li Shi Yao? She's much stronger than last time. Yi Qinghan smiled, her eyes curved, her gaze never leaving the arena. Her body never leaving Su Cheng's embrace, just casually responding. This competition was many times stronger than the one before the last apprenticeship ceremony. And it was already surprising enough that the little cultivator facing Li Shiyao could withstand so many of her attacks. By the way, why are you still at the foundation establishment stage? What? Do you want to spar with Qing Han? I'm just curious. Why is your cultivation progressing so slowly? Dongfang Zhu rolled his eyes. When Yi Qing Han talked to her now, it felt like she wanted to hit him if they disagreed. She was too busy being spoiled by her master. Actually, she couldn't entirely blame her master. Yi Qing Han felt helpless too. Ever since she began cultivating the technique given by her master, her cultivation and speed of advancement were no longer comparable to ordinary people. She had worked hard and spent several days in seclusion to finally break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Yi Qing Han believed that her current strength could probably match a cultivator at the mid-core formation stage. However, her cultivation was still only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu had already entered the golden core stage, her strength vastly superior to what it had been before. However, she wasn't competing today, and she didn't really care much about the competition in Lingshan. She only came to take a look because she knew Yi Qing Han and Su Chang would be there, and to stroll around a bit. Doesn't Master Su urge you to cultivate? Urge? My master only reminds me to eat more, go to bed early, and get up early. Cultivation doesn't matter much. Master Su is really nice to you. Jur envies you. You can't imagine what it's like to have someone urging you to study, to get married, to cultivate. It feels like everything is rushed. That is a feeling. Chaptur elidort ye kinkans peride ye vinkan glanjet atsu, Cheng, sitink besideher. Although her master wasn't speaking, at this moment, Yi Qing Han could clearly hear his thoughts. And she looked at Dongfang Zhu, whose handsome face was clouded with gloom when it came to this topic. Dongfang Zhu was 16 this year, the same age as Yi Qing Han, and in this world, it was already the age to discuss marriage, especially in the royal capital. Even a princess would eventually have to marry, perhaps because of the emperor's emphasis on her. She wouldn't have to become a commodity for sale, but she was still likely to marry a man she had never met before. You? Marriage? What man would be blind enough to want you? Yi Qing Han teased, too lazy to look at the guy sulking with a bitter face. Ha! Any man who wants to marry this girl could line up from the royal capital to the immortal realm. It must be said that even if Dongfang Zhu's pretty face was sandwiched between a fox demon and a saintess, her unique human aura would not be overshadowed. Though her figure was another story. You just keep bragging. Shiyao said men like girls, but you first have to be a girl, right? Yi Qing Han, I've tolerated you for a long time. Are you anxious? Yi Qing Han laughed so hard that her body shook, but more so because Su Chang occasionally made sarcastic comments, finding his master quite adorable. She gently patted Dongfang Zhu's shoulder, giving her a meaningful glance. Next up is me, Yi Qing Han said nonchalantly, then shifted her gaze to Su Chang, seemingly waiting for her master to say something. Huh? Should I remind you of something? Remind you to go easy, don't kill anyone? Be careful. The disciple will remember. Yi Qing Han's matches were the last two of the morning, but the audience was still quite lively. However, it wasn't because of Yi Qing Han, but because her opponent was a wolf type from the northern borders, a very handsome werewolf. The contestant Lin Lang, ranked 5th, had the cultivation of mid-core formation, skilled with a long knife and his innate claws, receiving high praise among the female cultivators. Unlike Yi Qing Han, Lin Lang mostly appeared in a half-human, half-wolf form, wearing square glasses and exuding a bit of the charm of a domineering CEO. With Lin Lang's entrance, the audience erupted in excitement. If it weren't for the great formation blocking them, there might have been some little mad women asking for autographs. Lin Lang, I want to have wolf babies with you. Lin Lang, I love you. Lin Lang, I'll earn money to support you. Such statements poured out from the audience. But Lin Lang was already used to it. Compared to humans with ears on their sides, he still preferred female wolves with ears on top of their heads. Wearing a sunny smile, Lin Lang slowly nodded at the elder from Lingshan, who was serving as the judge, indicating that he was ready. Disciples of Lingxian Palace, Yi Qing Han, please enter the arena. In the audience, Yi Qing Han nodded at her master, and upon receiving a response from him, she stepped into the arena. Yi Qing Han, dressed in a flowing glass skirt, descended gracefully from the sky, as if a true immortal had descended to the world. Throughout the morning, two fairies took turns to compete. Saintess Li Shuriao was already the chosen one, and Yi Qinghan was equally impressive, causing even those in the audience who didn't know her background to start inquiring about this fairy's origins. Although they were both from the northern borders, Lin Lang had never seen this fox demon princess, but that didn't stop him from recognizing Yi Qinghan's identity as a fox demon. Lin Lang was also taken aback. How could such stunning beauty exist in the world? Yi Qinghan tilted her head, adopting an air of superiority, looking down her nose at him. Wolf type? I haven't seen this face before. Yi Qinghan didn't care much about the duel, instead carefully sizing up Lin Lang before her, pondering if she had seen him before. Normally, in the northern borders, anyone noteworthy among the demon clan would be known by everyone. Miss Qinghan, this is our first meeting. Lin Lang thought Yi Qinghan was interested in him and hurriedly tried to dispel her attempts at getting close through words. I thought so too. In my memory, wolf types have to kneel outside the main hall. They don't even have the qualifications to meet me. Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly, though she was exaggerating a bit. If a prominent figure from the wolf type appeared, she would have indeed met one or two. Lin Lang was completely stunned. This madwoman, while pretty, seemed a bit out of her mind. The elder grew impatient and spoke up. Please both sides prepare. Yi Qinghan smiled, spreading her hands in a nonchalant manner. Lin Lang was also a bit angry. This annoying fox was too arrogant. Slowly drawing out the long knife from his waist, he assumed a stance. Yi Qinghan didn't even bother to look at him, feeling invincible below the transformation stage. Above the transformation stage, she had jade slips. The audience was also dumbfounded. Even someone as talented as Li Shuriao had to take her opponent seriously, yet Yi Qinghan's attitude felt overly arrogant. Consequently, Lin Lang's little fans in the audience began to criticize Yi Qinghan, but she remained unfazed. At this moment, Yi Qinghan also gained a wave of little admirers. How could such a queen-like demeanor not attract men? The competition began. Like bullets fired, Lin Lang shouted and leaped into action with a powerful and forceful strike. It seemed as if he could split Yi Qinghan in half, making the male fans in the audience tense up. Yi Qinghan was indeed beautiful, but the opponent was Lin Lang, ranked 5. Lin Lang, don't you understand to cherish a delicate beauty? How can you be so rough with such an exquisite beauty? On the other hand, the female fans cheered for Lin Lang. Yes, kill this ignorant little bitch. My wolf is really too handsome. Even Cheng is starting to lose his composure a bit. Yi Qinghan indeed doesn't treat her opponent as a person, but he understands her personality. So it's not a big deal. What can he do? After all, she is his disciple. There's no other way but to spoil her. However, the scene where women call out in excitement and men sigh in regret did not occur. No one in the audience was able to see Yi Qinghan's movements clearly. Not even Cheng, her master. Just like in the secret realm, Yi Qinghan slowly lowered her raised, lethal long leg, calmly smoothing her skirt and adjusting her outfit, while Lin Lang had already disappeared without a trace. Opposite Yi Qinghan, the war fog made of smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and Lin Lang was embedded in the wall, having already fainted. This scene left the various clan leaders and sect masters sitting on the high platform dumbfounded. What kind of monster is Yi Qinghan? This kick has the strength of an elder in any sect. This woman is the eldest disciple of Lingxian Palace, Yi Qinghan. Her methods are so ruthless. Everyone was silent, exchanging glances. Then they turned their attention to Cheng in the audience. The staff from Lingshan quickly ran out to administer first aid to Lin Lang. Pry him off the wall. The winner, Lingxian Palace, Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan slowly turned around, looking far into the audience at her master, smiling sweetly. This smile was enchanting. This smile could bring disaster to the country. This smile seemed to tug at the hearts of all the men, causing an uproar in the arena. However, Yi Qinghan had not yet left the stage. The next match was Yi Xiaohan. Chapter 55. Qinghan's Judgment. How is it? Did Shuriao arrive late? Li Shuriao hurriedly ran over, sitting between Dongfang Ju and Cheng, her face full of anticipation. Ever since she cultivated the immortal level technique, her strength had made rapid progress. and she could clearly perceive how terrifying Sister Cheng Han's strength was. She now was a golden core cultivator, further enhanced by the immortal level technique. But even so, she couldn't reach even 1/10 of Sister Cheng Han's level back then. This was still when Sister Cheng Han had just built her foundation. Now Yi Cheng Han was already in the mid-foundation building stage. How terrifying that must be. There are very few people in this world who understand this. Li Shuyao also wanted to see how strong Sister Cheng Han was now. If she could steal a move or two, even the elders would have to look up to her. Dongfang Ju beside her wore a face of despair. It's already over. Li Shuyao looked at the arena, where only Yi Cheng Han stood, and her opponent was nowhere to be found. Huh? Shuyao rushed over as soon as the match ended and still missed it? Lin Lang was almost kicked to death by your Sister Cheng Han. Li Shuyao wasn't surprised, but it was a pity not to see Sister Cheng Han make a move. Where did Lin Lang go? Even if he lost, there was no need to leave so quickly. He was taken away for treatment. If he hadn't left quickly, it would have been either nearly kicked to death or nearly saved. Li Shuyao was also stunned. Indeed, as expected, the mid-foundation building stage was terrifying. Since the match was over, why wasn't Sister Cheng Han leaving? Dongfang Ju shook her head, unsure. From her understanding of Yi Cheng Han, she should have already rushed to her master. Then the elder began to introduce the next match. The next match, Lingxian Palace, Yi Shaoan. Hearing the elder's introduction, everyone was stunned. Many in the audience were cultivators from the southern region and had heard of Lingxian Palace to some extent. It was no secret that there was only one disciple in Lingxian Palace, just as everyone was guessing. They saw Yi Cheng Han in the center of the arena dancing like a flower fairy, her water sleeves gently swaying, her enticing waist twisting lightly, and with a turn, she changed into another outfit. Almost every male present couldn't bear to blink, all trying to memorize the transformation of this exquisite beauty. The thin veil added a touch of mystery, drawing cheers from men and scorn from women. Lingxian Palace, Yi Shaohan. Yi Cheng Han slightly parted her red lips, softly signaling to the elder. The elder, as the referee, initially thought Yi Cheng Han had something to say to her junior sister competing next. But it turned out she was Yi Shaohan. Miss Cheng Han, ISNT this a bit. Elder, I am Yi Shaohan, the second disciple of Lingxian Palace. The competition rules state that a sect or family can send a maximum of 3 disciples, but it doesn't say that the 3 disciples can't be one person, right? Miss Cheng Han, the elder looked helpless. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, no one had ever thought that they could be 3 people by themselves. It should be known that those who could come here were basically the pride of their respective sections, even if they were outstanding in strength and had not been injured. The consumption of using their powers would require time to recover. Even if someone could think of this method, no one would really do it. But Yi Cheng Han was different. With her powerful mid-foundation building cultivation, facing mere golden core opponents was like taking candy from a child, effortlessly reading patterns without any consumption. In fact, it was less exhausting than helping her master in the kitchen. Yi Shaoan. Shaoan. The elder was speechless. Fine. You're impressive. The elder simply gave up and called for the next competitor to enter. In the audience, Dongfang Ju's face darkened. This person is really not leaving anyone a way out. She wants to take all 3 spots herself. Li Shuyao hadn't understood at first, but upon hearing Dongfang Ju's explanation, she reacted. With a mix of 7 parts naivety and 3 parts serious expression, she solemnly spoke to Dongfang Ju. Sister Dongfang, Sister Cheng Han might be planning to take all 3 spots herself. Dongfang Ju thought, you are too clever. Su Cheng smiled, slowly stood up, and under the puzzled gazes of the 2 beside him, walked slowly to the side of the arena. Yi Cheng Han was also taken aback. What was happening? The opponent's cultivator had not yet entered, and Yi Cheng Han was not anxious, so she simply ran to the side to see her master. Master, is there something? I have something to remind you about. Cheng Han, don't blame me for being naggy. How could I? Yi Cheng Han felt a bit scared. Her master's attitude at this moment was the same as usual, but she had known her master for a long time, so how could she not sense it? She quickly knelt properly in front of Su Cheng, a scene that also stunned the audience. Yi Cheng Han always acted too flamboyantly, with her master present. She could naturally be unrestrained, Even if she poked a hole in the sky, her master could clean up after her. Yi Qinghan was almost scared to tears. At that moment, she felt like Su Zhanfeng, unable to control her trembling body, feeling like she was about to wet herself. The disciple dares not. Did I say something too harsh? After all, she is a girl. What should I do? Sigh. I should just say it directly. If I spoil her too much, she might become spoiled. Stand up to talk. Yes. I don't mean to blame you. I just hope you won't push people away. Cultivating immortality also requires cultivating oneself and one's heart. One must not be too proud, or it could lead to great losses. You are right, master. Yi Qinghan lowered her head, looking pitiful, which made Su Cheng's heart ache, but he still had to continue. Oh dear, this little expression is making my little Qinghan feel wronged. Qinghan, I am not scolding you. What the master said was, this mother fox, why does it feel like? Do you really understand? Yi Qinghan thought she understood perfectly. She was clear about what her master was thinking. Is there anyone in this world who understands her master's thoughts better than her? The disciple understands. If possible, I truly hope you're not some demon emperor. Just a little fox, carefree in the courtyard every day. That way, I can protect you for a lifetime. I'm very grateful that you chose me at the apprenticeship ceremony. I promise you a lifetime of peace, and I will risk my life to exchange for that calamity. Su Cheng looked thoughtfully at Yi Qinghan, who remained silent and listened. First, there was the spatial anchor point, and now there was a disaster. What does it mean? Is it an enemy from the future? As long as you understand. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had sorted out Su Cheng's thoughts from the tangled mess in his mind. He was simply worried that she was making enemies everywhere, which would harm her. The master had never changed. He was always that master who had eyes only for his disciples, never worrying about his weak self, and was extremely concerned about this troublesome disciple. The initial fear was that the master would think she was inherently evil. Now, the calmness came from knowing that the master was still the master, and she was still that little fox being spoiled like a child. Chapter 56. Drunk in a mortal building after rubbing the fox's head, Su Cheng turned around and sat back in the audience. The other cultivators around couldn't help but look at this seemingly ordinary handsome man with a bit more respect. So, this is the head of the Lingxian Hall? If the disciples are this strong, then the head must be quite powerful too. That Yi Qinghan isn't a good person, and neither is the head. Su Cheng had long since gotten used to the whispers around him, filled with mixed opinions, and he didn't take them to heart at all. On the other side, Yi Qinghan, having received the master's teachings, had also come to a great realization. As the daughter-in-law of the Su family, this was naturally an indispensable part of her cultivation. Low profile, looking at the master now, she felt that the master was indeed perceptive. If it weren't for this, how could one pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Even when facing the weak Pinyin sect, she would still have a well-thought-out plan, leaving no room for the opponent to breathe. This is the master's steadiness. Even when facing Cheng Liang, who wanted to kill the master, he could hide like a dragon in the depths, waiting for the right moment. With such depth, who could underestimate him? Looking at herself, she felt too far from the master. Her cultivation was too shallow. No wonder the master always saw her as a child, getting angry over few words. She couldn't even tolerate one Su Guanyu, let alone Dongfang Ju. How embarrassing. Sai, what a great disciple. And she still needed the master to personally guide her on such matters. After a stick of incense passed, the disciples from the Lu family, who were supposed to appear, still hadn't shown up. Yi Qinghan understood that they were afraid of her. The elder announced Yi Qinghan's victory. The so-called tall trees attract the wind, and the beautiful trees in the forest must be blown down. The master's advice was flawless from any angle. Although Yi Qinghan felt that there was nothing wrong with the current situation, making enemies everywhere clearly went against the master's low-key persona. In the afternoon, Su Cheng planned to rest, while Yi Qinghan went out to play with Dongfang Ju and Li Shiyao. If it were someone else, Mingyi might not have been too reassured, but now that Yi Qinghan was helping him take care of the children, he was more than happy to have some peace and quiet. However, if Mingyi knew where the two good sisters took the saintess to play, he probably wouldn't agree, even if he were beaten to death. I have money. Swap, swap, swap. What kind of goods are these? Are you kidding me? At the Drunken Spring building, Dongfang Ju and the two girls disguised as boys selecting beauties as if they were in a talent show. Dongfangju looked like a regular patron, very familiar with the place. In the most luxurious upper room, Dongfangju sat with his legs crossed in the soft embrace of a girl, inspecting the girls at the door like a general examining troops, but clearly not satisfied. "Bring me the head girl." "Madam, let me tell you, don't try to fool me with these mediocre girls." As he spoke, Dongfangju slammed his spending money on the table, along with a token symbolizing his status. Yi Qinghan didn't recognize it, and Li Shiyao didn't care. But the madam's expression clearly changed. "Oh, my military lord, if you anger me, I'll have people burn down your drunken spring building." "I wouldn't dare." The madam was frightened. This was no ordinary token. Although she didn't know Dongfangju, she had seen this token before. Yi Qinghan was speechless. If the master found out she was visiting a brothel, she didn't know what expression he would show. Li Shiyao, on the other hand, was full of curiosity. It was her first time in such a place. There were delicious foods, music to listen to, and pretty sisters. Such a fun place. And she had never been here before. Before long, the madam summoned more girls from elsewhere to serve in the room where Dongfangju was. The three were surrounded by girls. Dongfangju inspected the head girl, and to be honest, she was a bit average. After all, the three of them were among the rarest beauties in the world. By the standard, how can anyone compete with them? If we talk about seducing men, if a fox spirit is second, who dares to say they are first? Just standing there, Qinghan's sister is enough to overshadow most men. If we talk about pure and clean, who can compare to the saintess? From head to toe, inside and out, Li Shiyao wished she could carve the words pure and noble on her soul. As for Dongfangju, he was a boy here to visit a brothel. Just wanted to have fun with his sisters, recite poetry, drink, and enjoy life. "Master, I'm here to feed you." The head girl was named Lychee. Currently holding a lychee in her mouth, her seductive red lips moving closer to Dongfangju's face. Does the master want the lychee in my hand? Or the lychee in my mouth? Or should I say, do you want this naughty lychee? Dongfangju smiled like a scheming minister, reaching out to wrap his arm around Lychee's slim waist and pulling her into his embrace for some playful teasing. "Master, I want them all." Dongfangju was surrounded by girls, having a great time. All right, it's you." Yi Qinghan smiled. Since they were out to have fun, they might as well enjoy themselves. After all, they were all girls. What could happen? She casually took one girl in each hand, joining in the game. "Hey, Shiyao came for the good food. Not to work. What does it matter?" With music and dancing, the madam arranged for 7 girls to serve the 3 masters. However, Li Shiyao was in a tough spot. Her 2 sisters were here to have fun, while she seemed to be here to work. She was being pulled to drink by Qinghan and chased by Dongfangju for kisses. "Hey, don't pull on Shiyao's clothes." Shiyao was at her limit. She really couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't drink anymore. The 2 masters were blindfolded, grabbing beauties all over the room. And Li Shiyao was hiding behind a group of girls, trembling in fear, knowing that being caught meant having to undress. She was left with only one piece of undergarment and a wrap underneath. At this moment, Lychee was a bit confused. Was this blonde new? She had never seen her before. Incredible. This girl was pretty, her figure slightly better than her own, and her skin was delicate, smooth as silk. At first, she was curious about why this master was hugging a man, until she saw Li Shiyao being chased around the room, her golden hair flowing. Good. An unexpected turn of events. "You little blonde, you look silly, but you're not dumb at all. You can play role-playing too. Seems quite fun." Lychee secretly made up her mind to make this new girl pay when she returned. "I caught you." Dongfangju pounced like a hungry tiger and caught Shiyao, grinning wickedly as he started to tug at her clothes. Li Shiyao looked like a frightened little deer, desperately holding her collar, her eyes brimming with tears, pouting like a little pitiful creature, making it seem like she was trying to entice someone. "Big master, please let Shiyao go, okay?" Dongfangju smirked with that look. "It's clear you want someone to bully you. This isn't a plea for mercy. How about this? Let's have a drinking penalty." As he spoke, Dongfangju pushed a jug of wine in front of her. At this moment, Li Shiyao had no way out. She couldn't fight back, nor could she run away. So she had to drink. She couldn't really strip, could she? Yi Qinghan and Dongfangju naturally wouldn't get drunk just from a little wine. But the saintess had never drunk such things and never thought of using her internal energy to dispel the drunkenness. Just as they were having fun, they heard shouting from outside. "Where's Liqi? Call her out to accompany me." Dongfang Zhu and Yi Qinghan exchanged glances. Hee, just when they felt a bit bored. Someone came to entertain them. The newcomer was Lu family's youngest son, Lu Mingxian. He originally planned to showcase his skills at the Ling Mountain competition. But just before the match, he received the news that he was not allowed to go. Who could endure such grievance? But alas, this was the command of the family head, and he was not permitted to attend. He was in the mid-stage of the Gold Corps, and he had to yield against a mid-stage foundation establishment scoundrel without a fight. Who understands this humiliation and grievance? His family? So at this moment, he called two peers he got along well with, intending to go to the Zue Xian Lu to have some fun and relieve the pin-up resentment and grievance in his heart. He wanted the best wine, the most beautiful girls. He had heard before coming that there was a girl named Liqi at Zue Xian Lu, renowned for her beauty. Thus, he was determined today to taste the flavor of Liqi. But who would have thought that the madam would say Liqi was entertaining someone else? Lu Mingxian was instantly furious. Can a woman be bullied twice in a day? "Madam, do you know who I am? Today, even if Liqi is with the King of Heaven, she still has to come to me." The madam couldn't afford to offend either side. Inside was a military lord, and outside was a Taoist lord. "Young Master Lu, of course I know you, but these three gentlemen inside are really not ordinary people." The madam was almost in tears, hoping to keep the peace. Today was a day for looking at the almanac. It should be closed. If these two gentlemen fought in Zue Xian Lu, she might as well close down the place. Lu Mingxian was furious and glared at the madam, grabbing her collar and questioning, "Am I an ordinary person? I ask you, am I an ordinary person?" Compared to other places, Zue Xian Lu was indeed famous, and the madam was not an ordinary one either. Although she was 30, she still had charm. While she couldn't compare to the three exquisite beauties in the room, she was still outstanding in appearance and had a proud figure. The madam, named Mei Qin, had a husband who once served in the court but was exposed for embezzling military funds and fled with his family. This madam then took a considerable sum of money and left the capital to run a tavern in Dingzhou. Being humiliated like this made the madam a bit angry. "If the two of you want to fight, go ahead. What does it have to do with me? Since that's the case, how about I go ask Miss Liqi for you?" The madam understood that the military lord inside would likely be staying the night. So how could she just hand Liqi over? Lu Mingxian then relented. "You have some sense." The madam turned around and rolled her eyes. "Humph, what a thing." The door to the main room was pushed open, and inside was singing and dancing. Evenly Shuriao was forced to start performing, swaying and dancing for the two gentlemen. Although the two gentlemen were embracing each other, their eyes shone brightly. Before the madam could speak, Yi Qinghan simply said, "Close the door." The madam had no choice. After all, it was the military lord who had chosen Liqi, so even if it was just for show, she had to mind her tone and smiled as she closed the door. Just as the madam was about to speak, she was interrupted. "Don't be afraid. That Lu family's brat is shouting so loudly. I heard him." Yi Qinghan smiled, not in a hurry to slap the other's face. Upon hearing this, the madam realized that the military lord was indeed impressive. Listening to this title, these three military lords? This yellow-haired one was quite a good seedling. Li Shuriao danced, having drunk 6 jars of fine wine, and was now completely out of her senses, only knowing that Sister Qinghan wanted her to dance. And when Dongfang Zhu said to stop, she would have to take off her clothes. The cute, innocent wife's face was flushed, unsure if it was due to drunkenness or shame. Although her body swayed, she could still keep up with the rhythm, moving her slender waist and swaying her jade arms. The madam was stunned. It was the first time she had seen such boldness in her establishment. If this yellow-haired one came to Zue Xian Lu, all the prime girls would have to give way to him. A guaranteed money tree. Just hearing his voice was worth 500 taels. Meeting him was 1,000 taels. If he wanted to compose poetry and chat about romance, the madam glanced at the yellow-haired one and then looked seriously at the two gentlemen. Clearly, these two gentlemen didn't take Lu Mingxian seriously at all. There was an opening. The young woman couldn't afford to offend that Lu Dao lord. That's why. The madam wore a look of grievance, with her face written all over. It's all that Lu Mingxian's fault. Dongfang Ju, not knowing Lu Mingxian, casually said. You can call him over. I haven't met anyone so reckless to dare compete with me for women. Dongfang Ju genuinely felt this way at the moment. Even her father wouldn't dare compete with her for women. She was a princess. Even Ling Mountain had to give her face. Not to mention some insignificant little clan. Yi Qinghan smiled and patted Dongfang Ju's shoulder. The Lu family is already a graveyard of withered bones, marked for death by the king of hell. You tell him. Just say we really want to meet him and let him in to talk. Yi Qinghan was in a playful mood. She herself was a woman. Having so many girls around was fun for a while, but over time, it inevitably became tedious. If only she could switch to her master. Then even if Qinghan had to spend lavishly, she would still want to try it out. She simply called that Lu family's brat over to play for a while, treating it as passing the time. The madam nodded. Seeing Yi Qinghan's kind demeanor, she felt relieved. On the other side, the madam hurried to Lu Mingxuan's room to relay the message. After hearing it, Lu Mingxian was furious. Oh, I should go meet him? Is he looking for death? Let me go meet him. The madam quickly added, Young Master Lu, I told that military lord your identity, but it seems he doesn't take you seriously at all. Military lord? What military lord can compare with a Taoist lord? How can he compare with me? Lu Mingxian, do you have that kind of strength? Lu Mingxian was young and vigorous, showing no fear. You lead the way. I want to see which military lord dares to compete with me for women. The madam was speechless. Both sides were tough nuts. Although she knew they were both formidable, she didn't expect Lu Mingxian, as a young master of the Lu family, to be so reckless. He didn't even know the other's identity and wanted to pick a fight? Oh dear, young Master Lu, we're just a small business. If you start a fight. This speech made Lu Mingxian laugh in anger. I, Lu Mingxian, truly don't believe anyone dares to touch me. And do you know what the Lu family does? The Lu family rose by killing. Damn it, am I afraid of fighting? If your things get broken, can't my Lu family afford it? Yes, yes, yes. Please calm down. I will lead the way for you. The madam simply stopped advising. Let be however it goes. You better demolish Zue, Xian Lu. Lu Mingxian nodded and took two friends towards Dongfang Ju and Yi Qinghan's room. Upon reaching the door, they heard singing and dancing inside. The military lord is drinking with someone. Oh no, it all spilled on her chest. Then Dongfang Ju's voice came out. Come over. We can't waste this good wine. The sounds of music and laughter rose and fell, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Mingxian glanced at his companions, who understood and kicked the door open. Whoever is blind enough to compete with a young master of the Lu family for women. Looking for death, right? Chapter 58. The familiar feeling returns. Inside the room, Li Shiyao screamed. Although she was dressed, it was still a bit indecent. In contrast, Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Ju had indifferent expressions. Young Master Lu, I've heard so much about you, Yi Qinghan said with a shy smile. Her fox-like brain almost able to guess what the man before her would say. Young Master Lu, what a grand occasion. Are you planning to snatch someone? Dongfang Ju was also happy. Oh dear, my sister's moment of glory has returned. She had been at a disadvantage before, all because of Yi Qinghan. It was just that Yi Qinghan was so powerful. She had no way out. Compared to an ordinary person, how many could share the spotlight with her? Ridiculous. This feeling of having everything under control was just right. This was the taste. The girls who had gathered around Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Ju now shrank back to the corners, fearing that if Lu Mingxian weren't blocking the door, they would have fled long ago. Just the two of you, trying to steal women from me? Are you both tired of living? Lu Mingxian saw that the two men looked like refined scholars and were so low-key, which made him even more arrogant. Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Ju exchanged glances and burst into laughter at the same time. It was too amusing. Young Master Yi, now I understand how enjoyable it was for you back then. That familiar feeling. It couldn't be more delightful. At this moment, Dongfang Ju could already imagine Yi Qinghan's feelings when she saw someone being humiliated, just like Lu Mingxian right now. Wasn't he just a pure fool? Just handing over his head. Is there? I'm just relying on my strength. There's nothing I can do. Yi Qinghan had a calm expression. When it came to pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, she was still far from her master. Lu Mingxian was not in a hurry to deal with these two pretty boys. His gaze fell on Li Shiyao beside him, thinking, damn, no wonder she's the top courtesan. Which man could refuse such a treasure? At this moment, Li Shuyao was only wearing a shirt, which was now soaked with wine, clinging to her skin and accentuating her already explosive figure. Her cute little face was flushed, a mix of a young girl's shyness and a mature woman's charm. Like a tempting poison, seemingly enticing people to ruthlessly ravage her. Come here, Lychee, right? Today you belong to me. Ignoring the two pretty boys, Lu Mingxian pointed at Li Shuyao and issued orders. Shuyao doesn't want you. You're so ugly. Shuyao wants a handsome one. Li Shuyao hid behind Yi Qinghan, her little expression resembling someone clutching onto a strong leg. After dancing for so long, old master, you had to give her some protection, right? Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Zhu slapped his thigh, laughing uncontrollably, and patted Yi Qinghan. Did you hear that? Ha ha ha. You're so ugly. Shuyao wants a handsome one. Ha 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 ha. Lu Mingxian didn't mind. He actually liked it more. He wanted this kind of flavor. Only by getting rid of these two pretty boys could the top courtesan escape from his grasp. If he spent some money, he could even take her home and train her slowly. He liked conquering these wild horses, watching their sharp edges being worn down, seeing their hopes turn into bubbles. The helplessness flashing in their eyes was simply wonderful. You two, get lost now, and I'll spare your lives. Lu Mingxian was too lazy to waste words with these two pretty boys. He thought they were military officers, expecting them to be some armored general. Upon closer inspection, he found out they were just two pretty boys. After some thought, he chuckled. They were probably just the family members of some general coming out to bully people. Lu Mingxian had seen too many people like this and wasn't he afraid at all, even if they were the family of a prince. If they wanted to mess with the Lu family, they had to think twice. Dongfang Zhu started laughing again. Ha ha ha. Spare their lives? Dongfang Zhu thought. If you hadn't skipped the competition this morning, you would definitely be in a rescue right now. Yi Qinghan was fine. Do you know who we are? Do you know who this yellow-haired little fool is? Do you dare let her accompany you? Dongfang Zhu was having a great time and shouted to the madam. Madam, close the door. Close the door. The madam wasn't stupid. The two gentlemen seemed to be tough customers. The Lu family might not have a problem, but this young Master Lu was probably going to fall today. The madam was also perceptive, so she closed the door, and after the girls inside, she didn't dare to call them. Standing outside, the madam didn't dare to walk far, fearing something might happen. She had already arranged for someone to report to the authorities, which might take some time. Inside the room, Lu Mingxian was completely unafraid, pointing at Dongfang Zhu and speaking. What the hell are you laughing at? I told you to get lost. Do you both want to make a scene in front of Lu Mingxian? Dongfang Zhu remained silent. At this moment, the door was closed, and a token slammed heavily on the table. Who are you trying to scare? Kid? Just waving a broken token to act tough? Lu Mingxian, a cultivator, had no idea about this token. This time, it was Yi Qinghan who laughed. I wanted to ask for a long time, what is this broken thing? It doesn't even work. My tiger talisman was taken by my father, and this time I brought the token from the Dingzhou garrison. Don't underestimate this token. As long as I want, I can take over the city defense immediately. Dongfang Zhu was a bit helpless too, counting Yi Qinghan and Li Shuyao. No one in the room recognized this token. You keep bragging. Why don't you take over your father's throne? Yi Qinghan said as she casually snatched the jade pendant from Li Shuyao and tossed it next to Dongfang Zhu's token. Do you recognize this? Are you still hoping for the saintess of the holy mountain to accompany you? Yi Qinghan laughed so hard, feeling that Dongfang Zhu was too funny. After pretending for so long, they didn't take him seriously at all. The words saintess were clearly engraved on the jade pendant. This didn't look like a fake. Lu Mingxian was also a bit confused at this moment. This guy's a saintess? Impossible. You say the saintess is accompanying someone and dancing at the Drunken Spring Pavilion? Who would believe that? Nonsense. The saintess of the holy mountain dancing and accompanying drinks at the Drunken Spring Pavilion? Do you think I'm an idiot? Lu Mingxian thought for a moment and felt something was off. Isn't this pure nonsense? At this moment, Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Zhu burst into laughter again, while Li Shuyao blushed and buried her head in Yi Qinghan's arms, feeling embarrassed. There's no point in talking. If I don't beat you today, you won't learn your lesson. Saying this, Lu Mingxian signaled to the two people beside him and stood still to see what these two pretty boys would do. Your father is a general? Even if your father is a prince, I'll still beat you. The two beside him immediately took action, synchronizing perfectly, leaping forward with heavy punches aimed at their faces. Lu Mingxian himself stood still, already imagining the scene where the two pretty boys would leave him a phrase to wait for them, and then flee in embarrassment. On the other side, in the inn, Su Cheng had just woken up and was checking the system, planning to see if there were any new treasures during this period. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures Yi Qinghan brought back from the secret realm had already exchanged for 70,000 system points, which was even more than the two Pingyun sects combined. Su Cheng suddenly remembered that he still had a seed of a supreme, innate spiritual root, originally intending to give it to Yi Qinghan, but it had slipped his mind after going back and forth. Chapter 59. The system remains as steady as ever. Su Cheng took out the supreme, innate spiritual root seed from the system backpack, holding it in his palm and examining it carefully, feeling it with care. It looked just like a gray stone, nothing special. Supreme innate spiritual root seed randomly cultivates a supreme innate spiritual plant. Su Cheng was a bit helpless. It didn't even note how to cultivate it. However, in Su Cheng's understanding, cultivating a supreme innate spiritual root was extremely difficult, and the methods varied. Su Cheng simply stopped thinking and decided to give it to Qinghan. With her talent as the eldest disciple, she would definitely find a way. With so many system points, it was also time to upgrade the Lingxian Hall. Lingqi Hall Level 2. Spiritual liquid effect increased by 20. Expansion adds small cultivation rooms. Can enhance physical resilience. Spiritual liquid adds purification effect. Su Cheng looked at the upgrade price of 100,000 system points. Although he felt a bit pained, he still gritted his teeth and confirmed it. 100,000 system points deducted. Upgrade time for Lingqi Hall, remaining 005959. Su Cheng continued to check the upgrades for the sword forging room and alchemy room, but he thought Yi Qinghan probably wouldn't be interested in these. The plans for the sword forging room and alchemy room added up to 200,000, so there was no rush. The current situation could be described as internal and external troubles. Within the Lingxian Hall, Qinghan was still only at the foundation establishment stage, and both the saintess and princess were afraid he would die too slowly. Outside, Cheng Liang and a host of sect leaders were eyeing the Lingxian Hall covetously. Although Yi Qinghan hadn't mentioned the Liu and Mo families, the system's kill reports had been coming in rapidly that day. Su Cheng could guess a rough idea with his intuition. Clearly, the matter of the secret realm was far from over. System? Can't I use system points to enhance my cultivation? Su Cheng looked helpless, knowing that this system clearly hoped he would become stronger through killing and arson. Ways to improve cultivation are as follows. 1. Complete main quest to receive task rewards. 2. Expand villain forces to gain force rewards. 3. Increase villain reputation. 4. Kill. Alright, shut up, I got it. Su Cheng almost shouted in frustration. The main quest was basically to find Cheng Liang and duel him. Other than the first point, the others either put him in the spotlight or made him the #1 enemy. Thinking of the system store, which had also updated, Su Cheng decided to check it out to change his miserable mood. To his surprise, the store had all kinds of incredible items. As long as he had system points, he could buy anything. From daily life to technology, it had everything from the Emperor's techniques to rule over the world to illustrated guides for postnatal care of sows. However, the prices were indeed expensive. Su Cheng didn't know if there was a golden house in the books, but in any case, these books were more expensive than gold. Postnatal care of sows, Illustrated Edition, 137,000 system points. Bedroom Techniques, Invincible Enhanced Version against Fox Demons, 1,000,000 system points. Su Cheng wanted to curse. I'm a villain, not a beast. System, you bastard. But he couldn't afford them anyway. Shooting for beginner to mastery, 5 system points, if you're capable. Give me a beginner's guide to gun making. I'll let this world feel the power of technology. Introduction to Alchemy, 100,000 system points. Su Cheng was taken aback. This seems somewhat useful. This was a rare useful item in the system store. Moreover, it wasn't bound to Yi Qinghan. That's right, brother. Su Cheng added it to his shopping cart. Not in a hurry to buy it, just in case there were any techniques or sword manuals later that he could use. He could choose. Play it safe first. However, after looking for a long time, Cheng didn't find any books suitable for him. So he just exchanged for an introduction to alchemy, thinking that maybe he could improve his cultivation through alchemy, excitedly pulling it out from the system warehouse. Cheng couldn't wait to start flipping through it, wondering if there were any recipes to enhance his strength. But he couldn't understand a single word in this introduction to alchemy. Other than the 5 characters on the cover, he couldn't comprehend anything inside. It wasn't exactly a foreign language, nor was it ancient text. He just knew it was writing, but he couldn't recognize it at all. With a slap, the just exchanged introduction to alchemy was thrown onto the table by Cheng. He had been played by the dog system again. After using 100,000 system points to exchange for some high-level heavenly materials for Han to cultivate, Cheng decided not to touch the remaining system points. In the drunken immortal building, the battle began and ended in an instant. Dongfangju didn't even move, lightly smiling as he effortlessly received that punch. Han also didn't move, just watching Li Shuyao blocking in front of her. Li Shuyao, disheveled, kicked the man in front of her and retorted fiercely, "Ugly guy, with this little bit of skill, you think you can bully people?" At that moment, both Han and Dongfangju quite likely Shuyao. It had to be said that her sharp tongue was really something. Just then, Han gently placed the jade pendant inscribed with the words Qing Han from the Lingxian Hall on the table, looking at the 3 in front of her. What a coincidence. I didn't see you at the martial arts competition this morning, but I didn't expect to see you here. Lu Mingxian was also confused. This pretty boy was Han? Lu Mingxian quickly realized why he felt this Yi Oi looked somewhat familiar. It was because his father had shown him a portrait of Han. Han? Han ignored him and patted Dongfangju with a proud expression. "See, my Lingxian Hall's jade pendant is effective. Your token and Shuriao's jade pendant are totally useless. They don't buy this." Dongfangju looked unconvinced, waving her hand to summon a long spear, and with a bang, it stabbed into the floor. "You don't recognize the token. Do you recognize this?" Lu Mingxian was still a bit confused. He recognized Han, but if Han was real, then the saint beside her was probably real too. Not to mention who Li Qi was. Who was this general wielding a long spear? "Sister Dongfang, it seems he doesn't recognize you either. It's no wonder. Maybe you're not as famous as me and Sister Han." Li Shuyao looked at Dongfangju, who seemed a bit angry, with a naive expression. Han mischievously patted Li Shuyao's, "But don't expose her. If you say that, Sister Dongfang will lose face." "Ha ha ha. Han, let me take Lu Mingxian. I want to beat the crap out of him today." "Sister Dongfang, I'm sorry. It's all Shuriao's fault for saying the wrong thing. Shuriao just thinks it's normal not to be recognized. After all, Sister Dongfang." Dongfangju was speechless. This Li Shuriao had everything going for her, except for her mouth. "Li Shuriao, don't talk yet. You're still owing me 4 pieces of clothing that you haven't taken off, and 4 jars of wine that you haven't drunk." Li Shuyao quickly covered her mouth. Although she wanted to speak, she didn't want to dance naked, which would be too embarrassing. Han waved her hand. She also wanted to learn from her master to not make a move if possible, keeping a low profile. In future martial arts competitions, she should try to give an impression of being slightly superior, creating an illusion of being unpredictable in strength. Only in this way could she defeat strong enemies with unexpected power. Chapter 60. The Life of the Demon Emperor. Gather grain, bide your time to claim the throne. The guidance from her master was very insightful. Han sat in her chair, looking at Li Shuyao and Dongfangju beside her. The Demon Emperor? Huh? According to her master's words, she saved Dongfangju in the secret realm, and they became good friends after resolving their past grudges. After that, Li Shuyao joined the Tiandao Pavilion, and as both were toys of Chengliang, they naturally became sisters. It's not hard to guess that the Sacred Mountain and the Human Emperor, as well as the future Demon Emperor, have all become part of Chengliang's power. This was the first time Han thought about this issue. At this moment, Dongfangju was chasing Lu Mingxian around the room, while Li Shuyao cheered her on, occasionally helping with a kick. But Han felt very calm inside, as if she had figured out a lot. It seemed her master had already paved the way for her to become the Demon Emperor, as long as she followed her master's footsteps. She would become the Demon Emperor who looked down upon all beings. However, Su Cheng's tone made Yi Qinghan feel extremely uneasy. That tone felt like her master would suddenly disappear one day, leaving her behind. Her master was always very contradictory. That so-called demon emperor was merely a responsibility her master had imposed on herself, and Yi Qinghan had never cared about it. Her master had never asked her if she wanted to become a demon emperor. Yi Qinghan might have wanted to become strong at first, stronger than anyone else, but now, she just wanted to stay by her master's side, forever. Had her master thought about what would happen after that? Even if she could read minds, she couldn't read what Su Cheng hadn't thought of. Yi Qinghan didn't know the answer to that question. Sister Qinghan? Yi Qinghan came back to her senses. Looking at Li Shiyao, smiling lightly, what's wrong? Li Shiyao looked worried, with a hint of concern. Sister Qinghan, did you cry? Yi Qinghan wiped her cheek with the back of her hand. There was indeed some unknown liquid. I drank too quickly and choked. It's nothing. A smile was just an expression. It didn't necessarily mean happiness. Yi Qinghan believed she wasn't as foolish as Li Shiyao, of course. She wouldn't let her emotions show on her face. Li Shiyao nodded thoughtfully. Shiyao doesn't know why sister is sad. Shiyao can dance for sister. I already said. I just choked on the drink. Yi Qinghan rubbed Li Shiyao's little yellow head, feeling that perhaps that fool was actually herself. This Li Shiyao was not foolish at all. However, it makes sense. She isn't really foolish, just has a childlike mentality, simple and naive. When others are kind to her, she believes they're good people. Yi Qinghan suddenly realized that she had unconsciously accepted Li Shiyao. Clearly, when they first met, she had thought of sending her to Tiandao Pavilion to be a toy for Cheng Liang. Perhaps it really is as Dongfang Ju said. Fate is not set in stone. Shiyao, didn't sister say to stay away from her and the master? Pulling Shiyao into her arms. The girl's gasps and the men's wails in the room seemed unable to disturb the conversation between the two sisters. Shiyao didn't want to go to Tiandao Pavilion. She wanted to join Lingxian Palace so she could help her sister share some burdens. Yi Qinghan pondered. At this moment, she also found Shiyao quite cute. How could she let Cheng Liang take advantage of her? However, Master most likely wouldn't take her as a disciple either. In the end, she would probably stay on the Holy Mountain or join another sect. If she didn't want to go, then Cheng Liang wasn't a good person anyway. But Master might not take you as a disciple. Yi Qinghan smiled, and at this moment, she didn't want to intervene too much. No matter where she went, Yi Qinghan could take care of this silly younger sister. Didn't sister say that Cheng Liang was a good person? Why is she saying now that he isn't a good person? Last time in Nanding City, it was Cheng Liang who sent the Liu family to kill sister. Yi Qinghan chuckled lightly. She didn't take such matters to heart at all. At this moment, she was like her master, having become a thorn in Cheng Liang's side. Cheng Liang initially wanted to get her, so he tried to send people to deal with her master. Now, he was mostly frightened by that sword and wanted to target her. Li Shiyao was shocked after hearing this. Why? Because he was afraid of sister, afraid of Lingxian Palace. In the past, Yi Qinghan couldn't quite grasp Cheng Liang's intentions, but after spending so much time with her master, she understood Cheng Liang all too well. Time and again, her master's words had proven true. Now, Yi Qinghan also understood Cheng Liang very well, as long as she followed her master's description of him. It wasn't difficult to guess his thoughts. If it were Yi Qinghan, she probably wouldn't let such an uncontrollable factor develop. At this moment, Lingxian Palace only had 3 people, but their battle power on paper was already quite intimidating. Li Shiyao didn't understand, but she felt that even if sister talked to her for a long time, she probably wouldn't understand, so she just nodded. Yi Qinghan knew that Li Shiyao hadn't really understood, and also knew that Li Shiyao was afraid she would find her annoying, so she didn't continue to ask. At this moment, Yi Qinghan only felt that gentle people truly attract each other, whether it was her master or Li Shiyao. Both were like this. However, she certainly couldn't claim to be gentle. Why did sister say your master wouldn't take me as a disciple? Intuition. Then, Sister Qinghan, help me think of a way. Shiyao wants to be with sister every day. Don't even think about it. There's no way to deceive the master. Yi Qinghan answered very plainly, shattering Li Shiyao's unrealistic dream cleanly and efficiently. Then her gaze fell on Dongfang Ju, who was kneeling properly in front of her, currently attending a political class. The girls nearby all shrank against the wall, looking at Dongfang Ju with fear. At this moment, Li Qi only realized that this blonde guy had come with these two masters. Trying to snatch a woman from me? How many lives do you have? Dongfang Ju was also regaining her former swagger, being quite arrogant. The princess's demeanor was also fully revealed. Lu Mingxian was stunned. What was going on? Although Lu Mingxian was quite capable, even three people together couldn't do anything to Dongfang Ju. The two companions behind him directly jumped out of the window and ran away. Alone, Dongfang Ju might have a chance against them. Even though they were talented, they were still three people. But Li Shuyao and Yi Yanwang were also sitting there. That Li Shuyao was already quite difficult to deal with. Not to mention that there was also Yi Yanwang, who almost kicked Lin Lang to death. Even with three people, they had no chance of winning. So they simply abandoned Lu Mingxian and ran. Lu Mingxian challenging Dongfang Ju? This young master was no match for Dongfang Ju, getting a severe beating instead. You love to act tough, don't you? Why aren't you acting tough now? Still want the saintess to accompany you? Dongfang Ju also didn't know where she learned it, but she started to slap people in the face. Grabbing Lu Mingxian by the collar, she slapped him hard. At this moment, Lu Mingxian was even feeling a bit dazed, his head drooping and not saying a word. Yi Qinghan also helplessly rolled her eyes. Let him go. Compared to you and Shang Wanro, he's far behind. It's meaningless. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Received a report. Someone is gathering to fight. Order to search. The knocking was just a formality. The next second, the door was kicked open. Everyone, come with me. All of you. A man in armor stood at the door, surrounded by armed soldiers, completely blocking the entrance. If one were to look out the window at this moment, they would see that the entire Drunken Immortal building was surrounded by soldiers. Not a drop of water could leak through. Chapter 61. The demoness appears. Dongfang Ju was also stunned. How dare someone arrest her? Who are you? Dingzhou Prefectural Office. I am Pang Ruoxing. The burly man had a serious expression, looking stern and impartial. You two had better not attempt to resist. The crime of resisting arrest is different from fighting. Pang Ruoxing had also noticed that the two masters were both armed with swords, their bearing not ordinary, likely having some strength. Moreover, Lu Mingxian was not an ordinary person. He must not be an average cultivator. You're making me laugh, me? Resist arrest? In the southern region, no one dares to arrest me. Dongfang Ju was speechless. These people were like wearing straw hats to look at pig noses, unable to see any difference. Pang Ruoxing felt the same way, thinking that the pretty boy in front of him had truly lost his mind, thinking he was one of those dog officials. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Mountain was holding a martial arts competition and he had received orders to come here to assist in maintaining public order, he would have killed such a brat on sight. Arrest! Yi Qinghan remained still, just watching, holding down Li Shuyao, who wanted to get up. Yi Qinghan was curious to see how useful Dongfang Ju's jade pendant was. Although Lu Mingxian didn't recognize her, the Dingzhou Prefecture likely still recognized the princess. Even if they didn't recognize her, they would recognize that order token, right? The soldiers would deal with Dongfang Ju. She simply poured herself a drink and started to toast with the stunning beauty in her arms. Dongfang Ju was also angry. She certainly recognized the identities of this group of people. Damn it, getting caught by her own soldiers after stepping out. If this gets out, how will she survive? Slamming the military order on the table, Dongfang Ju shouted angrily. Damn it, I gave you face. The Dingzhou garrison is not to leave the main camp. I have yet to punish you. You want to arrest me? Open your eyes and look. Not to mention you. Even your master, the king of Dingzhou, would not dare touch a hair on me. Pang Ruoxing was also startled by Dongfang Ju. The soldiers surrounding her all looked at Pang Ruoxing, waiting for further instructions. This was Dingzhou, and Pang Ruoxing was also confused. How did the garrison order token end up with this little chick? Dongfang Ju pushed aside the soldiers surrounding her and approached the towering Pang Ruoxing, looking up at him with a glare. Tell me, why did you and your soldiers leave the camp without permission? 5 days ago, I received the order to change defenses and assist in maintaining public order around Ling Mountain. It was not an unauthorized absence. This order token already represents Dongfang Ju's identity, at least at the level of a regional prince. Why didn't I know about the change of defenses? If I remember correctly, these people are the garrison of Zhoushan Pass. Who is in charge of the defense now? Dongfang Ju felt that something was off. Although her tiger talisman had been taken by her father because she was running around, she was still the king of the north. How could there be an important defense change without informing her in advance? Pang Ruoxing was speechless, kneeling on one knee on the ground. This was military confidential information, and even though the person before him held a high status, such matters were not to be casually discussed. Dongfang Ju was also a bit speechless. This guy didn't even know who she was. She turned back to look at Yi Qinghan and Li Shiyao, who were acting as if nothing was wrong, drinking and laughing. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. First, get that dead dog from the Liu family over there dragged away, ruining my drinking mood. Send someone to the inn to find my adjutant, and then wait for me at the Dingzhou government office. On the other side, Su Cheng was eating alone on the first floor of the inn. Although he had handed over the financial power to his eldest disciple, he still had some pocket money. 2 small dishes and a pot of liquor. Su Cheng thought it would be nice if life could continue like this. Boss, another pot, please. Su Cheng rubbed his hands together. He rarely drank in Lingxian Hall, mainly out of fear of losing his composure in front of the disciples. After all, that mother fox with a naturally charming aura wore revealing clothes every day, swaying around the hall. If he got drunk, he might turn into a beast in front of his disciples. But now that Qinghan wasn't around, Su Cheng decided to treat himself well. If he drank too much, he could just go back to his room and sleep. However, just as the second pot of liquor was placed on the table, Su Cheng noticed a strange figure, wearing a conical hat that partially obscured her beautiful face, dressed in dark travel clothes wrapped in leather armor and skirt armor. Her ink-black waist cinture accentuated her alluring figure. As the graceful figure took a seat in the corner, she removed her hat, revealing a stunning beauty that seemed to look down on the world. And a fragrant aroma instantly filled the room. Damn, another exquisite beauty. That figure, wow. The graceful figure was also stunned, her gaze sweeping across the entire hall, wondering, who is speaking? Damn, the witch Su Muchan. How did she end up in Dingzhou City? Wasn't she supposed to go to Tiandao Pavilion to assassinate Cheng Liang? Su Muchan was shocked. She had just arrived in Dingzhou City and was already discovered. This person not only knew her identity, but also her purpose for being there. Her gaze swept across the hall again and noticed the fleeting glance. Is it this man? Su Muchan looked far away at Su Cheng, who was sitting alone in the corner drinking, and scrutinized him carefully. Damn, she's looking at me. Has she found out? She must have found out. Su Muchan initially thought someone was whispering, but seemed this person hadn't spoken at all. I cannot let her get involved with me. She is a troublesome person, right? She doesn't know me at all right now. I need to act naturally. Qinghan, another 2 dishes, please. Damn, my mouth. I'm done for. She's looking at me again. Su Muchan was also confused. The voice that spoke was exactly the same as the one before. Was that strange voice the man's inner thoughts? No matter what, since he knew about her, she couldn't just ignore it. Put her hat back on. She crossed the hall and walked to Su Cheng's table. My damn mouth. Now I've attracted her attention. Qinghan, come save me. I'm going to be in big trouble. Su Muchan stood in front of the table, looking at the handsome young man before her and pondering the keywords she had gathered. Qinghan, master? Yi Vinkan? Is he Yi Qinghan's master? So he's the head of Lingxian Hall. Cheng Liang's senior brother? Hello, may I sit here? No. Su Cheng almost jumped up in a panic. Su Muchan was taken aback. Such a beautiful woman was being refused a seat. I absolutely cannot get involved with her. She is the future supreme ruler of the demon world, Cheng Liang's potential harem. She is not like Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan at least has a reason to kill. But if Su Muchan wants to kill, even my breathing is a mistake. Please just go be Cheng Liang's dog, okay? Seeing Su Muchan's awkwardness, Su Cheng quickly smiled and said, there are already people here. Su Muchan felt like she was about to explode. She was obviously here to kill Cheng Liang. But in this man's eyes, she was just going to be Cheng Liang's dog. This dog a man had insulted her like this. Cheng Liang must die. And so must he. Who could stand such humiliation? Oh, Su Muchan sat down, glaring fiercely at Su Cheng. Chapter 62. Peak Showdown. She was a noble witch. How could she endure such humiliation? Damn, what is going on? Does the witch have no money for food and wants to share a meal? Please, lady, go find Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang loves eating with witches like you. What did I do wrong? Why are you glaring at me? Do you know me? Su Muchan's eyes were fixed on Su Cheng, like she was staring at prey. If I could, I wouldn't want to know you at all. Who would dare to know you? No, absolutely not. Su Cheng shook his head repeatedly, pretending to be an innocent, ordinary person. What's your name? What do you do? Su Muchan's words sounded like an interrogation, but her face showed no expression. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have told you off. Damn it, how can I hide? Li Erniu. I'm here to watch the Ling Mountain competition. So Muchan check it. Heh. Men really are no good. You don't even prepare a script when you lie. However, Su Muchan had already been insulted and didn't care about that anymore. Before killing, she needed to gather some information. Is Miss Qinghan not here? Su Cheng was shocked. Damn, she knows Yi Qinghan? That's impossible. She shouldn't have seen Yi Qinghan. According to the timeline, this should be her first time in the southern region. Su Muchan was somewhat surprised. This Su Cheng seemed to know much more than she had imagined. Su Cheng even knew that this was her first time in the southern region, which was beyond Su Muchan's expectations. Plus, what do you mean by timeline? Su Muchan was curious about why Su Cheng knew so much about her. If she wanted to learn more, she would need to guide Su Cheng's thoughts. Although she couldn't get any useful information from this dog of a man, she could hear his inner thoughts, which was very advantageous for her. He can't be this defensive against me, right? I'm not a bad person. You've already made me defenseless. If you were an ordinary girl, it would be fine, but you are a witch. If I don't guard against you, I wouldn't even know how I died. We are strangers. What do you mean by that? Su Cheng put on the typical innocent face, the same one that made Yi Qinghan infatuated, but Su Muchan clearly wasn't buying it this time. Su Muchan was somewhat dissatisfied. He seemed to know her too well, as if he had held her when she was a child. Yet he claimed they were strangers. Su Muchan didn't rush to speak, wanting to create pressure on Su Cheng through the atmosphere. Anyway, she felt Su Cheng was afraid of her. Angry? Wow, indeed. Encountering this guy is not a good thing. I should have just left when I first saw her. I can't coax her nor ignore her. What should I do? This guy is not like Qinghan. For Qinghan, I only need to guard against Cheng Liang, but Su Muchan really might kill me. As the conversation became somewhat awkward, luckily, the waiter came in with the dishes, breaking the tension. Su Master, your dishes. The waiter, upon seeing Su Muchan sitting across from him, was also flustered, unsure where to place his gaze. The allure of Yi Qinghan, the purity of Li Shiyao, the elegance of Dongfang Ju, and now another which was not inferior to the three exquisite beauties had appeared. Su Muchan gave off a very gentle vibe. But Su Cheng knew that was just the surface. If you look closely for a moment, you would understand the danger hidden behind that gentleness. Isn't she beautiful? You really don't know what's good for you. Do you know who she is? And you just stare at her? This lady is the current witch, the future supreme ruler of the demon world. The sisters who stand on equal footing with the demon emperor Yi Qinghan. Most importantly, she is Cheng Liang's woman. Even more importantly, she is a love-struck fool. It is well known that a love-struck fool can destroy the world. She must not be provoked. Su Muchan was a bit confused. Why was this Su Cheng so certain that she would become Cheng Liang's dog? Was she really that cheap? He clearly knew she was there to kill Cheng Liang, but he was so sure. And what about the future demon world supreme and the demon emperor Yi Qinghan? Does he know what will happen in the future? Sovereign Su? Su Muchan smiled like a big sister next door. With a hint of Yi Qinghan's charm and a bit of Li Shiyao's defenselessness, as if she had no intention of blaming him at all. How embarrassing. Su Cheng looked helpless. Why does this innkeeper know me? I'm baffled. Where is my precious Qinghan? Although I have reached the 6th level of Qi training, I still can't use magical tools and am no match for Su Muchan. Su Muchan's unpredictability isn't just talk. After all, this guy is a real succubus. Even the Chaos Bell, a congenital treasure, can't block seductive arts. Su Muchan was dumbfounded. This guy seemed to know a bit too much. He actually knew she was a succubus, and that she could use seductive arts? What does that congenital treasure mean? No matter. She had already heard of Sovereign Su's matters and felt lucky to meet him this time. It's all that Mother Fox's fault. My originally low-key persona has been completely ruined. Sigh. She must have recognized me long ago. Mother Fox? Referring to Yi Qinghan? No wonder she had never heard of Su Cheng. It turned out that this guy had been deliberately hiding himself. So Yi Qinghan did something that was outside of Su Cheng's plans, which brought Lingxian Hall into the public eye. Now it makes sense. Su Muchan had long heard that Cheng Liang had a crazy senior brother. It turned out to be him. He doesn't seem crazy at all, but she probably doesn't really know about me. Her words have no loopholes and don't provide any effective information. Is she testing me? Miss, I have noted your name. Your talent is extraordinary, and you will surely have limitless potential in the future. Are you here to participate in the Ling Mountain competition? Sovereign Su is being polite, but Muchan is not here to compete. She just came to take a look. That should be fine, but since we've only met once, it's better not to get too familiar. Quickly go send Cheng Liang ahead. It's getting late, and he is probably in the big disciple's bedroom. You could just replace Shang Wanrou. Su Muchan felt she already knew enough. The only thing she didn't understand was why Su Cheng hated her so much. Clearly, it was their first meeting, yet Su Cheng not only knew her, but also avoided her, even insulting her in his heart. Muchan wanted to find a good place to stay temporarily and wondered if Sovereign Su could recommend a place. Cheng Liang's bedroom is nice. I highly recommend it. Just stay away from me, and anywhere is fine. She heard there was an inn in the south of the city. Before Su Cheng could finish, Su Muchan interrupted. She was indeed struggling to hold back. Aren't you afraid of me? I will stay here anyway. I want to see what secrets you and that mother fox have. Sovereign Su's place to stay must be good. There are no vacant rooms here. Even if I rent out all the rooms here, I can't let you stay next door. Sovereign Su, don't worry. Muchan has her own ways. She smiled sweetly. As long as this Su Cheng was uncomfortable, she felt comfortable. Chapter 63. There are traitors on both sides. After saying that, Su Muchan stood up and walked towards the counter, while Su Cheng quickly found the innkeeper. Su Cheng grabbed the innkeeper's shoulder tightly, staring with wide eyes. Listen to me. I am renting all the remaining vacant rooms in your inn. Did you see that woman? If she asks if there are any vacant rooms, just tell her there are none. The innkeeper was clearly stunned for a moment. But isn't it foolish to turn away business? There are still quite a few vacant rooms. Sovereign Su, my big disciple is back. Just ask her for money. Su Cheng rolled his eyes. What time is it now? Is life more important or money? Su Muchan looked from a distance at Su Cheng conspiring with the innkeeper and came up with a plan. When the innkeeper finished speaking with the small waiter, she casually walked to the counter. Innkeeper, are there any vacant rooms? The girl knew that the entire Dingzhou city was bustling with people coming and going because of the Ling Mountain competition, and the small inn was already fully booked. Su Muchan smiled. Sure enough, Sovereign Su said he arranged a room for me. It seems I was too much of a burden, right? Su Muchan pretended to be troubled and feigned a lost expression, wanting to turn and leave. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper reacted. This girl is as beautiful as a celestial being, stunningly gorgeous. It turns out Sovereign Su was trying to please her. It makes sense. How could Sovereign Su make things difficult for such a beautiful girl? They had just seen each other sitting across from each other, chatting happily. It was clear that Sovereign Su was trying to win this girl's favor, which is why he booked the entire inn. Could he ruin Sovereign Su's good intentions? He hurriedly called out to the departing Su Muchan. Miss, please wait. You had an appointment. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sovereign Su has booked the entire inn for you. You can choose any room you like. Su Muchan smiled sweetly. Sovereign Su is indeed wealthy. Following behind the innkeeper, Su Muchan chose a room not far from Su Cheng. First Yi Qinghan, then Dongfang Ju, Li Shuriao, and now Su Muchan has also arrived. No, when Qinghan returns, I must remind her not to get involved with this Su Muchan. After finishing the wine in his cup, Su Cheng saw Su Muchan standing not far away. Why hasn't she left yet? Sovereign Su, thank you for specially preparing a place for me to stay. I am very grateful. Su Muchan smiled as she walked up to Su Cheng. At this moment, she was preparing to assassinate Cheng Liang, and when she passed by and saw Su Cheng drinking, she approached to chat. What does this mean? Su Cheng was also a bit puzzled. Su Muchan was not in a hurry and explained word by word. Sovereign Su, I heard from an innkeeper that you booked all the vacant rooms in the inn for me. I am very grateful for your care. What the hell? You. This is bad. Living with a dead succubus means nothing good will happen. If you don't leave, can I leave? I'll leave tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll sleep on the street. Hee. as long as you're satisfied. Su Muchan secretly laughed. Hee hee, you want to compete with me? I'll go kill your junior brother first, then come back to deal with you. Muchan still had some matters to handle, so she wouldn't disturb Sovereign Su. Hee hee, I can't wait for you to find Cheng Liang. I'll even take you there as long as you don't bother me. With that brain of yours? With your golden core cultivation? Assassinating Cheng Liang? If it were that easy to kill him, could he have survived until now? You wouldn't even know if you were sold out. Right now, Cheng Liang is waiting for you to walk into the trap. Su Muchan was shocked. She had been sold out? But if that's the case, Su Muchan won't be back anytime soon. This is also a good thing for me. All right, miss. Do as you please. Su Muchan couldn't believe such a thing. She knew that only a few trusted confidants knew she had come out this time. Whether it was true or false, she could only go check it out. Ling Mountain had arranged accommodations for the heads and direct disciples of various major sects. But a sect like Lingxian Hall, which only had 3 people, naturally wasn't included. Su Muchan quickly arrived at Ling Mountain. Although she was still half-believing, she remained cautious. According to the original plan, Su Muchan wanted to make a surprise attack on Ling Mountain and catch Cheng Liang off guard with her special methods. As long as she could severely injure Cheng Liang with one blow, killing him would be easy. However, Su Muchan did not act rashly this time. Instead, she concealed her aura and hid herself. In less than half a stick of incense, Cheng Liang's voice came out. Do you really not need help? That which is going to kill you. Su Muchan was shocked. She had really been betrayed. She was an assassin. How could the whole world know she was going to kill Cheng Liang? No matter if you don't want to catch the wolf, you can't let go of the child. Let her strike once, it won't kill her. Killing her is not the goal. Dealing with this, which requires a psychological attack. Lu Cheng smiled, clever as he was. He naturally understood Cheng Liang's intention. Lu Cheng leaned close to Cheng Liang with a treacherous grin. The master wants to control the witch? That's a brilliant move. Cheng Liang felt understood. It was as if Elder Tu was the only one who truly knew her. After all, she is of the demon race. Relying on a little kindness won't make her completely devoted. If she follows my plan, then she will know my broad-mindedness. Of course, aside from the master, who else can treat enemies with virtue? Seeing Cheng Liang pleased, Lu Cheng continued to flatter her. When she thinks victory is assured, you and the elders will strike, and the outcome will be decided. At this moment, Su Muchan was almost collapsing. If it weren't for Su Cheng giving her a warning in advance, she would probably be grateful for not being killed right now. Moreover, after hearing this conversation, Su Muchan even admired Cheng Liang a bit. She really put in a lot of effort to deal with her. She was even prepared to take a hit from her. Control the witch? Go to hell. Knowing all this, Su Muchan naturally didn't plan to walk into a trap. Even if she had divine powers, how could she deal with dozens of elders? However, since she knew the opponent's plan, she wasn't in a hurry to leave. On the other side, Su Cheng had filled the table with wine jars. Although his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement hadn't improved much, his alcohol tolerance had increased significantly. At this moment, Su Cheng's mind was in chaos. The situation seemed calm, but in reality, it was turbulent. The Lu family, the Mo family, the Holy Mountain, the Human Emperor, these were yet to be dealt with. And now Su Muchan was entangled with Cheng Liang. Su Cheng did not see this period of calm as a good thing. He always felt that Cheng Liang was preparing to pull off a big move. His strength was likely not under suspicion, if it were otherwise. Cheng Liang's temper would probably have led her to kill him already. Based on Yi Qinghan's recent experiences, Cheng Liang was likely targeting Yi Qinghan. After finishing another jar of wine, he felt somewhat tipsy. Su Cheng needed a way to break the deadlock, but the situation was unclear. A true case of being besieged on all sides. If he could find a way to pressure or balance out Cheng Liang, that would be the best solution. Killing Cheng Liang had never been in Su Cheng's plans. Cheng Liang's disciples were all children of fortune, and she herself was backed by the heavenly path, blessed by luck. Killing her was likely impossible. But now in Su Cheng's eyes, his women were beginning to show their teeth, slowly approaching the Lingxian Hall. Chapter 64. Li Shiyao stole home. A fragrant smell, it seemed not to be the scent of incense. The feeling of a hangover had not yet faded, and the soft touch was very comfortable. Su Cheng instinctively pulled the softness beside him into his embrace. His hand slid along the smooth back of the neck, diving into the hair, which also emitted a pleasant fragrance. The softness pressed against his chest seemed to entice him, as a muffled groan followed suit. Su Cheng clearly hadn't realized that a big treasure had appeared on the bed, still lost in the warmth and the hangover. He pressed his body against hers, seeking a comfortable position, resting his chin on her shoulder. It seemed as if this was prepared just for him, very comfortable. This position allowed him to savor the fragrance wafting from her hair, making him addicted, as if it could effectively alleviate his hangover. After a long time, Su Cheng's restless little hand seemed to sense something unusual. More so, his chest was pressed down and he was having trouble breathing. Something was off. Huh? The golden head in front of him. What the hell? This is bad. What the hell is this? How did she? This is my room. Su Cheng's eyes widened as he saw Li Shiyao, disheveled, lying on top of him. He could clearly feel her breath on his chest, incredibly clear, slightly ticklish. Why is Li Shiyao in my room? And on my bed? Isn't this a disaster? Just a wall away, Yi Qinghan also had her pupils shaken. Looking at the bed beside her, Dong Fengzhu and Li Shiyao were both absent. Dong Fengzhu had gone to deal with military affairs, and Li Shiyao had drunk quite a bit last night, so she should have just gone to sleep as soon as she entered the room. How could this happen? That foolish Yao actually dared to steal her sister's man. Yi Qinghan was about to explode. She had endured for so long and had not tasted the master's flavor. And now that foolish Yao got there first. Should I wake her? What if she wakes up and screams? But eventually, she will wake up. Su Cheng at this moment was frozen, not daring to move at all. Knowing Li Shiyao was already a huge trouble. Spending the night with her could very likely lead to him losing his life. What to do? What to do? If Qinghan finds out about this, I don't know how she will view me. Damn. Yi Qinghan was now sitting on the edge of the bed, looking as if she had lost something important. The two were separated by a wall, feeling different kinds of sadness, but both were in an awkward predicament because of Li Shiyao. Yi Qinghan also couldn't make up her mind. Should she go rescue the master? The master clearly did not want her to see such a scene. So should she pretend not to know? Just as both were at a loss, the troublemaking Yao clearly was not going to give the master and disciple any time. Li Shiyao murmured a couple of times, seemingly shifting from deep sleep to a semi-conscious state, her little hands starting to fumble. Oh no, this little fool is waking up. What to do? Is there a magical treasure that can put someone to sleep? Even if there is, I can't use it. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan also wanted to coordinate with the master, but the power of such a treasure might be too great. If she wasn't careful, the master, being a mortal body, might never wake up again. Huh? Rubbing her blurry eyes, she slowly raised her head, feeling the hair slipping from her arm. Su Cheng knew the moment of judgment had arrived. It was now his turn to explain. Master Su, how did you end up in Shiyao's bed? Li Shiyao, whether still not fully awake or still under the influence of alcohol, was exceptionally calm at this moment, even a bit dazed, completely wearing her naive face. This is my room. Li Shiyao glanced around, nodding thoughtfully. Master Su, how could you secretly bring Shiyao into your room? All right, framing me. Though it's not the first time. But I just want to ask, can't you handle this? What is there to explain? This girl is an idiot. If she doesn't even know what happened, how am I supposed to explain it? If I had done something, that would be one thing. The key is that I did nothing. Isn't that a huge loss? Su Cheng was at a loss for words in response to Li Shiyao's questions. How could he answer? She had already finished answering for him. She had already said it was he who secretly brought her to his room. What more was there to explain? Li Shiyao slowly sat up, adjusting her little clothes, appearing neither arrogant nor impatient. Not creating the scene Su Cheng had imagined of her shouting about being violated. After fixing her attire, she then lay down beside Su Cheng in his line of sight, seemingly not too concerned about the situation. What the hell? Li Shiyao, are you that tired? Master Su, you actually really like Shiyao, don't you? Yi Qinghan was about to explode, but for some reason, her legs wouldn't stand up. She sat on the edge of the bed, her mind in a whirl. If she rushed into the master's room to catch them in the act, wouldn't that just add trouble for the master? Moreover, she also knew very well that the master had done nothing. Is it this Li Shiyao? She got drunk and ran to her master's room. At this moment, Yi Qinghan is starting to doubt. Is there a possibility? Is this guy pretending to be silly all along with the goal of targeting the master from the beginning? The second elder said that Shi Yao is very cute. There isn't a man in this world who doesn't tea like Shi Yao. Li Shi Yao is lying next to Su Cheng, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the indifferent Su Cheng in front of her with a silly expression. Dude, is this really the time to say that? Do you even know what the situation is right now? Su Cheng truly doesn't know how to respond. He has no idea what to say, as every word from Li Shi Yao lacks logic. She's south all over the place, and Su Cheng doesn't know what she is trying to express. So Su Cheng just listens to her, thinking it's best to keep her calm, and whatever happens, they'll figure it out slowly. In Li Shi Yao's eyes, Su Cheng's silence seems like tacit approval, and she continues to blink her big eyes and talk. Su Master, will Shi Yao have a little baby? The moment Yi Qinghan hears this, she feels the Ling Frost sword intent calling. It's as if the blood of a warrior is awakening, and the fox demon blood in her body is craving slaughter. Silly Yao, impossible. Su Cheng hurriedly interrupts this magical statement. Why? The book says that when a boy and girl sleep together, they will have a little baby. Li Shi Yao really talks like a child. Her tone, her gaze while speaking, apart from her slightly alluring body, she is just a little kid. Because you drank too much. Su Cheng doesn't know how to explain to Li Shi Yao and can only make up a random reason. Li Shi Yao seems to recall what happened last night, but she doesn't remember why she ended up in Su Cheng's room, and she doesn't care that much. Shi Yao remembers something very important. Li Shi Yao suddenly recalls that she told Qinghan about wanting to join the Lingxian Hall yesterday. What is that? Looking at Li Shi Yao's sudden burst of inspiration, Su Cheng feels a bit scared. This guy, isn't she trying to use this to threaten me? Shi Yao wants to join the Lingxian Hall, and she asks with Qinghan every day, initially worried that you wouldn't like Shi Yao. But now it seems, hey, Su Master obviously really likes Shi Yao. Chapter 65. Shi Yao's negotiation skills are maxed out. Huh, this guy wants to take me as her master too? Su Master? Why aren't you speaking? Don't you like Shi Yao? How can I like her? My dear, my Lingxian Hall is too small to accommodate so many children of fate. Having just one Yi Qinghan is already a bit overwhelming. I can't deal with this vixen. Another little fool? Isn't that asking for trouble? If you let Shi Yao join the Lingxian Hall, Shi Yao will sleep with the master every day, okay? Silly Yao doesn't understand those convoluted things. Sleeping isn't painful. It's nothing. Although she really wants to sleep with Qinghan, but Qinghan sleeps with the sword, which is scary. Huh? Do you even know what you're saying? Sleeping is not necessary. I can sleep alone. Li Shi Yao doesn't know why, but she always feels that the wall behind her seems to be blowing a cool breeze. She then leans closer to Su Cheng, as it's warmer next to Su Master. Then can Shi Yao give Su Master a shoulder massage? Does Su Master want to try? Why do you insist on joining the Lingxian Hall? Su Cheng just doesn't understand why these guys insist on clinging to him. Shi Yao wants to be with Qinghan every day, and besides, you look quite handsome and seem very capable. Shi Yao is very healthy and can give you beautiful little babies. You dog elders of the Holy Mountain, why don't you teach anything good? Regarding the main character, Su Cheng has learned a bit, and this Li Shi Yao is typical, spoiled by the Holy Mountain. That sixth elder always tells her love stories to coax her into cultivating. Silly Yao is only 9 years old. What does she know about love? Taking a master isn't a joke. Shi Yao is a saintess. How can she join a master without going through the Holy Mountain? What Su Master means is as long as the elders agree. Su Master will take Shi Yao as a direct disciple. The Holy Mountain definitely won't agree to let her take this waste as her master. Besides, I need to send her away quickly. After all, I haven't done anything, as long as she puts on her clothes and gets off the bed. There is still room to ease the situation. Su Cheng took a deep breath and nodded. Shi Yao, I understand your intentions. If the Holy Mountain is also at ease handing you over to me, I will take you as the second disciple of the Lingxian Hall. At this moment, Yi Qinghan next door feels like she can foresee the future. She can even imagine silly Yao running around in the Lingxian Hall. This silly Yao is not an ordinary person. If you're not careful, she might cause a huge disaster, like drinking all the spirit liquid in the Ling Pool Hall overnight. I hope the elders of the Holy Mountain can persuade Li Shuyao. Yi Qinghan sneers. Although the master can see the heavenly secrets, at this moment, Yi Qinghan only feels that fate seems to have truly changed. From a moment she heard the master's thoughts, the so-called fate seems to have ceased to exist. Compared to the master, fate is really nothing. After a while, Li Shuyao ran back in a white dress, smiling as she approached Yi Qinghan. Senior sister. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly, then looked at her fondly. I heard everything. But next time, don't disturb the master's rest. Shuyao didn't disturb the master's rest. Yi Qinghan gently patted silly Yao's little head. It was clearly you who got drunk and ran to the master's room to sleep. And you still dare to argue? Li Shuyao was stunned, as if she just realized. So that is how it is. Shuyao was wondering why she felt a bit dizzy. Yi Qinghan now also takes on the demeanor of a senior sister. This time, I'll let it slide, but if it happens again next time, I will have to discipline you according to the sect rules. Li Shuyao feels that her senior sister is terrifying. Remembering that galaxy ruler, silly Yao is so scared, she almost pees herself. To know, even someone as strong as the senior sister was made to submit by the galaxy ruler. And she is just a skinny little girl. She is afraid she might get beaten to death. Senior sister, Shuyao knows she was wrong, and one dare again. Yi Qinghan is also a bit confused. Usually, this girl never admits her mistakes. Even the master couldn't do anything about her. They say the bold fear the stubborn, and the stubborn fear the reckless. Li Shuyao is both bold and stubborn, and doesn't fear death. She even dares to hit the master. At this moment, she actually knows she was wrong. Yi Qinghan, for a moment, also finds it hard to comprehend. This girl who isn't afraid of the master is actually afraid of her. Qinghan, it's time to go to the spirit mountain. Outside the door, Su Cheng has now finished dressing and is ready to take Yi Qinghan to the spirit mountain. This morning, it's Yi Shihan and Dongfang Ju. And Li Shuyao became the winner of the preliminary round yesterday. Yi Qinghan smiles and greets, then suddenly speaks nonchalantly. The master seems to be in a good mood this morning. Su Cheng is taken aback. Does Qinghan know? Damn, Qinghan's mood seems a bit off. Could it be that she knows Li Shuyao was in my room last night? Su Cheng carefully examines Li Shuyao and Yi Qinghan. Silly Yao hasn't changed. Just like usual. Seeing the master's guilty conscience, Yi Qinghan smiles slightly, no longer saying much. Bullying the master isn't her intention. Out of emotion and reason. Although she is somewhat jealous, she can't blame it on the master. Until Li Shuyao goes to bother Shimingyi to buy her breakfast, Yi Qinghan slowly speaks. Master, are you planning to take a junior sister for Qinghan? Su Cheng is stunned. What do you think of Li Shuyao? Shuyao is pure-hearted, indeed a good girl. How could I not know she is a good girl? But good girls are all for Cheng Liang. Li Shuyao's thoughts are pure. If she wasn't treated as a pawn by Cheng Liang, she could have been a righteous emperor. It's also pitiful. She only followed the conversation, saying that there was no way out at this point. Qinghan, when I woke up, she was already in my room. Do you have any clues about this matter? Is there such a thing? Yi Qinghan did not expect her master to lay everything bare. It seems she underestimated her master's trust in her. Didn't you say you didn't want me to know? Why are you asking me now? Yi Qinghan could only pretend not to know and had no good excuses. Li Shuyao, with a 9-year-old's mentality, really had stumbled into her master's bedroom without malice. But if there was guidance from the sacred mountain behind this, it would be a serious matter. The situation has become increasingly severe these days. The Liu family and the Mo family have already put a knife to the neck of the Lingxian Hall. And Cheng Liang will most likely cause trouble during the competition. Not to mention that she encountered that which Su Muchan yesterday. If the sacred mountain intervenes again at this time, it might be a bit difficult to handle. Qinghan is likely to be in danger. Given Cheng Liang's character, he would most likely send someone to sabotage the competition, whether through secret techniques or magic treasures, and would likely try to eliminate Qinghan during the competition. That Dao Yao drank a lot of alcohol last night. From the disciples' perspective, it doesn't seem to be that someone was guiding her behind the scenes. If that's the case, it seems that taking in Dao Yao would be more beneficial for me and Qinghan. This Li Shuyao is pure-hearted and seems to have a close relationship with Qinghan. It's time to change strategies. Simply avoiding it won't work. If Li Shuyao sincerely wants to be my disciple, taking her in is also acceptable. As for Su Muchan and Dongfang Ju, I still need to be cautious. Yi Qinghan felt a bit confused, thinking, who is Su Muchan? Hearing this name, is she another one of Cheng Liang's women? Chapter 66. The eldest disciple's autocracy. Yi Qinghan also sensed the change in her master's plan. Is master now trying to undermine the Tiandao pavilion from within? If master intends to prevent Dongfang Ju and Li Shiyao from going to the Tiandao pavilion, it seems that would be the right solution. But this goes against the mandate of heaven, yet it is to protect her. Looking at her master, who still appeared troubled but was contemplating ways to break the deadlock, Yi Qinghan realized it was time to speak up. Master? Qinghan, do you have something to say? Yi Qinghan put away her smile, her expression serious as she said, Qinghan wants to ask, Master, are you thinking of changing Li Shiyao's fate again? Why does it feel like this mother fox can read minds? Is my expression too serious? Qinghan need not worry. Master knows what to do. Yi Qinghan thought, if you really know what to do, I should be at the Tiandao pavilion right now. Though Li Shiyao is pitiful, there are many pitiful people in this world. Who isn't pitiful? Master cares for Li Shiyao, but who cares for Master? Master bestows names and changes fates for disciples, which is already against heaven's will. And now, oh my, this mother fox knows even this? Nonsense. Master simply thinks Jin Meng doesn't sound nice. How about it? You don't like it? To have encountered Qinghan is like finding a precious jade. It is destiny. Qinghan must not think too much of it. Master's bestowed name, the disciple certainly likes. But I hope Master will not act for the disciple's sake again. Su Chang casually placed his hand on the fox's head, interrupting the spell while rubbing it vigorously, smiling without further explanation. Haha, the Cheng Liang guy is the way of heaven. Going against him is already against the way of heaven. Since I am your master, I bear the burden of the world's people and will certainly not fail you. Su Cheng turned to leave. Arguing with women is never a wise move, especially with a mother fox. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment. Cheng Liang is the way of heaven? It turns out that what Master said about the rules of heaven cannot affect Cheng Liang, does not reflect Cheng Liang's power, but rather means he is genuinely not influenced by the rules of heaven. If that is the case, Cheng Liang might really be, as Master said, someone who cannot be killed. I suppose you must be Miss Qinghan. A sweet voice came from behind. Yi Qinghan slowly turned around to assess the newcomer. I suppose you must be Su Muchan. It felt like meeting an enemy. Although it was their first meeting, the atmosphere was tense, as if summoned by blood. You're right. I spoke of you with Master Su yesterday, and meeting you today is indeed extraordinary. I, Qinghan, am dull-witted and feel unworthy of my master's favor. With the previous hints from her master, Yi Qinghan's attitude towards others had improved slightly. Miss need not be so humble. This meeting happened only because I happened to overhear your conversation with your master. Does Master Su really have a method to peer into the heavens and defy fate? Master has great powers, but what I know is only a fraction. Su Muchan just wanted to test her, but she didn't expect that the other party could also hear Su Cheng's thoughts. What does Miss Qinghan think of Master Su's words that Cheng Liang is the way of heaven? Yi Qinghan blinked. This person was eavesdropping from the shadows. Miss Muchan, have you ever heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat? With a light tap on the jade pendant, the falling immortal ruler was instantly summoned. Along with dozens of celestial-grade magic treasures, the fallen immortal sword array. With a loud shout, the sword box fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and unfolding in an instant. Various flying swords shot out, trapping Su Muchan tightly. At the same time, the falling immortal ruler, the glazed treasure lamp, and the soul-locking mirror hovered in the air, instantly sealing the space and depriving Su Muchan of the possibility of escape. Annihilate the six paths. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. Compared to Li Shiyao and Dongfang Ju, Su Muchan was clearly much more dangerous, but she was truly not clever enough. She probably wouldn't even think that she could hear her master's thoughts. Perhaps it was because she was too far away while eavesdropping that she couldn't distinguish whether it was a thought or what her master said, but it no longer mattered. She must die. This time, the disciple will solve this trouble for Master. Su Muchan was currently dumbfounded. Was Yi Qinghan really planning to kill her? What did she say wrong? No, Miss Qinghan, what do you mean? Go down and think slowly. No, you shouldn't be able to go down. Ye vinkan suintet herius. Seriously saying, break army sword array. In fact, the fallen immortal sword array alone was enough to kill Su Muchan, but facing another woman who could hear her master's thoughts, Yi Qing'an did not dare to be careless. She had to ensure a one-hit kill. Watch as the sword array transformed. The snow-white sword shadows above seemed like divine punishment. Unmovable. At this moment, Su Muchan didn't know how to retort. Isn't Yi Qing'an in the mid-stage of foundation building? Is this right? Miss Qing'an, even if I said something wrong, it doesn't mean I have to die to atone for it, right? Can't I just apologize? Su Muchan also realized that this Yi Qing'an was not someone to mess with. No matter how she ran, the sword array always hovered above her head. It seemed like a cheat. Yi Qing'an was still preparing various magic treasures. According to her master, this woman was most likely one of Cheng Liang's harem, a favored one, and would not die easily. She must think of a way to completely eliminate her. Hee, you didn't say anything wrong, but you know too much. Su Muchan felt a bit scared. This Yi Qing'an was serious. She tried to run towards Su Cheng's direction, believing that if anyone could save her in this world, it could only be Su Cheng. Besides summoning magic treasures for protection, she could only run as fast as she could. Su Cheng had not gone far. If she could just catch him, she would most likely survive. Master Su, with a mighty leap, her hand passed right through Su Cheng. Su Cheng's figure dissipated like smoke, and Su Muchan grasped at air. Su Muchan did not understand why. She hadn't realized at all that her five senses had been sealed by Yi Qing'an's magic treasures. Looking up at the sky, besides the sword shadow that had fallen at some point, there were a dozen or so magic treasures hovering above her head. Su Muchan was shocked, not knowing what those magic treasures could do. Yi Qing'an, why do you want to kill me? You threatened my master, so you must die. Master Su would not agree. Yi Qing'an simply smiled, further confirming that this person had indeed heard her master's thoughts. Of course I know. Yi Qing'an felt that this guy was a bit ridiculously stupid, thinking, do you really believe that those magical treasures in the sky were prepared just for you? At this moment, Su Muchan was truly frightened. This was the closest she had ever been to death. She had never encountered such a powerful enemy before. And Yi Qing'an was completely unreasonable. I won't harm your master. I have no ill intentions. After saying this, Su Muchan lost all her senses and could no longer hear Yi Qing'an's words or see anything. She could only rely on the flow of true energy around her to sense the direction of the incoming flying sword and resist with all her might. But it was impossible to stop the endless flying swords that fell like raindrops. In no time, she was covered in injuries. I know, I messed up. Su Muchan lost all her senses. Without hearing, speaking became somewhat laborious, and she didn't even know if she had made sound. Chapter 67. The Rules of Heaven. Su Muchan couldn't believe it. As a demoness, she was actually begging for mercy. She also understood that Su Cheng truly looked down on her. Yi Qing'an's strength was undeniable, and she had no room to resist, let alone counterattack. The repeated pleas for mercy were somewhat cute, but Yi Qing'an was indifferent. As the eldest disciple of Lingxian Hall, she would never allow any hidden dangers that could threaten her master to exist. Compared to Dongfang Ju, Li Shiyao, and even Cheng Liang, this woman, who could hear her master's thoughts just like herself, was obviously more dangerous. Playing around was one thing, but when it came to this point, once the sound of guns and cannons erupted, Lingxian Hall had to listen to Yi Qing'an. Even her master herself couldn't stop me today. Killing God, sword formation. Wait, Miss Qing'an. The voice seemed like a divine oracle from beyond the sky, directly reaching her mind. Yi Qing'an couldn't slow down at all. The Ling Shuang sword was already summoned, and the arrow was on the string, unable to be retracted. Even her master wouldn't be given any face. To kill or to maim, Qing'an would bear the burden. Whatever happens, it must be after she kills Su Muchan. Ling Shuang. The Ling Shuang sword accompanied by a graceful figure struck out, and Yi Qing'an held nothing back. This strike was already her full power. In an instant, the space here trembled and seemed on the verge of collapsing. Compared to that time in the secret realm, Yi Qing'an's strength had doubled. After all, she was now a terrifying powerhouse in the middle stage of foundation establishment. But even such a powerful strike was actually blocked. Yi Qinghan was also very surprised, secretly guessing that the opponent was probably a great terror at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to take her blow. Miss, please wait. Can you spare a life? Yi Qinghan also secretly summoned her jade slips and protective treasures. The opponent's strength was far above Su Muchan's, and she needed to treat this seriously. Wearing the water sleeve glazed skirt and putting on a top-grade protective soft armor, in addition to the mythical level Demon Emperor's soul armor. Who are you? You say spare her life, and you think you can? How arrogant. While speaking, she also summoned a dozen attack treasures, ready for battle. I'm what you call the rules of heaven. Taking advantage of that guy's speech, Yi Qinghan seized the moment to crush the jade slip. This time, it was her master's divine power, the true breaking army sword formation. In an instant, the space was shattered and the cave heaven treasure gourd in the sky also fell down. Being able to withstand an ordinary sword strike from my master. I acknowledge your identity as the rules of heaven. Yi Qinghan held 3 jade slips in her hand, speaking confidently. However, Yi Qinghan also didn't expect that the rules of heaven could actually withstand her master's breaking army sword formation. Before this, Yi Qinghan truly didn't believe anyone could take a strike from her master. Lady, can we stop for a moment? After this strike, the rules of heaven might also have to lower their stance. You should know that I still have more than a dozen such jade slips. And the breaking army sword formation is clearly not the most powerful in terms of destructive power. In addition, Yi Qinghan had countless attack treasures. If you have any complaints, spit them out quickly. I'm waiting to take this guy's life. At this moment, Yi Qinghan only felt her master was cowardly. Cheng Liang isn't afraid of the rules of heaven. Why should I be? My rules are the rules. Can we spare her life? This really cannot be killed. She has already threatened the life and property safety of my master. The 16-year-old genius girl, at such a young age, was already in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Youthful and reckless, even daring to confront the rules of heaven. Looking at this world, it would be hard to find another. Yi Qinghan's face darkened as she tightly gripped the jade slip, staring at Su Muchan, who was kneeling on one knee in the distance, her eyes filled with killing intent. Su Muchan seemed to be resisting something with all her might, but it seemed futile, more like she was enduring pain with all her strength. I assure you she won't. If she makes a move against your master, I will also act. How about that? What do you guarantee with? You're so weak. How can you protect your master? Yi Qinghan looked disbelieving. From the moment she entered Lingxian Hall, the rules of heaven had been her enemy, whether it was the Heaven's Path Pavilion or Cheng Liang. Yi Qinghan's principle of action was only one, her master. As long as it's not you making a move, I should be able to protect her. Yi Qinghan pondered. The rules of heaven actually made a point. If she were to kill her, it would cause very serious consequences and could likely affect her master. But if she let the tiger return to the mountain, that would be unacceptable. Why do you want to save her? You don't have to say it. Just hide well, don't come out. I'll take care of her first, and then catch you later. This involves the luck of the demon race. Yi Qinghan narrowed her fox-like eyes. This guy is from the demon race? I remember my master also said I was the child of luck. You are too deeply involved with Su Cheng and are no longer part of this world. Yi Qinghan didn't even need to hear the end, interrupting with half a sentence. It's best if that's the case. Letting her go is fine, but I still want to ask one question. The rules of heaven seemed a bit speechless, but still helplessly said, within a reasonable range, I will try to answer you. What price will my master pay to change my fate? There is no price. He is not under the blessing of the rules of heaven and is not bound by the cycle of cause and effect. If there is a price, it would be that there are a few more possible outcomes. What outcomes? The cause and effect related to Su Cheng are beyond my insight. Yi Qinghan felt a bit proud at this moment. As expected, my master is so powerful. If it were easy for you to pry into, that would be strange. The rules of heaven did not respond and seemed to have left. Yi Qinghan put away her treasures, sheathed the Ling Shuang sword, dusted herself off, and then walked over to Su Muchan. At this moment, Su Muchan felt like all the bones in her body had been shattered. From head to toe, there wasn't a single place that didn't hurt. You don't look like much. You actually have quite the background. Yi Qinghan took a simple look at Su Muchan. Her small face was passable, but compared to herself, it was far behind. The rust taste in her mouth lingered. and her vision seemed to be tinted with a blood-red filter as Su Mu-chan forced herself to sit up. Miss Ching-han, I really have no ill intentions. Open your mouth. Yi Ching-han felt a bit speechless. In this state, this guy wouldn't last until the afternoon if left alone. Su Mu-chan obediently opened her pink lips, and Yi Ching-han stuffed 2 quick-acting healing pills prepared by her master into her mouth. To be honest, Yi Ching-han didn't even know if this stuff would work on her. However, usually, no matter where hurt, her master would give her this, and according to her master's words, it could cure all ailments. This is poison, starting today. You have to come to me every half-month to buy the antidote, or just wait to die. Of course, this was a lie to Su Mu-chan. Yi Ching-han didn't have such convenient poison. If Yi Ching-han wanted to kill someone, how could she use such a troublesome method as poisoning? If she really had such poison, Yi Ching-han would rather feed it to Dongfang-ju. Bye. Su Mu-chan was a bit confused. Logically, shouldn't she be the one being used? 200 taels for a grain, fair to all. But if you anger me, I want to sell it to you for 300 taels. Chapter 68. The Attitude of the Elder of the Holy Mountain. How is it? Is it much better? Su Mu-chan blinked her beautiful eyes. It was indeed better. While secretly adjusting her breathing, she was also pondering why Yi Ching-han had suddenly let her go. What do you want me to do? Su Mu-chan felt that Yi Ching-han must have something she needed help with, which was why she spared her life. With your mediocre skills, it's hard for you to even get on the bed. I just need you to stay away from me and my master. Su Mu-chan felt she was starting to understand. Yi Ching-han had discovered that she could hear Su Cheng's thoughts. Could it be? Miss Ching-han, can you hear it too? Shut your mouth and get out quickly. Don't make me regret sparing your life. Yi Ching-han glared, and her expression changed instantly, no longer calm and indifferent. Sure enough, Yi Ching-han could also hear Su Cheng's thoughts. It was because of this that Yi Ching-han wanted to kill her. So that's it. So Mu-chan suddenly realized. If that's the case, everything could be explained. If she were in Yi Ching-han's position, she would probably make the same decision. But she really didn't expect that Yi Ching-han would be this terrifying. Moreover, there was another question. Who saved her? Who was the background Yi Ching-han mentioned? On the other side, just as Su Cheng turned back to check, Yi Ching-han had quickly caught up with her master's footsteps. It was as if she had never left. Su Cheng looked at Yi Ching-han with confusion. Was it just my imagination? It feels like something big just happened. When Su Cheng and Yi Ching-han arrived at Spirit Mountain, Li Shiyao and Shi Mingyi had already arrived, just in time for Dongfang-ju to take the stage. Senior sister. Over here. Shiyao is here. Li Shiyao waved her hands, bouncing with joy from afar. She always seemed very happy, as if nothing could affect her mood. Here she comes. Stay quiet, Shiyao. Don't shout so loudly. Su Cheng watched the two act like sisters, chatting and laughing, and he felt a bit more favorable towards Li Shiyao. Master Su? Shi Mingyi wasn't the type to hold back his thoughts. After hearing Shiyao's words, he directly sought out Su Cheng. Elder Shi, is there something? Shi Mingyi came to see Su Cheng for 2 things, to sleep or to become a disciple. If possible, Su Cheng would prefer to discuss the latter with Elder Shi rather than the sleeping issue. Last night, Shiyao barged into your bedroom. Please. Su Cheng immediately thought, hey, this isn't right. Wasn't he here to seek justice? On the contrary, Shi Mingyi's posture was very low, as if he was begging Su Cheng for something. Although Shiyao was a bit playful, she was after all the saintess of the Holy Mountain. This concerned the face of the Holy Mountain, so please, Master Su. Elder Shi need not worry. Shiyao isn't a bad child. I quite like her. How could she do something to tarnish her reputation? This matter won't be known to a 4th person. Su Cheng patted his chest, looking very serious. Elder Shi understood. But at this moment, she noticed the key point in this sentence. Master Su is saying that you really like Shiyao? Su Cheng was stunned. Huh? Is there a problem with that? Can't you tell this is just a polite remark? Shiyao said that you agreed to her request to become a disciple. Is it really true? Su Cheng was a bit confused at this moment. What else with the joy on Shi Mingyi's face? I have no cultivation. I was forced into it. With the fire already burning, could I not agree to her? As long as she can get out of bed dressed properly, I'd be willing to take her as my master. Elder Shi, can't you see this? Can't you tell I was forced? Sure Mingyi didn't team know Su Cheng's thoughts, but it didn't team matter. Who to take as a master is still master. What is a prestigious sect? Strength is what matters. When Shi Yao returned last time, she thoroughly informed several elders about Lingxian Hall, especially about bathing with spiritual liquid. If someone else had said such things, they wouldn't have believed it. But it came out Li Shiyao's mouth. They had no choice but to believe it. But when Li Shiyao said she almost killed Su Cheng, several elders were dumbfounded. They were just glad that Li Shiyao had returned alive. Su Cheng's sword in front of the secret realm was, in any case, an invincible existence beneath immortals. The elders speculated he must have reached the great ascension stage. Given his relaxed demeanor, he very likely had already reached the half-step immortal realm. If viewed this way, it was necessary to befriend Su Cheng. Elder Shi had come this time to use the relationship between Li Shiyao and Yi Qinghan to try to bring the Holy Mountain and Lingxian Hall closer together. However, unexpectedly, Li Shiyao, relying on her own strength, was about to become the second disciple of Lingxian Hall. She even said that regardless of whether the elders agreed, she would be with Sister Qinghan. How could there be any disagreement? If Su Cheng was truly willing to take Li Shiyao as a disciple and teach her to be as powerful as Yi Qinghan, even if it meant selling the Holy Mountain, none of the elders would say a word against it. Yes, but I understand Shi Yao is the saintess of the Holy Mountain, so I must also inform him that this concerns the Holy Mountain and requires the agreement of several elders before she can be accepted. Su Cheng noticed the atmosphere was a bit off and quickly explained, intending to show that he did not disregard the Holy Mountain. He was giving face to you, several elders. We old men are already half buried in the loess. We can no longer control this little ancestor. Shi Mingyi was quick to react, thinking to backtrack. Dream on. Although Lingxian Hall was a bit poor, Yi Qinghan could handle it. How could our Holy Mountain-esque saintess be inferior to Yi Qinghan? What does Elder Shi mean? Su Cheng was dumbfounded. Why does it feel like they're trying to shove her onto him? Isnt, Li Shiyao your saintess? Shiyao is already grown up. Since she has decided to become a disciple, we several elders naturally can't stop her. You know, the saintess has her own right to choose. On this point, Shi Mingyi was not fooling her. Although the saintess in the Holy Mountain was like an eyesore, the major decisions made by the saintess were unquestionable. The saintess has the right to choose her own path, but she can't choose what to eat for lunch. You're right. How clever is Shi Mingyi? How could she let Su Cheng finish speaking? Impossible. Then Shi Yao will be entrusted to Master Su. I'll go back now to prepare the apprenticeship gifts. Just as Su Cheng reached out to stop Shi Mingyi, she ran away faster than a rabbit, finishing her words and dashing off. Su Cheng was left stunned in place. They just gave me Li Shiyao? How much do you hate her in the Holy Mountain? Damn. Yi Qinghan heard Su Cheng's complaints and turned to look at her master at the corner of the stairs. As Yi Qinghan expected, the future had already been altered. The so-called fate was no longer accurate. Looking at her junior sister beside her, Li Shiyao was shaking her little head, excitedly cheering for Dongfang Zhu on stage. Perhaps having such a junior sister isn't so bad? Yi Qinghan smiled and patted Dai Yao, looking at her with affection. Shi Yao, Elder Shi has sent you to your master. I know. Shi Yao told the second elder to prepare a dowry for her. Shi Yao wants to marry into Lingxian Hall. Do you know what becoming a disciple means? Yi Qinghan had a black line on her face. Sometimes she really felt this girl was playing dumb. Of course, Shi Yao will be sister's person from now on. Chapter 69, Equal Strength. The opponent was a small sect from the eastern region. Yi Qinghan hadn't even heard of its name. In this world, people are ranked from high to low, and sects are the same. Yi Qinghan looked far at her master in the audience, slowly bowed her body in salute, and the audience erupted in cheers. 2 days. This was Yi Qinghan's third match, and her popularity was continuously rising. She has arrived. Let's welcome the top disciple from Lingxian Hall, a prodigy at just 16 years old, the #1 champion of the apprenticeship ceremony. With just one strike, she defeated the top contender from the northern region, Yi Qinghan. The introduction voice resounded throughout the competition arena, igniting the atmosphere. Yi Qinghan saluted her master, and the ignorant spectators interpreted it as her humility, causing a surge of voices. The last competition was clearly not this lively, and all of this was because of that kick. One kick sent Lin Lang to rescue, while that same kick also propelled Yi Qinghan to the championship. In Yi Qinghan's memory, such places were usually referred to as beast fighting arenas, where the special iron gates would rise to reveal either death row inmates or magical beasts. But at this moment, there was a slight difference. The opponent was a seemingly thin man. Yi Qinghan slightly cupped her hands. Lingxian Hall, Yi Shihan. The man smiled and returned the gesture. Yu Chengwen. From then on, that was the entirety of their dialogue. Most of the emotions would be expressed through weapons from here on. The competition was about to begin, and the audience began to quiet down. Sister Qinghan, go for it. Dai Yao's voice broke through the barrier of the audience, sounding as if it was a beat behind. Yi Qinghan smiled, ignored the little fool, and focused on her opponent. As the eldest disciple of Lingxian Hall, Yi Qinghan respected every enemy who dared to stand before her, including Shangwan Rou. At least she had the guts to face her strength and dare to swing her sword. Although Yi Qinghan had already noticed that the hand holding the sword on the other side was trembling, she regarded it as a form of bravery. This was the courage that a strong person should possess, something many lacked, compared to the cowardly rats who could only flee. Yi Qinghan respected every opponent daring enough to draw their sword. With a gentle sway of her sleeves, golden light transformed into a fairy sword, and in an instant, she leaped forward. It was evident. Yi Qinghan did not use the sword at her waist, but chose the fairy sword she brought from the secret realm. Did this mean she acknowledged her opponent's strength? Was she ready to go all out? Because Yi Qinghan was quite popular this time, Ling Mountain even arranged for someone to commentate on the battle, which delayed things a bit. Therefore, Dongfang Zhu, who had just returned, was also able to watch Yi Qinghan's match. Sister Dongfang, Qinghan is using the fairy sword. That's the fairy sword she brought out from the secret realm. Dai Yao, that's the worst sword in your Qinghan sword box. Dongfang Zhu looked speechless. Your Qinghan has more than 10 high-grade flying swords. Using this one is completely because it's broken and she wouldn't care if it got damaged. It's Shuyao. Dai Yao is not wrong at all. Shuyao is not dumb. Li Shuyao placed her hands on her hips, looking defiant, but this expression made her look even more cute, completely backfiring. Okay, I'm Dongfang Dai. You're not dumb. Dongfang Zhu looked helpless. This little fool was probably sold by Sister Qinghan and still had to help count the money. On the stage, the battle was about to break out, and Yi Qinghan and Yu Chengwen engaged in combat in an instant. Yu Chengwen was also known as a talented individual. Although he came from a small sect, he practiced diligently day and night without slackening. He was striving for this day to stand out, unwilling to be stepped on by others. He had endured for too long. He wanted to have his own script. Yi Qinghan could sense that he had a very solid foundation in swordsmanship. Compared to those sword cultivators who pursued flashy moves and destructive power, he clearly worked much harder. However, if you think Yi Qinghan was just lounging around every day, then you are truly foolish. Yi Qinghan believed that even against Lin Lang, Yu Chengwen might have some chance of winning, but unfortunately, he had encountered her. The so-called prodigy, the best of the best, was just a ticket to this competition. Who among those who could come here wasn't a genius? Just a few swords, the golden glowing fairy sword went straight to Yu Chengwen's throat, even relying solely on swordsmanship. Few in the world could match Yi Qinghan. You are more polite than those petty individuals. Qinghan respects capable opponents. Thank you, miss. After saying this, the two engaged once more. Calling an engagement would be more of guidance. Yi Qinghan could cleverly dissolve Yu Chengwen's sword moves each time, in less than 2 minutes. There were already several sword wounds on Yu Chengwen's arms, shoulders, and thighs, and blood soaked his long robe. Do you want to continue? Yi Qinghan looked at Yu Chengwen opposite her, speaking with a helpless expression. The so-called prodigy could not even make her take him seriously. What kind of competition is this? It would be better if those elders came down to compete with me. Miss Qinghan, this is my last sword. I understand. Yi Qinghan nodded, quite curious about what his ultimate move would be. The audience watched the two's exchange, even feeling that Yi Qinghan might be throwing a fake match, as Lin Lang was defeated in one kick. But against Yu Chengwen, she hadn't shown any killing moves for a long time. Other sword cultivators were all about various sword controls and bombarding attacks, Yet these two gentlemen had hardly made any significant moves for a while. However, soon after Yu Chengwen finished speaking, he was about to prepare for his ultimate move. This posture? Could it be? The audience's emotions were also stirred by the elder's commentary. All eyes fixed on the competition arena, eager to see what hidden move this prodigy from a small sect had. Yi Qinghan remained calm, unaware of this point or confident in her own abilities. Beside her, Li Shiyao's heart was about to leap to her throat. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the duel. This Dai Yao was like an eyesore. When others were cheering, she thought this was Qinghan's normal operation, just basic skills. While everyone else was quiet, she had to jump out and shout, "Sister Qinghan, be careful. He's about to unleash his ultimate move." In an instant, everyone turned to look at Li Shiya. Even Yi Qinghan did. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. This Dai Yao was truly amusing, with so many eyes on her. Only she noticed he was about to unleash his ultimate move. Yi Qinghan's laughter also made countless young boys in the audience feel their hearts race. Su Cheng felt the same way. Yi Qinghan looked really charming when she smiled. "Sister Qinghan, why are you looking at Shiryao? Look at your opponent." But this time, Li Shiryao's voice was drowned out by the shouts from the audience. That smile turned the hearts of that group of men mad. "You worry too much. What ultimate move could take out your Qinghan?" Dongfangju looked speechless. Isn't Shiryao just worried about her senior sister? Li Shiryao felt wronged. Just now, the whole audience looked at her, making her feel like she had done something wrong. Wait, what did you call her? Senior sister? Chapter 70. Victory or defeat. Still uncertain senior sister? Although she hadn't formally become a disciple yet, Master Su had already agreed to accept Shiryao as a disciple. Dongfangju looked incredulous. How could this be? She had just been rejected not long ago. How could Master Su take on a disciple now? Master Su, aren't you backstabbing Juo? Dongfangju looked at Su Cheng beside her, unable to help but ask. Master Su, is what she said true? Su Cheng at this moment was like an ant on a hot pan. He couldn't offend either of these two ladies. What true? She said you agreed to accept her as a disciple. Who? Li Shiryao. Dongfangju's mind was filled with 3 words. Why? What's wrong with Li Shiryao? She said you agreed to accept her as a disciple. Who? Su Cheng didn't dare to continue the conversation, playing dumb. Using the famous mathematical formula, the Dongmei theorem. Communication is not a skill, it's an art. Playing dumb is also an art. Dongfangju understood that what Shiryao said was mostly true. But looking at Su Cheng's expression, it was also forced. Clearly, she arrived first. How did this guy manage to get ahead? While feeling jealous, Dongfangju was curious about how this guy made Su Cheng submit. How did Shiryao do it? Can you teach me, sister? Dongfangju moved closer to Li Shiryao, looking like a good sister. What do you mean, how did she do it? Li Shiryao looked adorably dazed. Just now watching Su Chengwen unleash a powerful move for quite a while. How did you get Master Su to agree to take you in? At this moment, Dongfangju wouldn't think Li Shiryao was foolish. In fact, he suspected this guy might be deliberately putting on a silly facade to gain sympathy. Although it was hard to believe, it couldn't be ruled out. This cute appearance was likely a persona this guy had meticulously crafted. In reality, she was not foolish at all. Just like Master Su hiding her cultivation level to avoid being disturbed by the world. Upon careful thought, this girl hadn't missed a meal, and the holy mountain treated her like an ancestor. Her cultivation level was also on par with hers, and now she practiced celestial-level techniques, perhaps even surpassing her in strength. Moreover, she had joined the Lingxian Hall. Wow, so it turns out, system, this guy is actually pretending to be foolish, right? Searching. According to System Search, there is no such possibility. Li Shiryao's actual intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a 9-year-old child. Impossible. How could someone so young be so scheming? What about 10 years old? Wouldn't she have the entire Lingxian Hall under her control? Li Shiryao glanced at Dongfangju's expression and didn't pay much attention, casually saying. Shiryao told Master Su that she could sleep with him every day, and he agreed. Su Cheng had just taken a sip of water and sprayed it all out. Cough, cough. This has nothing to do with poetry. Su Cheng quickly explained, but Dongfangju's eyes seemed to say, I see. Is there more? Dongfangju wasn't listening to what Su Cheng was saying, grabbing Li Shiryao to continue asking. Li Shuyao had a puzzled expression. More? I think Master Su liked me very much, just shy and embarrassed to say it. Dongfang Ju felt a bit dissatisfied at this moment. You can say Yi Qing Han is one thing, but is she even worse than this silly Yao? Master Su, do you really look down on Ju that much? Su Cheng also had an awkward expression. Couldn't Dongfang Ju be a bit more tactful? How could he respond to that? There was a misunderstanding. Li Shuyao began to join in the fun, her little mouth starting to speak the truth. Yes, Sister Dongfang misunderstood Master. I accidentally slept with him for a night. And that is why he likes to sleep with Shuyao. Silly Yao, thank you very much. You really dare to say anything. This was actually a misunderstanding. Accidentally sleeping with Master Su for a night? You were too careless. Dongfang Ju was not a fool. A misunderstanding that ended up in bed? Ju, understood. Dongfang Ju only regretted not thinking of it first. Even though she was a princess, Master Su absolutely deserved her. Dongfang Ju pondered. What had she been hesitating about these days? As long as Master Su became her man, what was the importance of discipleship? Just as she was about to speak, a loud shout pulled the three back to the arena. 9 Rainbow Spirit Sword. Yi Qinghan was also taken aback. This guy really had a big move. And this scale was no less than Li Shuriao's demon-slaying sword array back at Lingxian Hall. In an instant, true energy swept across the entire arena, continuously battering the protective barrier for the audience. The continuous booming sounds stunning many cultivators in the stands. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Indeed, this was the long-lost spirit sword. Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised as she assessed this grand sword move. She truly didn't expect this guy could unleash such a large-scale attack. The sword energy condensed into a pale white entity, as if it could destroy the entire arena with a single blow, looking incredibly powerful. Indeed, it looked incredibly powerful. You are strong. You have earned Qinghan's respect. Yi Qinghan grinned, flicking her long sword and stretching her wrist. Yi Qinghan slowly lowered her body, placing the long sword by her side, recalling every movement Master had demonstrated. In fact, Yi Qinghan only remembered the movements before and after Master Su's sword strike. As for the intermediate process, Yi Qinghan hadn't seen clearly. Yu Chengwen floated in midair. This was a move he had prepared to secure the top spot in this match. But he didn't expect to use it in the first round. According to the original plan, this ultimate move should have been saved for the semifinals. But who would have thought that the first round would encounter Yi Qinghan, this cheat? Yu Chengwen understood Yi Qinghan's meaning and immediately replied, "It's what I wished for." As soon as he finished speaking, the white sword light descended. And Yi Qinghan instantly reacted, shouting, "Snow bounce." Su Chang was also stunned. This stance, this guy really learned it? On one side was the white sword light, and on the other was the golden flow of light. The golden flow collided with the sword light. It decisively severed it, completely piercing through. Su Chang and the audience could only see this much. The rest was the smoke covering the entire arena, because the scale of the spirit sword was simply too massive. The entire audience was silent. One must know that relying solely on physical strength to counter such a sword move was nearly impossible. Although they saw the golden flow penetrate the white sword light, such an attack was still difficult for the physical body to withstand. At this moment, the outcome of the match was still a mystery, just waiting for the overwhelming smoke to dissipate. They saw Yi Qinghan standing there completely unharmed, while opposite her was the already exhausted Yu Chengwen. At this moment, the wall behind Yu Chengwen had been blasted apart. The audience was unclear, but Yu Chengwen could see very clearly. If Yi Qinghan hadn't deliberately avoided him, that sword strike would have meant certain death for him. I concede, Miss Qinghan indeed lives up to her name. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder announced the winner of this match. The winner, Lingxian Hall, Yi Shurhan. Yi Qinghan herself was completely unable to feel happy. It shouldn't have been like this. Chapter 71. Relying on feeling facing the audience, she slightly bowed to her master. And only then did Yi Qinghan turn around and clasp her fists. Thank you for your guidance. The arena and the audience were separated by a barrier. Although Yi Qinghan could basically ignore this fragile barrier, she obediently circled back to her master's side. Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yi Qinghan truly didn't expect that snow bounce was even harder to comprehend than the frost sword technique. She thought her moves were almost identical to Master S. But in reality, Master S sword strike was much faster and didn't show any sword energy at all. But even so, she had no doubt about Master S words that a mortal could slay gods. She was very clear that the power was absolutely beyond her comprehension. There must have been something in the process of Master S sword strike that she hadn't noticed. Li Shuyao and Dongfang Zhu were both stunned. Why was Yi Qinghan coming back from the match not very happy? But they didn't know that Yi Qinghan originally wanted to show off in front of Su Cheng, but ended up missing an opportunity. No worries. Qinghan has already comprehended to this extent, which is quite good. Snow bounce, I also learn it secretly. As for teaching, I can't teach that. Snow bounce relies on a feeling. There's nothing to teach. However, although I can't teach, I can still see the mistakes. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan quickly spoke up. Please guide me, Master. Since Master said she would only demonstrate once, she naturally didn't dare to pester Master again. But pointing out a mistake shouldn't be too much to ask. It's not about guidance. Everyone has their own way of using snow bounce, and you can only rely on your heart to comprehend it. However, I see that when you strike, you're more imitating my movements, which isn't necessary. The essence of snow bounce lies in being light and relaxed. The sword has form, but the sword intent is formless. Do you understand? Yi Qinghan was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? The earlier words weren't too hard for Yi Qinghan to understand. So it should mean to strike with a posture that feels comfortable for herself? But what does it mean that there's form and formlessness? However, if I say I didn't understand, wouldn't that make me look foolish? Yet, she really didn't get it. The big fox, not much shorter than Su Cheng, snuggled up to Su Cheng and began to act cute. Master, do you mean that Qinghan should relax her body more? Now, Master wants to relax a bit. Qinghan, don't be anxious. Just focus on practicing the sword technique I taught you. Does Master think I'm foolish? Don't you want to teach me anymore? Yi Qinghan's expression was pitiful, and she looked like she was about to cry. Just kidding. How could I dislike my precious? It's just that this technique can only be understood slowly, and I can't help you. How could that be? The snow flicking technique is not an ordinary move. If you're too eager for quick success, it will be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and you won't achieve much. Dongfang Zhu and Li Shuyao were both stunned by what they heard. Dongfang Zhu was almost mesmerized. That sword technique wasn't even the best. Master Su still had secret moves that even Yi Qinghan found difficult to comprehend. Could this be Master Su's family secret technique? Shuyao wanted to learn it too. Master, please teach Shuyao as well. Yi Qinghan originally didn't mind, but she couldn't learn the snow flicking technique even after watching Master demonstrate it. It would be a miracle if they understood it. However, upon hearing Li Shuyao say to let Master teach her, she immediately felt unbalanced. The cat in Master's arms arrogantly said, "This move was taught to Qinghan by Master. You can learn something else. No stealing from your senior sister." Dongfang Zhu was shocked. She really didn't expect Yi Qinghan to actually acknowledge Li Shuyao. Yi Qinghan was very protective of her territory. She didn't like it when others looked at her master. Yet she accepted Li Shuyao, just like that. Li Shuyao had a proud look, as if saying, "I'm capable." Shuyao wanted to learn this. It sounded powerful. And if senior sister couldn't learn it, once Shuyao mastered it, she could protect senior sister. Yi Qinghan immediately got anxious. What was going on? You haven't even entered the door yet. How dare you compete with senior sister? Nonsense. Who said I couldn't learn it? I'll go back and study it. I can definitely master it. Besides, I don't need Shuyao to protect me. Actually, I only know this one move. I can't teach anything else. After the preliminary round ended, the next competition would be in 10 days. Yi Qinghan planned to return home, thinking of finding an opportunity to probe Master S thoughts about the rules of the heavenly Tao, as she didn't know much about it. No, Li Shuyao, you haven't even entered the door? Started yet? And you, Li Shuyao, why are you following along? Yi Qinghan glared at Dongfang Zhu. Although she didn't dislike her that much, she didn't have any good feelings towards her either, feeling that Dongfang Zhu had too much on her mind and was scheming. The key point was that the demoness from the demon clan couldn't be killed, according to Master's intention. This Dongfang Zhu was most likely also blessed by the luck of the human race, so she probably couldn't be killed. No, can you not be so cold? It makes me seem like a bad person. Dongfang Ju was speechless. Yi Qinghan was her biggest stumbling block after she joined the Lingxian Hall. But she had no way to deal with Yi Qinghan. Not to mention that Su Cheng treated the eldest disciple Yi Qinghan as his own and spoiled her. She simply wasn't Yi Qinghan's opponent. Yi Qinghan sat in the middle of the courtyard, simply running through her cultivation method for a week before starting to operate the Ling Frostsword technique. Li Shuyao had originally planned to practice a bit, but seeing Yi Qinghan cultivate for the first time, the aura was so overwhelming that Li Shuyao couldn't settle down, so she and Dongfang Ju simply watched on the side. As Yi Qinghan stood up, her usually gentle gaze in the Lingxian Hall revealed a fierce sharpness. In an instant, the four dummies began to move, surrounding Yi Qinghan. The immortal-grade long sword struck the dummy, making a metallic clashing sound that startled the two watching. Sister Dongfang, aren't those dummies made of wood? And their movements are very agile. Their techniques are quite fluid. To be honest, I don't understand either, but that dummy must be much stronger than us. Really? Of course. Haven't you seen your sister Qinghan using the Ling Frost sword? The two exchanged words, watching as Yi Qinghan fought fiercely with the four dummies, occasionally falling into a disadvantage. Shuyao, what do you think the cultivation level of that dummy is? Dongfang Ju was shocked. Just now, if Yi Qinghan's sword strike were placed outside, it could probably cut a mountain in half. But striking the dummy only left a sword mark. It must be at least at the late nascent soul stage, right? After watching for a while, Li Shuyao realized that the dummy's cultivation level was far higher than it appeared. Dongfang Ju felt it had to be at least at the late transformation stage and possibly even stronger than Su Zhanfeng. Damn it, didn't Yi Qinghan say she rarely cultivates? Didn't she say she mostly serves master? So your cultivation is just one person fighting against four core formation experts? Looking at Yi Qinghan, Dongfang Ju even felt that this was just morning practice for her. Just keep cultivating. Who can surpass you? Qinghan, stop playing and come help me. Dongfang Ju was shocked. Playing? Master Su, where did you see that Yi Qinghan is playing? Yi Qinghan got distracted and was pushed back by the dummy's palm, so she simply stopped her cultivation. Taking out 2 pills from her pocket, she tossed them into her mouth and replied, coming. Chapter 72. Master's indulgence. Yi Qinghan was called away, and Bai Yao became curious about the dummy. Imitating Yi Qinghan, she walked up and stomped her foot, but the dummy didn't react at all. Isn't it supposed to be used like this? In the Lingxian Hall, Su Cheng sat in a chair. Next to him was a golden circle. Master, please feel free to instruct Qinghan. Qinghan, stop messing around. You're becoming more and more like a mage. A sword fairy should have the demeanor of a sword fairy. Don't always think about becoming dodgy. Yi Qinghan didn't know who dodgy was, but understood that Master was teasing her. However, she didn't mind. Qinghan, I have a treasure to give you. As Su Cheng spoke, he picked up the golden circle beside him and smiled, saying, this treasure is called the diamond cutter. It can transform in countless ways, is impervious to water and fire, and can strike anything. With this diamond cutter, you can collect various weapons and magical treasures from your opponents. Its uses are endless. If you have this, I believe that no matter what despicable means Cheng Liang uses, you can easily deal with it. To be honest, I didn't think of this at first, but then I thought if I have the banana fan, this diamond cutter must also be available. Yi Qinghan nodded in surprise. It was so powerful. Master really had a lot of treasures. So all of Master S' treasures were obtained by robbing? Yi Qinghan was also testing the waters, thinking she might hear some shocking secret, but there wasn't any. Instead, it seemed that Su Cheng's inner thoughts at this moment couldn't be heard. It seemed that anything related to Master S' background or the origins of magical treasures couldn't be detected by her mind reading. Qinghan was very curious. Master? The disciple doesn't dare. Yi Qinghan knew that Master spoiled her, but she was always cautious about such matters. Yi Qinghan was very clear on when to act cute, when to admit fault, and when to be strong. As a disciple, the reason for overstepping could never be curiosity. Qinghan has something she doesn't understand. May I ask Master to clarify for me? Su Cheng didn't mind and said lightly, Qinghan, feel free to speak. Yesterday, Qinghan encountered a sneaky demon woman following Master and planned to kill her. Yi Qinghan didn't rush to finish speaking, intending to first hear Master's opinion. A demon woman? Following me? It must be Su Muchan. Why is this person not going to find Cheng Liang, but following me? That shouldn't be the case. Su Muchan shouldn't be here to assassinate Cheng Liang, right? Did you kill her? Su Cheng asked tentatively. She didn't think Cheng Liang's woman would die so easily, but Yi Qinghan had the Ling Frost sword technique now, which was extremely powerful. According to Qinghan's principle of leaving no grass behind, she might not be unable to kill her. Yi Qinghan planned to do that. But someone saved her. Someone saved her? Could it be someone from the Heavenly Tao Pavilion? Though this heroic act of saving a beauty may seem a bit foolish, it is quite in line with that guy's character. Who is it? The disciple does not know, but that person claims to be the Tao of Heaven's rules, and can even receive the supernatural powers stored in the jade slip by the master. Yi Qinghan also tested it, although she felt that there was probably no one who would impersonate the Tao of Heaven's rules to avoid affecting the master's judgment. Saying she didn't know was the best answer. To be able to receive my supernatural powers, it seems that it is most likely the Tao of Heaven's rules. Is he a threat to you? Master, do not worry. With your protective treasure, the Tao of Heaven's rules cannot harm Qinghan. He only asked the disciple to spare the woman named Su Muchan, whom the disciple does not know. This name may also be false. Her real name is indeed Su Muchan, and she is a demoness of the demon clan. But you say the Tao of Heaven's rules asked you to spare Su Muchan? Su Cheng was also a bit surprised. Is the Tao of Heaven's rules so unremarkable? Yi Qinghan did not care about Su Cheng's surprise. This gentleness was exclusively for her master, and she was not prepared to leave a good impression on strangers. That person who claimed to be the Tao of Heaven's rules did not show his face throughout, but his tone was very humble. Although the disciple relied on the master's treasure and could stand undefeated, it would be quite difficult to kill him. First, the disciple does not understand the master's attitude towards the Tao of Heaven's rules. Second, there is indeed no complete assurance of being able to capture or kill the Tao of Heaven's rules. Third, that Tao of Heaven's rules said that Su Muchan is tied to the fate of the demon clan. If she dies, it might affect the balance of the world. Therefore, after that Tao of Heaven's rules guaranteed that Su Muchan would not act against Lingxian Hall, I let her go. No wonder my precious Qinghan, logical in her actions, knows how to measure. Even if Qinghan narrates, I can guess how humble that Tao of Heaven's rules is. However, this also serves as a wake-up call for me. Although we have countless treasures, you and I, master and disciple, are not immortal, nor are we invincible in the world. Similarly, this encounter with the Tao of Heaven's rules also gave Yi Qinghan the same feeling. Even King Yi Yin is not invincible. He can't even deal with a small Tao of Heaven, which is simply embarrassing for the master. Master, do not be disappointed. The disciple will definitely work hard to cultivate and will capture that Tao of Heaven to toast you one day. When did I say I was disappointed? It's actually normal for a foundation establishment stage to be unable to defeat the Tao of Heaven's rules. That is not necessary. I'll just drink some spirit fruit brew. No need for those strange things to toast. Qinghan need not worry. The Tao of Heaven's rules is also bound by rules and cannot interfere excessively with us. Moreover, with the treasures the master has given you, he cannot do anything to you. Su Cheng frowned. This Su Muchan, compared to the Tao of Heaven's rules, is actually much more troublesome. Su Muchan is a demoness of the demon clan. Logically speaking, if left alone, she should go find Cheng Liang. But why is she targeting me? If we follow logic, I should win her over. Even if we can't become allies, we shouldn't let her join the Tao of Heaven Pavilion and become an enemy. But this girl is originally Yi Qinghan's fourth junior sister. The two sisters are a combination of demons, one a demon emperor and the other a demon king. Both exceptionally beautiful and equally difficult to deal with. Yi Qinghan was a bit surprised at this moment. Is the master planning to start doing serious business? It seems her training these days was not in vain. The master is finally ready to stand tall and be a person. However, thinking that the master wants to bring all these beauties into Lingxian Hall, she still felt a bit worried. She didn't want anyone to take away the master's love for her and wanted to be the master's sole favorite. No, it's too dangerous. Qinghan is still young, only 16, and merely at the foundation establishment stage. How can I risk bringing wolves into the house? If the situation develops beyond control, wouldn't that harm Qinghan? It's better not to interact with people from the Tao of Heaven Pavilion. With that thought, Su Cheng slowly spoke, Qing Han in the future. Try not to provoke that Su Mu Chan. However, you must understand, not provoking her is one thing. If someone tries to harm you, you must not care about anything else and must kill them first. Whether the world is balanced or not, I don't care. If you suffer grievances, I will feel unbalanced. Yi Qing Han felt that the master's words were igniting a fire in her heart. The master still loves her. Qing Han's sister, save me. Just as Yi Qing Han was about to speak, she heard Dai Yao shouting for help outside the hall. Chapter 73. Group sightseeing. Su Cheng helplessly smiled with affection, waving his hand to signal Qing Han to hurry. Yi Qing Han also looked helpless. How long had she been gone? And this Dai Yao was already causing trouble. Having just heard the master's words, she wanted to dedicate herself to the master, or at least be able to sweetly act spoiled with the master. Yet, Dai Yao was causing a ruckus at this time. Rushing out of the main hall, Yi Qing Han saw Li Shuyao, bruised and battered, being chased around the courtyard by a dummy. Qing Han's sister, quickly save Shuyao. Didn't you say you would protect me? You can't even defeat a dummy. Yi Qing Han walked over helplessly, while Dongfang Zhu dared not intervene. Dongfang Zhu also watched for a while. That dummy was ridiculously strong, and if she helped, it would clearly be two people being chased and beaten. Li Shuyao saw her savior coming and quickly ran towards Yi Qing Han, jumping into her arms. In fact, Li Shuyao had fought with that dummy for a few rounds, but after a few sword strikes, she was knocked away and then chased and beaten. She had no chance to fight back. The dummy was impervious to swords and fire, and she couldn't do anything about it. Qing Han's sister, hurry, it's coming. Yi Qing Han pressed Li Shuyao's head down with one hand and kicked the dummy aside with her foot, pulling Li Shuyao to the center of the courtyard. Have you learned your lesson? Li Shuyao looked aggrieved, her body covered in bruises, half of her little face swollen, but she still had a defiant look. Shuyao, this is not. Yi Qing Han said helplessly, don't be fooled by this dummy's lack of tricks. Its realm is there, and its strength and resilience are not something that a golden core stage like Shuyao can handle. Li Shuyao sat to the side. Her originally small, aggrieved expression became even cuter due to her swollen face. Dai Yao, this thing is very dangerous. If Shuyao wants to play, she needs to find a master to adjust the dummy to an appropriate level. Eat 2 of these. Yi Qing Han took out some quick-acting recovery pills and fed Li Shuyao too. What is this? By the time she asked this question, Li Shuyao had already finished eating. Quick-acting recovery pills. What effect they have, I don't know, but they were given by the master. Yi Qing Han didn't have many other spiritual pills, but she had plenty of quick-acting recovery pills, all prepared by the master for her. The effect was indeed immediate. Soon, Li Shuyao was lively again. Although it wasn't a serious injury, such an effect was already very strong. Qing Han's sister, has the spirit pool hall gotten bigger? Has it? Ye Vinkan, hatten, tenotijit. But upon hearing Li Shuyao say this, it did seem to have gotten bigger. As she spoke, Yi Qing Han also intended to go take a look. It was likely that the spirit pool hall had been upgraded by the master. The 3 of them gathered at the door and seemed to hear someone inside. It seemed that sect leader Su was inside. Dongfang Zhu glanced at the 2 and then at the long robe hanging in the cubicle, clearly indicating that Su Cheng was inside. Dongfang Zhu believed that given Yi Qing Han's level of respect for the master, she would definitely not disturb Su Cheng while he was bathing. Just as Dongfang Zhu guessed, when Yi Qing Han saw Su Cheng's long robe hanging in the cubicle, she turned around and left. Li Shuyao and Dongfang Zhu, like new interns, did nothing but follow Yi Qing Han to see how the old employee did things. Following Yi Qing Han back to the room, upon opening the wardrobe, a unique fragrance belonging to Yi Qing Han wafted out, exactly matching the alluring scent that naturally emanated from her. Taking out a long robe that had been specially scented, she carefully folded it on the bed before returning to the spirit pool hall. After putting away the replaced long robe, Yi Qing Han casually took the robe that master had hung nearby, then looked towards the spirit pool hall. Sister Qing Han? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't let master find out. Yi Qing Han quickly covered Li Shuyao's mouth and then shot a warning glare at Dongfang Zhu. The 3 of them tiptoed and peered through the crack of the door. What should we do about Li Shuyao? How can the sacred mountain trust me with the saintess? She is the saintess. If it weren't for Cheng Han arriving in time, she would have died in my hands last time. Although Li Shuyao is quite pitiful, Cheng Han is equally important. If it weren't for Cheng Han rewriting the future, she should have already been a disciple of the Heavenly Path Pavilion by now. I owe her nothing emotionally or logically. I've already helped her break free from a life of being treated as a toy. Isn't that enough? What a mess this is. Wow. Sister Cheng Han, keep your voice down. Yi Cheng Han gently patted Li Shuyao's golden-haired little head as a warning. Then her gaze fell on Dongfang Ju. Cheng Han, haven't you done this kind of thing a lot? What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Yi Cheng Han rolled her eyes and continued to enjoy the beautiful scenery while eavesdropping on their thoughts. Why do these tangled problems always fall on me? The mother fox has likely already discovered the issue with the desire-ending bracelet. These past 2 days, she hasn't even worn that fake bracelet, which means she knows I wouldn't want to teach her a lesson. One mother fox is already hard to deal with. If another little fool comes along to make a pair, the roof of Lingxian Hall will be torn off by the two of them. But now, the words have already been spoken, and it's hard to back out. If I refuse her now, the sacred mountainside will have something to say about it. Damn it, what the hell is the Heavenly Path Pavilion? Cheng Liang, it's all your fault. Now I have to clean up your mess. All your women are coming to cling to me. They won't stop until they kill me. The Northern War has also started. You should take Dongfang Ju to quell the rebellion. Then on the way, flirt with Su Muchan. Bring them all into your harem. Now everything is in chaos. The medicine that can cure Li Shuyao is in your hands, but you refuse to give it to her. The list of rebels is also in your hands, but you won't give it to her either. If it weren't for the frost sword being able to suppress the innate seductive bones and demon nature, I would have to beg you for Cheng Han. Upholding the heavenly path, my ass. At this moment outside the door, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Yi Cheng Han and Dongfang Ju exchanged glances, then turned to look at Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao's adorably confused little face was filled with doubt. Medicine? But Shuyao isn't sick. Why does she need medicine? Sister Cheng Han, Shuyao is very healthy. She doesn't need medicine. Yi Cheng Han felt that compared to the list of rebels in the north, it seemed that Shuyao's condition was more urgent. Dongfang Ju's rosy face had also lost its shyness at this moment. She had just learned about the northern situation and was still in the stage of suspicion without revealing her thoughts. Sister, your saliva dripped on Shuyao. Yi Cheng Han couldn't be bothered with those trivial matters, quietly admiring the scene before her. Master has such a great figure. Even when Master is angry, he is so handsome. I love Master so much. Dongfang Ju is the king of the north. If her subordinate generals have rebellious intentions, she would also be held accountable. But the key is, how did Su Cheng know? From the tone, it seems he clearly knows about this matter, and even knows that Cheng Liang has the list of rebels. But why would this list be in Cheng Liang's hands? If so, why not tell me directly? One mystery after another emerged in Dongfang Ju's mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. If so, should she still go to the Heavenly Path Pavilion? Chapter 74. King of the North having gained some cultivation, Su Cheng gradually sensed that something seemed off. Is there someone in the spirit pool hall? Cheng Han? Is that you? As he spoke, Su Cheng turned to look at the door. In a flash, Yi Cheng Han acted swiftly, pulling both little fools back and ducking her head. Then, pretending nothing happened, she replied, Master, Cheng Han came to prepare a change of clothes for you. Thank you, Cheng Han. Su Cheng, you still think Cheng Han would come to spy on you while you bathe? My eldest disciple is the purest flower blooming on the mountaintop. How could she do such a thing? Cheng Han is so considerate. I misunderstood you. It's all my fault. This is what a disciple should do. Yi Cheng Han thought to herself that it was good, although she believed that even if discovered, Master wouldn't punish her for this, and even if punished, it wasn't a big deal. It was actually quite thrilling. However, as for being a pure flower and all that, Yi Cheng Han didn't care. Being with Master was what mattered. Cheng Han, I must remind you, if you encounter someone from the Heavenly Path Pavilion in the arena, remember to use the diamond cutter to take away their weapons and magical treasures. I have a feeling someone has already set their sights on you. That Cheng Liang guy just looks human, but can't handle any human affairs. For that so-called Heavenly Path, he is unscrupulous against his enemies. You must be cautious. Yi Cheng Han still remembered the necessary etiquette through the door and bowed respectfully. Cheng Han remembers Master S teachings. After saying this, she pulled a still cluelessly Shuyao and Dongfang drew away. Sister, Shuyao can help Master wash clothes, Li Shuyao said as she tried to take Su Cheng's clothes, feeling that it was already hard for her sister, and now she had to wash Su Cheng's clothes. No way. I've been sleepless for several days. Daijiao, don't even think about it. Yi Qinghan clutched the clothes and returned to her room, then stuffed the pillow into the long robe and tried to hug it. The familiar scent and the familiar touch. Ah, it feels so good. Everything is returned. Perfect. Yi Qinghan turned her head with a grin, looking at the dumbfounded duo of Zhu and Yao. What are you looking at? This is what only the eldest disciple can enjoy. So, sister isn't washing clothes? Are you stupid? If I wash it, there won't be Master's scent anymore. I'm just borrowing it for 2 days. I prepared a lot of clothes for Master. He won't notice. Li Shuyao still didn't understand why they had to put Su Cheng's clothes on the pillow. So sister really hates Master, and that's why she takes this as a substitute for Master to vent her anger? Remembering how Yi Qinghan had just held the pillow tightly in the long robe, as if trying to strangle it, Li Shuyao felt that Sister Qinghan was truly pitiful. Dongfang Zhu was originally just a bit surprised. She didn't expect Yi Qinghan to have such a little girl side, but she wasn't too shocked. However, Daijiao's one sentence truly left her speechless. Yi Qinghan was also taken aback. Daijiao had now firmly decided that Master was a bad guy, especially after witnessing Master spank her. If it were someone else, Yi Qinghan could still suppress them by force, but Li Shuyao was someone who didn't respond to hard tactics. Yi Qinghan felt that even if she beat her now, she would think Sister Qinghan was doing it for her own good, not wanting her to get involved in danger. After thinking it over, Yi Qinghan felt that this was the only way. Li Shuyao wouldn't yield to her intimidation. Even if she beat her to death, she would probably still have to speak well of herself afterward. Li Shuyao, if you dare to harm Master, I will cut ties with you. Li Shuyao clearly panicked a little and hurriedly said, Sister, don't be angry. Daijiao, who hadn't cried even when chased by a fake person, was scared to the point of almost crying by Yi Qinghan's words. She quickly ran over and grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand. Shuyao doesn't want to harm Master. I just don't want Sister to be wronged. I'll listen to Sister, okay? Please don't cut ties with Shuyao. Seeing the little one about to shed tears, Yi Qinghan's heart softened and she rubbed Li Shuyao's head. However, Li Shuyao was just like that. She could cry at any moment, laugh at any moment. And when she saw that Yi Qinghan wasn't angry anymore, she started to smile foolishly and act cute. Turning away from Li Shuyao and Yi Qinghan, Dongfang Zhu quietly crept closer to Su Cheng. At this moment, Su Cheng had finished bathing, changed into a new set of clothes, and was practicing calligraphy. Dongfang Zhu was also used to this. It seemed that Su Cheng never had any serious business to attend to. Su Cheng was determined to delay Li Shuyao's apprenticeship for as long as possible, so he was not in a hurry, thinking that there might still be changes. Su Thamin, can Zhuer come in? Dongfang Zhu stood at the entrance of the main hall, being very cautious. Compared to the eldest disciple Yi Qinghan and the future second disciple Dai Yao. As the only outsider, she naturally had to understand the rules. Zhu, come in. Is there something you need? Su Cheng was not one to bully a girl, especially since she had not committed any offense. With Su Cheng's nod, Dongfang Zhu was not polite. Since she was here to seek guidance, it was better to be straightforward. Zhuer has some matters and hopes that Su Zhangmin can provide some pointers. Feel free to speak. Su Cheng actually did not want to hear her out, mainly worried that this girl would still want to become his disciple. Although there were many empty rooms in Lingxian Hall, he really couldn't handle so many women. Zhuer, inheriting her father's position, served as the northern general in the military, but recently encountered a strange matter. Su Cheng frowned slightly and said seriously, Are you asking about the troop rotations at Zhoushan Pass, Mo Pass, and Liha Pass? Dongfang Zhu was taken aback, huh? Mo Pass and Liha Pass have also rotated? This was military confidential information. Su Cheng had been around Yi Qinghan and herself these days. How did he know more than she did? Su Zhangmin even noticed this? Just heard a bit. Su Cheng turned his back, adopting a mysterious demeanor. In reality, he was struggling to deal with Dongfang Zhu's beautiful face. Dongfang Zhu also rushed to Su Cheng's side, repeatedly seeking clarification. As the military commander, she was in charge of all military affairs, and such important troop rotations should have been under her directive, yet it had not gone through her hands. She wondered how Su Zhongmin viewed this. Su Cheng was speechless. You're stating it so clearly and still asking me what I think. If you're the commander and you don't know about troop movements, why ask me? Whoever ordered the movements should be executed. Leave no one related. What else is there to discuss? I'm not the northern general. Since Zhu had discovered the problem, her purpose this time was probably not just for that. She could speak frankly. Su Zhongmin has supreme abilities. I wonder if you could find out who is behind this. If Zhu takes action, it will inevitably lead to bloodshed, and the common people will suffer from the chaos. Su Cheng understood that Dongfang Zhu was not a bad person. Compared to Yi Qing Han and Su Muchan, who were infatuated with love, Dongfang Zhu was a rare, refreshing presence in Cheng Liang's harem. She was kind, upright, optimistic, and truly cared for the people. Her concern for the common people was not just an excuse to impress Su Cheng. With her skills, dealing with a few rebel troops would be more than enough. The reason she had not acted yet was to avoid war, if possible. It must be said that among the generals, Dongfang Zhu was indeed a breath of fresh air, not seeking military achievements, indifferent to fame and fortune, wholeheartedly caring for the people. In Yi Qinghan's words, she was a bit naive, but she was indeed qualified to be a saint. I'm not as capable as you think, nor can I predict the future. Not to mention that the common people have nothing to do with me. Even if I want to help, I am powerless. Chapter 75. Fate without destiny. Dongfang Zhu did not believe it. Seeing Su Cheng's hesitation earlier, she understood that Su Cheng was very clear about the names on the list of rebels. Name: Su Cheng. Favorability: 264. Dongfang Zhu noticed the increase in favorability and was somewhat surprised, although she did not understand why. Did she say something that made Su Zhongmin happy? Su Zhongmin, could it be that you have some unspeakable difficulties? Or do you not trust Zhu? Favorability: 153. Su Cheng turned around again, thinking that the biggest unspeakable difficulty was that he wanted to live, and he wanted to protect his disciples. What was wrong with that? But this world was like this. If you were weak, you would be bullied. If you were strong, you would invite jealousy. Before Qinghan grew up, Su Cheng had to be this way. With 1 or 2 magical treasures, he might be able to fend off ordinary enemies. But facing future great horrors, that was far from enough. Without corresponding strength, even the innate supreme treasures would be no different from firewood. Most magical treasures. Qinghan could not even exert 1/10 of their original power. Yi Qinghan did not understand this. But Su Cheng was very clear that on the road to becoming a demon emperor, Yi Qinghan would encounter countless strong opponents. His eldest disciple needed to carve a path through hardships and dangers to reach that future. His eldest disciple needed his master's companionship and protection to touch the throne of the demon emperor. I indeed do not have any good methods, but I can recommend someone to Zhu, my junior brother Cheng Liang. He will surely have a way to solve your problem. At the same time, Yi Qinghan next door was taken aback, shocked. Not even 1/10? Is she that weak? Would Cheng Zhongmin be willing to help Zhu? Dongfang Zhu also tested this, pretending to appear anxious. This matter concerned the safety of the people within the pass. Zhu dared not take risks, thinking that since Su Zhongmin and her father were old acquaintances, he would not harm her, which was why she came to seek Su Zhongmin's assistance. Favorability: 264. Dongfang Zhu seemed to understand that Su Zhongmin also cared about the safety of the common people, but once it involved Lingxian Hall and Yi Qinghan, he would not care about anything, and the favorability would drop sharply. Cheng Liang, supported by the heavenly way and its fortune, would certainly not ignore the common people if you approach him humbly for help. Dongfang Zhu understood now. She felt a sudden realization. If Su Zhongmin really cared about the heavenly mandate, then the words meant to guide her were clearly unnecessary, as he fundamentally did not care about the consequences of violating the heavenly mandate. There were only 2 people in Lingxian Hall, apart from Su Cheng. There was only Yi Qinghan. If Su Cheng was not worried about himself, then he could only be worried about Yi Qinghan. So Su Zhongmin thinks I would threaten Yi Qinghan? That's why he intentionally distanced himself from me? No wonder that Li Shiyao just chased after Yi Qinghan, calling her sister, and was accepted by Su Cheng. But I can't. Thank you, Su Zhongmin, for your guidance. Zhu will take her leave now. The matters in the military could not be delayed. Dongfangju's main purpose for this visit was also to seek advice. Now that she had received a clear answer, she intended to head to Tiandao Pavilion immediately. All right. Yi Qinghan watched Dongfangju leave, even a bit surprised. Has this girl become enlightened? Outside Lingxian Hall, Dongfangju stepped out the door, feeling a strange sadness. Was it truly fate without destiny? She, Dongfangju, had never been treated this way before, but this indescribable feeling seemed to be a wonderful experience. Growing up amidst admiration and adoration. The psychological gap, Dongfangju felt at this moment was also inexplicably large. But what was there to regret about something that had not been obtained? If it were envy, she was not lacking in food or clothing. What was there to envy? Now that she understood Su Cheng, Dongfangju felt a bit confused about herself. She patted her face, adjusted her smile. The expression management of a princess was also very important. Go prepare some gifts and head to Tiandao Pavilion. Yes. The attendant waiting outside, Lingxian Hall, responded loudly. As soon as Dongfangju left, the people from the Holy Mountain arrived. Master, the second elder has come to see Shuriyao. Su Cheng looked at the second madam, bouncing along with the first madam, feeling a bit dizzy. Don't run so fast. Be careful of the steps. Where did Yi Qinghan get such a set of clothes for Li Shuriyao? Can't she see that they are too small? If these two daji are allowed to stay in Lingxian Hall, I fear I might lose 10 years off my life. Su Cheng also changed into a different outfit. After all, he was an elder of the Holy Mountain, and he had to show some hospitality. After dressing the two disciples, he walked to the door. Elder Sure. Su Cheng slightly nodded in greeting. After all, he was the sect leader and could not lose his identity. Elder Shimingyi had come prepared for poverty alleviation. Although Li Shuriyao had spoken about how grand and vast Lingxian Hall was, he had never taken it seriously. This is not the first time he has come to this place. He has never seen such a large and magnificent immortal residence. So besides the celestial materials and treasures, in the 6 rites of apprenticeship, he also prepared some food, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat for Master Su. Such an immortal residence truly opens the old man's eyes. Shimingyi originally thought that bringing so many celestial materials and treasures might be a bit excessive for this Su Cheng, but at this moment, he only felt that he had brought too little. Damn, if only Li Shuriyao were a bit more reliable. If only she had been more detailed in her explanations. He wouldn't have had to discuss such a foolish idea of bringing chicken, duck, fish, and meat with a few elders. Su Cheng smiled and repeated the words he used to fool Dongfangju. As a delicate woman, it is not appropriate for me to dwell in a humble abode. So I have slightly used some immortal magic. Master, look, the second elder has come with the betrothal gifts. Shuriyao, this is the apprenticeship gift. Shimingyi just wanted to seal Li Shuriyao's mouth at this moment. Although he didn't know how this guy managed to cling to Su Cheng's big leg. He shouldn't be so embarrassing. Su Cheng smiled and said, Shuriyao is innocent, no harm done. Elder Shur, please come in and speak. The Lingxian Hall is just a hall without doors, but if there is no one to guide or a token, it is impossible to enter. However, standing here, one can already see the golden and resplendent halls inside. This is indeed a true immortal residence. Taking advantage of Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan turning around to lead the way, Shimingyi hurriedly sent someone to pass on a message. Go back and prepare 30 boxes of valuable gifts. Pick the good ones. Then hurry up and send them to the Lingxian Hall. Originally, he thought that the small courtyard outside was the Lingxian Hall, and he felt that bringing so many things was a bit extravagant, even wanted to take Li Shuriyao back. But at this moment, he just wanted to slap himself twice. Truly, he had underestimated people. Li Shuriyao could be favored by the immortal Su based on her own strength. It can only be said that she is indeed the Holy Maiden, now that he thinks about it. Yi Qinghan's arrogance at the entrance of the secret realm indeed had its foundation. With such a powerful master, what was wrong with taking her? What does it matter if it was an immortal level technique? They simply do not care. It seems that what Shuriyao said about bathing in spiritual liquid is likely true. Now looking at it, Li Shuriyao being chosen as the Holy Maiden indeed has its reasons. The way immortals see people is indeed different from that of ordinary people. They can see through the surface and see the essence. It seems that Yi Qinghan's special treatment of Li Shuriyao is mostly because Su Cheng has long been fond of Li Shuyao. Ah, our holy mountain's treasure is rising. Chapter 76. The Holy Maiden's Family Cheng Han. Make tea. Yes, Shi Mingyi has lived his whole life, and he has finally seen this day. It feels like a father seeing his daughter getting married, and he feels an immense sense of comfort, but more is reluctance. Su Cheng and Shi Mingyi sat facing each other at the table, looking at each other in silence for a long time, and finally, Su Cheng broke the silence. Elder Shi, are you worried about Shuyao? Shaking his head, Shi Mingyi was just regretting not listening to Li Shuyao's advice and bringing more apprenticeship gifts. This thing is like a married daughter. The apprenticeship gifts are like a dowry, which gives the family confidence. Although at this moment he understands that Su Cheng is deliberately concealing his cultivation level and probably looks down on these things, he still cannot let Shuyao be looked down upon by the disciples of the same sect, right? Shi Mingyi did not think of letting Li Shuyao overshadow Yi Cheng Han. He just did not want Li Shuyao to look like a little pitiful thing, or else people would think that our Holy Mountains people were all dead. With Su Cheng's abilities, the fame of the Lingxian Hall will come sooner or later, and by then, the position of this direct disciple will be hard to come by. Not to mention that Su Cheng probably does not care about these things. Shi Mingyi's thoughts were in chaos. He hoped that Li Shuyao could have a good home. But he was also worried about the little fool being wronged and afraid that the little fool would cause trouble. It seems that with Su Cheng's unparalleled abilities, Shuyao can have such a celestial fate, so there is no need to worry. I am just an ordinary cultivator, a mortal, establishing a sect and passing on what I have learned in my life. I cannot speak of celestial fate, although Shuyao has some shortcomings. She is innocent and has no bad intentions. In this apprenticeship, I ask Master Su to take care of her. I know your thoughts. Although Shuyao has the intelligence of a child, this is exactly the path that the Holy Maiden must take. If she is concerned about the world, she must be willing to sacrifice something. But Elder Tu does not need to worry. I have my ways to ensure her safety. After hearing this, Shi Mingyi had an even better impression of Su Cheng and thought to himself, indeed, Master Su is extraordinary. At this moment, Su Cheng also unknowingly accepted this little fool. Li Shuyao, come here. When Li Shuyao heard her master call, she hurriedly ran over. Master, I saw the second elder brought a lot of delicious food. Can you make something tasty for Shuyao? Running to Su Cheng's side, she spoke and stuffed a live chicken into Su Cheng's hands. Okay, you sit with the second elder for a while. He must have a lot to say to you. Su Cheng said kindly, taking the flapping chicken from Li Shuyao's hand and leaving. Is the second elder reluctant to part with Shuyao? Li Shuyao looked adorably confused, saying things that even adults found hard to express easily. You've grown up, Shuyao, so fast. Second elder, don't say such things. The stories the sixth elder told Shuyao are all about people who are about to die. Haha, I'll go beat him up. Always telling our holy maiden those bad stories. Her smile seemed to really infect those around her. With just 2 sentences, Li Shuyao made Shi Mingyi laugh heartily. How was the Lingxian Hall? How does Yi Cheng Han treat you? How does Master Su treat you? Li Shuyao sat at the table, completely disregarding etiquette, tilting her head as if she was thinking. All pretty good. Sister Cheng Han takes good care of Shuyao, and Master occasionally makes delicious food for us. Shi Mingyi was taken aback. He had been very attentive when she mentioned this last time. You mean Master Su personally cooks for you? Elder Shi, are you silly? There are only 3 people in the Lingxian Hall, so of course, it's Master who cooks for us. No wonder. Just now when the gifts were moved into the courtyard, regardless of what treasures they were, Yi Cheng Han didn't even glance at them. Only the food was personally. Shuyao, do you know what your master and Sister Cheng Han like? Li Shuyao thought for a moment. Master likes Sister Cheng Han, and Sister Cheng Han seems to like Master too. Sister Cheng Han liking Master is something she only recently discovered. She would sneak peeks at Master bathing and would wash Master's clothes. As for Master liking Sister Cheng Han, Li Shuyao thought that as a man, he should like Sister Cheng Han. If a man doesn't like Sister Cheng Han, there must be something wrong with him. Shi Mingyi adjusted his expression. Isn't this stating the obvious? He also knows that the master and disciple like each other. If they didn't like each other, why would Su Cheng take in Yi Cheng Han? Moreover, that Yi Cheng Han only acts like a person in front of Su Cheng. As long as it's out of Su Cheng's sight, she is the worst in the world. What else? Does Shuriao know anything else? Li Shuriao held her adorable little face. Deep in thought, Sister Qinghan likes money or valuable things. Master seems to like writing and cooking. Oh, Sister Qinghan also really likes to eat the dishes Master makes. And Shuriao likes them too. Shi Mingyi seemed to ponder, then called his subordinate over. Did you hear? According to the Holy Maiden's request, return to the Holy Mountain and bring whatever is valuable. Shuriao didn't make any requests. Master has no demands for Shuriao either. Shuriao, you don't understand. This apprenticeship is not just your matter. Li Shuriao jumped up, as if she thought of something very interesting. Does Elder Shi want to be an apprentice too? Then Elder Shi can be Shuriao's junior brother. I'll beat you up. No respect. As he spoke, Elder Shi waved his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, to scare Li Shuriao. Li Shuriao has now joined the Lingxian Hall. She is so cool. I am now a person of the Lingxian Hall. If you beat me, I will go find the senior sister. Master is Su Cheng. Senior sister is Yi Qinghan. Do you dare to hit the second disciple of the Lingxian Hall? Do you know how the Pingyuan sect perished? Oof. However, Li Shuriao also knew that Elder Shi wouldn't hit her. Over the years, several elders had treated her well, even more patiently than their own daughters. Shi Mingyi looked helpless. Li Shuriao hadn't even joined a Lingxian Hall yet and had already learned bad habits. I mean, shouldn't there be some formality for the saintess of the Holy Mountain to take a master? If it's too shabby, Shuriao would be looked down upon in the Lingxian Hall, and the Holy Mountain would also be disrespected. The senior sister said that the only requirement from the master for the disciples is to be happy every day, and the master never urges the senior sister to practice anything. Shuriao felt that no one would look down on her. Shi Mingyi thought, you didn't mention this last time. Haven't you seen Yi Qinghan practice? I've only seen it once. This morning the senior sister practiced for a bit before the master called her to help. Does Yi Qinghan rarely practice? Sister Qinghan basically spends most of her time by the master's side, helping the master grind ink or assist with tasks. What about you? Shuriao wanted to help Sister Qinghan, but Sister Qinghan refused. Why? Last time, when Shuriao wanted to help Sister Qinghan wash clothes, Sister Qinghan said she was the only one allowed to wash the master's clothes, and Shuriao had no chance. Shi Mingyi was taken aback. What's going on? She hasn't even joined the sect yet, and they're already squeezing my saintess? Shuriao didn't understand. She thought Sister Qinghan was just diligent and didn't want her younger sister to do these things. But Shi Mingyi wasn't foolish. This was the cleverness of Yi Qinghan. Luckily, he asked a question. Otherwise, who knows what else could happen? Since Shuriao had joined the Lingxian Hall, she couldn't slack off anymore and should learn from her Sister Qinghan, right? But Sister Qinghan wouldn't let Shuriao do anything, just told her to eat well, sleep well, and play freely. This one do what you here for? Do you remember? Li Shuriao looked serious, feeling that Shi Mingyi's question was rather silly. To play with Sister Qinghan. What else? Chapter 77. Senior Sister Shi Mingyi spoke earnestly, explaining a lot to Li Shuriao, and only then did she understand. Elder Shi meant to serve the master just like one would serve father? Exactly. Think about it. Why does sect leader Su value Sister Qinghan so much and give her all the good things? Isn't it because she is very dedicated to sect leader Su? Shuriao didn't want anything good, and besides, she hadn't seen her father. She just wanted to be with Sister Qinghan. Yi Qinghan came over with tea and happened to overhear their conversation. To be honest, she wasn't surprised by Shi Mingyi's words. But Li Shuriao really touched her a bit. The master must know all this, which is why he is willing to accept her, if that's the case. Then Qinghan can naturally accept her too. Yi Qinghan didn't feel like she was being protective. Well, if one must say, she was a little protective. However, more than that, she wanted to protect the master she had worked so hard to obtain. She didn't like Dongfang either, because Yi Qinghan clearly understood that guy had ulterior motives and didn't care about the Lingxian Hall or about taking a master. Perhaps Dongfang would never realize the difference between him and Li Shuriao, but as long as he didn't understand this principle, Yi Qinghan wouldn't truly accept him. Shuriao, pour tea for Elder Shi. The second elder doesn't like tea, so Sister Qinghan doesn't need to worry about him. Li Shiyao was also quite familiar with the second elder, not being overly formal. Yi Qinghan didn't mind either. The Lingxian Hall has always been this way. And Li Shiyao was also very satisfied with the requirements of the Lingxian Hall. That is, they don't give face to anyone. Elder Shi. The master means that tonight Sister Qinghan will preside over the apprenticeship ceremony, and we hope you can understand. Elder Shi was taken aback. Does this mean the Holy Mountain cannot participate in the saintess's apprenticeship ceremony? Seeing that Shi Mingyi didn't speak, Yi Qinghan smiled and continued, Elder Shi. Don't think too much. Sister Qinghan's apprenticeship was the same. For the Holy Mountain, it's merely a formality. If the Holy Mountain needs it, the master can also give enough face to the Holy Mountain. How could that be? Sect leader Su is so capable. To be willing to accept the saintess is a blessing for the Holy Mountain. Yi Qinghan smiled. It seemed Shi Mingyi was somewhat understanding. There's one more thing. Regarding the apprenticeship gifts, the master means they're already sufficient, regardless of the amount. The master will accept Shiyao. Once this was said, Shi Mingyi truly began to look at Yi Qinghan and Su Cheng in a new light. He could see from Yi Qinghan's eyes that she wasn't just being polite. Senior sister, Elder Shi said to give more betrothal gifts. Otherwise, we will be looked down upon. Li Shiyao poked her little head between the two, making Shi Mingyi feel quite awkward. Yi Qinghan smiled and ruffled Li Shiyao's hair, then looked at Shi Mingyi seriously and said, once you join the Lingxian Hall, no one will look down on Shiyao. The senior sister came empty-handed, without giving anything to the master, yet she is still the eldest disciple. Although she was looking at Shi Mingyi, she referred to herself as the senior sister, clearly indicating that this wasn't just directed at Li Shiyao alone. People with little influence can't rely on such methods to gain respect. Only when you are strong enough will people listen to you and respect you. At this moment, Shi Mingyi truly had a change of heart towards Yi Qinghan. This Yi Qinghan was far superior to the saintess. She had her youthful arrogance, her exceptional talent, and her formidable strength. One must say, Su Cheng indeed has a good disciple. Shi Mingyi clasped his fists. I have been taught. Yi Qinghan also slightly nodded. As the eldest disciple of the Lingxian Hall, she would only bow to one person, and that is the master. Elder Shi, you're being too serious. Under Li Shiyao's lead, Shi Mingyi managed to tour the Lingxian Hall. Aside from the Wanyu Pavilion and the Three People's Quarters, they basically visited everywhere. Li Shiyao even specifically took Elder Shi to visit the Spirit Pool Hall, proving that she wasn't fooling around. She really did bathe in spirit liquid. However, the experience was still not for him. He didn't have that fortune. The Spirit Pool Hall only had the Master's changing room and the disciples' changing room. Although Yi Qinghan had already said that the apprenticeship gifts were sufficient, Elder Shi still brought 2 more batches of gifts, which were very much to Yi Qinghan's taste. All valuable treasures. There were antiques, paintings, gold, and silver items, everything one could think of. One must say, the Spirit Mountain is indeed wealthy. Until night fell. When Shi Mingyi left with his people, Li Shiyao finally settled down. Yi Qinghan and Li Shiyao sat in the pavilion in the courtyard. Yi Qinghan felt that the time was nearly right, so she spoke up. Shiyao, do you really want to join the Lingxian Hall? Shiyao was taken aback. Was her senior sister silly? Senior sister? What's wrong? Of course, Shiyao truly wanted to join the Lingxian Hall. Then do you know what it means to take a master? It means Shiyao can be with senior sister forever. Li Shiyao tilted her head. Although she sensed Yi Qinghan's emotional changes, she couldn't grasp it. Once you join the Lingxian Hall, you will be the master's direct disciple and my junior sister. Yi Qinghan paused, seeing that this little fool seemed to be pondering, then continued. From a moment you become a disciple, the master will treat you as his own, imparting all his lifelong knowledge to you. From the moment you become a disciple, I will take care of you in every way, loving you like a real sister. From the moment you become a disciple, I and the master will be the closest people to Shiyao. Sister and master will protect you with our lives. Taking a master means respect. You need to respect the master and senior sister. Taking a master means responsibility. You must bear the name of a direct disciple of the Lingxian Hall. Taking a master means growth. Shiyao must strive to practice and continuously grow. Li Shiyao stood there in a daze. She just wanted to be with Sister Qinghan, to play together every day and be very happy. Hearing so much from her senior sister at this moment made her feel a bit guilty, thinking she was somewhat unworthy of the importance placed on her by her senior sister and a master. Yao hadn't he thought about so much? Did she make a mistake? Yi Qinghan smiled. Neither she nor the master would blame this little fool. Perhaps if she didn't want to take a master anymore, the master wouldn't be angry. Yao can think it over. I and a master will be waiting for you in the main hall. Yi Qinghan slowly stood up, feeling that she had made herself clear enough. Although Li Yao had the intelligence of a 9-year-old, she was not a fool. In fact, Li Yao understood people's expressions and emotions better than most. She just needed some time to think. Sister, what's wrong? Yao was a bit afraid, tugging at Yi Qinghan's sleeve, not wanting her to leave. She wanted her sister Qinghan to stay with her. After knowing each other for so long, it was the first time she found her serious demeanor so frightening, even more than the god-slaying sword array. Don't worry, no matter what choice you make. Master and your sister will not blame you. Really? Li Yao leaned her little head forward. Now that the Holy Mountain had sent the betrothal gifts, she realized that becoming a disciple was so complicated. She disliked Sister Qinghan, and at first, she only wanted to protect her, but over time, she found that Qinghan seemed to really like Master. Yao even forgot that Qinghan had once said that Master was a big bad guy, and she almost attempted to assassinate him for Qinghan. Of course it's true. Even if Yao decides not to become a disciple, no one will blame you. Okay, Yao has one more question for Sister Qinghan. Li Yao rarely put on a very serious expression, and with her little wife-like face, she looked somewhat inexplicably charming at that moment. All right, go ahead. Yi Qinghan had a feeling she already guessed the question, but she still needed to hear it from Li Yao. Sister Qinghan, do you really like Master? Do you truly like him? Chapter 78. The ceremony of taking a master. Yi Qinghan held Li Yao's little head, her face full of affection. Of course, sister likes Master, loves him very much. Very, very much. Li Yao stared thoughtfully into Yi Qinghan's eyes, as if trying to find some clues there. However, in those fox-like eyes, there was nothing but love and admiration for Master. After saying that, Yi Qinghan turned and returned to the main hall to meet Master. Qinghan, have you made everything clear? Yi Qinghan simply tidied her clothes and managed her expression before nodding. She had explained everything to her and gave her time to think. You seem to really like her. Cheng, sitting nearby, was counting the 6 gifts prepared for the second disciple. As the senior sister, Yi Qinghan naturally had to prepare gifts for Li Yao as well. Compared to Cheng, Yi Qinghan did not think Li Yao would have any intention of withdrawing. The gifts had long been prepared and were quietly lying in the box. Hearing Master's words, Yi Qinghan looked back at him, returning a meaningful expression. Is it not obvious? If it were someone else who dared to make me wait for her, you would have exploded by now. But seeing Qinghan has a close friend like Yao is also nice. Though this girl seems a bit tsundere, what is there to be shy about? After a long while, Li Yao slowly stepped into the main hall with a determined expression and sharp eyes, having shed her usual childishness and cuteness. Yi Qinghan and Cheng remained silent, but it was not a show of attitude. After all, since it was a ceremony for taking a master, it was only natural that Master would not speak first. She walked gracefully to the center of the hall, looking up at Cheng, who was seated high up, and then at Yi Qinghan beside him. She had made up her mind. All that was left was to kneel. Master, I shall first toast. Originally, seeing Li Yao walk in so seriously, they thought she had finally become serious, but it turned out they were overthinking. Is that you, Sister Qinghan? Cheng laughed, thinking that Yao's ceremony would be more solemn, but it seemed he thought too much. Well, this is you. If Yao really became serious, I'd probably lose sleep over it. Yao, there's no need to rush. Just take your time. The ceremony is just a process, and I don't mind. Thank you, Master. Li Yao was extremely nervous at this moment, of course knowing she had misspoken. Yi Qinghan smiled, unexpectedly finding that this silly Yao could also be nervous, and stepped forward to guide her. The complicated steps were skipped by Yi Qinghan. The Lingxian Hall did not emphasize these things, and Master did not care about them either. Please, the direct disciple Li Yao performed the 3 bows of respect. First bow, respect for the Master, establishing virtue. This was Li Yao's first time taking a master, and she had never thought so much about it, but at this moment, there was no hesitation. She simply followed her sister's instructions and performed the bowing ceremony properly. Second bow, imparting knowledge, teaching, and resolving doubts. Li Shiyao's face was serious, but she couldn't help but think of a wedding ceremony, which also involved 3 bows. Clearing her mind, Li Shiyao earnestly performed the bow. It was like making a pact. Since she was taking a master, she had to be a good disciple. Third bow, gratitude for the master's grace, with heaven and earth as witnesses. Is there no reciprocal bow? Shouldn't the first bow be to heaven and earth, the second to the parents, and the third to the spouse? Li Shiyao felt it was a bit unfair. Why was she the only one bowing? But remembering that Sister Qing Han said to respect master, it seemed to make sense. Yi Qing Han smiled and stepped forward to help her little sister up, with a face full of affection. Su Cheng also understood that it was his turn now, sorted out his thoughts, and began to speak. Disciple Shiyao has a pure character, is eager to learn, and I wish to accept you as the second direct disciple of the Lingxian Hall. The way of the master lies in imparting the Tao, teaching knowledge, and resolving doubts. The way of the disciple lies in avoiding pride and impatience, respecting the master, and being studious. Since you have entered my sect, I shall treat you well, share my knowledge, and teach you through words and actions, with strict requirements. I hope Shiyao will diligently practice, respect the master and the Tao, and learn the immortal methods to attain the great Tao. Hearing this, Li Shiyao was somewhat moved. She felt a bit guilty for not taking it seriously at first. Clearly, both master and sister valued her so much, and the Holy Mountain also took the ceremony very seriously, yet she only just realized what taking a master truly meant. Li Shiyao bowed again in gratitude. This time she acknowledged this master. Yi Qinghan's barely noticeable smile flashed by, and then she handed over the tea that had been prepared earlier. Please, the direct disciple, serve tea to the master. The 2 disciples stood together, each with their unique charm. One was a disaster for the nation, while the other brought peace and prosperity. Li Shiyao presented a serene and dignified expression, carefully holding the teacup, walking gracefully over, and at this moment, she truly exuded a sense of a virtuous wife, causing Su Cheng to be momentarily lost in thought. Slowly taking the teacup, Su Cheng smiled contentedly. It seems everything was predestined. The so-called fate is not controlled by man, but man can still conquer destiny. The ceremony for taking a master was complete. The ceremony at the Lingxian Hall was different, with some variations in the steps, such as master's return gift coming after the ceremony was completed. To be honest, Su Cheng did not want to conduct the ceremony, for someone who disliked trouble. It was too terrifying. However, since it was about accepting a disciple, perhaps it was an indispensable part for both sides, and perhaps every time he recalled this moment, it would be a meaningful memory. Remembering when he accepted Qing Han, he had been picking vegetable leaves at the market the day before, with no one to preside over it. It was Yi Qing Han who had requested to learn, performing the 3 bows for taking a master herself. It was also Yi Qing Han who brewed tea and served it herself. That unfortunate master knew nothing. Perhaps it was Qing Han who taught him how to be a master. Su Cheng took a light sip. Although it was exquisite enlightenment tea, it had cooled and carried a slight bitterness. However, Su Cheng did not mind. This time of waiting was also to ensure that Shiyao did not join the Lingxian Hall without understanding, but rather made a thoughtful decision after realizing what she was doing. Shiyao, I have prepared 6 gifts for you as a token for entering the sect. Li Shiyao was somewhat surprised. She had never heard of there being gifts, or she wouldn't have been so conflicted. I didn't expect there would be gifts. Master, are they delicious? No. Then what are they? Su Cheng did not rush to answer, only gesturing for Yi Qing Han to bring them over. Not long after, Yi Qing Han brought the prepared 6 gifts from Su Cheng's room, which were also divided into 3 upper gifts and 3 lower gifts. The upper 3 gifts were the chaos bell, the flowing light skirt, and the jade pendant prepared for you by the master as a direct disciple. The lower 3 gifts were a pair of bells tied with red strings at the ankles, a gourd whose purpose was unknown, and a life-saving elixir, just like Yi Qing Han's. Su Cheng did not provide much introduction about the lower 3 gifts, but they were all prepared for Li Shiyao, so they must have some peculiarities. Yi Qing Han was aware of the meaning behind the upper 3 gifts, the binding of heart, body, and feelings. However, the desire-restricting bracelet, which her master had not explained in detail, had the power to suppress demonic traits. Yet, Yi Qinghan understood that her master simply did not want her to get into trouble, which was why he hadn't mentioned it. Chapter 79. Sisters Yi Qinghan was basically familiar with the upper three gifts. The jade pendant was the same. She also had a celestial grade skirt. And she had even used the chaos bell once or twice. As for the elixir among the lower three gifts, she had an identical one, and according to her master, with this elixir, even if someone had 1 foot in the gates of hell, the master could pull them back. As for the bells and the gourd, Yi Qinghan had never heard of them or seen them before. Is this all for Shuyao? Li Shuyao looked incredulous. Master is so nice to me. Su Cheng smiled. Li Shuyao was a living expression pack, very amusing. Yes, but the master has a few words to remind you. The chaos bell is a personal magical treasure of the master. Today, it is given to Shuyao, and you must carry it with you like Qinghan. It must not leave your side. Li Shuyao nodded adorably. Mimicking her senior sister's tone, Shuyao will remember Master S teachings. All right, it's getting late. You and Qinghan should go rest. I will teach you the cultivation method tomorrow. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. Huh? Is this right, master? The two beautiful women nodded and did not disturb Su Cheng's rest any longer. As the second disciple, Li Shuyao occupied another room next to the master. But she did not return to her own chamber. Instead, she followed Yi Qinghan back to her room. Sister? Since master bestowed gifts, Shuyao doesn't dare to keep them all to herself. I'll keep the chaos bell, and the rest can go to sister. Li Shuyao looked like a pitiful little one who had been coerced, her expression submissive. Since earlier, she felt that after her sister saw those treasures, her mood had been off. Yi Qinghan was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Do you think your sister is jealous of the treasures master gave you? Yi Qinghan laughed so hard that she shook, finding Li Shuyao very cute. No, Shuyao received master S gifts, so naturally I must share with sister. Do you think your sister is being polite with you? The 6 gifts are master S initiation gifts to you, and you dare to give them away? If I tell master, be careful of getting your bottom spanked. Upon hearing that she might get spanked, Li Shuyao's face turned pale with fear. Come, sit down, and listen to me. Since Yi Qinghan accepted this junior sister, she naturally became more patient. Supporting Li Shuyao to sit down, Yi Qinghan slowly began to speak. These 6 initiation gifts are a sign of Master S importance to you, symbolizing your identity as a direct disciple. Each item is more important than life itself. Shuyao must take care of them. Li Shuyao nodded but still asked, does sister have them too? Of course. Although the 6 gifts are not exactly the same, they are similar. You have the chaos bell, I have the frost sword, you have the flowing light skirt, and I have the water sleeve glaze skirt. We all have similar items. Li Xiao silan li nudda, visibly relaxing. Yi Qinghan secretly smiled, realizing that this little fool was quite perceptive and knew how to handle things. Does sister know what these treasures are for? Li Shuyao dumped all 6 gifts given by master onto Yi Qinghan's desk, not to show off, but simply because she didn't know their uses. The chaos bell is a defensive magical treasure. I've used it twice, and it's very powerful. Yi Qinghan picked up the chaos bell and casually examined it. Really? It doesn't look that special to me. Li Shuyao compared it to Yi Qinghan's frost sword and sword box, feeling that her sister's magical treasure looked much cooler. But this one looks like it was stolen from some temple. Shuyao shouldn't underestimate the chaos bell, although it looks ordinary. I can assure you that this magical treasure is definitely not inferior to my frost sword. After explaining, Yi Qinghan introduced everything she knew about the gifts to Li Shuyao and clarified that the chaos bell couldn't be placed in storage space. But I don't recognize these bells and gourd. Has sister never seen these 2 magical treasures? The number of Master S treasures is countless. I've seen a few and used even fewer, but any that can be given as gift to Shuyao are definitely artifacts far beyond celestial grade. Qinghan must take good care of them. Far beyond celestial grade? Li Shuyao nodded and shook the bell in front of her, seemingly not sensing any magical power. Compared to her sister Yi Qinghan's seemingly battle-ready 6 gifts, these appeared somewhat shabby. Yi Qinghan pinched Li Shuyao's little nose. This little fool wasn't being picky, and then she personally tied the bell around Li Shuyao's ankle. Can Shuyao not wear it? It feels like a little dog. No, what master gave to Shuyao may not be the best in rank, but don't doubt it. What Master gave to Shuriao is definitely the most suitable for you. Li Shuriao nodded skeptically, then shook her ankle, and a crisp, pleasant bell sound immediately rang out. Clearly, Sister didn't tee with the bracelet given by Master. She faked it to fool Master and only switched to the real one when going out. As Li Shuriao spoke, she didn't forget to tug at Yi Qinghan's sleeve. Why don't you learn from Sister S strengths? Yi Qinghan felt increasingly exasperated with the silly girl, sensing that this person was truly not clever when being foolish. But when she was smart, her reactions were astoundingly quick. I must say, this girl observes quite attentively. Anyway, starting today, Shuriao is my junior sister, and Sister will also give you a gift. Wow, really? Really? Yi Qinghan also mimicked Li Shuriao's cute mannerisms, and she had to admit it looked quite similar. Yi Qinghan didn't hide it and pulled out a delicate box from somewhere. Inside was the bracelet she had taken from Li Shuriao back then. Isn't this the one Shuriao gave to Sister? Li Shuriao scratched her golden-haired little head, her small brain filled with confusion. Sister is giving back what she took. Sister wants to apologize to Shuriao. I'm sorry, Shuriao. Li Shuriao was even more confused. She knew Yi Qinghan's temperament, who had mostly only apologized to Master her entire life, let alone saying sorry. Sister didn't know this was the heirloom left by Shuriao's mother. After finding out, I immediately thought of a way to redeem it, paying 4 times the price. I hope Shuriao can forgive Sister. I truly didn't know back then. Li Shuriao was stunned, speechless, as tears slipped from her eyes. She had always wanted to get her mother's bracelet back, but the only person she could think of who could retrieve it from Yi Qinghan was one. However, that person had also had their sword taken by Yi Qinghan and had yet to get it back. Shuriao has never blamed Sister. Yi Qinghan understood the feeling of losing loved ones. However, she had escaped from the Northern Realm, and her mother had not left her any relics. Thus, for her junior sister's only connection to her mother, even if it cost 4 times the price, a total of 200,000 taels, she had Su Zhanfeng redeem the bracelet back. That night, Li Shuriao slept in Yi Qinghan's room. The frost sword hall wasn't cold, but all night. Li Shuriao curled up in Yi Qinghan's embrace. Chapter 80. Treatment of New Disciples. The 2 sisters woke up very early. As today Master said he would teach Li Shuriao the cultivation method, and Li Shuriao was very excited. Sister, what are you doing? Why do you keep asking silly questions? Am I washing my face or drinking water? Shuriao heard Elder Lu say that fox demons are very clean and often use magic to groom their fur and clean their bodies. Doesn't senior sister do that? Li Shuriao stood by, looking curious, as if she were on a scientific adventure. The Master said that eating, sleeping, washing face, and brushing teeth are also part of cultivation. When Li Shuriao heard this, she wondered if it was true. Why had the Master never told her? Senior sister, does the Master not like me? Why has he never spoken to me? And why doesn't he let me help him wash his clothes? Shuriao couldn't be impatient. Hadn't she heard the Master say yesterday to be humble and not impulsive? She felt that senior sister really needed to be humble. Senior sister, I was wrong. Oh. As Li Shuriao spoke halfway, Yi Qinghan reached out to smack her bottom, and Shuriao quickly ran away. Senior sister, see? I told you. You need to be humble. Before Li Shuriao could finish, she saw something thrown at her by senior sister and hurriedly dodged. In the sleeping quarters, Su Cheng had just finished washing up, and with Li Shuriao around, the morning became lively. Although she hadn't yet formally acknowledged him as her master, the system had sent her the apprenticeship reward. It was no different from Yi Qinghan's, but while Yi Qinghan had sword techniques in addition to cultivation methods, Li Shuriao only had the cultivation method. Early in the morning, Lingxian Hall was lively as well. Following the sound, Yi Qinghan, who was about to punish Li Shuriao by pressing her on the table, quickly dropped her domineering demeanor and bowed to greet Master. Li Shuriao narrowly escaped and quickly got up to bow and greet. Good morning, Master. Qinghan, continue, Su Cheng said with a smirk. Not thinking Yi Qinghan would bully anyone. Instead, he figured it was Li Shuriao's little mouth that had probably provoked Qinghan. As soon as Li Shuriao heard this, she immediately ran behind Su Cheng and used him as a shield. Hey, Master, what are you doing? If the Master were to protect Shuriao, Qinghan would surely have an opinion about it. How could the Master be accused of favoritism? Su Cheng laughed heartily. Li Yao was quite amusing. Though her mouth was a bit too talkative, she was indeed entertaining. Master, please don't tease Yao. You've scared her. Seeing Li Yao's comical expression as if she had entered a wolf's den, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. All right, this is the cultivation method I prepared for you. Just throw away the one you were practicing before. As Su Cheng spoke, he tossed the mysterious cultivation method onto the table. It was called the mysterious cultivation method, not because it was particularly mysterious, but because it was genuinely called mysterious cultivation method. Su Cheng was unable to view or practice it. With Yao's comprehension, he figured there was no need for him to elaborate. She could understand it on her own. By the way, Yao, I wasn't teasing you just now. Now that I've given you the cultivation method and treasures, if you work hard to cultivate and manage to bully Qinghan, I'll help her. Li Yao listened to this and felt that the master was being unreasonable. You gave me a cultivation method, not a cheat. Pressing senior sister on the table? Li Yao felt that even if the master himself tried, he might not be able to press Qinghan down. She couldn't even imagine what expression Qinghan would have if she were pressed on the table. It was beyond her understanding. However, Li Yao didn't take it too seriously. Senior sister wouldn't really hit her. It was just playful banter between girls. Then she looked at the cultivation method on the table. Hey, master, where's the method? Just as she wanted to take it, it was gone. As Li Yao spoke, she began to circle around looking for it, even checking under Yi Qinghan's skirt, but she just couldn't find it. Yi Qinghan, holding her skirt, was speechless. Didn't I tell you last night? The master's cultivation methods are quite special. You don't need to carry them around in your bag. They're stored in the spiritual platform. Is there a spiritual platform in Lingxian Hall? Didn't you just put it on the table? Let go first. Stop lifting my skirt. Li Yao quickly released her grip and took 2 or 3 steps back. Yi Qinghan let out a long breath, feeling as if she had taken on a disciple. Qinghan's legs are truly going to take my life. Luckily, this world doesn't have stockings, or I'd be dead before you became a demon emperor. Qinghan, go buy some groceries for me. Yi Qinghan had initially wanted to explain to Li Yao, but upon hearing the master's words, she turned around in a daze. Master, there's still plenty in the kitchen. Su Cheng just smiled. Qinghan will go now. Yi Qinghan was initially a bit confused, but upon meeting the master's gaze, she immediately understood. The master could give her the chaos bell, which was trust in itself, so why worry? The masteress looked merely wanted Yao to comprehend the cultivation method on her own. It seems Li Yao was also a prodigy. It was just that she was here now, so she wanted her senior sister to help with everything. The two of them left, and although Li Yao felt a bit strange, she indeed couldn't find any flaws. Why is everyone gone? Yao pouted, looking quite pitiful. Li Yao reluctantly watched as the two walked away in opposite directions, like sand slipping through her fingers. She wanted to call out to the master, but he ran off, and when she turned to call senior sister, she was already gone. Li Yao began to search for what senior sister had mentioned. The spiritual platform. It wasn't until it was almost mealtime that Yi Qinghan and Su Cheng finally came out of the room, but by then, Li Yao was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Li Yao was soaking in the Lingxi Hall, running the cultivation method. She had searched through the entire Lingxian Hall and finally found the Lingxi Hall, only to realize something. She simply soaked in the pool and started to run the cultivation method. Initially, she didn't think much of it, but as she began to practice, something fell off. The moment she switched cultivation methods, her original golden core cultivation suddenly dropped to the mid-foundation stage. How did I? But she clearly felt herself getting stronger. Why had her cultivation regressed to the foundation stage? Li Yao didn't believe it and continued to run the method, but the more she practiced, the more anxious she became. Practicing this mysterious method not only didn't yield any progress, but instead kept regressing. She was now at the early foundation stage. If this continued, she was afraid she would regress back to the qi refining stage. Senior sister, woo, help me, Yao. Li Yao ran out crying, completely undressed. However, Su Cheng was busy cooking, and only Yi Qinghan was outside the hall. Seeing the naked Yao crying like a distressed flower, she hurried over. Yao, why aren't you wearing clothes? Senior sister, the master is bullying me. I practiced the method he gave me, and now I'm only at the early foundation stage. If I keep practicing, I'll regress to chi refining. Li Shiyao was both angry and aggrieved, feeling that the master was intentionally putting her in a difficult position because she was a new disciple. Truly, the master was a bad guy. Although Yi Qinghan saw that Li Shiyao was at the golden core stage, she understood the reason behind it. Compared to the master's method, Li Shiyao's golden core was essentially the strength of the 8th or 9th level of qi refining. Chapter 81, Master. In fact, to Yi Qinghan, Shiyao's golden core was just the strength of the 8th or 9th level of qi refining. Yi Qinghan looked at Li Shiyao with a helpless expression. This little girl surely thought the master was bullying her. Senior sister, it's not like that. Shiyao is truly at the golden core stage. Although I'm playful, the elders are very strict, and I've never slacked off in my cultivation. Li Shiyao, naked, nestled in senior sister's arms, shook her head like a rattle drum, wanting to explain to her senior sister, but couldn't articulate it clearly. Yi Qinghan had a look of helpless affection as she picked up Li Shiyao in a princess carry and brought her back to the Lingxi Hall. First, the master's physique probably wouldn't withstand such a magical attack. Second, this habit of not wearing clothes needed to change. In the female disciples' changing room, Li Shiyao cried until she was tired and even hiccuped. All right, stop crying. Senior sister was the same when she was cultivating. Although her realm dropped, Shiyao, you really have become stronger. So what if you drop to the foundation stage? ISNT senior sister also at the mid-foundation stage? Li Shiyao sat opposite, feeling extremely wronged at the moment. After so many years of cultivation, she had finally reached the golden core stage, but in such a short time, she had fallen back to the early foundation establishment stage. Do you believe in your sister, Shiyao? Yi Qinghan smiled as she squatted down in front of Shiyao, her face full of joy. Shiyao believed in her sister, but the master's technique was like this. When her sister was cultivating back then, she had dropped to the first level of qi refining. Didn't that hammer those geniuses? Really? When Li Shiyao heard that her sister had been the same back then, she felt much better. Although Shiyao was only at the foundation establishment stage now, her strength was more formidable than her previous golden core stage. Really? The corners of Li Shiyao's mouth slightly curled up. She believed her senior sister wouldn't lie to her. If she didn't believe it, she could just go find that dummy to test it out. Li Shiyao, still somewhat skeptical, continued to circulate her technique. Senior sister, don't go. Help me take a look. Okay. Yi Qinghan had no choice with this junior sister. If people saw them, they would hardly believe that the king of Hell Yi would be so patient with someone other than the master. On the other side, Su Cheng, humming a tune, brought the stir-fried dishes to the table but couldn't find the two disciples. Hey, Qinghan, Shiyao, where did you run off to? Cool meat. Over here. Li Shiyao had also circulated her technique for a whole cycle before jogging over with her senior sister to eat. The two little gluttons, like starving ghosts, exchanged greetings and then started devouring their food. Li Shiyao's consumption of the master's technique was quite exhausting, and she was already starving. She wasn't at the golden core stage anymore, so she was indeed hungry. However, even when she was at the golden core stage, she couldn't get enough to eat all day long. Yi Qinghan was used to it. According to the master, 3 meals a day was also a part of cultivation. She could fast, but it wasn't necessary. For Yi Qinghan, this was part of nurturing feelings with the master. After Li Shiyao wolfed down 3 bowls of rice, she unexpectedly served a piece of meat to the master, leaving Su Cheng quite taken aback. With Yi Qinghan's explanation, Li Shiyao now understood that the master's technique was indeed fine. She had misunderstood the master. She wanted to apologize to the oblivious master, and serving the meat from her bowl was already the maximum extent of her goodwill. This was a treatment that had only been enjoyed by Yi Qinghan before, indicating that Shiyao was willing to be good friends with the master. This girl is unexpectedly quite sensible. Yi Qinghan just smiled. This girl had just said the master wanted to harm her. Master, how do you use this chaos bell? Can you give me a sword too? Li Shiyao was now good friends with the master and naturally wouldn't be polite. It's a chaos bell, not a wonton. This chaos bell is given to you for my own considerations. It suits you better than a sword. Do I have that many swords? All my swords have been taken by your senior sister. Go ask Cheng Han for one. As for how to use it, you can use it however you like. This is an ultimate defensive treasure. As long as your cultivation is sufficient, even if you smash it, you can crush your enemies. As long as Shi Yao could wield the chaos bell like Cheng Han wielded the frost sword, she would naturally understand how to use it. Li Shiyao tilted her head and complained in front of Su Cheng. After all, they were good friends, so it didn't matter. Sister Cheng Han, does the master always speak so mysteriously? Shi Yao didn't understand. Yi Cheng Han chuckled. The master is not mysterious. She is just pretending to be profound. In fact, the master didn't even know how to use that chaos bell. That's why she wanted you to figure it out yourself. However, as the daughter-in-law of the Su family, she still needed to speak for Su Cheng. The master wanted Shi Yao to learn how to wield the chaos bell, cultivate the technique, and use the magical treasure. No one could help Shi Yao. She could only explore on her own. With a face of realization, Li Shiyao nodded, somewhat understanding, and began to help clear the dishes like Yi Cheng Han. However, one thing was for sure. Since Li Shiyao arrived, there had been no leftover food in Lingxian Hall. Shiyao, you eat so much, but you don't gain weight. Senior sister eats quite a bit too. Are you not gaining weight either? I have a naturally charming physique. I don't need to think about such things. I don't gain weight. What is a naturally charming physique? It means being born beautiful and having a good figure. Wow, sister is amazing. I also want to be beautiful. Shiyao is already very beautiful. To be honest, if it weren't for crossing into this world, Su Cheng couldn't imagine what it would look like for these two beauties to wash dishes. Listening to the two sisters' whispers, Su Cheng felt his worldview collapsing. These two were already at a point where there was no room for improvement in beauty. Latercomers could only hope to be on par with them. Wanting to surpass them was just a dream. One was a beauty that could ruin a nation, and the other brought peace to the country. One was smart to the point of being frightening, while the other was so naive it was hard to believe. After the meal, the two beauties began their respective cultivation. For several days, they sat in the courtyard, motionless, each making breakthroughs. Yi Cheng Han successfully reached the late foundation establishment stage. It was terrifying, and she felt invincible. At this rate, reaching the master was just around the corner. By then, the master would be nothing more than a fish on the chopping board, waiting for Cheng Han to carve her up. If one day I become powerful, I must let the master taste something fresh. On Li Shiyao's side, she had to exert some effort to stabilize her cultivation at the early foundation establishment stage. And of course, it was thanks to the master's foundation establishment materials. Although she missed the breakthrough process, at this moment, even Li Shiyao, who was somewhat foolish, could understand that she had indeed become stronger. But how much stronger? Shiyao didn't know. Senior sister, do you have any instant recovery pills? Li Shiyao didn't know the specific effects of the instant recovery pills, but whether injured or tired, as long as she took one, she would recover in no time. However, this thing wasn't expensive. Su Cheng had prepared quite a few for Yi Cheng Han, who treated them like candy. Have you used up all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures the master gave you? Yi Cheng Han was a bit surprised. This girl had managed to stabilize her cultivation at the early foundation establishment stage, exceeding her expectations. Yeah, using the master's foundation establishment materials to re-establish my foundation really exhausted me. The white long dress was now sticking to her body. Her chest and back soaked with fragrant sweat, and the beads of sweat on her forehead were clearly visible. Chapter 82. Strange Attire from Another World. The two sisters also soaked in the pool again. After completing their cultivation, soaking for a while had already become a habit for Yi Cheng Han. However, for Li Shiyao, it was still her first time. These days, she had been switching techniques and re-establishing her foundation, and now, soaking in this pool water felt like being reborn. A soft groan came out. Yi Cheng Han turned to look at Li Shiyao's flushed face, now adorned with a shy blush, adding to the charm of a married woman. What's wrong? Is it that pleasant? Sister, don't laugh at Shiyao. Yi Cheng Han also noticed that since returning this time, the effect of the pool water had slightly improved. However, at this moment, she was already a late foundation establishment stage powerhouse, so the effect was minimal for her. For Su Cheng, he didn't notice any difference at all. However, for Shiyao, this was incredibly stimulating. It felt like jumping into a sea of popping candy, and her whole body was crackling, but it only lasted for a while. She was now also a strong foundation establishment cultivator. Equally terrifying. Sister, what's that room for? The master didn't give any specific instructions, so it should be safe. We can just go in and take a look. Is that okay? Li Shuyao felt a bit of awe towards Su Cheng at this moment, especially since she was now a foundation establishment cultivator. She felt that the assassination attempt on the master back then was completely a joke. Yi Qinghan also sensed Shuriao's worries and felt a bit comforted. This girl had some respect now. However, Yi Qinghan hoped it was genuine respect from the heart, not just fear of the master's strength. As long as the master didn't deliberately instruct otherwise, there were no places in Lingxian Hall that we couldn't go to, except for the master's bedroom. Li Shuriao nodded thoughtfully and followed Yi Qinghan into the nearby steam room. As soon as they opened the door, a white mist rushed towards them. Yi Qinghan was not afraid at all. Her master was outside. So what could happen? Shuriao, let's go in and take a look. The two stepped inside, and Yi Qinghan quickly noticed the peculiarities of the room. The temperature was extremely high, and the white mist was not just water vapor, but rather gaseous, spiritual liquid. This must be a training room prepared by our master for us sisters. Let's see what it's useful for. Yi Qinghan didn't mind the location, sitting down on the ground to start practicing her technique, and Li Shuyao followed suit. After one circulation of energy, the two exchanged glances and exclaimed, "Indeed. How is it? Did you guess right, senior sister?" "Yes, senior sister. This also has beauty benefits. I feel like my skin has improved. It's tighter and more elastic," Li Shuyao said, touching her fair arm, which felt surprisingly good. It has the effect of enhancing physical resilience. The gaseous, spiritual liquid seems easier for the body to absorb. Yi Qinghan said this while also taking advantage of Li Shuriao's presence, and indeed, her skin had improved. The two soaked for a while, practiced for a bit, and then changed into new clothes before going out. Li Shuriao also rarely changed into a beautiful flowing skirt, which, compared to Yi Qinghan's flowing water-sleeve dress, gave off a strong married woman vibe. "Wow, senior sister, look at Shuriao. All right, I see it. Go show it to master. He loves to see it." Li Shuriao obediently ran over to Su Cheng, eager for praise. Seeing the enthusiasm of his second disciple, Su Cheng rubbed his golden hair. "Shuriao is truly beautiful. No wonder she's my second disciple." Yi Qinghan, however, did not wear the water-sleeve dress mainly because she had found a strange piece of clothing among the dresses given to her by her master. Could this be the stockings master mentioned? Yi Qinghan examined it and recalled what her master had said a few days ago. These clothes were all exchanged by Su Cheng in the system. Compared to those miraculous pills, they're just clothes that don't cost much system points. So I didn't even look, just order a whole page, letting the two disciples choose freely. Whatever they like, they can wear. If they don't like it, Su Cheng would exchange them back for system points. Although there is a price difference, it's not much, and Su Cheng doesn't mind. As long as the two little ancestors are happy, Su Cheng is very satisfied. However, the items in the system are not limited to things from this world. Clothing from other worlds occasionally mixes in. For example, this set in front of Yi Qinghan is somewhat ahead of its time in this world. High heels, a bodycon skirt, a white shirt paired with black stockings, and even a square frame without lenses. Yi Qinghan didn't mind. As long as master liked it, she had no objections. Although it was a bit strange, it was much better than her nightgown. "What the hell? Qinghan, where did you get those stockings?" "No, wait. What the? Master? Is Qinghan not pretty?" Yi Qinghan could clearly feel master-esque gaze on her legs, and while she hoped master would look in her eyes, it didn't matter. After all, they were both looking at herself. "All right, Qinghan, where's the bracelet I gave you?" Yi Qinghan pouted. Master, you just keep being stubborn." She rolled up the sleeves of her shirt, and the bracelet was still nicely worn on her wrist. "Since Qinghan is wearing it. Doesn't Team Master like this outfit on Qinghan? I thought this was specially prepared for Qinghan." It was prepared for you. Could I prepare this for you? Next time I buy clothes for Qinghan, I'll have to be more careful. This kind of thing could easily go wrong." When Yi Qinghan heard this, she was taken aback. "But it's a different style. Qinghan really likes this style. Would it master buy it? If you like it, then thank you, master. I'm completely at your mercy. Just go have fun. Sooner or later, you'll drive me crazy." Yi Qinghan turned her back and stuck out her little tongue, thinking how adorable Master was. It must be said that Yi Qinghan seemed to be a natural model, with long legs and a slim waist. Every ounce of flesh was perfectly placed. No matter what she wore, it looked tailor-made. Senior sister, that outfit is so beautiful. Senior sister, what is that on your leg? Li Shuyao asked, wanting to touch Yi Qinghan's thigh. If you want to touch, then touch. Li Shuyao would not hesitate at all, like petting a little cat. Shuyao, do you know how many men envy you? Yi Qinghan didn't mind. Both Li Shuyao and Master were not the type to act recklessly, and they would blush even when bathing together. Master, can I wear this dress out? I want to show the elders my new dress. Since I gave it to you, of course, you can wear it out. Su Cheng felt that Shuyao was being a bit too cautious, but Yi Qinghan was the same way when she first arrived. So it should be fine after a while. I actually hope you and Qinghan wear more when you're at Lingxian Hall. Think a bit from Master's health. You two are comfortable, but Master is always getting heat. However, Shuyao must remember that the treasures Master gave her are not for her to flaunt. She must know how to keep a low profile. Shuyao kept Master's teachings in mind, and her mouth was sealed tight. Chapter 83. Fooling Children, Two Stunning Beauties. Wearing new clothes and hats, walked down the streets of Dingzhou City, almost becoming a sight to behold. Even diners and restaurants stopped halfway through their meals to come out and see just how beautiful they were. Master Su. Shi Mingyi stood at the inn's entrance and cupped his hands to Su Cheng. Su Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, but to Shi Mingyi's surprise, Yi Qinghan actually slightly bowed and greeted him. He was just a mere third elder. How could he deserve that? Their essay saying that a mother's status is elevated by her children, and Shi Mingyi didn't he expect that in his lifetime. He would truly benefit from Shuriao's light. He thought to himself, it's worth it for me, Shi Mingyi, all these years. Shuriao, you are the pride of this elder. Elder Shi, do you think Shuriao is beautiful? Li Shuriao, with her adorable wife-like face, twirled in front of Shi Mingyi, showing off her new skirt. Beautiful, beautiful. Our Shuriao looks good in anything. Thanks to the Holy Maiden joining Lingxian Hall, Shi Mingyi's status on the Holy Mountain also rose significantly. If one were to say seriously, he could be said to hold considerable power. Almost all dealings concerning Lingxian Hall and matters related to the Holy Maiden were managed by him. He even had a bit of a holding the emperor to command the Lord's feeling, but among the elders, he indeed had more interactions with Lingxian Hall and was quite doting towards Li Shuyao. Su Cheng smiled and led Yi Qinghan away first, thinking that Shi Mingyi probably wanted to ask about Li Shuyao's recent situation. Shi Mingyi then pulled Li Shuyao back to his room. Shuyao, how'd you been these days? As soon as Shuyao entered, she picked up Elder Shi's teacup and took a big gulp without hesitation, even pouring herself another cup. How? Pretty good. Can you tell the elder about it? How does Master treat you? How does Senior Sister treat you? Although Shi Mingyi was very pleased that the Holy Maiden could join Lingxian Hall, he and the other elders on the Holy Mountain, including him, have been quite worried about Li Shuyao these days. Master treats Shuyao okay. He didn't let Shuyao do his laundry. If it's bad, he gave Shuyao many treasures and even mysterious techniques. Although Shi Mingyi didn't understand what washing clothes represented, he was curious about the treasures and mysterious techniques. What treasures? What techniques? Master gave Shuyao 6 gifts, each one a treasure above the celestial grade. Senior Sister said, I can't tell anyone. Li Shuyao raised her little head, looking quite proud. Upon hearing this, Shi Mingyi exclaimed, good. Right. You can't tell anyone. That's right. Although Shi Mingyi didn't recognize those innate supreme treasures, he could tell that Yi Qinghan's sword box was extraordinary, not to mention that enormous sword box, which can change size at will. The flying swords stored inside are even more difficult to estimate in rank. Stone Mingyi then scrutinized Li Shuyao, noticing that her outfit was unusual, surrounded by celestial energy and Tao rhythm. Of course, this is a matching set for me and my senior sister. My senior sister has a water sleeve glass skirt, and Shuyao has a graceful, flowing light skirt. Stone Mingyi thought to himself, as expected, why is Shuyao carrying a dirty bell? Aren't you afraid of getting your clothes dirty? Stone Mingyi had grown up with Li Shuyao since childhood. Dealing with the little fool? It's just a matter of being skillful. Li Shuyao was also quickly deceived. This is also given to Shuriao by the master, saying it must never leave my side, cannot be touched by anyone, and cannot be told to anyone. Halfway through her sentence, Li Shuriao realized. Second elder, you tricked Shuriao. You're so bad. I didn't. This is all Shuriao's own words. Stone Mingyi laughed heartily. Shuriao had grown up. Now she can react halfway through. Stone Mingyi took a careful look and remembered that last time Li Shuriao said that Sister Qinghan would even take her sword with her while bathing. So he could roughly guess about this bell. Shuriao, have you been drinking? No, I only went to the Drunken Fairy building with Sister Dongfang last time. If you didn't drink, why are you carrying a wine gourd? This isn't a wine gourd. This is given to Shuriao by the master. But Shuriao doesn't know how to use it. The master just said to let Shuriao figure out herself. Stone Mingyi thought, after all, she is just a child. However, since Master Su has given the treasure to Shuriao, why not teach her how to use it? Shuriao, didn't you ask your senior sister how to use it? Senior sister said that while the master will cook for Shuriao, he won't feed Shuriao personally. Haha, you definitely didn't understand that. Yeah, Shuriao was talking about treasures. But senior sister mentioned eating. How could Shuriao understand? Li Shuriao said, looking quite aggrieved, but what she felt wronged about was not that her senior sister didn't help her, but that she didn't understand what her senior sister was saying. Just listen to your sister Qinghan. I also think your senior sister won't harm you. That's for sure. Senior sister is really good to Shuriao. Spent a lot of money to redeem my mother's bracelet. Did you know? Senior sister loves money. So senior sister really likes Shuriao? And Shuriao likes senior sister too. Stone Mingyi smiled, feeling that she truly is the saintess. Originally, the Holy Mountain planned to ask the Heavenly Tao Pavilion to accept Li Shuriao, but at this moment, the saintess already had a better place to go. Everything seemed destined. The innocent saintess with the intellect of a child became friends with the cunning fox demon and joined the Lingxian Hall, which disregarded the Heavenly Tao. Stone Mingyi originally wanted to give Li Shuriao some advice to join the sect, to help the master with some feasible tasks, which is reasonable and could also bring her closer to the master. But thinking about it, Li Shuriao has this kind of personality, and Master Su and Yi Qinghan probably like this kind of Shuriao. Master Su doesn't lack someone to wash his clothes, and Yi Qinghan probably wouldn't want someone to compete with her for the master, so the current situation is also the best for the saintess. Master Su didn't treat her differently, and senior sister wouldn't deliberately target her. On the contrary, both took great care of her. In this case, if he gave random advice, it would be unnecessary and counterproductive. What's that sound? Stone Mingyi had noticed the bells on Li Shuriao's ankles long ago. Those bells looked even more extraordinary than that bell. Although it was just a red string tying two bells, the silver-white bells were surrounded by Tao rhythm. And it seemed to be one of Li Shuriao's treasures, far exceeding the celestial rank. This was given to the second elder by the master. And senior sister said that anyone who inquires about treasures is not a good person. Second elder, what are your intentions? Oh, my little grandniece, what intentions could I have? Stone Mingyi felt that this guy seemed to have become smarter since returning from Lingxian Hall. However, looking around, it seemed that these were the only 4 treasures on Shuriao. The other 2 were probably hidden away. However, according to Shuriao, the ones hidden were not the best. Rather, those true treasures were never far from her. Second elder, do you want Shuriao's treasures? Little grandniece, why not take my old life instead? Stone Mingyi put on a heroic sacrifice pose, which made Li Shuriao let down her guard. Second elder, the master and senior sister have repeatedly instructed that these treasures are more important than Shuriao's life. You mustn't harm Shuriao. Stone Mingyi understood a bit, and then he heard Yi Qinghan knock on the door. Shuriao, do you want to go out and play with senior sister? Li Shuriao jumped down from the table. Yes. Senior sister, wait for Shuriao. She opened the door to find Yi Qinghan standing there in professional attire. When these two came together, their aura of disaster and peace was overwhelming, making Stone Mingyi feel a surge of blood. The master is waiting for Shuriao downstairs, saying he's going to buy candied haws for Shuriao. Why didn't senior sister say it earlier? Shuriao is going to catch up with the master. Li Shuriao couldn't even say goodbye to Stone Mingyi and directly jumped out from the second floor to find the master. At this time, Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry. She still had some words to say to Stone Mingyi. Qinghan has met Elder Stone. She slightly bowed. giving enough respect to the family of her junior sister. Elder Stone, you are too polite. Compared to Yi Qinghan, Stone Mingyi cupped his hands and slightly bowed. Indicating for Stone Mingyi to sit down, Yi Qinghan lightly leaned against the table. Her aura of arrogance was hard to shake off. Although she had a kind expression and gentle words, it was more the inherited temperament of Lingxian Hall. Stone Mingyi felt that he had just seen a bit of this in Li Shiyao. Second Elder, what are your intentions? Just as he was saying this, Li Shiyao also had a shadow of Yi Qinghan, and he felt a sudden surge of killing intent, true killing intent, but he hadn't paid much attention to it before. Now, when Yi Qinghan stood before him again, facing each other, the unique aura belonging to Lingxian Hall awakened him. As the saying goes, one who is near vermilion becomes red. One who is near ink becomes black. With the saintess following Yi Qinghan and Su Cheng, he felt the previous weakness gradually retreat, replaced by a unique aura akin to a smiling tiger. Now, thinking back, he felt fortunate that Li Shiyao still recognized him, this second elder. But Stone Mingyi didn't know that this was not an innate aura, but rather the sense of security provided to the two disciples by Lingxian Hall. With the master present, Yi Qinghan feared nothing. Gods, demons, monsters, and immortals, whoever dares to challenge, come and try. As for Li Shiyao, she also didn't know why she wasn't afraid. In short, she was fearless. The master understood Shiyao's nature, and she most likely couldn't hide her thoughts. Yi Qinghan smiled as she poured a cup of tea for Stone Mingyi before continuing. The master also knows that Shiyao might not be able to explain the pros and cons to Elder Stone, which is why she sent Qinghan to clarify things for Elder Stone. Stone Mingyi wasn't a fool. Wasn't this obviously a form of intimidation? Master Su, is overthinking. The saintess has joined Lingxian Hall. Before Stone Mingyi could finish, Yi Qinghan interrupted. Qinghan often hears Shiyao talk about Elder Stone. It seems that Elder Stone is very indulgent toward Shiyao. However, Lingxian Hall has its own rules. But these rules are all to protect the disciples. Shiyao is still young and may not understand the reasons behind them. Elder Stone understands the greater good. So I believe there is no need for Qinghan to explain too much. Yi Qinghan smiled charmingly, feeling like a spring breeze brushing against one's face. Without causing the slightest annoyance, just perfectly natural. Fair words from the fairy. The old man remembers. Please don't blame me. This is not the saintess's fault. It's just that the Holy Mountain is very concerned about the saintess's current situation. Shiyao is my junior sister and the master's direct disciple. To Qinghan, she is family. And to the master, she is flesh and blood. The master knows her fate, and Qinghan understands her temperament. How could she blame her? Stone Mingyi was shocked, wishing he could kneel and bow to Yi Qinghan. To have a great master and meet a good person, the saintess truly has good fortune. Don't say that Dongfang Ju is envious. Even Shi Mingyi feels a bit envious at this moment. Although he knows that Yi Qinghan treats Li Shiyao well, he didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would regard her as a close relative. Yi Qinghan looked at Shi Mingyi's expression and simply smiled, saying, Elder Shi, your expression looks as if I've said something astonishing. Don't worry, as long as the sacred mountain stands by Shiyao, even if she pokes a hole in the sky, my master can fix it. Of course, Shi Mingyi understood. This statement was even more blunt than before. In simple terms, as long as the sacred mountain doesn't do anything foolish, Su City can ensure the safety of the saintess. However, what Shi Mingyi didn't know was that when Yi Qinghan mentioned poking a hole in the sky, it wasn't a metaphor, and the ability to fix it wasn't an exaggeration. But if the sacred mountain were to do something foolish, in the end, it would only be the saintess caught in the middle. With Master there, Lingxian Hall wouldn't be afraid, but in the end, it would just be the saintess who would have to clean up after the sacred mountain. This could also be seen as a roundabout warning to not pry too much into the matters of Lingxian Hall. However, Yi Qinghan's attitude was already quite good. Not putting the Ling Shuang sword at Shi Mingyi's neck was already a considerable display of respect. Naturally, the sacred mountain wouldn't do anything to make the saintess uncomfortable. It seemed that the sacred mountain just wanted to know about his junior sister's recent situation, and Yi Qinghan felt she was overthinking it. You've seen the saintess's recent situation. What about other matters? Yi Qinghan simply resolved this, and then went downstairs to find her master and Li Shiyao. Qinghan, I just saw you come out. Why are you going back again? Su Cheng, looking suspicious, thought that Yi Qing Han seemed busier than himself after leaving Lingxian Hall. If I could, I would want to chain you to my neck. How could you disappear in such a short time? I just chatted for a bit with Elder Shi. Although Yi Qing Han didn't think that Shi Mingyi would do anything detrimental to Shi Yao, she felt it was necessary to remind him. After all, she was her junior sister. Hearing Su Cheng's thoughts, Yi Qing Han was overjoyed. If her master wanted, she wouldn't mind, but she feared that it would be her master who would feel shy instead. The pleasant sound of bells rang again as Li Shiyao ran over holding 2 candied hawthorns. "Sister, this is for you," she said, handing over the candied hawthorn with a beaming smile. "Sister didn't treat you badly, but didn't you buy any for master?" Yi Qinghan ruffled Li Shiyao's hair, smiling as she asked back. At this moment, Shi Mingyi also arrived leisurely, just in time to hear this. He thought to himself that it was already good enough for his saintess to think of buying one for her sister. Upon hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Shi Yao instantly lost her smile. However, what Shi Mingyi didn't expect happened. Li Shiyao hesitated for a moment, then handed the candied hawthorn in her hand to Su Cheng, looking reluctant but still offering it. "This is what Shi Yao bought for master." Su Cheng smiled, glanced at Qing Han, and thought that this fox spirit was a bit naughty. If it was handed over by Qing Han, Su Cheng might not eat it, but since it was Li Shiyao who offered it, if he didn't accept it, she probably wouldn't think of buying for him next time. So he accepted it without being polite. Although he didn't love eating it that much, he took it. Su Cheng didn't know why, but he felt a sense of guilt in his heart, as if he was bullying a child. However, Shi Mingyi, who was standing behind, was truly dumbfounded. "Have you tortured the saintess? How did she become like this? This is impossible. We, the 9 elders, haven't taught her to respect her teacher for over a decade, and now the saintess still addresses that kid as you when she sees Elder 7. She has only been a disciple for a few days, and she's already changed like this. She's learned to let others take the lead." Chapter 85. The Saintess's Changed Sister. "Can you give Shi Yao some more money?" Yi Qing Han was delighted. This girl was making progress, so she generously gave her a whole 20 taels of pocket money. A complete 20 taels. "You did well today. This is a reward from your sister." As she spoke, Yi Qing Han waved her hand grandly, like a wealthy landowner. "Hey, thank you, sister. You're the best." This scene truly astonished both Su Cheng and Shi Mingyi. However, the reasons for their shock were different. Shi Mingyi truly didn't expect that Yi Qing Han could control the saintess. Su Cheng, on the other hand, was stunned because it was 20 taels. A full 20 taels. No one told him that the saintess was so expensive to raise. That was Su Cheng's living expenses for a month. Yi Qing Han was really spending money to reward her. Before long, Li Shiyao returned carrying a straw target filled with candied hawthorns. But fortunately, it was Li Shiyao. If it had been Yi Qing Han, one might think she had robbed the candied hawthorn vendor. The clothes were magical items, so she didn't have to worry about getting dirty. At this moment, Li Shiyao was happily carrying the straw target, bouncing as she walked. "Master, are you still eating?" I won't eat anymore. You can ask Qing Han," Su Cheng said helplessly. But this was Li Shiyao. She always managed to come up with something new. "Sister, do you still want to eat candied hawthorn?" Yi Qing Han looked at the many candied hawthorns and felt that Li Shiyao must have been wanting to do this for a long time. "One is enough for sister, Shiyao. Go ask Elder Shi." When Elder Shi heard this, he exclaimed, "Oh my! After so many years, I've finally waited for this day. To be able to eat the candied hawthorn bought by the saintess. I don't even know what posture to take to make such a dream come true." He stood up straight, pretending to be serious, and he hadn't stood this straight since he took office as an elder. "Oh, this treatment is enough for me to boast with several elders for half a year." However, Li Shiyao just glanced at Shi Mingyi, smiled, and said, "If Elder Shi doesn't eat, then it will all be Shiyao's." Shi Mingyi was stunned. "Did you ask?" "Huh? Shiyao, you're the saintess of the sacred mountain. How can you treat Elder Shi like this, like a married daughter?" Shi Mingyi felt his heart break. "Your Highness Saintess, I've raised you for so many years, and yet." Yi Qing Han couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Shiyao, whether you eat or not, you should still ask Elder Shi. Elder Shi treats you so well. Are you reluctant to part with the candied hawthorn?" Li Shiyao smiled and explained, "I'm just teasing Elder Shi. I'm not stingy. How could I be reluctant?" As she spoke, She took a candied hawthorn and handed it to Shi Mingyi, playfully poking his shoulder with her little fist, as if to say, "Don't be angry. I'm just playing with you." Su Cheng, along with the two disciples, also had a great time that afternoon. Yi Qinghan was mostly quiet when she was beside Su Cheng. Compared to the energetically Shi Yao, it was hard to see any trace of the king of hell in Yi Qinghan. After visiting the ancient temple, Li Shi Yao, who was clearly a cultivator, insisted on dragging Yi Qinghan to seek a fortune. During the competition at Ling Mountain, Dingzhou City was also bustling with activity, crowded with street food and performances, and Li Shi Yao had a feast. Shi Mingyi didn't expect that Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan would spoil Li Shi Yao so much, surpassing even the elders of their sacred mountain. Su Cheng was basically responsive to any request, and Yi Qinghan was similar, although there would be small scuffles. The affection was genuine and not put on. Seeing this, Shi Mingyi completely relaxed. Having watched Li Shi Yao grow up, he felt very gratified. However, even after playing for an entire afternoon, Li Shi Yao showed no signs of exhaustion and was full of energy. "Sister, what are you doing?" Li Shi Yao was playing with the sugar figurines she bought, squeezing and licking them, looking a bit dazed. "Huh? What did you say?" Yi Qinghan had just been busy listening to the gossip and didn't pay attention to what Li Shi Yao was saying. She had just heard that her master was going to change clothes. Her master usually wore a long gown every day, and she had long planned to change her master's style. She wondered how the progress at the tailor's shop was going. However, at this moment, she became a bit curious. They say women dress up for those they admire, so why was her master changing clothes at midnight? Didn't he expect this system also has tuxedos? I haven't worn one of these in a long time, and even when I did, it was always prepared for me. What is Shizhuang? When? Who prepared what? This is also the first time Yi Qinghan encountered this situation. Normally, mind reading only has clear and unclear, but she has never experienced a time when it was unclear. It was like a bad signal interruption, and Yi Qinghan felt that it was mostly related to her master's background or perhaps information from another world. With her current cultivation, she was mostly not allowed to know. The tuxedo really has to be black. If Qinghan can wear it, why can't I? Actually, the Zhongshan suit is also nice. It's impossible to pry this kind of thing out of her master's mouth. But Yi Qinghan felt that if she wanted to, she could pry open her master's heart, which wouldn't be difficult. However, Yi Qinghan hoped her master would tell her voluntarily. At this moment, she wasn't that curious. What intrigued her was that her master actually had a side that loved beauty. She waved her hand, calling Li Shi Yao to come closer, and whispered quietly, "Shi Yao, should we go find our master to play? Is that okay?" Li Shi Yao blinked her starry, sparkling eyes, meeting Yi Qinghan's deep, galaxy-like fox eyes, seemingly in perfect agreement. Although she was still asking if it was okay, her honest body had already moved close to the door. Unexpectedly fitting. It really is true that a person is judged by their clothes and a horse by its saddle. I'm not bad. Let us go. Just consider it a courtesy visit. The master won't mind. Yi Qinghan could hardly contain herself. Her master looked incredibly handsome, even in a shabby long gown. If he dressed up flamboyantly, wouldn't that be something? As the daughter-in-law of the Su family, shouldn't she take a look? The two little ones stood at the door, lightly knocked twice, and Yi Qinghan said, "Master, are you resting?" "What the heck? Why is Qinghan here?" "No way. I have to, Yi Qinghan raised an eyebrow. What does her master want? She directly pushed the door open. Today, she was determined to see her master's new outfit. And once she looked, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable. Her master looked too handsome." What rubbish Linlang was placed in front of her master? That was completely out of the question. At this moment, Su Cheng's posture was indeed quite ungraceful. With his tuxedo jacket only on one arm, clearly taken off halfway. The white shirt inside looked a bit messy, and the tie was crooked, exuding a rogue charm from within. The system's output must be a masterpiece. The fit was better than any haute couture, and the tailored style matched his temperament even more. His tall and sturdy figure instantly captured the hearts of the two girls. Yi Qinghan, the vixen, was so shocked she couldn't even speak. Wow! Li Shi Yao was also holding her flushed little face, peeking at her master through her fingers. Don't mind me. I just suddenly realized Chapter 86. Master's Embarrassment. How the hell do I explain this? Damn it. Is there any magic treasure that can turn back time? Or one that can make them forget tonight's memories? This is too embarrassing. Wow, master is so handsome. Yi Qinghan didn't understand why her master would have such thoughts. However, she must correct her master's erroneous thinking. With such a handsome master, how could he wear a long gown every day? Thank you, my precious Qinghan. Can master marry Shiyao? Li Shiyao also reached out her little hand to touch Su Cheng. Although she didn't take out any money, touching wouldn't break anything. Thank you so much. My silly Yao Yao. You really know how to chat. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to give Li Shiyao a political lesson at this moment. It was obviously more important to teach her master a lesson. Would master wear this tomorrow? Yi Qinghan looked at her master with full expectation. She felt that her master's strange outfit surprisingly matched her own. Shiyao figured it out. Master wanted to secretly give us a surprise. But it was discovered by Shiyao and the senior sister. Li Shiyao had a look of sudden realization, and although she had never seen such a style of clothing, her master really looked handsome in it. I guess I can only go along with Shiyao's words. Qinghan, now I don't know if you're comforting me or trying to flatter me to death. Yi Qinghan was shocked. Silly Yao Yao was unexpectedly reliable at a critical moment. Shiyao was right. Su Cheng felt like he was being pushed onto a stage as a janitor. And now he was in a difficult situation, only able to go along with the two disciples. Is master shy? Yi Qinghan looked at her master's unique little expression. Very fond of it, and couldn't help but tease. Qinghan, are you teasing me? Su Cheng pretended to be serious, but Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid at all. I wouldn't dare, but this outfit is clearly very fitting and suitable for master. Yet I never see master wear it, so I'm just guessing. Yi Qinghan squinted her fox eyes, continuously pressing the shutter in her mind, recording her master's messy appearance, planning to draw it and stick it on the wall when she got back. Shiyao had also never seen her master wear anything other than a long gown. So it seemed her master had prepared many outfits for Shiyao and the senior sister, while her master only changed between those few long gowns. Master Su Cheng felt that dealing with Yi Qinghan alone was manageable. But now that these two beauties had joined forces, he really couldn't handle them. Especially with Li Shiyao's little mouth. She really could say anything. Su Cheng couldn't argue with them, so he simply changed the subject. By the way, you came at the right time. I have something to give you. Saying this, he took out 2 seeds, both given by the system during the apprenticeship. Su Cheng had now understood. This damn system treats him like a thief. It doesn't give him even a tiny opportunity to become stronger. Wanting to find another way is simply impossible. One for each of you. Yi Qinghan and Li Shiyao exchanged glances and couldn't tell what it was. These are seeds of innate top-grade spiritual roots, which I obtained by chance, and are useless to me, so I thought I'd give them to you two sisters. Yi Qinghan and Li Shiyao were both stunned. Innate top-grade spiritual roots? Yi Qinghan thought that innate treasures were already quite abnormal, and her master could even find this kind of thing? If Li Shiyao looked like a bean sprout and still resembled a seed. Yi Qinghan thought that if her master didn't say anything, she would have thought her master was giving her a broken stone. Innate top-grade spiritual roots are something that can be met but not sought. How could there be seeds? Yi Qinghan was just afraid that after she painstakingly cultivated it, she would find that her master had raised the same spiritual plant in the back mountain. Master, is this gift too precious? Shiyao didn't dare to accept it. As a second disciple, Shiyao doesn't need to be so polite. The process of cultivating spiritual plants is also part of Shiyao's cultivation and is intended to cultivate her heart. Su Cheng looked at Li Shiyao, while being unexpectedly bold most of the time, was now so polite. Yi Qinghan also smiled and patted Shiyao's shoulder, signaling her to accept it with peace of mind, and then expressed her gratitude to her master. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a book on Su Cheng's desk. Master, what is this? Yi Qinghan was suddenly curious. Could it be a cookbook? Yi Qinghan had never seen her master read before. Her master had few hobbies, and during this time, he had been practicing calligraphy or wielding a gun. This is a beginner's guide to alchemy that I stumbled upon. Are you interested, Qinghan? I was thinking about using alchemy to improve my cultivation, but this thing is like a celestial script. I can't understand a single word. It's useless to keep it. If Qinghan likes it, I'll give it to her. Can I take a look? Yi Qinghan was that interested in alchemy. She was just curious about how amazing a book was that even her master couldn't understand. Seeing that her master didn't have any intention of refusing, she simply picked it up and flipped through it. Upon looking, it was quite impressive. Listening to her master's tone, he must not have read this book. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't give it to her. Yi Qinghan had just flipped to the third page when she saw a peculiar pill, called Vitality Pill. Can I take it back to read? Yi Qinghan was very interested in the formula inside. Vitality? Just by looking at the name, Yi Qinghan felt that this thing was extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, it was even more precious, not just surface level. If it were to be mistakenly consumed by the master, it would be a serious issue. Let the disciple study it carefully. This thing in Qinghan's hands, what would happen? Yi Qinghan thought to herself that she was born with a charming bone. And if she had such a celestial elixir to support her, even if the master was not interested in women, he would probably still be tempted. Su Cheng couldn't understand it at all, so he simply nodded. If Qinghan likes it, then the master can give it to her. He wondered if the master had an alchemy furnace, as Qinghan was particularly interested in one of the elixirs. Su Cheng scratched his head. He really didn't have one. He did have a furnace that looked like an alchemy furnace, which was an attack treasure. But a proper alchemy furnace he really didn't have. Since Qinghan is interested, it wouldn't hurt to get her an alchemy room. Qinghan, don't be anxious. Since you're interested, I will prepare it for you later. Yi Qinghan felt that the master was truly too good to her. With just one sentence, he was willing to get her an alchemy room. What kind of sect has such a good master? Who could be like the master? Casually giving away innate treasures and top-grade spiritual roots without a second thought? Su Cheng didn't think too much about it, even though he now had cultivation. Treasures in his hands were not as valuable as when they were in the hands of his disciples. Then Qinghan thanked the master first and told him to rest early. Back in her room, Yi Qinghan picked up a brush to sketch, wanting to capture what she had just seen while her memory was still fresh. Sister, your drawings are so beautiful. Li Shiyao leaned on the table, looking enviously. Can you draw one for Shiyao too? Little flatterer, go to sleep. Chapter 87. Li Shiyao in new clothes early in the morning, the four of them arrived at the Ling Mountain Martial Arts Arena. As Li Shiyao's match was the first of the day, the three of them, dressed in new outfits, attracted a lot of attention. Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan standing together looked like the perfect domineering CEO and his delicate wife. As for Li Shiyao, she still maintained her pure image. But even standing next to Yi Qinghan didn't feel out of place. Is that the master of Lingxian Palace? Wow, I suddenly feel that Lingxian Palace is also very appealing. I heard the saintess has also joined Lingxian Palace and become the direct disciple of Master Su. Master Su is really lucky. Both of these top beauties have become his disciples. Were those clothes worn by Master Su and Yi Qinghan? So strange. Yi Qinghan walked through the crowd. Even the elders over 70 were left dumbfounded. Along the way, women were looking at the domineering CEO, while men were admiring the exquisite wife. What is that cheap thing she's wearing on her legs? Never seen anything like it. Just some tricks to seduce men? Huh. I think you're just jealous that she is pretty and has a good master. Huh. She is just a bed warmer. Why would I be jealous of her? Yi Qinghan naturally couldn't hear these comments, and no one dared to speak like that in front of her. She just felt a bit awkward. She wanted to show off how handsome and impressive her master was, but seeing so many women coveting her precious master made her feel uncomfortable. So difficult. The three of them, along with Shi Mingyi, who came to watch the saintess's martial arts match, took their seats. Even so, the trio from Lingxian Palace was still surrounded by gazes. Next match, Sacred Mountain, Li Shiyao. Since Yi Qinghan took up the spots of three people, Li Shiyao could only take the place of Sacred Mountain to fight. Shiyao, wait. Su Cheng saw Li Shiyao looking confident and quickly called out to her. Shi Mingyi beside him perked up his ears, wanting to hear what Master Su would remind Shiyao before her match. Shi Mingyi guessed that based on past observations, he would probably remind his disciple to be cautious. Even for someone with Yi Qinghan's strength, Su Cheng would habitually advise her to be careful. Although this was Shiyao's first appearance since joining Lingxian Palace, the saintess was not the type to seek the limelight and was even somewhat timid. Shi Mingyi was curious whether Li Shiyao would want to show off in front of her master after joining Lingxian Palace. With the strength of the saintess. As long as she didn't encounter someone like Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't have any problems in the early rounds. Just as he was thinking, Su Cheng, after a long silence, finally spoke up. Sure Yao, you're not like Qinghan. Your opponent this time is a genius from the western region, so you must be cautious. Li Shuyao tilted her head, pondering the deeper meaning behind her master's words. Don't worry, master. I observed that genius. He has just to show off. Master, sit back and watch me crush him. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng realized that Li Shuyao misunderstood his intentions. He quickly grabbed the eager Li Shuyao, saying, Hey, don't rush. Listen to what I have to say first. Li Shuyao was a bit confused. How could she lose to a golden core stage cultivator? Master, Shuyao won't have any problems. Li Shuyao didn't understand, but Yi Qinghan did. She remained silent, but gave Li Shuyao a look, signaling her to listen to the master. Of course I know he is not your match. What I mean is, you shouldn't use the treasures I gave you. After all, it's a match, and it wouldn't be good if you accidentally killed him. The expressions of Li Shuyao and Shi Mingyi were the same. One didn't know how strong the saintess was, and the other didn't know how strong he was himself. At this moment, both looked a bit dazed. But Li Shuyao seemed to always have this expression, and now she looked even more confused. So, master means I shouldn't kill him? But Shuyao never intended to kill him in the first place. After all, Lingxian Palace was a righteous sect. If they frequently caused fatalities, they would be regarded as an evil group. As Su Cheng spoke, he rubbed Li Shuyao's head, and seeing that she understood, he let her go. Dongfang Ju had been listening from the side for a while, and felt her worldview was somewhat collapsing. She had come a bit late, due to some matters. But she had heard every word of the previous conversation. Su Cheng reminded Yi Qinghan to be cautious. Why did his advice to Li Shuyao change? Could it be that Li Shuyao is more talented than Yi Qinghan? Master Su, Ju, has come late. Dongfang Ju was already somewhat mesmerized just by looking at Su Cheng's side profile. He was indeed uniquely handsome. Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan, sitting together, one in a suit and the other in uniform with black stockings, looked very well matched. It's Miss Dongfang. Qinghan has space next to her.